Chapter E. A tragic song of immortals and mortals. A wish for immortality, a long infortunate life, a tragic song of immortals and mortals. A longevity lock, locking away longevity, descendants seek peace and joy. The year Baba of the new era. Yonlan continent, Jiao kingdom, Taiyang village. It was deep in the night. Dark clouds obscured the moon, and dreary wind showed, with darkness I think you could seal your hand in front of your face. It was dreary night of darkness on strong winds, perfect for killing. At this moment, an incredible light and mysterious aura pervaded the air. It carried the scent of fresh earth and grass, mixed with the nauseating stank of decay. 80, 80, 80. An excited voice emerged from a pit. How many is this? No, that's done, right? One baby's family grave really has too many people buried in it, damn. This person wore a black hood, with a tall and straight figure, waving the knee around crowbering Hessians. He seemed like he as if but wasn't, like Herber but wasn't. That's because his black hood was dead overished, but thick not with his nostrils. It was soon clear whether he was afraid of being recognized or just being careless. He occasionally pulled the hood over his shade and cautiously looked around. All around were the tombstones, neatly scattered in a mountain hollow. 2 tombstones nearby had already been dug up, with coffin lids and decaying corpses clearly visible. 50 years, Huang Baby. I, Yelong, have waited 50 years for you today. You harmed me prince, seized your family's farmland, causing me prince starve themselves to death. Today, I can finally take my revenge. As an Easter left cold through the entire Huang family cemetery. It was exceptionally eerie and terrifying. Anyone walking midnight would surely be scared to the point of aiming death in mouth, convulsing, and passing out. Humph, Tui. Yelong rubbed the saliva of his hands and grabbed at the crowbar to continue digging up Huang family grave. It was a wide and downback he hated Huang family. Cutting off their family line, digging up their graves, destroying their ancestral hall, insulting their ancestors, tearing down their doors, and ruining their livelihoods. Let me see what else he haven't done. If dug up their grave, insulted their ancestors, and not just once, but for 50 years. Not just Huang baby's ancestors, Liu Tanyong if the surname Huang has escaped Tailong's mouth. Tearing down their door happened 30 years ago and has sneaked into Huang family's sole residence. Destroying their ancestral hall was 20 years ago and has sneaked into Huang family's ancestral hall and urinated in the pillar. Cutting off their family line was accomplished 9 years ago and had tricked Huang family grandson into teasing Guru steer with his pants down. Ruining their livelihood. Seems like this is the enlightening of to do. First, you'll dig up their grave, then set fire to Huang family's old residence, and finally, I can leave Taiyang village. World is abide, anyone till the eye too. His muttering was loud, but it sounded unusually careful. It's been 50 years since I was reborn into this world. 50 years. Yelong felt quite emotional. He is a reincarnate individual. Moreover, he is a reincarnate immortal. But his parents were harmed by Wang Laokai, and he was still ill to seek revenge. Furthermore, Wang Laokai was wealthy, very rich in Taiyang village. His family not only had thugs and bodyguards but also, 据说, had martial artists. So even when he grew up, Yelong didn't dare to seek revenge openly. As the saying goes, revenge is a dish best served cold. 50 years is not long to it. Yelong couldn't take revenge on his own, so he stayed in Taiyang village, waiting for Wang Baby. Until a year ago, he finally outlived Wang Baby and buried him in the ground. He avenged his parents. After 50 years of hatred, Yelong couldn't let Huang family out so easily. That's why he prepared 6 attempts for revenge. Now, only 2 items remain digging up their grave and ruining their livelihood. Who is already digging up Huang family grave? But ruining their livelihood was tricky. The Huang family owned thousands of factories all from land in Taiyang village alone. They also held many businesses in the county town. So Yelong planned to take a different approach by setting fire to Huang family's old residency and ending this 50-year-long hatred once and for all. If Wang Baby, buried underground, knew about this, he might regret what he had done to the family. 80, 80, 80. However, just as Yelong was digging with enthusiasm, a gust of fiery wind blew, instantly making Yelong's skin crawl and even shiver. Wow, could it be thought there were realized sand spirits in this world? Yelong nervously looked around with his black hood on. A bony, bluish-black hand slowly reached out from behind Yelong and rested on his shoulder. Young friend, you're quite enthusiastic. Yelong's eyes widened, and he trembled as he slowly turned. The person observed Yelong's actions with amusement. He leisurely waited to see Yelong's terrified expression when he saw him. But unexpectedly, the next second, he froze in place. Yelong's legs moved like they were powered by a motor, running away swiftly. Very fast, extremely fast. Faster than most people. Haha, interesting, interesting. Lian Shu, this guy I really interesting. A lazy and seductive voice made you instantly feel respectful. Even Fumigio Fane extremely beautiful, seductive woman popped in Chung's mind. Lian Shu's eyelids twitched as watched at the figure running away swiftly. After hearing the seductive woman's words, Lian Shu snorted angrily. With the forceful push on the ground, he shot out like Kir Cat. He was even faster than Yelong. In the blink of an eye, Lian Shu grabbed Yelong by the back of his neck and dragged him back into the pit. He threw Yelong into the pit. You wicked boy, dare to play tricks in front of us. Lian Shu was angry but so curious about Yelong. Yelong was paralyzed, his legs weak as she sat slumped in the pit. He was even more frightened by Lian Shu's shrill, metal scraping voice. Then, to everyone's surprise, Yelong suddenly started convulsing, foaming gassy mouth, and drawing his eyes. Hee, it's been so many years since we've encountered such a shameless person. Kid, I'll give all 3 breaths. However, before the old man could finish, Yelong's body jolted, and that noted the ground with a swift motion. His hands clasped together, and he called out repeatedly, saying, God soft Huang family, it didn't mean to offend you. It's just that one baby since word grave. Even if it was the day, someone new so would have come eventually. It was bound to happen sooner or later. You'll have great powers and abilities. You can see from below the sins the one baby has committed. Giggle. A silvery laugh made Yelong's scalp tingle. Come, lift your head and let me see. Yelong forcibly controlled the shirt, which felt like it was about to leap out of his throat, and tightly closed his eyes as she lifted it towards the source of the voice. TSK, wait strange attire. Tisk. Tisk. After the pleasant voice, two more asks sounded. Yelong curiously opened his eyes lightly and looked. Chapter 2 Howling Winds and Picture Real Full Goddess. Yelong curiously opened his eyes and looked. Oh, na soft couchly Elizabeth exquisitely beautiful goddess. Her almond-shaped eyes were half closed, and her lips curled into a faint smile. Underneath her thin veil, her skin was as white as snow, and even her crystal-clear feet seemed to glow. Yelong instinctively swallowed it a few times. Her long, round, and firm legs were crossed, revealing any eye-catching sight. Her arms were lightly pillowed, showcasing her unparalleled beauty. An overwhelming charm enveloped him, catching Yelong off guard and immersing him deeply. What a beautiful portrait of an exquisite goddess. Slap! A palm struck Yelong's shed hard. Yelong immediately snapped back to reality. He hastily lowered his boot so the shadows of several people under the moonlight. He breathed a sigh of relief.
He is timid, even in a world where the civilizations of the past have reached the pinnacle of order and rules, his courage remains feeble. One can only imagine how much more timid he is in this untamed ancient world. He has always curled up in Tian village, not without reason for his cowardice, yet, due to his timidity, he has developed remarkably swift legs. He has raced against wild dogs, which were no match for him, and has battled with bison, which also could not catch up. However, just a moment ago, the sinister old man beside him swiftly overtook him. This indicates that the man is undoubtedly a martial artist, and of no insignificant rank, yet, this is the ancestral grave of the Huang family. It is said that not even a handful of people traverse this place during the day, let alone at night. What could these individuals possibly want here? Are they, like him, here to disturb the Huang family's ancestral grave? What is your name? As Yelong pondered in disarray, the divine maiden spoke again. I am called Zhang San. The divine maiden's almond eyes flashed with irritation. Why Yelong's heart quivered. What, is the name Zhang San inappropriate? Innkeeper, just kill him. This little brat hasn't he uttered a single truth. A voice, shrouded in darkness, echoed nearby. Why Yelong panicked and hastily replied, the name is Li Si, I truly am Li Si. Cackling laughter followed, accompanied by the ominous sound of knuckles cracking, as an incredibly chilling aura enveloped Yelong. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and he dared not look back. Little man, I am Yelong, truly Yelong, the Yelong of Yigong Halong. Tell me, digging up someone's ancestral grave in the dead of night is truly a transgression against the spirits. Do you harbor such hatred for this family? The languid, noble innkeeper gazed curiously at Yelong, who dared not raise his head from the pit. In an instant, Yelong transformed from a figure of humility to one of fierce defiance. With his waist straightened, eyes reddened, and fists clenched tightly, he fixed his gaze upon the alluring woman wielding a swaying fan. I have a blood feud with the Huang family. They murdered my parents, seized my land, leaving me orphaned. I have lived in destitution, scavenging for scraps, and I have endured this wretched existence until now. The enmity runs deep in my veins. I must dig up their ancestral grave, sever their lineage, demolish their door, and smash their rice bowls. None of these acts can be omitted. Listening to his peculiar tune, the four surrounding the pit exchanged glances. The stunning innkeeper gazed at Yi Long with keen interest. In that case, your reasoning holds some merit. However, while killing is one thing, digging up someone's ancestral grave is rather excessive, wouldn't you agree? Oh, and you also sever their lineage, smash their rice bowls, and demolish their door. The innkeeper's every word, even the slightest glance, sent Yi Long's heart racing. The so-called innate enchanting physique must refer to this woman, a true enchantress, yet, Yi Long suppressed the turmoil within, his face contorted, tears streaming down his cheeks. The Huang family has martial artists. How can a mere commoner like me seek vengeance? I have toiled for 50 long years, 50 years, I have finally managed to outlive him, just awaiting the moment to disturb his ancestral grave and avenge my parents. Now that my vengeance is fulfilled, you may strike or kill at your leisure. I have no regrets in death. Yi Long came to a realization, relinquishing any hope of escape. Though he is an immortal, he is not a cultivator. Faced with an unknown martial expert, he had no chance of fleeing. He could only play the card of filial piety, fighting to the death for revenge. The innkeeper observed Yi Long with a curious gaze. He possessed a rather delicate appearance, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. However, that black turban gave off an impression of filth and lewdness, yet, given his age, he appeared to be around 20. Ming Yuan? After Yi Long spoke, the innkeeper did not respond but instead called out a name. As Yi Long puzzled over this, two figures appeared beside the divine maiden. They were the sources of the mocking voices he had heard earlier. One was clad in black, tall of stature, with a cold demeanor and an expression devoid of emotion. The other wore white, of medium build but adorned with a red flower, exuding an air of peculiarity. The one in white covered his nose with a handkerchief and scrutinized Yi Long closely, then gently shook his head. Innkeeper, it's not him. The innkeeper looked at Yi Long with understanding. Have him assessed. Very well. As they spoke, a glistening stone was tossed over. Yi Long fumbled to catch it, staring blankly at the stone in his hand. The stone emitted a faint glow before dimming once more. The four surrounding him sighed in unison. While Yi Long remained utterly bewildered. Enough, let us go. The enchanting innkeeper no longer cast a glance at Yi Long. Perhaps it was simply due to her well-maintained appearance, or perhaps she was one of those rare individuals who possessed the secret to maintaining youth. She had completely lost any interest. The stone miraculously flew back into the hands of the one named Ming Yuan. While Yi Long stood there in a daze, watching the four depart, as if still processing the events. Yet, within, he was grappling with inner turmoil and hesitation. He could attain immortality, but immortality does not equate to invincibility. Despite possessing a golden opportunity, it bore little difference from having none at all. In this world, where martial prowess reigns supreme, without learning the arts of combat, he could never rise. The creation of toothbrushes, soaps, or glass, this world has no need for such inventions. They have long existed. As for crafting firearms and other weaponry, he lacked the requisite knowledge. What rank of martial artist was that old man? What was the purpose of that stone? What was it measuring about him? How had these four come to pass through this place? Who exactly were they? Chapter 3 of The Lock of Longevity. A multitude of questions surged through Yi Long's mind as he sprinted forward, his legs propelling him towards the four-member team. Wait. Nevertheless, despite his swift pace, he could not catch up to the divine maiden's majestic carriage. Yi Long fell to the ground in despair. An opportunity lay before him, yet what was he hesitating and entangled for? It was indeed his own cowardice that held him back. While Yi Long chuckled bitterly to himself. Suddenly, a familiar, sinister voice echoed behind him. You little brat, do you truly believe we would spare your life? A chill ran down Yi Long's spine, his heart racing with alarm. The air around him felt thick and oppressive. Was this what they termed as murderous intent? With a swift and decisive motion, Yi Long turned and knelt down. I wish to become your disciple and learn the art of combat. Uncle Liang stared at Yi Long in bewilderment. Become my disciple? Yes, I wish to be your disciple and learn martial arts. After a moment of shock, Uncle Liang regarded Yi Long with a peculiar expression. Do you genuinely wish to become my disciple? Yes, I sincerely wish to. In the depths of the night, not far from the Huang family ancestral grave, a laugh akin to Yi Long's echoed through the darkness. Haha, very well. Since you wish to be my disciple, then follow me. With that, Uncle Liang led the way. While Yi Long rose without hesitation and followed closely behind. As for digging up the ancestral graves? That would suffice. Was he truly expected to unearth all those 100-odd tombstones? Regarding the matter that would sever a person's livelihood, once he perfected his cultivation and became a revered master, would it not be a trivial task? Regardless of how many generations the Huang family had endured, he could simply uproot them all at once. There was little to tidy up at home, and not a single coin to be found. Over the years, he had relied on the kindness of the village's young ladies for support. Otherwise, with no land to work and unable to labor, he would have starved long ago. Thankfully, the heavens had bestowed upon him an appearance that incited both envy and ire. Yi Long followed Uncle Liang, lost in contemplation as they ventured towards an unknown destination. Uncle Liang walked lightly, his feet barely making a sound, yet he moved with notable speed. Yi Long slightly quickened his pace to catch up, glancing at Uncle Liang's visage. His face was exceptionally fair, lined with the marks of time but adorned with a topknot. His long silver hair danced in the wind. A thin mustache adorned his lips, adding a touch of handsomeness. Though aged, one could still discern that Uncle Liang must have been strikingly attractive in his youth. "Master, where are we headed?" Uncle Liang did not turn his head, his voice rasping yet metallic. "To the capital." Yi Long's heart skipped a beat. The capital of the Zhao kingdom? Indeed. Uncle Liang spoke sparingly, leaving Yi Long feeling exasperated. This place was Honlin County, and the capital of Zhao Kingdom was at least several hundred kilometers away. Walking there on foot would be utterly exhausting. Yi Long, accustomed to a life of ease, could hardly endure such hardship. Regret flooded his heart as he contemplated asking Uncle Liang about the availability of a carriage. Yet, observing Uncle Liang's impassive expression, solely focused on the journey, he dared not voice his question. "Master, what is your official title?" "Fan Runliang." "Fan Runliang?" The name caused Yi Long to involuntarily twitch his lips. "Master, and the innkeeper?" "My master, who shall also be your master in the future." At this, Fan Runliang turned and cast Yi Long a look of inexplicable satisfaction. Yi Long felt an unsettling sensation he could not quite articulate. "Master, are you a servant of the innkeeper?" "Yes, a servant, and you shall be one too." Yi Long nearly choked on his words. To finally find a martial arts master, and yet he was merely a servant to a woman. However, given the woman's captivating beauty, perhaps it was not entirely a loss. "Honglin County, wind coming in." Yi Long exhaled deeply, relieved that they would not be traveling through the night. However, upon hearing Fan Runliang's words, the other three members regarded Yi Long with an odd expression. Yi Long felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet, his newly appointed master, recognizing Yi Long's unease, began to introduce him to the others. The innkeeper, the enchanting woman, was named Hua Mainyang. She was the leader of the four-member team and the proprietor of a security agency. The man in white, who led the group, was named Jiang Mingyuan, the agency's accountant. The one clad in black, holding a sword against his chest, was named Tang Biao, the agency's foremost bodyguard. After respectfully greeting each of them, Yi Long noticed that the expressions of Hua Mainyang and Jiang Mingyuan towards him grew increasingly peculiar. Especially Jiang Mingyuan, who looked at Yi Long and asked, "Do you truly wish to become his disciple?" Yi Long did not comprehend the meaning behind their gazes, yet he felt a slight prickling at the back of his head. Meanwhile, Fan Runliang continued to look at him with an expression of immense pride. The pressure mounted. Yi Long gritted his teeth and nodded, "Of course." Jiang Mingyuan's lips twitched slightly as he suppressed a laugh at Yi Long's bewildered expression. Tang Biao remained expressionless, cold as an eternal glacier. Hua Mainyang clicked her tongue, turning away gracefully, and returned to her quarters. The others dispersed, leaving only Fan Runliang, who insisted that Yi Long share a room with him for the night, as they would set off early in the morning. Yi Long had no reason to doubt him, but internally, he felt a sense of vigilance. He scrutinized Fan Runliang's appearance once more, particularly his Adam's apple. There was no mistake, he possessed one. Despite speaking in a manner reminiscent of a eunuch, he was indeed a genuine man. Yi Long found it perplexing. Following Fan Runliang into the room, he was relieved to find 2 beds, sparing him from sleeping on the floor. "Master, please rest early." Sure." With that, Fan Runliang climbed into bed to rest. Yi Long, too, wasted no time and hurriedly settled down for the night. As night deepened, it enveloped the sky like a shroud of darkness, yet, Yi Long's eyes gleamed a golden hue, and a dragon-shaped mark appeared on his forehead, exuding an otherworldly aura. At that moment, Yi Long's consciousness had already delved into his mind. There lay a lock, more accurately, a lock of longevity. It was a gift from his grandmother when he turned 1 month old. Upon his rebirth, it had been firmly grasped in his hand and now, it served as the golden key to his immortality. The lock bore 2 designs. Of the front depicted a longevity peach, while the reverse inscribed the phrase "long life for 100 years." Beneath the lock dangled 2 small bells, one adorned with a dragon motif and the other with an image of an immortal pine. The key to his longevity rested within the longevity peach design, which concealed a space of its own. Each year, it bore a single longevity peach, consuming which could extend one's life by 10,000 years. Having been reborn for 50 years, he had already consumed 50 longevity peaches, granting him the equivalent of 500,000 years of life. His true appearance remained youthful, and his lifespan everlasting. This was why, despite being 50 years old, he still possessed the visage of a sprightly youth in his 20s. Chapter 4 of the Overbearing Ascendant Dragon Art. Below, the dragon-shaped bell grants him a unique martial art. It is known as the Ascendant Dragon Art, characterized by its overwhelming power and grandeur. When he first acquired it, he was utterly exhilarated. However, after practicing, he discovered it to be utterly useless. If there were any changes, indeed there were. His strength had doubled from what it once was. He could originally lift 1 kilogram, and now he could lift 2 kilograms. Is that all? Just that. Frustrated, Yilong felt on the verge of a second rebirth. Moreover, when he employed the technique, he would transform into his current state. His eyes turned golden, and a dragon-shaped mark appeared on his forehead. Nothing more beyond that. While it was indeed impressive in appearance, it remained devoid of any practical utility. Over the years, he had refrained from utilizing the technique, fearing that others might perceive him as a monster and take it upon themselves to enact justice. Thus, his golden finger was nearly indistinguishable from non-existence. Lastly, there was the everlasting pine bell. According to the introduction he received upon acquiring this item, it could condense a drop of spiritual liquid every decade. However, the purpose of this liquid was never explained previously. He had been preoccupied with seeking vengeance and had deliberately waited a year, apprehensive that others might suspect him. Now, just as another decade had passed, the spiritual liquid had finally coalesced. It was indeed just a single drop. Previously, he had consumed 4 drops of this spiritual liquid, and his body felt no discernible effects. If anything, there was a slight warmth in his lower abdomen, akin to the sensation one experiences after the first morning urination. Yilong's consciousness manifested within the space of the everlasting pine. Each of the 3 patterns possessed its own spatial domain. The dragon-shaped bell was pitch black yet capable of storing materials, functioning as an alternative storage ring or bag. The longevity peach space could not store materials. It contained only a plate, upon which the longevity peaches harvested each year would appear. The everlasting pine space, however, was vast, resembling an expansive prairie with no visible boundaries. Yet, it still could not accommodate living beings, though it permitted the cultivation of flora. These plants grew remarkably swiftly, especially the fruit seeds, which yielded exceptionally sweet produce. This was the key to his survival. As for the neighboring lady, her presence was merely occasional. At this moment, Yilong gazed at the single drop of spiritual liquid, slowly descending from the branches of the everlasting pine into a vessel below. With a mere thought, the drop seamlessly integrated into his body. In an instant, Yilong felt a surge of warmth in his lower abdomen, coursing rapidly throughout his being. In the next moment, he inadvertently allowed this surge to leap into his mind. A delightful sensation enveloped him. A golden orb crystallized and settled within his third eye. Curiously, Yilong focused his consciousness on this orb. It was entirely golden, radiating brilliance. He sensed a considerable increase in his strength. Whereas he could previously lift 2 kilograms, he now felt capable of lifting 10. After experiencing the Ascendant Dragon Art, Yilong was immediately taken aback. His eyes and third eye still radiated warmth, retaining their golden hue alongside the dragon-shaped mark on his forehead. However, a notable transformation occurred within his body. His skin was now adorned with scales, exhibiting tough, wrinkled textures. The Ascendant Dragon Art. The Ascendant Dragon Art. Could it be that practicing it would lead to a transformation into a dragon? The art comprised 9 levels, and he believed he had ascended to the 2nd level. He had been stuck at the 1st level for over a decade, yet the 5th drop of everlasting pine liquid had unexpectedly propelled him into the 2nd level. The more he contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became. If this were indeed the case, reaching the 9th level would allow him to metamorphose into a dragon, rendering him invincible. Yet, would a dragon truly be so weak? Here he was at the 2nd level, and he had only gained this modest amount of strength. This level of power was insufficient even to rival a first-tier master. He had once observed martial artists employed by the Huang family, among whom was a first-tier master capable of striking down a tree with a single punch. Could he achieve such feats? Yilong found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt. Was this wretched technique merely a means to deceive? It appeared imposing in form, yet its execution revealed its shortcomings. It seemed imperative to earnestly study under a martial arts master. Nonetheless, Yilong began to formulate a conjecture. Perhaps the true strength of the Ascendant Dragon Art did not lie in augmenting his power or defense. Perhaps, that after a restful night, Yilong rose early the next day. The master and disciple washed up, had a simple breakfast, and then set off on their journey to the capital with Hua Meinyang. Along the way, he inquired about the lingering questions in his mind. However, Fan Renliang refrained from providing specific explanations, merely stating they would pass by that location. Upon witnessing him digging at someone's ancestral grave, Hua Meinyang grew curious, mistakenly assuming he was a grave robber, and thus prepared to mete out justice. Yilong's heart raced at the thought. Fortunately, he was handsome and striking, unlike a grave robber. Otherwise, he might have met a dire fate. Long at Go.asa result, Yilong's fondness for Hua Meinyang's sword. In this new world, his greatest fear was encountering unreasonable individuals. In his previous life, in a society of unparalleled civility, there was no room for irrationality. In this life, in the untamed ancient world, he feared being denied the opportunity for reason. He believed the most significant distinction between humans and animals lay in the capacity for reason. More precisely, it was about having principles and boundaries. If a confrontation ensued upon first meeting, what would differentiate them from animals? Resorting to violence was unacceptable. Even if he wished to learn martial arts, it was solely for self-defense. He had no desire to bully the weak, oppress the young and old, or act unlawfully. This continent was known as Yunlan Continent, its origins now shrouded in obscurity. Though he had lived in Tian village for years, the written language remained comprehensible. Over the past 50 years, he had perused numerous texts. Although this continent revered martial prowess, the scholarly path thrived as well. But why was martial prowess esteemed above all? Yilong speculated that it was due to a collective willingness to adhere to reason. This vast continent was said to have no discernible boundaries, nations were distanced from one another, and the population was exceedingly dense, indicating a lack of population control measures. He could confidently procreate without concern. There were 6 nations: Zhao, Wei, Shu, Yan, Han, and Qi. Like in his previous life, he had never ventured beyond his homeland. Tian village lay within the heart of the Zhao kingdom, thus he had never encountered the appearance of foreigners. It was said that they resembled him. Those at the pinnacle of this continent were the master martial artists. As for those above the masters, the texts bore no record, nor had he ever heard of them. The martial artists of Zhao possessed distinctive characteristics. Almost all martial artists practiced swordsmanship. Of course, there were those who trained with other weapons, but they paled in comparison to the vast majority dedicated to swordsmanship. For instance, among the group was Tang Biao, who never parted from his sword, his demeanor perpetually icy. Chapter 5 of the initial apprenticeship at Wanong. Yilong found it difficult to fathom how the mocking laughter he had emitted last night came to be. He indeed had the inclination to inquire, yet the other party bore an air of unapproachability. The chilling, narrowed gazes directed at him only served to heighten his sense of unease. Additionally, there was the scholar clad in white, Jiang Mingyuan, adorned with a red flower. Although he was merely the accountant, Yilong observed that both his master, Fan Renliang, and the icy-faced individual treated Jiang Mingyuan with remarkable courtesy, maintaining a respectful distance while conversing. Even so, Jiang Mingyuan remained inseparable from his handkerchief, which he clutched with an air of disdain, embodying an extremely fastidious and affected demeanor. The extent of his obsessive cleanliness surpassed anything Yilong could have imagined. Among the quartet, only the enchanting proprietress and the rather unappealing master, whose voice was rather grating, could be considered normal, himself included. While Yilong was uncertain of the true nature of ancient escort agencies, he was certain that it could not be as Fan Renliang described, with merely 4 individuals managing the bureau. There was only one escort leader, Tang Biao, alongside the accountant, and a servant responsible for cleaning, leaving just the proprietress. Such a setup seemed rather diminutive and shabby. How could such an escort agency possibly generate enough revenue to sustain them? And what of the accountant? Did he not appear superfluous, with only one escort leader taking on a single job at a time? How laborious could it be to manage the accounts? Yilong found himself perplexed but chose not to voice his thoughts. Less talk and more observation. His goal was to learn martial arts while gaining a deeper understanding of this world, accumulating knowledge for his quest for longevity. After all, as an immortal, being wealthier than nations and invincible in the world was merely the foundational requirement. If he could not even achieve that, what was the point of being an immortal? It was akin to being a government official who did not serve the people. Better to return home and cultivate sweet potatoes. The roads of Zhao Kingdom were exceptionally well paved, featuring smooth bluestone slabs that permitted 3 carriages to pass side by side. This ancient world seemed to diverge significantly from his preconceived notions. The city was bustling with life, pedestrians flowing in a well-organized manner, exuding a leisurely atmosphere. Couples could be seen on bridges, one shy and the other flirtatious, engaging in romantic exchanges. Others showcased their affection at jewelry stalls, while some playfully flirted at clothing shops, and yet others pouted in front of various food stalls, eagerly awaiting their treats. Aside from the absence of technological elements, this place bore a striking resemblance to a modern film set of an ancient society. The surroundings were pristine, with verdant trees providing shade, babbling brooks, and an exuberant ambience. While Yilong's eyes darted about in wonder, the towering hotels and inns, constructed from dark bricks and tiles, formed luxurious courtyards. The sounds of vendors hawking their wares and children playing echoed throughout the streets. Any woman on the street, draped in alluring black stockings akin to the captivating proprietress, could easily lead Yilong to question whether he had truly traversed into another life. The capital of Zhao Kingdom was named Zhaojing, both fitting and memorable. It was said that the royal family bore the surname Zhao. Similarly, the royal families of other states, such as Yan and Qi, were named after their respective kingdoms. Zhaojing consisted of 3 cities of the outer city, primarily inhabited by the poorer populace, including refugees and beggars, the middle city, home to the original residents of Zhaojing and the heart of its prosperity, and the inner city, which was divided into the imperial city and the official city, the latter housing all the officials of Zhao Kingdom. Upon following Hua Meinyang and her entourage to the middle city, Yi Long proceeded toward a particular street. The escort agency was somewhat off the beaten path, nearly at the westernmost edge of Zhaojing. Fortunately, the courtyard was spacious, and just a short distance from the street flowed a grand river that traversed Zhaojing from east to west. The escort bureau occupied an area of approximately 500 square meters, which, in the precious land of Zhaojing, could be considered a territory of the affluent. 2 Imposing bluestone lions adorned the entrance, exuding an air of grandeur. The entrance gate, crafted from wooden boards and coated in red lacquer, was embellished with 2 large golden beast head knockers, presenting a formidable presence. The agency was named Huanhong Escort Bureau, a rather unremarkable title. Upon entering the courtyard, one was greeted by a substantial stone wall, constructed from a single large block of bluestone, adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, truly magnificent. Beyond the wall lay a spacious courtyard, flanked by single-story side rooms. Between the corridor and the side rooms, an abundance of vegetables were cultivated, and various flower pots filled with exotic blooms, which Yi Long had never encountered, were arranged. A gentle whiff revealed a fragrant sweetness that, whether by coincidence or not, seemed to cause the dragon pearl within his mind to quiver ever so slightly. The main building was 2 stories high, with the first floor featuring an expansive hall clearly meant for receiving guests. The purpose of the second floor remained unknown for the moment, though his master, Fan Renliang, informed him during the tour that it was the private domain of the proprietress, Hua Meinyang, and entry was strictly forbidden. Following this, they proceeded to the rear courtyard, which also housed numerous side rooms. The front featured a row of single-story buildings, while the left side mirrored this arrangement. To the right, there was a stable housing 5 rather listless horses. Fan Renliang explained that the left row was utilized for storage, while the front row accommodated Jiang Mingyuan and his residence. There were 4 spacious rooms in total, with Jiang Mingyuan residing in the first. The remaining 3 rooms were open for Yi Long to choose from. Fan Renliang suggested he occupy the 4th room, which aligned perfectly with Yi Long's own inclinations. It seemed they shared a profound understanding as master and disciple. After settling into his quarters, Yi Long was informed by his master that a ceremony would be held for him that evening. He was instructed to cleanse himself thoroughly, from head to toe. Yi Long nodded enthusiastically, his excitement palpable. His objective was to learn martial arts, and it was only fitting to delve directly into the subject. Nevertheless, he was astute enough to inquire about his daily responsibilities with Master Fan Renliang, realizing he could not simply mooch off others for sustenance, shelter, and education. However, Fan Renliang waved him off, assuring him that there was no need to concern himself with such matters for the time being. Everything would be arranged after half a month. Yi Long felt satisfaction at his master's indulgent attitude. Half a month was this time allotted for him to acclimate to his surroundings and familiarize himself with Zhaojing. It certainly seemed considerate and reasonable. Previously, he had assumed this escort agency would resemble a lackluster, struggling establishment, yet upon arriving at the Zhaojing Escort Bureau, he realized his misconception. The entire agency was remarkably clean, devoid of any dreary atmosphere. The rear courtyard boasted several mature trees, whose age was indeterminate, yet they flourished with vitality. The overall impression was one of cleanliness, orderliness, and exuberance, with only a few horses appearing somewhat lethargic, likely due to the absence of care while Hua Meinyang and the others were away. Chapter 6 The Novices. Beginning, he was perplexed as to why Hua Meinyang traveled while the others did not ride horses, instead relying solely on their own legs. Moreover, Hua Meinyang was reclining on a large bed, draped with gauzy curtains, which was surprisingly supported by wheels but was being pulled along by Jiang Mingyuan. Yi Long shook his head in confusion as he stepped out of the courtyard. The backyard was quite spacious, filled with various weapons and stone stumps, and also hung with drying chili peppers, corn, and other grains. Upon descending the steps from the main house, he noticed a well on the left, covered with a stone lid. The latrine was not far from the horse stable, where hay was stacked against the wall. Yi Long approached, took some hay, and placed it in the horse trough. The horses immediately perked up, enthusiastically chewing away, clearly starved. Following this, Yi Long fetched some water and poured it into the trough, and the horses began to eat and drink even more joyfully. Witnessing this scene, Yi Long smiled slightly. Indeed, hunger and thirst seemed to be universal experiences shared by both man and beast. After tending to the horses, he began to fetch water for his own ablutions. It was already afternoon, and his journey from Honglin County to the capital had taken several exhausting days, leaving him weary and drenched in sweat. To avoid delaying his master's initiation ceremony, Yi Long washed meticulously, even trimming his long hair slightly. Though not particularly thin, he certainly could not be described as robust. Rather, he was fit, standing at around 1.78 meters tall. He appeared slim in clothing but had a well-defined physique when undressed. Adorning himself with a wooden hairpin, a tuft of hair swept through it, cascading high like a horse's tail over his shoulder-length locks, giving him an elegant and carefree demeanor. Clad in a long green robe, with a black belt and green boots, he would undoubtedly earn praise from anyone who beheld him. What a fine young gentleman, with red lips and white teeth, as handsome as Panin and as talented as Song Yu, surpassing the likes of Zijian and Shi Chong. Yi Long gazed at his reflection in the bronze mirror, filled with satisfaction. He slightly raised his chin, placing one hand behind his back, striking a scholarly pose. He felt truly unique, a pioneer in his own right. Master Yi, the great master, he declared with an air of authority, his eyes narrowing, a fierce glint shining forth. Suddenly, he felt his nasal hairs were a tad too long. Promptly, he flared his nostrils, using his fingers to pluck at them one by one. Occasionally taking a sharp breath, he blew at the hairs on his fingers or sneezed a couple of times. After he deemed it satisfactory, he gently pinched his nostrils together and scrutinized his reflection once more, nodding in approval. His skin remained remarkably smooth and delicate even at over 50 years of age, free from the worries of acne. Stepping into the courtyard, he relished the gentle breeze caressing his face, his spirits lifting. It was now September, the golden autumn season, with a refreshing chill in the evening air, perfect for a leisurely stroll. Yi Long wandered into the front yard but found no sign of his master Fan Renliang or the others. It was eerily quiet. To the left was a guest room, while the right housed the kitchen and dining area. Although his master had granted him a fortnight to familiarize himself with his surroundings, Yi Long felt compelled to make a good impression. Even if he were to become a servant like his master, he should possess some self-awareness. Thus, he meandered about, hoping to discover any areas in need of tidying or cleaning. However, after a thorough inspection, he found none. Even the railings along the corridors bore not a speck of dust. This left Yi Long astonished. Was his master truly so diligent? Had he managed to clean every nook and cranny in such a short time? Since there was no cleaning to be done, he resolved to showcase his culinary skills instead. He planned to prepare a grand feast that would allow these simple folk from another world to savor the delights of Long Country's culinary arts. In his previous life, Yi Long had been a chef running a small restaurant, well versed in various cuisines. However, he understood that the essence of any dish lay in its seasonings. Therefore, upon arriving in this world, his primary concern had been the availability of spices. Fortunately, this world had a plethora of seasonings, though their usage differed from modern times, yet they were all present. Upon entering the kitchen, he found all the necessary utensils, impeccably clean, but after searching for a considerable time, he could not locate any seasonings. It seemed as though the kitchen had rarely been used. How did the master eat? Yi Long shook his head in confusion. Looking at the spotless stove, he contemplated the items he needed to procure: meat, vegetables, spices, cooking oil, and so forth. Lost in thought, he was startled when a hand clasped his shoulder. Yi Long jumped, turning to find his master's fair face looking at him. "Master, how do you walk so silently? You nearly frightened me to death," he exclaimed, still patting his chest. Fan Renliang frowned slightly. "What are you rummaging through here?" Yi Long hastily shared his intentions, feeling somewhat bashful as he extended his hand to ask his master for money. Fan Renliang raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You can cook?" "Indeed, not only can I cook, but if I had the funds, I could have opened a chain of restaurants across Xiao country, or even the entire Yunnan continent." Seeing Yi Long's confidence, though he did not quite understand what a chain restaurant was, Fan Renliang nonetheless reached into his pocket and tossed a gold ingot to Yi Long. "Well then, since you can cook, from now on our household will feast on your culinary creations. Buy what you need without hesitation, we have the means." Yi Long swallowed hard, staring at the gleaming gold in his hand, estimating it to be around 10 taels. Such wealth, he had thought that with 100 copper coins, he could purchase all the necessary supplies, needing perhaps not even a single tael of silver. Yet, here was Fan Renliang handing him 10 taels of gold. "Isn't this too much, master?" Yi Long gazed at him, eyes wide. Fan Renliang's brows furrowed, his expression suggesting he was slightly displeased. "Too much? Let me tell you, whether it's for ingredients or utensils, we only buy the best. Remember, it must be of the finest quality. Do not worry about spending, just buy the expensive ones. Do you understand? If it's not enough, come back for more." Yi Long felt a jolt of excitement. This was true affluence. Only a wealthy person could utter such words. Instantly, his confidence soared, bolstered by the support of such a master. "Understood, master. I will only purchase the finest quality. Even if they try to sell cheap, I will ensure they understand what it means to be wealthy." With that, Yi Long dashed off, leaving Fan Renliang speechless in his wake. "Wait, is that really what I meant?" He chuckled softly to himself. "This little fellow is certainly intriguing." A languid voice echoed in the air. "Indeed, quite intriguing." Chapter 7. "The escort agency is my home." Fan Renliang cast a glance at the enchanting and exquisite Hua Meinyang, who leaned against the threshold, delicately wielding a small fan. "Can this fellow truly cook?" Fan Renliang hastily shook his head. He claims he can, but we are yet to ascertain the truth. Let us observe. Hua Mengyang nodded thoughtfully, then turned her curious gaze towards Fan Renliang. Uncle Liang, are you really planning to purify him tonight? Of course, how else can he learn my martial arts? Witnessing Fan Renliang's earnest demeanor, Hua Mengyang could no longer contain herself. Ha! The mere thought of cleansing Yi Long tonight made her laugh uncontrollably, her petals of laughter swaying wildly. Mingyuan mentioned that this young lad possesses an unusual vitality. Pay close attention to him and uncover whatever secrets he may hold. Understood, my old servant shall keep watch. Call me when it's time to eat. All right. By the way, Uncle Liang, have Mingyuan assist with the false beard and Adam's apple. They are quite bothersome to me. Uncle Liang forced a smile and nodded. I too find them quite uncomfortable. I shall seek out Mingyuan forthwith. With that, the master and servant exited the kitchen. In the main hall, Hua Mengyang occupied the seat of honor, while Fan Renliang stood beside her. At the lower end sat Jiang Mingyuan and Tang Biao. Jiang Mingyuan held a small mirror, frequently assessing his appearance, occasionally baring his teeth for a closer inspection. The other three seemed oblivious to his antics, their expressions tinged with tension. Even Hua Mengyang wore a serious countenance. Are there still ice blocks available? Plenty of ice blocks. Fan Renliang quickly responded to Hua Mengyang's inquiry. At this moment, he had already rid himself of his beard and Adam's apple, presenting a distinct image akin to that of a eunuch. As per usual, Mingyuan, be vigilant, and Tang Biao, guard the entrance. Uncle Liang shall assist me in restraining him. Yes, yes. The three replied in unison. Master, master. Just then, a series of joyous exclamations echoed from outside. Master, look what I brought, a mandarin fish. Tonight Yi Long noticed that all eyes in the hall were fixed upon him and the item he held, sensing an atmosphere that felt oddly oppressive, heavy yet indescribable. Get out. However, before Fan Renliang could finish his phrase, Hua Mengyang waved her fan, stifling his words. With a delicate countenance, she curiously regarded the timid Yi Long standing at the door. Oh, a mandarin fish? What is the story behind it? Yi Long, bewildered, glanced at the beardless Fan Renliang, whose eyes were half-closed, seemingly oblivious to him. Jiang Mingyuan scrutinized him with keen interest, while Tang Biao maintained his stoic expression, offering no acknowledgement. The mandarin fish can be prepared into a delightful dish, yes, just like the exquisite flavors of the proprietor's cuisine. Hiss. Jiang Mingyuan's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Yi Long. Even Fan Renliang, standing beside him, opened his eyes in disbelief. Although Tang Biao still wore a poker face, his pupils too widened in surprise. Oh? Then I shall certainly savor it. By the way, from now on, I shall call you Little Leaf. How does that sound? Yi Long cast a fleeting glance at the beardless Fan Renliang, feeling a twinge of anxiety, and hurriedly nodded. That is fine. The proprietor can also call me Little Dragon. You have a way with words. Since you've arrived, let us discuss the rules of our establishment. Yi Long glanced at Fan Renliang again, who had resumed his half-closed eyes, appearing as if he had fallen asleep on his feet. Please, I am all ears. As Hua Mengyang fanned herself, she regarded Yi Long's handsome visage, nodding in satisfaction. Though you have apprenticed under Uncle Liang, I assure you that your treatment shall be nothing short of generous. As you join the escort agency, you shall start as a runner. Furthermore, since you can cook, I shall grant you a monthly wage of 3 taels of silver. What say you? Yi Long's heart leaped with joy. He had just inquired with the matron at the intelligence station about the wages at other escort agencies, which averaged 8 taels of silver for the head escort, while runners typically earned between 800 copper coins to 1 tael of silver. Now, Hua Mengyang was offering him 3 taels directly, a veritable windfall. Earlier, he had spent merely 300 copper coins on pork, fish, spices, and kitchen utensils. 3 taels of silver equated to 3,000 copper coins, showcasing Hua Mengyang's generosity. Yi Long quickly responded with an awkward grin. Thank you, proprietor. Alright, that will suffice. You may go about your business. In the courtyard, aside from the second-floor rooms, you may roam freely. Understood, proprietor. I shall diligently fulfill my duties as a runner, ensuring I am worthy of your nurturing and care. Rest assured, I shall strive to complete the tasks you assign. The escort agency is my home. I shall work hard for everyone, until the continent is in chaos. I shall not take a day off. With that, Yi Long strode boldly toward the kitchen, leaving the four in stunned silence. Ha. Uncle Liang, I quite like this lad. Jiang Mingyuan remarked, observing the lively Hua Mengyang. Indeed, since his arrival, I can feel a newfound vibrancy in the courtyard. Tang Biao shot a fierce glare at Jiang Mingyuan, who was clearly flattering. Fan Renliang felt a warmth creeping to his cheeks and lowered his head in silence. What does the proprietor imply? Hua Meinyang, with a playful flutter of her fan, replied in nothing of great consequence. You shall proceed as you always have. By the way, we shall amend the rules henceforth. After a century, I yearn to experience ordinary life and savor the mundane joys of existence. With that, Hua Meinyang, in her new embroidered shoes, strolled out of the hall, seemingly at ease. The three remaining in the hall fell into a sudden silence, a palpable sorrow intertwining with an inexplicable heaviness pervading the atmosphere once more. Even Jiang Mingyuan set aside his mirror, lowering his head in contemplation. Since the proprietor wishes to alter the rules, let us indeed do so. From this day forth, there shall be no rules in this escort agency. With that declaration, under the astonished gazes of Tang Biao and Jiang Mingyuan, Fan Renliang approached Tang Biao's side, producing a pipe, igniting it, and drawing the smoke with relish. The two hurriedly glanced towards the courtyard, where Hua Meinyang stood, seemingly lost in thought. After exchanging glances, they each departed the hall. The fragrant tendrils of smoke wafted from the courtyard of the Wanong Escort Agency, soon accompanied by the metallic sounds of pots and spatulas clanging and the aroma of sizzling oil. Hua Meinyang and Fan Renliang found themselves irresistibly drawn to the kitchen entrance, observing Yi Long, clad in white attire and a tall chef's hat, diligently at work. An inexplicable sense of reverence enveloped the scene. Chapter 8 Unmasking the Old Thief's Hardships. The fluidity of washing vegetables, chopping, heating the pan, and pouring oil was truly a feast for the eyes. However, at this moment, Hua Meinyang furrowed her delicate brows, using a hand fan to cover her nose as she glanced at Fan Renliang, who leaned against the doorframe, smoking his pipe. Upon noticing Hua Meinyang's gaze, Fan Renliang awkwardly began to put away his pipe, yet Hua Meinyang raised an eyebrow and commanded, "Go, help wash the vegetables." "All right," replied Fan Renliang, his brows knitting in concern once more. He quickly chuckled, "Little brat, we'll help you wash the vegetables." With that, he hurried into the kitchen to busy himself. Before long, Hua Meinyang, to Fan Renliang's utter astonishment, entered as well to assist in peeling garlic. Yi Long had entered his element. Casting a glance at Hua Meinyang, he promptly declared, "No need to peel garlic, with one swift cut, it will all be done." He then ordered, "Go, wash the cilantro for me." Fan Renliang's face flushed red, ready to scold, but was taken aback when Hua Meinyang obediently nodded. "How should I wash it?" Her question momentarily stifled Fan Renliang's reprimand and left Yi Long in a daze. "Just remove the roots and any rotten leaves." "Got it," she exclaimed, her delicate hands rummaging through the vegetable basket for a considerable time. Fan Renliang grew increasingly perplexed. Their shopkeeper was known for avoiding any menial tasks. What on earth was happening today? Noticing that Hua Meinyang seemed unfamiliar with cilantro, he quickly gestured for her. To his surprise, she flashed a charming smile. "Thank you, Uncle Liang." With that, she turned and took the cilantro to wash it. The simple words of gratitude left Fan Renliang once again dumbfounded, suspiciously watching Hua Meinyang's retreating figure. Could she have been enchanted? It was inconceivable. Jiang Mingyuan had not been bewitched, and their shopkeeper surely could not be. Turning his gaze back to the bustling Yi Long, he inhaled deeply the smoky aroma of the kitchen and threw himself back into his work. Moments later, two pairs of astonished eyes appeared at the kitchen threshold. Hua Meinyang spotted the two and hurriedly instructed, "Go, bring out the dining table and set the dishes, we'll be eating soon." Tang Bin, with a blank expression, gaped for a while before reacting. Jiang Mingyuan, too, was frozen in place, fingers poised in shock. They were all too familiar with Hua Meinyang. She was a princess. Despite having resided there for quite some time, they had never witnessed her partake in such endeavors. Typically, their meals were delivered from the tavern. What on earth was going on today? "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and get to work." "Ah, all right, what would you like me to do, shopkeeper?" Jiang Mingyuan was the first to regain his composure. Without turning around, Hua Meinyang instructed, "Move the dining table and chairs, prepare for the meal." "Tang Biao, go fetch the dishes, quickly." Yes, I'm on it." Jiang Mingyuan hurriedly responded, disregarding the oppressive atmosphere of the kitchen, still in a state of astonishment. Tang Biao appeared even more flustered, unsure where to place his sword. Fortunately, after a brief period of chaos, they completed their tasks. Finally, the five gathered in the courtyard, where a table was set with 6 steaming dishes, 3 cold dishes, and a pot of soup. Hua Meinyang occupied the esteemed position at the head of the table, with Fan Renliang and Tang Biao flanking her. Yi Long sat beside his transformed master, while Jiang Mingyuan settled next to Tang Biao. Indeed, the spread was a visual delight, enticing even before tasting. "Little Yi, it seems you truly have a gift." Yi Long, beaming with pride, responded, "Of course, shopkeeper, I dare say I am the best in the culinary world." "No one would dare claim otherwise." He punctuated his proclamation with a grand thumbs up. This elicited a series of giggles from Hua Meinyang, who mimicked his gesture with a playful thumbs up of her own. Well then, today we celebrate little Yi's arrival. Consider it his official induction into the Wanton Escort Agency. Everyone raised their glasses in unison. Delicious, what is this dish called? Yilong, devouring his rice, mumbled in reply, this is fish-flavored shredded pork. Ah. Fish-flavored shredded pork, but where's the fish? Yilong was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed a perplexing conundrum. Why was there no fish in fish-flavored shredded pork, no wife cake, and why was meat stuffed in bread known as meat sandwich bread? Because I like to call it fish-flavored shredded pork. For bewildered gazes turned towards Yilong. He chuckled, shopkeeper, taste this squirrel fish. This is my specialty. I assure you, I am the only one in the realm who can prepare it. Fan Runliang glared at Yilong as he served the shopkeeper. His fists clenched tightly beneath the table. A hand fan struck Fan Runliang sharply, causing his eyelids to twitch as he suppressed his urge to intervene. He watched helplessly as Yilong placed the squirrel fish into Hua Meinyang's bowl. Tang Biao and Jiang Mingyuan were equally stunned, their expressions filled with confusion as they looked at the impassive Fan Runliang. This was a significant taboo. In the past, Fan Runliang would have exploded at such insolence. Yet today, he offered no resistance. Strange, indeed. The two exchanged puzzled glances with Hua Meinyang, whose luscious red lips accepted the squirrel fish that Yilong had placed before her. Suddenly, Hua Meinyang's eyes sparkled with delight. What a delightful dish! It is simply exquisite. Her vague exclamations jolted the three back to reality. Could it truly be that delectable? Seeing their stunned expressions, Hua Meinyang eagerly urged them to try it. Skeptically, they each picked up their chopsticks and took a bite of the squirrel fish. In an instant, their eyes widened in disbelief as they turned to gaze at Yilong, who was busily indulging in his meal. In unison, they raised their thumbs in approval towards him. Yilong chuckled, content to remain in the shadows of his accomplishments. The dinner was thoroughly enjoyable, particularly for Yilong, who had endured 50 years in this world, patiently waiting for the moment to savor life post-revenge. Finally, that moment had arrived. All five sat back in their chairs, completely satiated. Little Yi, I now believe what you said earlier. In this world, you truly are unmatched. Hua Meinyang's cheeks flushed as she rested her jade arm on her head, gazing at Yilong with a hint of tipsiness. Yet, Yilong did not indulge in pretense. Instead, he straightened his demeanor, stood, and clasped his fists toward Hua Meinyang, saying, Shopkeeper, might I request that you refrain from having Uncle Liang hold a ceremony for me? In an instant, Hua Meinyang's tipsiness evaporated, and the other three straightened in their seats. Fan Runliang, in particular, regarded Yilong with incredulity. You know what ceremony I intend to hold for you? Yilong wore a sorrowful expression, meekly responding, It's quite obvious, I am no fool. Ha 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 ha. The other three erupted into laughter, while Fan Runliang continued to glare ominously at Yilong. Chapter 9. A day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father. Yilong was not particularly astute, otherwise, he would not have been reduced to a mere beast of burden in his past life. However, despite his lack of intelligence, he understood the implicit significance of the ceremony that a eunuch would hold after accepting him as a disciple. He had lived through an era of information explosion. It is akin to a saying in the financial world: when one stands at the forefront of opportunity, even a pig can soar. Although he had not taken flight, having weathered the fierce winds of opportunity, even this heavy pig had begun to show signs of enlightenment. While cooking earlier, he had been filled with trepidation. He harbored a lingering suspicion about the enigmatic quartet from the escort agency, and now, his intuition had been confirmed. A eunuch, an exquisitely alluring princess or concubine, a man with a perpetually expressionless face, and a delicate-looking scholar clad in white. This combination bore the traditional virtues of courtly eccentricity, yet, at this moment, Yilong had inadvertently breached a taboo within the martial arts community. Upon seeing Fan Runliang's darkening expression, Tang Biao and Jiang Mingyuan hastily took their leave. Even Hua Meinyang shook her head in lament, swaying unsteadily as she retreated to her chamber. Why Yilong was taken aback. What did this mean? Did they truly not wish to hold the ceremony? Fan Runliang, clearly suppressing his fury, pressed on with his questioning. Why Yilong immediately knelt. He had only just begun to embrace a better life. His robust physique was not yet fully developed. How could he become a eunuch? Master, my development is not yet complete. Could we perhaps wait a few more years? Fan Runliang's gaze pierced through Yilong with a chilling intensity, making him feel increasingly anxious and on the verge of tears. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would not have eagerly rushed to deliver goods to them. Master, I am the last scion of the Yi family, the sole heir. Please, allow me to preserve some legacy. Yet Fan Runliang continued to glare at him, his eyes narrowed with ruthless intent. Do you understand that we brought you here to continue our lineage? Since you are willing to take us as your masters, you are now bound to us as a son for life. You may be unfamiliar with the palace's rules, but we are here to enlighten you. By accepting us as your mentors, you become our adopted son. All that we possess at status, wealth will be yours to inherit, yet now you wish to retract your commitment. Do you know the fate of those who go back on their word once they enter the palace? Yi Long's heart quivered, filled with regret. It was not just Fan Renliang's status as a high-ranking martial artist that intimidated him. Even if the king himself appeared, he would never betray his closest brother. He would rather offend the entire Zhao royal family than compromise his loyalty. Yet he was timid, but timidity did not equate to cowardice. His fear stemmed from a desire to avoid conflict, seeking merely a life of peace and integrity. This old eunuch's demand for his brother's life was absolutely unacceptable, since pleading for mercy bore no fruit. Even the most docile of individuals, when pushed too far, would retaliate. It is said that within the heart of a righteous person resides a Buddha that suppresses the demons. Should you dare to topple that Buddha, then the demon shall emerge, just as was the case with Yi Long at this moment. In the astonished gazes of Fan Renliang and the three hidden observers, Yi Long abruptly shed his previous demeanor of timidity and supplication. With a flourish of his garments, he stood tall, eyes narrowed defiantly at Fan Renliang. A gentle breeze stirred, causing his unruly hair to sway slightly. The scene evoked the image of an unparalleled master, invincible beneath the heavens. So, you old eunuch, are you determined to not spare my brother today? The three onlookers gasped in disbelief. Old eunuch, then, with a muffled chuckle, they found amusement in the situation. Only Tang Biao maintained his stoic facade. Fan Renliang, equally astonished, regarded Yi Long with newfound scrutiny. Could it be that he had misjudged him? The aura radiating from this youth did not seem feigned. A master, contemplating this, Fan Renliang remained silent for a moment. He saw no point in idle chatter, for the number of villains who met their doom through excessive dialogue was far too great. He was no fool. His dark, calloused hands tensed like talons, lunging toward Yi Long with astonishing speed, so swift that Yi Long scarcely had time to react. However, Yi Long was prepared. In an instant, his golden pupils glimmered, and dragon-scale tattoos erupted across his body, exuding an ancient, inexplicably formidable aura, dominance, invincibility. In that moment, Fan Renliang's talons froze mid-air. The trio observing from afar widened their eyes in shock at the spectacle unfolding before them. Mere mortal, yet before Yi Long could finish, Fan Renliang swiftly transformed his talon into a fist, testing the waters with a strike. The next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief as his fist connected squarely with Yi Long's abdomen. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Yi Long was sent flying. All present stood in stunned silence, incredulously watching the airborne Yi Long. Even Fan Renliang stared at his own fist in disbelief. This shouldn't have happened. He had been cautious, transforming his claw into a fist to mitigate damage. It was merely an exploratory strike, yet Yi Long hadn't managed to counter it? Given the aura Yi Long exuded, he should have been a figure of significance. How could this be? Unwilling to accept defeat, Fan Renliang advanced, kicking Yi Long, who had yet to touch the ground, sending him soaring once more. The courtyard echoed with pained cries. The three hidden observers exchanged glances, bemused. Meanwhile, Fan Renliang grew increasingly irate, muttering under his breath about the audacity of this little brat who dared to intimidate him. He almost believed he had kicked a steel plate. Stop, I surrender. At this point, Yi Long was a tattered figure, his face a mosaic of bruises. Of blood trickled from his nose, staining his clothes, a stark contrast to his earlier bravado. The three hidden onlookers were now doubled over in laughter, yet Fan Renliang, still poised with arms crossed, emanated an air of authority, narrowing his eyes at Yi Long. What's this? Have you come to your senses? I refuse. Wait. As Fan Renliang's aura surged once more, Yi Long hurriedly raised a hand in protest, retreating as he called out, eunuch, are you still serving in the palace? Fan Renliang shook his head slightly. I am not. Since you no longer serve in the palace, what purpose would there be in taking my brother? Is it merely to have me inherit your position and estate? If you have no position, what is there for me to inherit? Fan Renliang shook his head once more. A day as a eunuch is a lifetime as a eunuch. Our family has its mission. Since you have taken me as your master, you are bound to inherit our mission. Your mission? What mission? To claim my brother as your own. Chapter 10. Poverty cannot change one's principles. Yi Long, in a state of distress, urgently inquired, his heart racing with anxiety. The intimidation had failed, and the pleas for mercy were met with utter indifference. It was time to appeal to emotions and reason. Observing Fan Renliang's demeanor, it seemed that rational discourse would indeed be fruitful. He was known for his fondness for logical argumentation. Of course not. My mission is solely to protect the princess. Yi Long was momentarily taken aback. He had speculated before that Hua Meinyang might either be a princess or a favored consort of the emperor. Now, it was evident that she was indeed the princess of Zhao. Protecting the princess was all that was required. Could he not simply inherit this mission? Why must his brother be the one chosen? However, Fan Renliang, gazing pensively at the darkened sky, sighed, "It is not that our family insists on your brother, rather, should our family no longer exist, you are to serve the princess. There are many matters that even a young rascal like you can comprehend. If we do not conduct the ceremony for you, do you truly believe that we would feel at ease leaving you in the princess's company?" A cold sweat broke out on Yi Long's brow as his mind churned with thoughts. "Then let me serve as a guard. Why must I become a eunuch? Just look at me. I am so unwilling. Even if you forcibly take my brother away, I will surely seek revenge. Who knows, perhaps one day, if you leave, I might assassinate the princess. You would not find peace in the afterlife, would you? Furthermore, consider this: I have endured for 50 years in Tian village solely for the sake of avenging my parents. Do you truly believe I could not endure another 50 years until your demise?" The three observers hidden in the shadows nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in his words. Indeed, if he could bear the grudge of his father's murder, how could he not bide his time for another 50 years to avenge his brother? At that moment, Fan Renliang stood in silence, half-closed eyes fixed on the distance, lost in thought. "Enough, everyone return. Young Yi, I see potential in you. Let us forego the ceremony and focus on preparing some delectable meals in the future." Yi Long's heart soared with joy as he beheld Hua Meinyang and the others emerging from the shadows. Yet, after a prolonged silence, Fan Renliang abruptly cast aside his usual deference. "No, my lord, please forgive this old servant for his rudeness. Today, without fail, we must conduct the ceremony." "Ha?" Hua Meinyang's delicate brows furrowed as she fixed a sharp gaze on Fan Renliang. The other two looked on in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Yi Long, panicked, quickly darted behind Hua Meinyang, seeking refuge. This action only served to amuse Fan Renliang. "Young rascal, you at least ought to consider yourself a man. What skill is there in hiding behind a woman?" Yi Long peered at Fan Renliang's pale, aged face. "What do you expect? If I could overpower you, do you think you would still be prattling on?" A collective gasp escaped the lips of the other two. Even Hua Meinyang, standing before Yi Long, felt a chill run down her spine. Fan Renliang's gaze turned cold and menacing as he fixed it on Yi Long. "We have tolerated you for far too long, speaking insolently, with a sharp tongue, and evading responsibility, all while defying the heavens. We have decided not to conduct the ceremony and shall prepare for you to reflect upon your actions underground." With that, he advanced menacingly. Yi Long, in desperation, crouched low and clung tightly to Hua Meinyang's smooth, bare thigh. Soft, fragrant, supple, in an instant, Yi Long swallowed hard, overwhelmed with satisfaction. The old eunuch's eyes blazed with fury. Hua Meinyang sighed in exasperation. "Uncle Liang, that is quite enough, young rascal, let go." The old eunuch ignored Hua Meinyang's plea and attempted to forcibly pry Yi Long away. Yet, Yi Long clung stubbornly to her leg, declaring, "I won't let go. If you dare lay a hand on me, I shall hold on to this leg and perish alongside it." The onlookers, Jiang Mingyuan and Tang Biao, could no longer contain their laughter. Hua Meinyang gazed at the two, her expression one of frustration. Suddenly, she felt a chill at her lower body. With a resounding slap, she struck Yi Long's face, her almond-shaped eyes flaring with anger as she glared at him. "Let go." Yi Long, still refusing to release his grip, hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. If you can convince this old eunuch not to kill me, I will release you." Hua Meinyang's face flushed crimson with rage as she fixed an intense glare at Fan Renliang. The old eunuch's heart skipped a beat, realizing that Hua Meinyang was genuinely furious. He quickly relinquished his hold on Yi Long. "We promise not to harm you, now, quickly let go." Reluctantly, Yi Long released the smooth, firm, fragrant thigh, a sweet scent wafting away as Hua Meinyang swiftly distanced herself from him, casting a wary glance in his direction, feeling quite uncomfortable. "This matter ends here." Fan Renliang shot Yi Long a resentful look before hastily bowing. "This old servant understands." Yi Long awkwardly returned the gesture, unable to resist bringing his nose closer to the scent lingering in the air. "Humph!" Hua Meinyang's fair neck turned red, and with an indignant huff, she shot Yi Long a fierce glare before retreating to her chamber. The other two hastily exited the scene as well. Once the three departed, Fan Renliang cast Yi Long a disdainful glance. "Pack your belongings and leave at once." Yi Long was momentarily stunned, then silently nodded. Since he could not part with his sworn brother, there was no reason for him to remain. It seemed that his quest for martial prowess would require further contemplation. Nonetheless, this journey was not in vain. At the very least, he had learned what it meant to be enchanting and alluring, and he had experienced the touch of such exquisite beauty. Rising with a bruised face, Yi Long wiped away the blood with the tattered sleeve of his garment. He then pulled out a few items from his pocket and tossed them toward Fan Renliang. Startled, the old eunuch instinctively flinched, fearing a concealed weapon. However, upon recognizing the airborne objects, he gazed at Yi Long in astonishment. Yi Long, with a dismissive smile, declared, "This young master does not lack in integrity. As the saying goes, wealth cannot corrupt, poverty cannot sway, and power cannot bend one's will. After all, I am a man of honor, and I possess a modicum of dignity. Farewell." With that, he casually clasped his fists in salute to the old eunuch and turned to exit, yet, as soon as he turned, regret washed over him. The disdainful, contemptuous gaze of the old eunuch had ignited a spark of impulsiveness within him. A counterattack was necessary, one that would leave the old man dumbfounded, unable to fathom his departure with admiration. However, while the moment was exhilarating, what about the consequences? Not only was he penniless, but his clothing was in tatters. Though he had spare garments in his spatial pocket, he lacked the funds. The experience of being utterly destitute was one he had encountered in his past life. It was a fate that truly could lead one to starvation. Contemplating this, Yi Long's expression turned grim as he wrestled with the dilemma to maintain his pride or to abandon it. Chapter 11. I am the heir of the dragon. He has committed many shameless acts, yet he had never before stooped to the level of pretending to be grand only to retract his words moments later. That would be a violation of his own dignity. Moreover, allowing an old eunuch to trample upon it is utterly out of the question. He is a man with brothers, 2 faces, 2 dignities. How could he let a eunuch triumph? Nevertheless, Yi Long discreetly sought the opinions of his brothers, who promptly shook their heads in refusal. Thus, with a sense of righteousness, Yi Long stepped out of the door. However, at the very moment he exited, a cold voice rang out, "Stop!" Yi Long's lips curled into a silent, triumphant grin before he hastily composed his expression. With a stiff demeanor, he turned slowly, wearing an air of defiance. "Close the door, or else we won't hesitate to teach you a lesson." Yi Long's countenance visibly drooped, fuming. He walked back to shut the door. "Wait!" Suddenly, another voice emerged. Yi Long and Fan Runliang froze, turning to see Jiang Mingyuan in white emerging from the shadows. With a delicate gesture, Jiang Mingyuan pointed at Yi Long. "Can you enlighten me about the golden pupils you exhibited moments ago? What kind of technique is that?" Yi Long scoffed disdainfully, "I am the heir of the dragon." With that, he turned with a flourish and departed. Both Fan Runliang and Jiang Mingyuan stood in bewildered silence. "I am the heir? The heir of the dragon?" They exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. This continent is filled with extraordinary individuals. The presence of one more Yi Long is neither a boon nor a bane. Merely an oddity, it could not disturb their composure. Thus, they concluded that Yi Long had merely learned some peculiar technique, albeit one of little worth. It seemed utterly useless, as he could not even reach the level of a first-tier warrior. Such techniques were likely nothing more than trash. Yet, in the next moment, their expressions turned serious, but upon sensing the identity of the newcomer, they both relaxed. "Help, help, master, please save me." "Ha, timing is everything. Where is the cold-faced Master Tang Biao? Bring him out." Fan Runliang lazily clasped his hands, glancing at the nonchalant Jiang Mingyuan, as they observed the elderly man appearing at the entrance, dragging along a struggling individual, none other than the recently departed Yi Long. It turned out to be Elder Zhao Tianhua of the Golden Sword sect, who had come to my Wantong escort agency at this late hour for reasons unknown. Fan Runliang lazily inquired, barely lifting his eyelids. "What brings you here?" "Naturally, it is a matter of great importance. Recently, I have felt a breakthrough is imminent, yet I cannot find the path. With the sex master absent, I can only seek the assistance of the cold-faced master." Upon hearing this, Fan Runliang's eyelid twitched slightly. His gaze, hidden beneath his lowered brow, was filled with concern. He spoke without delay. "Oh, so it seems the Golden Sword sect intends to sever ties with my Wantong escort agency?" However, Zhao Tianhua immediately waved his hand, adopting a straightforward demeanor. "Do not label me. I am merely myself, and the Golden Sword sect is merely the Golden Sword sect. If you insist on associating us, be my guest. In any case, I am here today to make it clear I represent only myself. This has nothing to do with the sect. Bring Tang Biao out, or do not blame me for being impolite." With that, he tightened his grip around Yi Long's neck. Yi Long let out a cry of despair, his pleading gaze fixed upon Fan Runliang. At that moment, it was neither the time for pride nor dignity. One misstep could cost him his life. Even as his brothers continued to shake their heads in refusal, Yi Long's desperate plea for help remained unwavering. Fan Renliang did not even glance at Yi Long's beseeching expression. Just as he was about to speak leisurely, Hua Meinyang and Tang Biao emerged together. Zhao Tianhua glanced at Hua Meinyang, who was fanning herself, his lips pursing inexplicably. This woman was simply too enchanting and alluring. Even he, an elderly man, found it hard to maintain his composure. Her swaying waist revealed a tantalizing glimpse of her curves, truly captivating. "Release him, and I may spare your life," Tang Biao stated coldly as he approached, sword cradled in his arms. Zhao Tianhua wasted no time, flinging Yi Long away with a swift motion. Tang Biao frowned and delivered a kick at the incoming Yi Long. Yi Long's swollen cheek twitched in agony. "Damn it, remember this. That old eunuch landed 13 punches and 21 kicks on me. Just you wait, once I become a master, I will seek my revenge." Yi Long scrambled up from beside a tree. His injuries were not severe, merely superficial wounds. He stood flanking Hua Meinyang, who rolled her eyes at him, much to the amusement of Yi Long's brothers. "You may leave now." The old eunuch furrowed his brow, observing the fight unfolding on the rooftop between Tang Biao and Zhao Tianhua. He turned to Yi Long and said, "You should thank the shopkeeper." Yi Long hurriedly approached the shopkeeper, a sheepish grin on his face. "Thank you, shopkeeper." Hua Meinyang remained silent, leisurely waving her fan. "I never expected him to reach the master level." The old eunuch nodded solemnly. "Neither did we anticipate that Zhao Tianhua could ascend from a first-tier warrior to the master realm in just 78 years. His talent is extraordinary. Do you think he can defeat Tang Biao?" Fan Renliang appeared to be stifling laughter, but it was Hua Meinyang who inquired, and he dared not laugh aloud. Struggling to contain his mirth, he replied, "No way." However, Hua Meinyang pondered, her brow furrowing. "Is our territory becoming perilous?" Fan Renliang's smile vanished as he regarded the two combatants with seriousness. "Yes, I sense enough." Although the Golden Sword sect is based in Zhao Kingdom, nearly 1,000 miles from the capital, Zhao Tianhua has gone to great lengths to travel here to seek trouble with us. The implications are clear. Hua Meinyang, still relaxed, furrowed her beautiful brow as well. But there is no need for the shopkeeper to worry. The Grand Masters have all ventured far from home. A mere master cannot challenge Tang Biao. Yi Long listened intently, his heart racing. He had learned about the levels of martial arts from the villagers' tales. However, he had never heard of the Grand Master realm. Now, the old eunuch claimed its existence, indicating that the Grand Master realm must indeed be above the master level, and Tang Biao was a master-level warrior. This revelation left Yi Long breathless. Chapter 12 of The Essence of Sun and Moon is 1. It is rumored that across the entire Yunlan continent, the number of master-level figures does not exceed 10, yet now, the escort agency I casually joined. Isn't this akin to a mouse licking a cat's rear, a guaranteed path to demise? If Tang Biao is indeed a master, then what rank does the old eunuch hold? Yi Long's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the elderly eunuch beside him. Regardless of the circumstances, I must investigate. I yearn to uncover the identity of the person behind this. Yes, the old servant understands. The eunuch, having responded to Hua Meinyang, sensed Yi Long's probing gaze. "I am an 8th-grade warrior." The crafty old fox, with his keen eyes, discerned the meaning behind Yi Long's expression at once and spoke with pride. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Yi Long burst into laughter at the eunuch's haughty demeanor, drawing the attention of both Hua Meinyang and Jiang Mingyuan. The eunuch's expression darkened instantly. "You little rascal, do not think that just because the manager has kept you around, I cannot do anything to you. Whenever I wish to teach you a lesson, no one dares to intervene." At this moment, Yi Long recalled his precarious situation, and the attitude he initially held towards the old man shifted to one of awkward smiles. He looked up at the old man with a fawning expression. Uncle Liang, you are overthinking it. I merely felt a sneeze coming on." Yet, fearing it might disturb the two esteemed seniors above, he momentarily struggled to control his breath, which resulted in a series of p't sounds. Hua Meinyang and Jiang Mingyuan erupted into laughter. Fan Renliang, equally speechless, chose to ignore the babbling Yi Long. After the laughter subsided, the two turned their thumbs up at Yi Long once more and resumed their focus on the battle atop the roof. However, Yi Long's countenance darkened. He inwardly cursed the old eunuch, wishing him an unceremonious end, for he harbored a profound grudge, especially after being reborn into this world, with an endless lifespan. That grudge must be avenged. No matter how many years it takes, he swore. The two combatants on the rooftop moved with remarkable speed. Coupled with the darkness of night, Yi Long could hardly discern their actions, only catching a few sounds of clashing metal. His eyes began to droop with fatigue. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the victor emerged. Yi Long did not witness how Zhao Tianhua departed, but he saw Tang Biao, still clutching his sword, descend from the roof with an icy expression. "Manager, the matter is resolved." "Good, everyone disperse. Uncle Liang, come help me." "Yes." Though Yilong felt perplexed inwardly, he refrained from speaking out. Just like the cryptic conversation between Hua Mengyang and the old man earlier, he could not comprehend what transpired amidst the fog of mystery. However, he would never dare to inquire. Possessing an endless life, if one did not learn to cherish it and pursued every curiosity, it would indeed be a sign of wishing for a longer lifespan. Yilong was well aware of the value of cherishing life, thus he would never indulge in curiosity over matters unrelated to himself. Equally, he held a profound appreciation for the exquisite figure of the mature and alluring Miss Fan. Jiang Mingyuan, following the same path as him, headed towards the back courtyard. Noticing Yilong's lingering gaze, he remarked, "Kid, have you taken a liking to the manager?" Yilong was startled, quickly turning. He had assumed that besides Hua Mengyang, everyone else was a warrior. He never imagined that the accountant, Jiang Mingyuan, was not a warrior. "Then what was the purpose of the crystal and water you gave me that day?" Jiang Mingyuan grinned. "It serves no purpose. Now, go back and rest early. Tomorrow will be quite lively." After uttering this cryptic statement, Jiang Mingyuan strode directly to his room. While Yilong remained in a daze, unable to grasp the meaning behind Jiang Mingyuan's words. Could it be that more warriors would visit the escort agency tomorrow? With the master-level figure Tang Biao present, Yilong was too lazy to ponder further. His understanding of this world was still woefully inadequate. He needed to learn more. In the dead of night, after tending to his external wounds and washing up, Yilong sat cross-legged on his bed. With the ascending dragon technique now at the second layer, his strength and defense had multiplied tenfold. Although he could not contend with a first-grade warrior, he had still made significant improvements compared to an ordinary person, especially after reaching the second layer of the ascending dragon technique. A dragon pearl had formed in his mind. As he activated the technique, the dragon pearl began to stir slightly. A faint, inexplicable energy was drawn from the air, penetrating his skin like a cool serpent. While Yilong felt a surge of exhilaration, but then a sudden jolt of alarm surged within him. Was this the so-called spiritual energy? He recalled that when he first began practicing the ascending dragon technique, he could not sense anything. He merely followed the routine of circulating the first layer of the technique each day. He had been unable to perceive anything within his body. However, now, after absorbing 5 drops of eternal pine spirit liquid and advancing to the second layer of the technique, not only had the dragon pearl formed, but he could also feel the spiritual energy entering his body as he practiced the technique. Just as Yilong was about to settle down and delve deeper into this experience, a sense of foreboding jolted within his heart. While Yilong quickly opened his eyes. In an instant, cold sweat poured from his forehead, and he felt a tremble spread through his body. His heart raced uncontrollably. In the darkness, a strange red flower adorned the white robe, sending chills down his spine. A bright light flickered as an oil lamp was ignited. "Kid, you can actually absorb moonlight. What kind of technique is this?" Yilong stared blankly at Jiang Mingyuan, who had appeared in his room. Under the dim light, he finally recognized the visitor, but no matter how he looked at it, his heart continued to race. "Senior Jiang, how did you get in?" Jiang Mingyuan pointed at the open door with a nonchalant demeanor. "I walked in." Yilong was momentarily stunned by his casualness, followed by a few rapid blinks of his eyelids. "Then why didn't I hear anything?" Jiang Mingyuan cast a curious glance at Yilong. "Because you just entered meditation." After exchanging a few casual words, Yilong relaxed entirely, no longer tense. Instead, he scrutinized Jiang Mingyuan. "Senior Jiang, did you know I had just entered meditation? Did you also know I was absorbing moonlight?" Jiang Mingyuan furrowed his delicate brows, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Kid, I'm the one asking you questions now, not the other way around." "But never mind, I can't be bothered to ask. It seems you are just a fool who knows nothing." With that, Jiang Mingyuan slowly rose, one hand twirling a strand of hair at his temple. "Since you can absorb moonlight, it stands to reason that you should be able to absorb sunlight as well." Chapter 13. Yilong 1, 2, 3, 4. Yilong was taken aback by the sudden call. Just as he was about to inquire further, Jiang Mingyuan had already exited the room, rising to what he had previously perceived as spiritual energy was, in fact, moonlight. Moreover, from Jiang Mingyuan's words, it seemed he could also absorb sunlight. At this moment, it was precisely midnight, when the moon shone its brightest and optimal time for absorbing moonlight. Could it be that his dragon pearl was meant to evolve by absorbing both moonlight and sunlight? And what of Jiang Mingyuan? If he was not a martial artist, how was he so knowledgeable? The most perplexing aspect was that he could discern Yilong's absorption of moonlight. Who exactly was he? Did this world truly harbor cultivators? No, if Jiang Mingyuan were a cultivator, why would Zhao Tianhua dare to provoke him? Cultivators were not mere martial artists. A single spell from them could render a martial artist utterly defenseless, akin to the disparity between a human and an ant. Although Yilong had never encountered a cultivator, he could grasp the concept: 2 distinct systems of cultivation. Yet, what category did his ascending dragon technique belong to? Could martial artists actually absorb moonlight and sunlight? With a multitude of questions swirling in his mind, Yi Long sat cross-legged on the bed, torn between continuing his cultivation and fearing prying eyes. Was it truly a waste of time to refrain from cultivation? With that thought, Yi Long resolutely lay down, preparing to sleep. Before him, time stretched endlessly and languidly. He lacked nothing but time. He would prefer a slower cultivation pace rather than risk even the slightest danger. Suddenly, Yi Long's eyes widened. He contemplated a possibility. In the modern world, amidst the bombardment of information, the ability to absorb both solar and lunar essence was predominantly a trait of most demonic beasts. Humans, on the other hand, were scarce and primarily absorbed spiritual energy in various forms of qi. As for his ascending dragon technique, upon its initial level, it transformed his eyes into golden pupils, with a dragon-shaped mark adorning his forehead. The second level manifested dragon scale tattoos across his body. Thus, it appeared that this ascending dragon technique was akin to the cultivation methods of serpents and flood dragons among demonic beasts. Once cultivated to the 9th level, would he not also be able to transform into a dragon? Yi Long clicked his tongue, realizing that the ascending dragon technique was far from the uselessness he had initially perceived. If this technique were practiced by serpents or flood dragons, it would undoubtedly be more suitable. However, as a human, his practice of the ascending dragon technique rendered it seemingly ineffectual. Yet, it was not entirely without merit. At the very least, it enhanced his strength and defense, significantly improving his overall physical condition. If he were to reach the pinnacle of the 9th level, would he too not transform into a dragon? Yi Long fell asleep, dreaming of himself as a dragon, a majestic creature of Chinese mythology. As a descendant of dragons, assuming the form of one felt entirely reasonable. Not only reasonable, but he found himself more inclined and suited to the dragon's form. His brothers also seemed to revel in this, evident from their fierce expressions. Meanwhile, in a room on the 2nd floor of the hall, Tang Diao stood guard outside, sword clasped to his chest, unmoving, his expression as frosty as ever. Inside, Fan Renliang continuously placed ice cubes into a bathing tub. Within it lay a delicate, smooth, and fair body, none other than Hua Meinyang. Yet, Fan Renliang felt not a shred of emotion. As midnight approached, Hua Meinyang's originally fair skin flushed with a rosy hue, and beads of sweat began to dot her flawless forehead. With each addition of ice, Hua Meinyang involuntarily let out soft, pleasurable moans. "More, add more," she urged, and Fan Renliang, not daring to speak further, hurried to fetch more ice. In the back courtyard, within Jiang Mingyuan's chamber, he sat cross-legged on his bed, clad in white with a red flower adorning his head. His eyes were tightly shut, brows slightly furrowed. The dark quilt, tinged with orange, gradually regained its original hue, reminiscent of washed black fabric. A fiery red sun began to ascend. There were numerous escort agencies in Kyoto, many of which housed martial artists. However, most were at the lower levels. The majority practiced subpar techniques, while most martial artists learned only external styles. Internal techniques were reserved for those within sects or those fortunate enough to have extraordinary encounters. Thus, the daily ritual of refining their muscles and bones had become habitual for them. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. At the Wantong Escort Agency, early in the morning, a man clad in a short shirt shouted slogans as he ran from the front yard to the back, continuing his laps. His speed was not remarkable, he emphasized endurance instead. Yi Long felt that if he continued this way, he could run all day without fatigue. Ever since his ascending dragon technique had advanced to the 2nd level, not only had his strength and physical defense significantly increased, but so too had his speed and endurance. "Kid, do you wish to die? Why are you yelling so early in the morning?" As Yi Long completed another lap in the front yard, he was abruptly intercepted by the disgruntled Fan Renliang. Leaning against the railing on the 2nd floor was a stunning goddess, the shopkeeper herself. At that moment, she wore an expression of sleepiness, equally displeased as she gazed down at Yi Long. The thin veil she wore, illuminated by the morning sun, radiated a pearly glow. Yi Long continued undeterred, "Uncle Liang, if you wish to live long, you must walk in the morning, especially for the elderly. It is essential to exercise more. Look at me, at 50 years old, I resemble a 20-year-old lad. And you, nearing 70 or 80, look like you're ready to be buried. Come, follow me, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. With that, Yi Long made his way back to the rear courtyard. Downstairs, Fan Renliang stood dumbfounded. Laughter echoed from above. "Uncle Liang, hurry up." Fan Renliang looked up, bewildered, to see Hua Meinyang, her smile radiant like a blooming flower. "Not going, we have no interest in that," she replied with a chuckle, listening to the slogans emanating from the back courtyard. A wave of boundless vitality enveloped her, making her feel as if she had regained her youth. This sensation was delightful, an effect brought on by Yi Long. Her heart raced uncontrollably with excitement. Without a second thought, Hua Meinyang changed into a fresh outfit, her hand still clutching her fan, as if afraid to lose it. Meanwhile, Fan Runliang remained frozen in place. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. The two voices harmonized beautifully, one following the other. Even Tang Biao, who sat sword in hand on the second-floor rooftop, was left in stunned silence, not to mention Jiang Mingyuan, who had been meditating throughout the night. The three of them reflected silently, realizing that since Yi Long's arrival at the escort agency, their emotions had oscillated dramatically. Especially Hua Meinyang, who had surprisingly allowed Yi Long's presence and even followed his lead, continually overturning their perceptions of her. Since you are a princess of the Zhao Kingdom, why do you not reside in the palace or your fief? Yi Long curiously inquired of Hua Meinyang as they rested together in a pavilion. She waved her hand dismissively, fanning herself. Mind your own business, the less you know, the better. Chapter 14. Entering the Tiger's Den, Life in Peril. Yi Long nodded in agreement, his conviction unwavering. However, as the two of them sat idly in repose, curiosity compelled him to voice a question. Yet, a single utterance from Yi Long rendered Hua Meinyang momentarily speechless. Shopkeeper, I pondered throughout the night and have concluded that it would be best for me to leave the escort agency. I wouldn't want to burden you further. Could you possibly settle my wages for me? After all, I've been here for a day. It seems reasonable to compensate me a little, based on a monthly wage of 3 taels of silver, that amounts to 100 copper coins for a day. Would you be so kind as to provide me with those 100 copper coins? The fan in Hua Meinyang's hand halted midair, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Yi Long. She had encountered shameless individuals before, but never had she witnessed such unmitigated audacity. To demand wages for a single day. Did he truly consider himself a noble benefactor? Although Yi Long had not contemplated this matter for an entire night, the arrival of the master-level expert Zhao Tianhua and the revelation that someone was aware of his absorption of lunar essence, coupled with the knowledge that many other experts were visiting the Wandong escort agency, made him yearn to leave this place post-haste. Of course, the primary concern lay in Hua Meinyang's identity, which was linked to the royal family of Zhao. That he certainly did not wish to meet an untimely demise under ambiguous circumstances here. However, before Hua Meinyang could respond, a chilling voice cut through the air. You are quite clever, but it is already too late. If you depart from the Wandong escort agency now, within half an hour, you will be reduced to nothing but bones. Yi Long's heart sank, and he regarded Fan Runliang with suspicion. Hua Meinyang also responded, slightly shaking her head, her expression tinged with sorrow. With a sigh, she said nothing more and turned to leave, fanning herself as she walked away. Is that true? Yi Long looked at Fan Runliang skeptically. Although a master-level figure had visited the previous night, he had not harmed him. In fact, he had suffered more at the hands of Tang Biao's kick. He harbored doubts about Fan Runliang's intentions. Fan Runliang silently observed Hua Meinyang's retreating figure, feeling a pang of melancholy at her loneliness and despair. However, upon reflection, he realized that since Yi Long's arrival, Hua Meinyang had changed significantly. He could not fathom the source of this young man's extraordinary allure. He then turned to Yi Long earnestly. There is no need for us to deceive you, there are simply matters best left unknown to you. Do you not wish to learn martial arts? If you are willing to stay here, we can teach you. Not just us, but Tang Biao can teach you as well. Yi Long was taken aback. To be instructed by a master-level individual, this was an opportunity sought by many. The Fan Runliang had expected Yi Long to be elated, yet instead, he frowned deeply. Then when can I leave? Am I to be confined within this courtyard indefinitely? But furthermore, who can guarantee my safety? Fan Runliang regarded Yi Long intently. You may leave whenever you reach the master level, by then, no one will trouble you. As for your safety, as long as you remain with the shopkeeper, no one will dare to take your life. Should? Yi Long murmured under his breath that he now understood that beyond the master level lay the grandmaster level. If he could attain mastery, then only a grandmaster would pose a threat to him. Were grandmasters so numerous? I wish for Jiang Mingyuan to teach me. Fan Runliang looked at Yi Long in astonishment, never having anticipated that Yi Long would desire Jiang Mingyuan as his mentor. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, he regarded Yi Long with a peculiar expression. That matter is beyond my authority, you must inquire with Jiang Mingyuan yourself. With that, Fan Runliang dismissed Yi Long and left the front courtyard. He was certain that given Yi Long's fear of death, he would not dare to leave this place. Once Fan Runliang departed, Yi Long hesitated. In truth, his best option was to leave. Yet, there was merit in Fan Renliang's words. Although he was unaware of the enmity Hua Meinyang harbored, the presence of a master-level figure the previous day indicated that others of equal stature were likely keeping watch over this place. Moreover, one must not forget that this was the capital of Zhao, Zhaojing, and Hua Meinyang was a princess of Zhao. Regardless of her lack of favor, no one would dare to assassinate a princess within Zhaojing. Considering this, the enemy was clear. It had to be individuals from the Zhao royal palace. The royal court was the most troublesome of affairs. Once entangled, one's identity became irrelevant. It was merely a matter of where one aligned. Even if one merely brushed against their territory, they would be deemed a part of that faction. This meant that Yi Long, as a mere errand runner, was perceived as Hua Meinyang's associate in the eyes of the royal elite. The moment he stepped outside, he would bear the label of Hua Meinyang. Yet, observing the desolation and despair emanating from Hua Meinyang and the old eunuch, it seemed that this group had little hope for survival. At this juncture, Yi Long found himself with no viable options. Remaining here might afford him a chance at life, but should he venture outside, as Fan Renliang had warned, it would be akin to certain death. Regret washed over him, leaving him at a loss. As Yi Long strolled toward the rear courtyard, he contemplated how to preserve his own life. He vowed that if he could survive, he would dig a deep pit, several thousand meters down, to hide away until he could master the Dragon Ascension Art to its 9th tier before emerging. Wait, a pit? A lightbulb moment struck Yi Long. Of course, if he could excavate a pit, he would undoubtedly survive. But with renewed determination, he swiftly made his way to the hall and called out to the staircase, "Shopkeeper, I have something of great importance to discuss." As soon as he spoke, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Fan Renliang furrowed his brow, eyeing Yi Long with suspicion. "What is it? You can tell me just the same." Yi Long proceeded to share his thoughts. "Uncle Liang, as long as we dig the pit deep and long, when disaster strikes, we can escape through the tunnel at once." "What do you think? Is this idea not brilliant?" Fan Renliang looked at Yi Long with a mixture of exasperation and disbelief. He opened his mouth to respond but merely sighed instead. "You should attend to your own matters. Let me reiterate, as long as you stay with the shopkeeper, your life will be secure. Do you understand?" With that, he waved Yi Long off impatiently. While Yi Long watched as Fan Renliang ascended the stairs, muttering to himself, "You aren't afraid, but I am." Truly, the eunuch is unperturbed while the emperor is anxious. "What did you say?" A sinister voice echoed, startling Yi Long into a sprint. He raced back to the rear courtyard, straightened his clothing, and with a heart full of trepidation, knocked on Jiang Mingyuan's door. "Just focus on your own training. Rest assured, no one is interested in your paltry skills." Jiang Mingyuan called out without even opening the door. Chapter 15, Becoming a Disciple and Attaining the Path. Outside the door, Yi Long was momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure, he realized that Jiang Mingyuan must have discerned his thoughts, which prompted such a statement. However, the reason he sought Jiang was not for that matter, but rather because he genuinely wished to take Jiang Mingyuan as his master. "Senior Jiang, what I wish to discuss is not that." Creak. The door swung open, and Jiang Mingyuan curiously regarded Yi Long standing outside. "What is it?" "I would like to become your disciple." Jiang Mingyuan was instantly stunned. His immediate concern was not whether to accept or decline, but rather his gaze shifted to the balcony at the back of the second floor. There sat a woman, Hua Meinyang, with an enigmatic smile gracing her lips. Beside her stood Fan Renliang, his expression devoid of emotion. Both of them were intently observing the scene unfolding in the backyard. Upon noticing Jiang Mingyuan's gaze, Hua Meinyang's expression remained unchanged. While Fan Renliang subtly shook his head in response, Jiang Mingyuan instantly grasped the implication. Just as he was about to speak, Hua Meinyang interjected, "Actually, he can be taught a few things." Jiang Mingyuan's mind jolted. Yi Long turned in bewilderment, finally noticing the balcony at the back of the second floor. However, Jiang Mingyuan appeared somewhat apprehensive. "For my sake, take him as your disciple. Do look after him when he reaches the sect." Jiang Mingyuan furrowed his brow as he cast a disdainful glance at Yi Long. His gaze was unmistakably one of contempt. Indeed, it was contempt. This left Yi Long feeling somewhat bewildered, though he could understand, given Jiang Mingyuan's extreme cleanliness. Individuals with such obsessive cleanliness tend to find fault with everyone. "Alright, since the esteemed proprietor has spoken, I shall accept this disciple. However, I understand, his future will depend on his own fortune." After Hua Meinyang finished speaking, she resumed basking in the sun. Disregarding the two men, Jiang Mingyuan offered a slight bow towards Hua Meinyang before turning his attention back to Yi Long. "You, my boy, are truly fortunate. Come inside with me, let us head to your room." With that, Jiang Mingyuan paid no further mind to the still confused Yi Long and strode directly towards Yi Long's room. "Boy, are you not going to hurry?" Fan Renliang on the balcony called out. Only then did Yi Long snap back to reality. filled with questions as he made his way to his room. Jiang Mingyuan did not take a seat but stood there, waiting for Yi Long to enter. Once inside, he tossed a small booklet directly at Yi Long. Yi Long fumbled to catch it. This is the cultivation method for the qi refining stage. Study it carefully. If you have any questions, come find me. With that, Jiang Mingyuan impatiently turned to leave. Yi Long stared blankly at the booklet in his hands. Could it be that there truly are cultivators? As he observed Jiang Mingyuan preparing to exit, Yi Long hastily pursued him, his mind filled with unanswered questions. Was Jiang Mingyuan truly so dismissive? Master, please don't go, explain things to me, I know nothing. Jiang Mingyuan looked at Yi Long blocking his path, his brow knitting even tighter. There is nothing to explain. With your mixed 5-element spiritual roots, whether you can enter the qi refining stage is still uncertain. What is there to discuss? If you do not understand that booklet, come back and ask me. Watching Jiang Mingyuan bypass him, Yi Long felt indignant as he clutched the booklet tightly. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Mixed 5-element spiritual roots? What does that mean? Could it be that the crystalline orb Jiang Mingyuan had tossed him that night was indeed for testing spiritual roots? He was eager to seek answers from Jiang Mingyuan, yet the latter's impatience was palpable. It was evident that his spiritual roots were likely the weakest, otherwise, Jiang Mingyuan would not exhibit such an attitude. Thus, the disdainful look he had received earlier was not merely due to his obsessive cleanliness, but rather a reflection of Yi Long's mixed 5-element roots. Yi Long's grip on the booklet tightened. He had believed this world to be solely one of martial arts. He had come to learn martial skills, for how could a long-living being be unskilled? Long-living beings are inherently invincible, after all. This was the most fundamental aspect of a long-living being, yet he had never imagined there truly existed cultivators in this realm. Indeed, those in power do not act for the benefit of the people, and wealth does not guarantee happiness. One must not merely adhere to a straightforward path but must aspire to greater heights and broader horizons. Had he been diligent in adhering to the traditional martial arts path, laboring for decades or even centuries to reach the Grandmaster stage, only to find that he had merely scratched the surface, that sense of helplessness would surely be overwhelming. Reflecting on how Jiang Mingyuan had discerned his ability to absorb moonlight and had even advised him to absorb solar essence, Yi Long understood that this world was undoubtedly complex. Although he had not contemplated the path of cultivation, he recognized that Jiang Mingyuan was undoubtedly a figure far superior to Tang Biao, particularly when Fan Renliang had expressed his inability to make decisions after Yi Long declared his intention to apprentice under Jiang Mingyuan. Here was a man, an 8th-grade martial artist, who could make decisions for a master like Tang Biao, yet found himself powerless before Jiang Mingyuan. This clearly indicated that Jiang Mingyuan was extraordinary. With this realization, Yi Long was resolute in his decision to apprentice under Jiang Mingyuan. However, he had not anticipated that this world indeed possessed cultivators, yet why had he never heard of them in the civilian realm? Not even a whisper of divine beings had reached his ears. Was it possible that ordinary people had never encountered cultivators? Not even a legend? Unthinkable, unless these cultivators did not reside within this continent. If that were the case, how had Jiang Mingyuan arrived here? Questions surged relentlessly in Yi Long's mind, yet he found no one to provide answers. As for asking Hua Meinyang, she had made her disinterest abundantly clear that morning. And the old eunuch was even less likely to offer any insights. Yi Long felt a rush of frustration building within him, as if he were choking on unexpressed thoughts, yet he found himself powerless to act. Forget it, I might as well study the booklet diligently. Though I possess mixed 5-element roots, what if? After all, his secret potential remained unknown to anyone. Returning to his room, he secured the door and opened the booklet to examine its contents. As he perused the first page, his eyes widened in astonishment. Spiritual roots are categorized into 4 tiers: superior, upper, middle, and lower. The 5 elements are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Additionally, there exist 3 variant spiritual roots: thunder, ice, and wind. The introduction immediately elucidated the grading and classification of spiritual roots in this world. Comparing it to his own situation, Yi Long felt a wave of inferiority wash over him. A mixed 5-element spiritual root meant that he possessed the lowest tier of spiritual roots. No wonder Jiang Mingyuan had looked down upon him. After reviewing the grading, Yi Long felt a deep sense of shame. Anxiously, he turned to the main content of the booklet. However, upon completing the first level of qi refining, the cultivation method activated naturally. Streams of spiritual energy began to flow into his body. Yi Long instantly comprehended the situation and sat cross-legged. He could feel countless strands of spiritual energy penetrating his flesh, circulating along the prescribed path of the technique before returning to his dantian, creating a continuous cycle. Simultaneously, the dragon pearl within his mind began to spin, absorbing the spiritual energy. In no time, he felt a warm sensation enveloping his entire being, a profound comfort. The spiritual energy within his dantian grew increasingly abundant, and before long, he realized that his Dantian had been filled to 1/10 capacity with spiritual energy. However, further attempts to absorb more yielded no increase in the total amount within his Dantian. Yi Long's heart jolted as he realized that he had successfully completed the first level of qi refining. To advance to the second level, he would need to learn the techniques for that stage, but was his cultivation speed not a tad too swift? Hadn't Jiang Mingyuan said that whether he could enter the qi refining stage was still uncertain? Chapter 16 The overbearing ascending dragon enters the purple mansion. What on earth is happening now? Could it be that the spiritual root test was erroneous? That seems implausible, for one must remember that Jiang Mingyuan is indeed a cultivator. Although he remains unaware of Jiang Mingyuan's precise level of attainment, the fact that he could discern at a glance that he was absorbing moonlight suggests it must be exceedingly high. The slow pace of cultivation is vexatious, yet now, the rapid advancement is equally bothersome. Previously, when demonstrating the ascending dragon technique before the crowd, Yi Long felt a surge of anxiety. Wealth should not be flaunted, his golden finger is his greatest secret. If possible, he would prefer to conceal this secret from others for the entirety of his life, but how could he possibly disguise his cultivation level? Suddenly, Yi Long's mind plunged into the Dragon Pearl. The qi refining technique ceased its operation, and the Dragon Pearl no longer absorbed spiritual energy. The technique he once deemed worthless now facilitated his immediate entry into the first layer of qi refining, not to mention an unprecedented speed in cultivation. Such a technique is by no means trash, it is an artifact, yet, he pondered whether it could conceal his cultivation level. What would happen if he were discovered? Cautiously, he attempted to maneuver the Dragon Pearl into the lower Dantian. In the next moment, Yi Long was left dumbfounded. It was not that the Dragon Pearl could not descend into the lower Dantian, but rather that upon entering, it instantaneously drained all the spiritual energy within the lower Dantian. Soon after, the Dragon Pearl began to revolve autonomously, operating the technique without any need for Yi Long's control. Had it truly activated in automatic mode, Yi Long was utterly bewildered. Even more astonishing was the emergence of another Dragon Pearl within his sea of consciousness. Not only did it appear, but it also commenced the operation of the ascending dragon technique simultaneously with the Dragon Pearl in the lower Dantian. Yi Long panicked. How could this be a mere copy and paste? In a flurry, he attempted to redirect the lower Dantian's Dragon Pearl back to the upper Dantian. The golden orb, crystal clear and about the size of a ping-pong ball, had no trouble arriving but could not return. Yi Long stood frozen in place, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Had he inadvertently sabotaged himself? What was he to do? Though he had a master, he could not divulge his greatest secret. After a while, Yi Long continued to feel the familiar sensation, strands of spiritual energy flowing into his body, with one Dragon Pearl in the upper Dantian and another in the lower, each operating its respective technique. What to do? Yi Long gritted his teeth. He would have to explore this on his own. He believed that even if he were to explain this bizarre situation to Jiang Mingyuan, the latter would likely be baffled. After all, not everyone possesses a golden finger. Since he could replicate and paste, he was eager to see how many could be produced. Resolutely, Yi Long's consciousness re-entered the upper Dantian, guiding the Dragon Pearl into the lower Dantian. He was determined to uncover the true extent of this golden finger's peculiarity. Then, Yi Long beheld an astonishing sight. One Dragon Pearl in the upper Dantian continued to operate the ascending dragon technique, while two Dragon Pearls in the lower Dantian, one to the left and one to the right, continued to perform the first layer of qi refining technique. Yi Long found himself at a loss for words. He pressed on, the third, the fourth, up to the 10th, yet, when he attempted to replicate the 11th Dragon Pearl, he found he could no longer move the one in the upper Dantian. At that moment, within Yi Long's body, the Dragon Pearl in his sea of consciousness autonomously cultivated without requiring him to operate the ascending dragon technique, while the lower Dantian gleamed with golden radiance. The 10 Dragon Pearls within the Dantian arranged themselves in a perfect circle, rotating in unison. Having completed this, Yi Long pressed his lips together, uncertain of what to make of his current state. Did this still qualify him as a qi-refining cultivator? He was utterly perplexed. Upon opening his eyes, he turned his gaze to the subsequent techniques in the small booklet. There were a total of 10 layers of qi refining. Achieving the great perfection of the 10th layer would allow one to establish a foundation. Additionally, there were several minor techniques available within the qi refining stage, elemental techniques and mutated tri-element techniques, including the fireball, water arrow, earth spike, binding, qi sword, palm thunder, ice blade, and wind blade. After perusing the entire booklet, Yi Long could hardly contain his excitement. The fireball technique, Yi Long gazed quizzically at the small fireball appearing in his hand. It was not merely the size or shape that was amiss, but rather the color. Wasn't fire typically orange-red? At the very least, white or blue would be acceptable. Yet, why was his fireball black? Was it because he had a penchant for black silk? Curiously, Yi Long examined the black fireball in his hand. Next, the water arrow, black, the earth spike, black. He even managed to conjure black ice blades, palm thunder, and wind blades. Everything was black. Yi Long was utterly flabbergasted. Had his cultivation truly rendered him foolish? What was he to do in this situation? Did this still count as a mixed elemental spiritual root? Why was he able to learn techniques from the ice, thunder, and wind elements? Even he, despite his ignorance, understood that without the corresponding spiritual roots, one could not cultivate or unleash spells of the corresponding element. Yet now, everything had transcended his understanding. He wished to seek out someone for guidance, but he did not know whom to approach. Who possesses 10 golden dragon pearls within their dantian? Just as Yi Long steeled himself to practice relentlessly, a knock on the door interrupted him. He hurriedly concealed the hint of panic on his face. It was nearly noon. The innkeeper requested you to prepare the meal. Yi Long opened the door to find Fan Renliang, his expression impassive, and he hurriedly nodded. All right, I will go at once. After Fan Renliang departed, Yi Long could no longer afford to ponder the situation within his body and followed him to the front courtyard to cook. Upon arriving at the pavilion in the front courtyard, he saw Hua Mengyan, Jiang Mingyuan, and Tang Biao seated together, enjoying tea. Upon spotting Yi Long, Hua Mengyang's beautiful eyes brightened. Little Yezi, I shall assist you. Excellent. Yi Long naturally did not refuse. After all, the roles of a cook and a chef are distinctly different. To achieve elegance, one must be filial. If Hua Mengyang donned a white chef's uniform, Yi Long could not help but shudder. He simply could not bear it. Even the mere thought of such a scene made him weak at the knees. Entering the kitchen, there were still plenty of vegetables and meat left from yesterday's purchase. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Long finalized the lunch menu: braised lion's head and mapo tofu. With the menu set, he began to prepare the ingredients. Fan Renliang and Hua Mengyang worked diligently, following Yi Long's instructions to pick and wash the vegetables. Tang Biao and Jiang Mingyuan approached out of curiosity. Yi Long, with a glint in his eye, casually inquired, Master, could you share some insights about the world of cultivation with me? Jiang Mingyuan glanced at the busy Hua Mengyang and the others. Fan Renliang was teaching Hua Mengyang how to pick and wash vegetables while imparting everyday knowledge. Hua Mengyang appeared quite interested. Hearing Yi Long's question, she similarly spoke up. After all, he is your disciple. There are some matters he ought to be informed about. Chapter 17, The Journey of 1,000 Miles Without Rest. It was at this moment that Jiang Mingyuan began to recount his tale to Yi Long. The 6 great nations corresponded to the 6 celestial sections. These 6 celestial sects comprised 1 sect, 2 gates, and 3 halls: the Shangqing sect, the Danding Gate, the Artifact Refining Gate, the Tianin Hall, the Tianfu Hall, and the Beast Master Hall. Additionally, there were numerous other minor and major cultivation sects, all associated with the 6 celestial sections. Jiang Mingyuan was a disciple of the Shangqing sect and held the esteemed position of an outer sect elder in the foundation establishment stage. The Shangqing sect primarily practiced metal-based techniques, with a focus on swordsmanship. The celestial sect behind the Zhao Kingdom was none other than the Shangqing sect. After listening to Jiang Mingyuan's narrative, Yi Long began to envision himself soaring through the skies on a sword, traversing 1,000 miles without pause, his smile widening with each passing moment. Jiang Mingyuan, seemingly perceiving Yi Long's rather lewd expression, doused his enthusiasm with a metaphorical bucket of cold water. I advise you not to get ahead of yourself. Let us first consider whether you can even reach the qi refinement stage. If by some chance you do achieve that and become a cultivator, should you dare to wield your powers in the mortal realm, you shall become the sworn enemy of the entire cultivation world. There will be no mercy. Yi Long abruptly halted his actions, gazing at Jiang Mingyuan in disbelief, though inwardly he felt a surge of joy. It appeared that others could not discern his potential to enter the qi refinement stage. What does that mean? Must I endure their attacks without retaliating? Before Jiang Mingyuan could respond, Fan Renliang, sensing the conversation's momentum, interjected to enlighten Yi Long. That is not entirely the case. Typically, those below the foundation establishment stage are prohibited from descending the mountain, meaning they cannot venture into the mortal realm. There is a definitive separation between the celestial and the mortal. However, should you ascend to the qi refinement stage while in the mortal realm, that would be an exception. As for cultivators who have reached the foundation establishment stage, like your master, while they too would refrain from carelessly using their powers, should anyone dare to offend your master, he would not sit idly by. Afterward, he would simply erase the memories of the ordinary witnesses. Yi Long, utterly perplexed, questioned, but why is that? What harm could come from ordinary people knowing? As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone fell silent and cast glances at Hua Mengyang. Naturally, Yi Long followed their gazes. Hua Mengyang, while washing vegetables, seemed to sense the attention and cheerfully remarked, due to historical reasons, and I am a princess of the former dynasty, not the Zhao Kingdom. The former dynasty? Wasn't the former dynasty also the Zhao Kingdom? Yi Long was thoroughly confused, as according to the 800 years of history in the Yunlan continent, there had been no wars or upheavals among the 6 kingdoms. It was a period of remarkable harmony. Perhaps encouraged by Hua Mengyang's revelation, Jiang Mingyuan took the opportunity to elaborate on the history of the former dynasty. 800 years ago, there existed a realm known as the Yun Kingdom. Back then, the celestial and mortal realms were unified, and powerful beings flourished. Unfortunately, following the cataclysmic battle that shattered the world, the celestial and mortal realms were forever separated. From that point onward, the cultivation world has taken on its current form. Though this was conveyed in a few simple words, Yi Long could still perceive the depths of sorrow and resentment reflected in Hua Meinyang's beautiful eyes. It became clear to Yi Long that the reason he had not heard of the cultivation world while among mortals was due to the regulations enforcing the eternal separation of the celestial and the mortal realms. He also gained a basic understanding of the cultivation world. However, new questions arose. Hua Meinyang, Fan Renliang, and Tang Biao had once been cultivators. Why were they no longer so? Was it a consequence of that very battle? What cultivation levels had they achieved to live for 800 years, as a princess of the former Yun Kingdom? Why did Hua Meinyang reside in the Zhao Kingdom, and as an outer sect disciple of the Shangqing sect, why was she associated with Hua Meinyang? What connection existed between the Shangqing sect and Hua Meinyang? Most importantly, what had transpired during the cataclysmic battle she mentioned? The afternoon continued with everyone indulging in a hearty meal. Upon returning to his room, Yi Long sat cross-legged on his bed. He had thoroughly memorized the small booklet, and he was no longer concerned about revealing his cultivation level. As long as Jiang Mingyuan, at the foundation establishment stage, could not perceive it, he felt secure. As for those at higher cultivation levels, he was uncertain if they would detect anything. With a newfound understanding of the cultivation world, Yi Long now deemed it crucial to comprehend the nature of the dragon pearls within him. Sitting cross-legged, he focused inward on his dantian. 10 dragon pearls resided within, gently rotating. Not only were the individual pearls in motion, but the entire circle itself rotated as well. As the dragon pearl spun, spiritual energy continually surged into his body. The single dragon pearl in the upper dantian also began to rotate. The ascending dragon technique was being diligently cultivated. He attempted to operate the second layer of the Qi refinement stage technique. However, a sudden sensation of pressure and pain coursed through his meridians. Yi Long hastily ceased his practice of the second layer technique, his thoughts racing. Previously, he had successfully achieved the first layer of the Qi refinement stage, reaching its peak. According to the booklet, a full 10% of the dantian being filled equated to the pinnacle of the first layer. Should he continue to break through, he would enter the second layer of the Qi refinement stage. Once his entire dantian was filled with spiritual energy, he would reach the peak of the 10th layer, at which point he could refine the energy into liquid form to establish his foundation. Yet now, why was he unable to smoothly cultivate the second layer technique? Was he still lingering at the first layer? The issue was that his dantian was entirely occupied by the 10 dragon pearls, leaving no benchmark for the first layer. What realm was he truly in at this moment? Yi Long furrowed his brows, meticulously scrutinizing the 10 continuously revolving dragon pearls. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon one of the dragon pearls, which appeared to contain a mist-like substance. Thus, he focused all his inner vision on that particular dragon pearl, observing intently. After a moment, Yi Long's expression shifted as a guess began to form in his mind, prompting him to hastily examine the other 9 dragon pearls. Chapter 18: The Day of Enlightenment and Qi Refinement. After observing all the dragon balls, Yi Long suddenly gained insight. The other dragon balls contained nothing of significance. Only one dragon ball exhibited a flicker of spiritual energy. Through careful observation, he discerned that the spiritual power now entering his physical form was being channeled into the second dragon ball. This indicated that he was indeed at the first level of the Qi refinement stage. However, owing to his reckless actions, he could now be said to be merely at a 10th of the first level of Qi refinement. It would only be when he could infuse all 10 dragon balls with a 10th of spiritual energy that he could achieve the consummate state of the first level of Qi refinement. This revelation filled Yi Long with an overwhelming sense of regret. Initially, he had reached the pinnacle of the first level of Qi refinement in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Yet, due to his mishaps, he now faced the prospect of expending 10 times that duration. Even when he reached the second level of Qi refinement, ascending to the third level would similarly demand a 10-fold investment of time. In other words, while others could establish their foundation in a year, he would require a decade. This was utterly exasperating, a glaring pitfall he had created for himself. How could he have been so foolish? One dragon ball was insufficient, and he had gone ahead and acquired 10. Now, he was burdened with the need to invest 10 times the effort to attain the next realm. Despite his frustration, Yi Long realized he could not afford to dwell on regret. The situation was set, he had no choice but to practice diligently. However, using the same logic, if he required 10-fold time to cultivate, would his strength also be 10-fold that of others at the same level? As Yi Long contemplated this, he found it quite plausible. More significantly, the dragon balls had replaced his dantian, and through them, he could unleash spells of the 3 mutated elemental roots. If his original Dantian had been a hybrid of 5 elemental roots, he was now akin to possessing 8 elemental roots. As for their quality, it was beyond his current means to ascertain. It would have to be discovered through his own exploration. After thoroughly analyzing the condition of his Dantian, Yilong began to formulate a training regimen. Since he could absorb the essence of the sun and moon to enhance his rising dragon technique, he could not afford to squander the precious hours of each day. He resolved to meditate for an hour each morning and evening, interspersed with additional sessions throughout the day. Although he could now engage in automatic cultivation, the rate of spiritual energy absorption was significantly slower compared to conscious practice. Once he had mapped out his training schedule, Yilong commenced the full operation of his Qi refinement technique. However, in the next moment, he frantically halted the practice. Remarkably, the intense activation of his technique had nearly exposed him. Countless streams of spiritual energy surged frantically into his body. What was happening? Had he truly entered the Qi refinement stage? Indeed, a voice suddenly echoed from outside the door. Wai Yilong quickly rose to open the door, greeted by the astonished expression of Jiang Mingyuan. Having conducted his research moments earlier, Yilong now understood how to reveal and conceal his cultivation level. In essence, it hinged upon the operation of the 10 Dragon Balls. If he could keep them stationary within his Dantian, his cultivation could be disclosed. Conversely, should the Dragon Balls commence their rotations, his cultivation would swiftly be obscured, rendering him an ordinary individual. With Jiang Mingyuan's arrival, he found it impossible to explain the recent surge of spiritual energy and promptly ceased the operation of the 10 Dragon Balls. Jiang Mingyuan stared at Yilong in disbelief. Goodness, in such a short span, you've actually entered the Qi refinement stage. Yilong chuckled sheepishly, responding, at first, when I began to channel my technique, I felt nothing. Gradually, I became overwhelmingly drowsy and fell asleep, only to dream of some cool, ethereal essence penetrating my being. Then I awoke. Jiang Mingyuan regarded Yilong with an expression of complex emotions, simultaneously lamenting as he slapped his forehead. Such fortune, such an opportunity for enlightenment. It's all my fault, all my fault. Yilong was bewildered. Had he inadvertently stumbled upon enlightenment? Was enlightenment merely a byproduct of sleeping and dreaming? Now that you've entered the Qi refinement stage, you are officially a cultivator. During lunch, I shared the rules of the cultivation world with you, and you understood the tenets of my sect, but there is one thing you must remember with utmost seriousness. With that, Jiang Mingyuan stepped into Yilong's room and, with a wave of his hand, unleashed a burst of spiritual energy that left Yilong astounded. Soundproofing technique. You will learn this once you reach the foundation establishment stage. Noting Yilong's confusion, Jiang Mingyuan clarified, then adopted a solemn demeanor as he gazed at Yilong. There are certain taboos within the cultivation world that must never be violated. Should you transgress, no one will be able to save you. Do you understand? Yilong nodded earnestly. He had committed to memory the lessons shared during lunch. After all, rules were established for those lacking capability. Those with power, status, and cultivation would only exploit the rules to transcend them. Rules were meant to serve them, not bind them. Now, you must remember this: never get too close to Hua Mengyan and her companions. Yilong was taken aback. Why is that? Jiang Mingyuan shook his head. Do not inquire. I do not know the reason either. It was simply conveyed to me upon my assignment to this mission. You need only follow my guidance, understand? Yilong pondered before responding. All right, I will remember. Good. You are my disciple in the mortal realm. We shall discuss everything further upon our return to the sect. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. By the way, here are 2 bottles of elixirs. One contains Qi recovery pills, meant to replenish your expended spiritual energy. The other is a condensation pill, designed to accelerate your cultivation speed. I have already reached the foundation establishment stage. These are merely remnants from before. I have no more to offer until we return to the sect. Yilong accepted the 2 bottles of elixirs. When will we be able to return to the sect? I am uncertain, but I estimate it will take at most 100 years. Observing Yilong's astonishment, Jiang Mingyuan produced a small booklet and handed it to him. This contains the common knowledge of the cultivation world. You can peruse it during your leisure. 100 years will pass in the blink of an eye, and once you enter the Qi refinement stage, your lifespan will extend to 200 years. Now, continue your cultivation. With that, Jiang Mingyuan hastily departed. It was a fortunate encounter with a naive novice like Yilong. Had he interrupted someone else's enlightenment within the sect, it would have led to irreconcilable enmity and potentially violated sect rules, causing Jiang Mingyuan considerable anxiety. Thus, he granted Yilong, whom he held in low regard, some leniency. After all, possessing a mixed elemental root meant that even if he reached the Qi refinement stage, it would not amount to much. The pinnacle would merely be the foundation establishment stage, requiring the expenditure of vast resources to ascend. In that time, countless exceptional foundation establishment cultivators could be produced. Moreover, he had never heard of anyone with inferior mixed elemental roots reaching the core formation stage. Hence, even though Yi Long had now entered the Qi refinement stage, Jiang Mingyuan still regarded him with a lingering disdain. Chapter 19 The Master of Shangqing Sect. Yi Long meticulously tucked away the elixirs and the booklet, resuming his seated meditation on the bed, reflecting upon the words recently imparted by Jiang Mingyuan. The counsel to maintain distance from Hua Meinyang and her companions was laden with significance. Why must he not grow too close to Hua Meinyang? Was it due to the former dynasty's princess? A desire for the restoration of their nation, yet, Hua Meinyang, Fan Renliang, and Tang Biao were not cultivators. How could they possibly reclaim their lost realm? Relying solely on rudimentary martial prowess was insufficient. Thus, they would need to ally with cultivators. However, cultivating requires resources. Could they afford such necessities? If they possessed resources, then why had Hua Meinyang not restored her abilities? Either she was incapable of doing so, or some formidable entity forbade her from regaining her strength. Upon reaching this conclusion, Yi Long's heart skipped a beat. If it were a matter of incapacity, then Jiang Mingyuan's admonition would have been unnecessary. The fact that he had specifically cautioned him indicated that certain powerful beings were indeed preventing Hua Meinyang and her associates from restoring their cultivation. Hence, Jiang Mingyuan's purpose here became abundantly clear. Under the guise of protection, he was, in truth, surveilling them. Moreover, considering Hua Meinyang resided in Zhao Kingdom, the answer was evident. Shangqing Sect was the formidable force obstructing her restoration. But why not simply eliminate them entirely? Was there some secret that Hua Meinyang harbored? As Yi Long pondered the potential secrets of Hua Meinyang, a knock resounded at the door. "Who is it?" "It is I, open the door." Yi Long paused momentarily, then hurried to open the door. It was none other than Fan Renliang, who stood with his hands clasped before him, maintaining his usual demeanor. With narrowed eyes, he urged, "Come along, we need your help in preparing a few dishes." With that, he strode ahead. Yi Long hastily followed. "Uncle Liang, we've just had lunch. What dishes are we making now?" Fan Renliang replied mysteriously, "You'll find out when we arrive. It's a fortuitous opportunity for you." Yi Long's heart jolted. An opportunity that was particularly beneficial for him? At this moment, cultivating immortality was the greatest fortune he could imagine. Wait a moment, could it be? Yi Long looked at Fan Renliang, who was hastening ahead, in astonishment. "Ah, you clever little rascal, your mind works quickly. Indeed, your sect master has arrived." Yi Long's mouth fell agape in shock. "Our sect master, the master of Shangqing Sect?" "Hush, lower your voice, that is a nascent soul expert. Do you wish to court death?" Yi Long hastily fell silent, though his heart raced with trepidation. He had just concluded that this sect master was the very entity surveilling Hua Meinyang, and it was quite possible that he had been responsible for stripping her and her companions of their cultivation. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the man had appeared before him. With utmost caution, Yi Long followed Fan Renliang to the pavilion, where all had gathered. Jiang Mingyuan was attending to a middle-aged man. This man, clad in a flowing white robe, exuded an air of elegance and nonchalance. With a golden hairpin securing his dark tresses, he bore a countenance of authority and righteousness. The imposing aura of a higher power radiated from him, and merely meeting his gaze caused Yi Long's heart to skip several beats. This was merely a casual glance. He could only imagine what would transpire if their eyes met directly. He would be crushed by sheer presence alone. A nascent soul expert, truly terrifying. Yi Long's anxiety intensified. "Behold, this is the disciple I have taken under my wing. Although he possesses inferior spiritual roots, he just became my disciple today and has already entered the Qi refining stage. Quite impressive, wouldn't you say? Moreover, he is an exceptional cook. I find myself quite envious." As Hua Meinyang approached, she boasted to the man at her side. Her alluring charm was at its peak, immediately captivating Yi Long's attention. Something felt amiss. Did Hua Meinyang truly remain oblivious to the old man's surveillance? Unlikely. Having lived for at least 8 centuries, she was undoubtedly more perceptive than he. It was inconceivable that she wouldn't recognize the scrutiny. If she was aware, why did she present herself like a temptress? Was she attempting to employ seduction? Yet, the man beside her was a nascent soul expert. Would he easily fall for such tricks? "Oh. Is this your disciple, Mingyuan?" Jiang Mingyuan hastily clasped his hands in respect. "Sect master, it is I who have humbly allowed Jiang Mingyuan to take this disciple." Before Jiang Mingyuan could finish, Hua Meinyang swiftly tapped the middle-aged man's shoulder with her fan, sweetly saying, "The sect master has taken a keen interest in him." The middle-aged man scrutinized Yi Long intently. If he truly had just been taken as a disciple today and entered the Qi refining stage on his very first day, then it appeared his potential was commendable. "Mingyuan, you must guide him well." "Yes, sect master." Yi Long, come forth and pay your respects to the sect master. Jiang Mingyuan, now visibly sweating, urged Yi Long to approach. Not daring to delay, Yi Long stepped forward and clasped his hands, bowing. I pay my respects to the sect master. Your master Mingyuan has pressing matters to attend to. There are limited resources for qi refining stage disciples. Here, I have a few bottles of qi refining elixirs, consider them a token of our first meeting. As he spoke, 3 bottles of elixirs floated towards Yi Long, who quickly reached out to catch them. Superior quality qi gathering pills, quickly thanked the sect master. Jiang Mingyuan gestured frantically beside him, as if fearing to offend the sect master. Thank you, sect master. The middle-aged man acknowledged with a thoughtful expression, then turned to Hua Meinyang. You are aware of the sect's regulations, correct? Hua Meinyang hesitated momentarily before reluctantly glancing at Yi Long. I understand. Yi Long was utterly perplexed. After a brief pause, the middle-aged man sighed, since you are reluctant, let this young one decide for himself. He then turned his gaze towards the bewildered Yi Long. Qi refining stage disciples are not permitted to linger in the mortal realm. I trust Mingyuan has informed you of this? Yi Long's heart stirred as he comprehended the implications, promptly responding with a bow. He has mentioned it. However, I share a deep bond with Manager Hua. There are matters I cannot disclose to you. Manager Hua wishes to keep you here. We will not impose upon you. Would you prefer to remain here, or shall we arrange for someone to escort you back to the sect? Without hesitation, Yi Long raised his head, looking resolutely at the master of Shanqing sect. He had certainly perceived Fan Rinliang's subtle hints behind Hua Meinyang. I shall follow the sect master's orders. As a disciple of Shanqing sect, I would rather die than betray it. In an instant, the entire pavilion fell into silence. Everyone stared in astonishment at Yi Long's declaration of loyalty, including the previously hinting Fan Rinliang, who was equally dumbfounded. The usually stoic Tang Biao gaped in disbelief. Only the middle-aged man displayed a mixture of disdain and amusement, yet wore an expression of utter enjoyment. Who was Yi Long? Chapter 20 Deep Bonds and Lost Opportunities. In his previous life, he had owned a small restaurant, encountering all manner of people. His ability to read the room was truly exceptional. Even when faced with formidable Yuaning powers, he would not flinch as long as he could engage in conversation. Naturally, he discerned the disdain and contempt in the sect leader's eyes. After all, he was a Yuaning powerhouse. Meanwhile, Jiang Mingyuan's contempt was glaringly evident. Well, Mingyuan has taken on a fine disciple, he remarked. In that case, you may stay here. Upon your return, I shall instruct my people to deliver all the supplies you require. As a member of the Shanqing sect, you shall not be treated poorly regarding your monthly stipend. It will be at the highest standard for outer disciples. Thank you, sect leader. I will certainly serve Master Hua with utmost dedication. Very well, go and prepare a few signature dishes for me to taste the culinary delights that have earned Master Hua such accolades. Yes, I shall do so at once. With a beaming smile, Yi Long turned and headed for the kitchen. He was utterly unconcerned about the sect leader's inner disdain. What he sought was profit. Having pledged his loyalty so openly, if the sect leader were to be miserly, it would only reflect the narrow-mindedness of the Shanqing sect. Although he was unaware of the exact amount of his stipend, the mere mention of the highest standard for outer disciples assured him that he had not flattered the leader in vain. Yi Long surveyed the ingredients and realized he was lacking quite a few items. Just as he was about to step out to procure funds from Fan Rinliang, the latter arrived. Come, let's go buy the supplies together. Yi Long smiled. Uncle Liang, you are ever so considerate. Ha, it's not your flattery that makes me so. No, Uncle Liang is truly perceptive. Fan Rinliang shot Yi Long a quizzical glance. Did you not understand the hint I just gave you? Yi Long feigned ignorance, shaking his head. You hinted at something? Fan Rinliang, exasperated, chose not to respond. Clearly, this young man was quite worldly yet chose to act the fool. Nevertheless, Fan Rinliang silently appreciated Yi Long's gratitude. This was a young man of deep loyalty and gratitude. Yi Long continued. What is the name of this sect leader? Zhao Yijian. Aside from revealing Zhao Yijian's name, Fan Rinliang ignored any further inquiries from Yi Long. Disappointed by the lack of engagement, Yi Long ceased to question him. This old schemer had a tightly sealed tongue, much like the wounds he concealed. He feared others might uncover the truth. Yi Long had certainly caught on to the hints Fan Rinliang provided. It was merely that the latter did not wish to acknowledge them. The implication was clear. He should join the Shanqing sect rather than remain here. Hua Meinyang had treated him exceptionally well from their very first meeting. Her demeanor had been kind and respectful. She had not wielded her status to intimidate nor exert undue pressure. She was entirely reasonable. Setting aside her beauty and figure, Yilong was genuinely eager to collaborate and converse with someone like Hua Meinyang. Moreover, she had consistently aided him, from ensuring the safety of his little brother to allowing him to stay and facilitating Jiang Mingyuan's acceptance of him as a disciple. If one were to suggest that Hua Meinyang harbored ulterior motives or schemes against him, Yilong would firmly disagree. He believed wholeheartedly in her benevolent character. After all, as a cultivator with a mixed spiritual root, what use could he possibly be to Hua Meinyang? Even if she harbored ambitions of restoring her nation, it would be illogical for her to invest her efforts in a mere novice who had just entered the qi refinement stage, rather than focusing on those of golden core and Yuaning stature. Thus, Fan Renliang's suggestion to join the Shengqing sect was undoubtedly in his best interest. However, upon his initial introduction to Zhao Yijian, the latter's suggestion for him to make a choice was merely a matter of courtesy. After all, those in high positions tend to be the most hypocritical, feigning kindness, benevolence, and respect. If he were to follow Zhao Yijian's question and choose, regardless of his answer, it would leave an impression of being presumptuous and ungrateful in the leader's mind. It is well known that those in power prefer subordinates who are obedient and compliant, rather than those who think for themselves and make independent judgments. To be a mere cog in the machine requires a certain mindset, and Yilong was experienced enough to claim the title of the best in the world at it. Yet, Zhao Yijian's decision to keep him here was unmistakably clear, thoroughly overturning his earlier assumptions. The phrase deep bonds spoke volumes. Reflecting on Hua Meinyang's beguiling demeanor, Yilong felt a pang of melancholy. Such a stunning beauty, reduced to being someone else's mistress, what a grievous waste. What are you sighing about, you little brat, regretting your choices? If that is the case, return, prepare a meal, and seek out the shopkeeper for assistance. It should not be a problem. Fan Renliang teased from the side. Yilong, however, did not respond but instead looked at Fan Renliang meaningfully and asked, "Is Zhao Yijian truly close with the shopkeeper?" Fan Renliang paused, unsure, then nodded, naturally. Receiving confirmation sent Yilong's heart racing. A wave of heartache, akin to heartbreak, washed over him, leaving his expression despondent. Seeing Yilong's sudden change in demeanor, Fan Renliang was even more perplexed. The ingredients were quickly purchased, particularly the mandarin fish, a dish personally requested by Hua Meinyang. Upon returning to the escort agency, Yilong began cooking while Fan Renliang assisted. In no time, several exquisite and delectable dishes were prepared, artfully presented to whet the appetite. Fan Renliang took the dishes to the table, hoping for Yilong's assistance, but Yilong flatly refused. He was currently in a state of heartbreak and wished to avoid seeing Hua Meinyang's alluring visage. He longed for solitude. A proper ex should be as good as dead. Why Yilong wished fervently for Hua Meinyang to find an early end and be reborn. He even regretted having flattered Zhao Yijian earlier. He wished he had chosen to join the sect instead, as out of sight meant out of mind. After delivering the dishes, Fan Renliang returned to find Yilong in a state of dejection. He stood silently, reflecting on the earlier conversation. It seemed that Yilong had transformed following the last question. Fan Renliang meticulously recalled what the final question had been. Deep bonds. Instantly, he pinpointed the key phrase. Yet, no matter how he racked his brain, he could not comprehend what was so disheartening about it. Hua Meinyang had known Zhao Yijian for nearly a millennium. They indeed shared a profound connection. Indeed, Fan Renliang thought, puzzled by Yilong's sudden mood shift, and chose to disregard him, heading straight out of the kitchen to attend to Hua Meinyang and Zhao Yijian, leaving Yilong alone in the kitchen, consumed by sorrow. Chapter 21. A bitter rebuke on the worthlessness of life. Yilong not only faced heartbreak but also found himself preparing a nourishing meal for a pair of scoundrels under the midday sun. The most lamentable aspect was having to witness it all with his own eyes. As a reclusive young man who had experienced the age of information overload, his ideal woman was someone like Hua Meinyang. A perfectly ripened cherry, akin to the allure of Su Qing, still exuding charm, not those slender, stick-like beauties resembling A4 paper. Moreover, Hua Meinyang bore no trace of the ravages of time upon her exquisite visage, her figure astonishingly perfect. Though her actual age surpassed that of his great-grandmother by a considerable margin, the path of cultivation does not inquire about age. Now a member of the practitioners, he firmly believed that one should not gauge marital compatibility based on age. Yilong felt a pang of heartache. To be candid, he genuinely adored Hua Meinyang. Whether it was love at first sight or her striking beauty, he simply liked her. Even if he could not possess her, he would be content just to gaze at her in her singlehood. Just as Yilong wallowed in his self-pity, an unexpected visitor arrived. "Oh, you're all here, perfect, none of you will leave today." Yilong hurriedly dashed out of the kitchen. As he emerged, he was greeted by a silver-haired elder standing at the entrance, clamoring loudly. In the pavilion, Hua Meinyang was laughing and drinking with Zhao Yijian. Why Yilong recalled the words of Jiang Mingyuan from the previous day. Today would be even more lively. Yet, with the leader of the Qing sect present, how could this person dare to come to the Wanong escort agency? It was utterly reckless. As anticipated, the intruder continued his raucous rant, yet none in the pavilion even spared him a glance. Only Zhao Yijian casually waved his hand, unleashing an overwhelming surge of spiritual power towards the man. The energy transformed midair into a brilliant golden sword, which swiftly pierced through the man's brow. In an instant, the sword vanished without a trace, and the man collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Yi Long stood there, dumbfounded and trembling. Was it not said that immortals and mortals must part ways? Was it not forbidden for cultivators to harm mortals? Was it not proclaimed that slaughter was prohibited within the borders of Zhao? They had merely come to challenge, not to kill, yet how could Zhao Yijin, the leader of one of the 6 great sects, so casually disregard a life? Yi Long felt his legs weaken, and his mind began to drift. A living person, just like that, extinguished, in the mere flick of a hand. This was the first time he had witnessed a killing, and it was done so silently and without a trace. Yet, he suddenly realized that this was a different world altogether. Here, there were no rules, the only principle was that power reigned supreme. Though he had mentally prepared for such an eventuality, when it unfolded before his very eyes, he found himself unable to accept it. In both his past life and this one, it was indeed his first true encounter with death. The feelings were complex: fear, confusion, helplessness, and a tremor from the depths of his soul. Those who had never faced life and death could never comprehend such terror. It was a reverence for life. Before his rebirth, he had experienced that fear. Now it had returned anew. Although Yi Long had embarked on the path of cultivation, he had never dared to trample upon the sanctity of life. He had felt that fear, the moment when this world bore no trace of your existence, and you could no longer see the sun or the azure sky. The despair of never again witnessing the vibrant tapestry of life was profound. He believed that every life in this world had its reason and significance. It was the diversity of these lives that rendered the world so colorful and rich. If every powerful being disregarded the lives of others, this world would become a brutal slaughterhouse. What then would be the meaning of life? What significance would his eternal existence hold? Fan Renliang seemed to have anticipated this situation. Without needing Hua Mengyang's instruction, he approached with Tang Biao to properly wrap the body. Jiang Mingyuan then stepped forward and set it ablaze, leaving no trace behind. Yi Long's face contorted with grief, his eyes reddened, as he watched the body vanish from this world, as if it had never existed. How could they so casually overlook such a profound matter, treating it as if it were entirely natural? Had their disdain for life, their contempt for existence, become ingrained in their very bones? Yi Long's unusual demeanor drew the attention of everyone present. Hua Mengyang, taken aback by the sorrow etched on Yi Long's face, gasped in surprise. Zhao Yijin narrowed his eyes, coldly scrutinizing the stunned Yi Long. Tang Biao and Jiang Mingyuan exchanged puzzled glances. Only Fan Renliang, noticing Zhao Yijin's expression, quickly interjected, "This lad is witnessing such a scene for the first time. He probably has never seen a dead person before. Old servant will go and enlighten him." Zhao Yijian's demeanor softened slightly. Hua Mengyang regarded Yi Long with a complex expression. She was all too familiar with the empathy reflected in his eyes. She never anticipated that Yi Long, despite his reckless nature, would feel such profound sorrow for someone entirely unrelated to him. While she felt a sense of comfort, she also shook her head with a hint of melancholy. In the kitchen, Fan Renliang pushed the dazed Yi Long back inside. "What are you doing, boy? It's just one death. Is it necessary to make such a show?" Yi Long, incredulous, widened his eyes and turned to glare at Fan Renliang with bloodshot eyes. Taking a step forward, he grasped Fan Renliang's collar tightly and shouted, "What did you say? Just one death? Are you a beast? That was a life, a living life. Do you not realize he was one of your kind? He too was painstakingly raised by his parents, he had friends and family, and a multitude of beautiful experiences in life. Just because he came to provoke you, you killed him. How utterly innocent he was. No one is perfect, who is without fault. He simply made a mistake. You could have just woken him up. Why resort to murder? There are countless criminals who have harmed the nation, yet they all deserve a chance for redemption. Why must you take a life for merely speaking a single word?" Fan Renliang stood there, bewildered as Yi Long's spittle splattered his face. He wanted to retort but found himself at a loss for words. Was it truly necessary to regard a single life in such a manner? He could not comprehend, yet Yi Long's frenzied demeanor severely infringed upon his sense of superiority. Thus, his thin fists flew toward Yi Long in an instant, forgetting that Yi Long was now a practitioner in the first level of qi refining. A surge of energy manifested as a sword, pressing firmly against Fan Renliang's throat. Yi Long narrowed his eyes, coldly asking, "Do you wish to die?" Fan Renliang also squinted, meeting Yi Long's gaze. "I do not wish to die, but if you dare lay a finger on me, I can assure you that you will be reduced to dust." "Enough!" Before the words had fully left his lips, Yi Long was propelled backward as if struck by an invisible fist. Hua Mengyang, accompanied by Jiang Mingyuan and Tang Biao, entered the room. Fan Renliang resentfully adjusted his clothing, arms still crossed before him, coldly watching Yi Long, who had been sent flying. Yi Long, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, rose to his feet, shooting a vengeful glare at Hua Meinyang and the others. Chapter 22 The Union of Celestials and Mortals. At this moment, he felt no gratitude nor any pangs of infatuation for the enchanting Hua Meinyang. However, a single phrase from her left Yi Long momentarily stunned. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. Do you feel any reverence for the life of a fish when you slay it? Yi Long dazedly shook his head. Hua Meinyang, fanning herself with a delicate hand fan, gracefully approached him. Extending her jade-like fingers, she gently wiped the blood from the corner of Yi Long's mouth. You come from the realm of mortals, have you ever swatted a mosquito that bit you? Yi Long, in a daze, nodded slightly. When a wild dog chases you, do you not strike it down out of necessity? Yi Long nodded again. And when you are parched with hunger, would you not resort to consuming its carcass? Yi Long fell silent. Hua Meinyang then crouched down, softly patting his shoulder. You are a good child, yet you fail to grasp the true essence of this world's operation. Life exists in hierarchies. To the powerful, mortals are akin to mosquitoes, wild dogs, and fish in your eyes. In the realm of cultivation, all low-level practitioners are viewed as mere pests, dogs, and fish. You must understand that the value of life lies not in reverence but in existence. Only by living can you bear witness to the grand tapestry of history and behold the wonders unseen by others. Once you attain great power, you will realize that those mortals no longer constitute your kind. Hua Meinyang departed with her entourage, leaving Yi Long alone to ponder in silence, a bitter smile gracing his lips. How well did he understand these truths? In fact, he could articulate them with eloquence, yet knowing and experiencing are two distinct sensations. It is akin to knowing that a chili pepper is spicy, yet not truly comprehending the extent of its heat until one has tasted it. Even with mental preparation, when the spiciness exceeds one's threshold, one realizes that no amount of readiness suffices. Likewise, when an elderly family member lies gravely ill, the family may be mentally prepared for their passing, yet when that moment arrives, controlling one's grief becomes an insurmountable challenge. Yi Long was loath to admit that he had been schooled by an uninformed ancient being, and worse still, by a woman of unparalleled beauty whom he secretly admired, yet, this was the undeniable truth. Bowing his head, Yi Long returned to the courtyard. Upon encountering Fan Renliang, he was quietly informed that Zhao Yijian had departed. With that, Fan Renliang busied himself attending to Hua Meinyang. Yi Long, puzzled by the term old eunuch, felt an inexplicable thrill and excitement surge within him. Rolling his eyes, he began to calculate the time. Zhao Yijian had been present for just over an hour, most of which was spent in the pavilion conversing with Hua Meinyang under the watchful gaze of others. The remaining moments encompassed the time immediately following Zhao Yijian's act of violence. When Fan Renliang had pulled him back to the kitchen, it had been less than half an hour. As a cultivator, such swiftness was unusual. While Yi Long was certain that Hua Meinyang had not engaged in any other dealings with Zhao Yijian, filled with anticipation, Yi Long eagerly approached the door to Hua Meinyang's chamber. Fan Renliang, stationed at the entrance, regarded the flushed Yi Long with incredulity before fixing him with a cold glare. Have I not informed you of the rules of the escort agency? I demand to see the manager. Yi Long dismissed the old eunuch entirely, which struck Fan Renliang like 1,000 daggers. Wait. With that, he entered the room to report. Moments later, a voice beckoned from within. Enter. Yi Long recognized the sticky tone of the manager's voice, and his heart raced with anxiety. Hastily adjusting his attire and clearing his throat, he stepped inside. Hua Meinyang's room was fragrant, adorned with an array of exotic flowers, resembling a garden in bloom. A curtain obscured the inner sanctum, while Fan Renliang stood guard before it. The sound of water splashing echoed from within. Through the curtain, Yi Long caught a glimpse of a perfect, alluring figure stepping into the bath. He swallowed hard. Fan Renliang scowled, glaring at Yi Long. Speak, what brings you here? The seductive voice resonated once more. Yi Long recollected his purpose. Manager, why was Zhao Yijian able to kill? Fan Renliang paused. Hua Meinyang's melodic laughter filled the air. You already know the answer, why inquire further? Then why the eternal separation between celestials and mortals? A silence fell within the curtain before Hua Meinyang responded, because of my father. Yi Long stared in astonishment at the sheer white curtain. Have you ever witnessed a prince who has reigned for thousands of years? Have you seen a chancellor who has controlled the court for millennia? Have you encountered an emperor who has ruled for tens of thousands of years? In that moment, Yi Long understood. The ancient kingdom of Yun had been governed by immortal beings who held sway over the realm and unified the continent. An emperor who was a cultivator, or even a powerful practitioner, is not a boon for anyone. The notion of a prince enduring for 10 millennia, with subordinates who are also cultivators, enduring for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, leads to an ever-growing power and influence behind the scenes. The consequences would only exacerbate class divisions to an extreme. The lowest tier of mortals would become the subjects of relentless exploitation. Even those mortals whose lifespans barely reach a century would find themselves enslaved for generations to all practitioners. Mortals would dwindle in number. To avoid exploitation, they would cease to reproduce. To disregard life and death would render them unafraid of becoming slaves. To resist, merely a dream, in a nation devoid of a replenishing population, it could lead to self-destruction, even without external factors. Thank you, manager, for your guidance. I comprehend now, I take my leave. In that moment, Yi Long's perception of this other world had irrevocably transformed. His preconceived notions, once mere thoughts, were now solidified through experience and first-hand witnessing. It was akin to knowing the spiciness of a chili pepper. Even if one mentally prepared for its heat, without experiencing it, one could only rely on imagination. Now, having tasted its spice, a new metric of heat had been established within him. Consequently, Yi Long's principles and boundaries had fundamentally shifted. Just as he prepared to turn and leave, a voice interrupted, "Wait." Yi Long paused, gazing curiously at the woman behind the gauzy curtain. The sound of water splashed anew as Hua Meinyang emerged from the bath, drying herself with a towel. The silhouette of her flawless form captivated Yi Long's gaze. "Why do you not depart?" Yi Long turned his head, bemused, to glance at the half-closed eyes of the seemingly slumbering old eunuch. Chapter 23 A Grateful Heart Will Follow. He naturally understood what Hua Meinyang was inquiring about. Why not go to the Upper Clear sect? Yi Long fell into a moment of contemplation before slowly responding. The shopkeeper has shown me kindness. Although I am unaware of the circumstances surrounding the shopkeeper, since you enjoy the meals I prepare, I consider it a small token of my appreciation to cook for you a few more years. You are indeed thoughtful, yet you ought to choose to join the Upper Clear sect. With your inferior five-element spiritual roots, it would be exceedingly difficult to cultivate successfully without proper resources. Hua Meinyang spoke with a tone that was both earnest and reflective, tinged with a hint of sigh. Yi Long recalled his previous cultivation experiences, regarding the resources required for cultivation with indifference. As long as one is alive, isn't that what truly matters? His words left Hua Meinyang momentarily stunned. She then let out a playful laugh. You are quite clever, returning the favor to me. Very well, be off, I shall remember you. Yi Long chuckled, just about to bow in farewell when an exceptionally vital question suddenly struck him. Thus, under Fan Runliang's curious gaze, he solemnly asked, "Shopkeeper, I wish to inquire about a matter that pertains to my life and death. Can you answer me sincerely?" Fan Runliang looked at Yi Long, bewildered. "Oh? A matter of life and death, what question do you have?" The tone of Hua Meinyang from behind the gauze curtain grew unexpectedly serious, filled with earnest concern. "Are you the concubine kept outside by Zhao Jin?" "Ah!" Fan Runliang gasped, his face a portrait of shock as he stared incredulously at Yi Long. Hua Meinyang stood frozen, taken aback. After a long pause, she finally reacted, "Uncle Liang, kill him immediately, do not let him live another moment." "Yes, my lady." Fan Runliang, looking at the empty space before him, realized that Yi Long had already vanished without a trace. With a sorrowful expression, he turned to the gauze curtain behind which Hua Meinyang stood and said, "I cannot fulfill that request, for that young rascal is now a qi refining stage cultivator." Hua Meinyang trembled in anger, her face paling further. Through clenched teeth, she commanded, "Go, have Jiang Mingyuan bring that brat back to me. If I do not skin him alive today, I shall no longer be called Hua Meinyang." "Yes, my lady, I shall go at once." Fan Runliang shivered in fear. He had never witnessed the shopkeeper this furious. For several centuries, that little rascal dared to slander the shopkeeper. He would not escape unscathed. A quarter of an hour later, a bruised Yi Long was brought before Hua Meinyang. Jiang Mingyuan, having received Fan Runliang's orders, wasted no time and rushed to the fourth room next door, taking Yi Long out for a thorough beating. Against the assault of a foundation establishment cultivator, Yi Long had no means of resistance. Fan Runliang, seeking to vent his frustration, joined in to smash Yi Long's face. Yi Long, filled with rage yet unable to retaliate due to Jiang Mingyuan's presence, gritted his teeth in silent fury. Meanwhile, Hua Meinyang, draped in sheer silk, lounged languidly on a couch, gently waving a fan. The scent of her post-bath fragrance wafted into Yi Long's nostrils as he bled from his nose. Her long, smooth, and fair legs were a sight to behold, while her exquisite, enchanting face and captivating eyes held an irresistible allure. Especially striking were her delicate, translucent feet. Yi Long's nosebleed intensified. Fan Runliang, perplexed, gazed at Yi Long, who had blood streaming from both nostrils, puzzled as to how this had escalated from just one. "Little brat, come, speak honestly, why did you claim I am Zhao Jin's concubine?" Yi Long weakly surveyed the three individuals surrounding him. The stoic-faced master, Tang Biao, had a blade poised at his neck, while the Foundation establishment cultivator, Jiang Mingyuan, scrutinized his fingernails, the elderly eunuch, Fan Renliang, stood half-closed-eyed beside Hua Meinyang. Yi Long stammered, it was sect leader Zhao Yijin who said so. Hua Meinyang's beautiful eyes widened, and she instantly sat upright, her charming feet adorably arching as they perched on the wooden edge of the couch. This moment of beauty left Yi Long wide-eyed with shock. Fan Renliang quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and, following Yi Long's gaze, moved to shield him. Just as Yi Long was about to push aside the elderly eunuch, the cold blade at his neck stilled him. Hua Meinyang, realizing the gravity of the misunderstanding, bit her silver teeth in frustration while secretly reveling in the moment. Once again reclining on the couch, the elderly eunuch stepped aside.
What did Zhao Yijin say to you? Did he communicate something to you?
Hua Meinyang queried, perplexed. Reflecting on the earlier encounter, she recalled that Zhao Yijin had only exchanged a few words with Yi Long, nothing that could imply anything about a concubine. Yi Long shook his head slightly. There was no communication. No communication. I was present at that time. How could I not discern that he spoke of me? Yi Long fell silent, casting a timid glance at Hua Meinyang, hesitant to speak. Hua Meinyang, growing impatient, glared at him. Speak. The cold aura of the blade intensified.
Yi Long shivered.
You must promise they will not kill me, then I will tell you. Hua Meinyang's eyes narrowed ominously as she stared at him.
Fine, I promise.
Yi Long pressed further, you must say it.
You guarantee they will not kill me?
The grinding of her back teeth echoed ominously. Why Yi Long felt increasingly anxious.
All right, I assure you they will not kill you, speak. Taking a deep breath, Yi Long once more surveyed Hua Meinyang's exquisitely alluring figure. He said he shares a profound friendship with you. An eerie silence enveloped the room.
The four exchanged bewildered glances. Ultimately, it was the elderly eunuch, seasoned and wise, who recalled tales from his time in the palace, where such matters were common knowledge. He discreetly whispered his suspicions to Hua Meinyang. Instantly, her face flushed crimson, and even her neck bore a rosy hue, yet her eyes blazed with fury.
Strike him, beat him mercilessly. Hua Meinyang commanded, and the three did not hold back.
Yi Long's cries echoed as the punishment ensued. Being a qi refining stage cultivator, the blows from Tang Biao and Fan Renliang were unrelenting and ruthless, devoid of any restraint. Only when the two were exhausted and Yi Long lay unconscious in a pool of blood did they finally cease.
Hua Meinyang gazed at the unconscious Yi Long, still seething with anger.
Drag him away. If he dies, feed him to the dogs.
Chapter 24. A smile that topples a kingdom. Jiang Mingyuan disdainfully waved his hand. Liang Shu, you come?
Fan Renliang, with a sense of duty, accepted the task and dragged Yi Long's legs towards the backyard. The sound of his head bumping against the steps echoed, yet Fan Renliang was only spurred on to pull harder. 3 days later, Yi Long donned a green attire, his hair tied back in a crown, standing nonchalantly before the mirror. After surveying himself with satisfaction, he sauntered out. The front courtyard erupted once again with noise. Throughout these 3 days, the Wanong escort agency had seen no peace, whether it was in broad daylight or the stillness of night. Various martial artists came to provoke. Even though they were acutely aware of Master Tang Biao's presence in the agency, the challengers continued to flood in, as if the Wanong escort agency had become an overripe egg, attracting swarms of flies. As Yi Long arrived in the front courtyard, he spotted Hua Meinyang casually cracking seeds in the pavilion. From a distance, she caught sight of him and rolled her eyes dramatically. Yi Long awkwardly approached her side. Tang Biao stood outside the pavilion, his expression icy, his sword cradled protectively against his chest. Jiang Mingyuan showed no interest in the martial affairs, choosing instead to meditate indoors.
In the courtyard, an old eunuch was engaged in a duel with a burly middle-aged man. Yi Long seized a handful of seeds from the plate beside Hua Meinyang, cracking them as he inquired, "Shopkeeper, what rank? Can Liang Shu handle that?"
Hua Meinyang cast a disdainful glance at Yi Long. We, after all, were once cultivators. A mere 9th rank master, even a grandmaster wouldn't pose a threat to Liang Shu.
Yi Long, astonished, asked, so confident? How about we place a bet, shopkeeper?
Hua Meinyang was taken aback, narrowing her beautiful eyes as she licked her red lips. A jolt of electricity surged through Yi Long, leaving no blade of grass untouched in its wake. He hurriedly turned his gaze towards the battlefield.
Little Yezi, what do you want to bet on?
Hua Meinyang clapped her hands, reclining on the soft couch, her delicate feet swaying playfully beside Yi Long.
Yi Long cleared his throat awkwardly. It's just a bit of fun, you can propose any wager you like. Oh, is that so? Then let me hear what you have in mind.
Yi Long, unable to meet Hua Meinyang's alluring gaze, cautiously suggested, if I lose, I'll let you kiss me.
If I win, you let me kiss you.
Tang Biao, outside the pavilion, twitched at the corners of his mouth. Hua Meinyang paused, her pretty face clouded with frost. Little Yezi,
it seems that beating you up a few days ago wasn't enough for you to learn your lesson. You have your eyes set on me, don't you? Hua Meinyang had expected Yi Long to shy away or at least feign modesty, but to her surprise, he gazed at her unabashedly. Indeed, I have taken a liking to you, shopkeeper. Just tell me, how can I marry you? Yi Long was resolute. He was not oblivious to propriety. He knew that Hua Meinyang was, after all, a princess of the Cloud Kingdom, having lived for 8 centuries. She had taken him in and introduced him to a master of cultivation, yet, the beating she had given him did not sadden him. Instead, it brought him joy. Why? Because she had clearly expressed that she had no ties with Zhao Yijian. This sense of regained affection made him willing to endure 10 beatings from Hua Meinyang. Thus, at this moment, gazing upon her enchanting and captivating figure, he could no longer restrain himself. What mattered were not immortality or cultivation, all that mattered was marrying Hua Meinyang. Everything else was inconsequential. In that instant, he truly understood the meaning of a beauty as a source of calamity. Such an exquisite temptress, even if it were only for a single night of ecstasy, would be worth any price, even death the following day. Tang Biao was left in shock, turning to the pavilion, while even Fan Runlian, who was engaged in battle, stood frozen in disbelief. The burly man he was dueling stared at the suddenly dazed Fan Runliang. Hua Meinyang, with half-closed eyes, silently locked gazes with Yi Long, who appeared earnest and resolute. After a moment, Hua Meinyang found herself at a loss, internally chiding him for his shamelessness. Her luscious lips pressed together slightly. Little Yezi, we are simply not suited for each other. She had intended to scold Yi Long, but given his audacity, she doubted he would grasp the gravity of her words. It would be better to have an honest conversation, to make him understand their incompatibility. Why Yi Long remained silent for a moment, his eyes lowering slightly. What as unsuitable, I can change. Hua Meinyang was taken aback, opening her mouth to speak but unsure of what to say. Many had professed their love to her, and losing one Yi Long would not make a difference, yet, only from Yi Long did she perceive sincerity. Thus, her heart grew slightly uneasy. But having experienced many such encounters, she steadied herself and said, It's not a matter of change. I have lived for 900 years. You, a mere child, what do you understand? I have consumed more salt than you have walked roads. Yi Long showed no hesitation. I don't believe you. The salt you have eaten is by weight, while the roads I have walked are by distance. How do we compare? Hua Meinyang was utterly dumbfounded. Was this not an old saying? Could he not discern the underlying meaning? Why be so pedantic? Outside, Tang Biao and the 2 combatants gazed at Yi Long in shock. And what if you have lived for 900 years? I can live just as long in the future. I do not care about age. Hua Meinyang glared at Yi Long in frustration. Is my meaning not clear enough, or not direct enough? Yi Long pressed, just tell me, how can I marry you? Hua Meinyang regarded the stubborn Yi Long, and her anxiety dissipated, replaced by a playful demeanor. If I say it, will you be able to achieve it? Yi Long gritted his teeth. You say it first. Whether I can do it is my concern. Hua Meinyang looked at the childlike determination in Yi Long's eyes and found it amusing. She gently waved her fan. Very well, if you conquer the 6 kingdoms, I shall marry you. Yi Long's mouth fell open in shock, staring blankly at Hua Meinyang. She gazed at him provocatively, her beautiful eyes growing ever more alluring. What a fanciful thought! Tang Biao and Fan Runliang, wide-eyed, gasped as Hua Meinyang immediately lunged at Yi Long, delivering punches and kicks. Yi Long did not resist, rather, he relished the pain that pierced through to his bones. The sensation was, compared to heartbreak, merely a tickle. Indeed, Yi Long felt as though he had suffered yet another heartbreak. Just moments ago, he had believed his chance had come, the exhilarating feeling akin to reconciling with a lover, but in less than a quarter of an hour, his beloved had betrayed him once more. What more could he say about such a sorrowful and tragic experience? Yi Long stared vacantly at the azure sky, his once pristine green attire now tattered and torn, even his handsome face marred by bruises. Chapter 25 of The Base Individual Disrupts the Path of the Heart. Fan Runliang, having lost interest in toying with his opponent, stepped forward and delivered a decisive kick that sent the middle-aged bearded man flying. He then awaited the emergence of Hua Meinyang alongside Tang Biao. Hua Meinyang approached Yi Long, clicking her tongue in amusement as she observed him lying on the ground, his gaze vacant. An inexplicable mix of pity and delight stirred within her. She felt sorrow for Yi Long's stubborn resilience against punishment, yet joy that such a man would endure suffering for her sake. You offer a way out, yet you refuse it. How fitting, Yi Long scoffed disdainfully. Hua Meinyang, taken aback, retorted, What, do you think I haven't given you an out? Must I spell it out for you? You are not a ladder, how am I to descend? She quipped it with a hiss. Fan Runliang and Tang Biao immediately rolled up their sleeves, ready to engage. Hua Meinyang, amused, waved them off. It seems you haven't had enough punishment. Since you enjoy being beaten, how about I give you a good thrashing every day? At last,
Yilong's eyes flickered back to life as he glanced up at the alluring visage of Hua Meinyang towering over him. Will you do it yourself? He inquired. Hua Meinyang laughed in irritation. You're dreaming. With that, she sashayed back into the hall, followed by Fan Renliang and Tang Biao, who were left speechless by Yilong's audacity. Just how shameless could one be to utter such words? Yilong remained on the ground, quietly contemplating, seemingly lost in thought. Get up and clean out to prepare a meal now. All right, I'm on it. Yilong sprang to life, feeling the undeniable connection he had with Hua Meinyang. Even if it was merely for his culinary skills, he felt an inexplicable joy. Hua Meinyang and the others stared in disbelief at Yilong, who had just moments ago appeared to be on the brink of death, now bouncing up to cook and tidy up. It was a sight that made one almost unable to look, leaving them at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was Uncle Liang who couldn't contain himself, muttering, I have never encountered such a despicable person in my entire life. The stoic-faced Tang Biao nodded in agreement. Only Hua Meinyang, covering her cherry lips with a fan, giggled. Do you not think he is doing this on purpose? Fan Renliang and Tang Biao exchanged perplexed glances, turning their gaze toward Hua Meinyang. Mark my words, this fellow is far from finished. Fan Renliang pondered briefly before suggesting, are you implying that this wretched individual will continue to harass you? Hua Meinyang pursed her lips. It's not a matter of if, but rather a certainty. I must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes to have taken in such a shameless wretch. Go call Jiang. For the sake of his cooking, I shall endure. Fan Renliang shook his head in disbelief, inwardly resolving to unleash his full strength the next time they fought. In the kitchen, Yilong busied himself with meal preparations while reflecting on recent events. He was convinced that Hua Meinyang's words bore a significant kernel of truth. However, as a mere first-layer qi refinement cultivator, yet, simultaneously, it served as a clarion call. To win Hua Meinyang's affections, he must stand atop the mountain of this continent. Even formidable figures like Zhao Yijian, a nascent soul cultivator, could not meet Hua Meinyang's lofty expectations, underscoring her extraordinary standards. Moreover, after enduring 2 rounds of beatings, he stumbled upon an exhilarating revelation. The ascending dragon technique possessed remarkable healing capabilities, and the speed of recovery was astonishing. Just 3 days prior, after suffering severe injuries, he had recovered overnight. Today, he had swiftly mended all superficial wounds in a mere blink. This indicated that the ascending dragon technique not only accelerated his cultivation speed but also boasted unparalleled healing effects. Yilong was astonished by this outcome. In the future, even when facing opponents of equal rank, he could forego flashy spells and engage directly in a contest of endurance. Even against higher-ranked cultivators, as long as he survived, he could restore himself in a single night. And when the sun and moon essence were available for absorption, that recovery speed could increase even further. Indeed, whether in martial arts, cultivation, or healing techniques, speed was paramount. Over the past 3 days, he had refrained from utilizing his extraordinary cultivation speed, suppressing his body's cravings to avoid drawing Jiang Mingyuan's attention to his secret. Should that happen, Jiang Mingyuan would undoubtedly take notice and might even imprison him to extract his secrets. In the eyes of high-ranking cultivators, he was akin to an ant, especially given his inferior 5-element spiritual root. They would not care for his survival. Even if Hua Meinyang and others were aware, they would not stand up for him. The harsh truths of this world far surpassed the brutality of modern civilization. In modernity, the experience was akin to a dull knife gradually slicing away at one's flesh, leading one into an abyss of despair, ultimately resulting in a painful demise. Yet, at the very least, modern civilization afforded one the opportunity to speak. Whether anyone chose to listen or take notice was inconsequential. Here, however, one was deprived of even that chance. One was made to feel the very essence of death's terror. Contemplating this, Yilong sighed deeply. No matter where one found themselves, this world adhered to a singular truth: might makes right. Only by becoming a powerful individual could one set the rules, enjoy their privileges, and satisfy their insatiable desires. Yet, through daily absorption of the sun and moon's essence over the past 3 days, he had made another discovery. Not only could the dragon orbs in his mind absorb this essence, but the 2 dragon orbs in his dantian could do so as well. This revelation left Yilong more bewildered than ever regarding his physical condition. The conventional wisdom of the cultivation world was of no use to him now. He had embarked on a path that veered far from humanity. As for what the future held, he could not say. He could only take each step as it came. However, the mere fact that he could wield spells from all elemental roots filled him with boundless optimism for what lay ahead. Just after finishing lunch, a cacophony of sounds erupted once more in the courtyard. At that moment, Yilong sat with Hua Meinyang in a pavilion, casually munching on sunflower seeds while sipping tea. He found the relentless provocations from martial artists perplexing. Though he remained silent, his mind involuntarily pondered the reasons behind it all. Recalling the earlier conversation between Hua Meinyang and Fan Renliang, it became evident that since the arrival of Zhao Tianhua from the Golden Sword sect, there had been a conspicuous plot against the Wandong escort agency. As for its specifics, he had been an ordinary person at the time,
adhering to the principle of observing quietly and speaking little to ensure his survival, yet now, as a cultivator, such mundane affairs were no longer his concern. He cast a curious glance at Hua Meinyang, who was no longer cracking seeds, her captivating figure drawing his attention. Do these individuals truly have no fear of death? He inquired. Chapter 26. Our perspectives do not align. Oh, how could one not feel fear? It is merely that they are aware there is no peril to their lives here, which emboldens their reckless behavior. Yilong gazed at Hua Meinyang with increasing confusion. If that is the case, why not eliminate a few to serve as a warning to the rest? Having endured the aftermath of Zhao Yijin's violent actions, Yilong had developed a certain resilience towards the concept of taking lives. Although he had relaxed his standards and principles considerably when it came to others, he still maintained a serious demeanor regarding himself, harboring reverence for life and sincerity towards humanity. For this was the most profound record and evidence of his existence. In the interminable span of immortality, he would encounter a multitude of individuals, both wicked and virtuous. Should he allow himself to become the sort of person Hua Meinyang described, one who views the weak as mere insects, his eternal life would be fraught with ceaseless bloodshed and slaughter, numb and unfeeling. To live in such a manner, what significance would immortality hold? The adage says that true greatness lies in inclusivity, in embracing the vastness of the world, and in expanding one's horizons. One must be capable of enduring and accommodating all unforeseen events and unknowns. They are merely pitiable beings, as you have stated, each a living soul. While we may be powerless to prevent others from committing evil, we can choose not to partake in malevolence ourselves. Hua Meinyang's eyes sparkled as she regarded Yilong intently, her luscious red lips curving into a subtle smile. While Yilong was momentarily taken aback, silently nodding in affirmation, his discernment in assessing others had indeed proven astute. Hua Meinyang resonated with him on a profound level, a true match made in heaven. You and I are truly of one mind, aligned in our perspectives.
Hua Meinyang was momentarily stunned, not by Yilong's pretentious self-reference, but by her curiosity regarding his claim of shared viewpoints. Aligned in perspectives?
Indeed, our outlook on life, values, and worldview. Hua Meinyang appeared to grasp the essence of Yilong's words, yet she rolled her eyes playfully in response.
I do not share your perspectives.
Yilong pursed his lips. Do not speak of perspectives with me. There are no standards for them. In a world of crows, even swans can be deemed guilty. Hua Meinyang grinned, but there was a hint of discomfort. Meanwhile, Fan Runliang, who had been silently observing, felt a twitch in his eyelid, his fingers unconsciously fidgeting, slightly irritated.
If you find yourself with nothing to do, why not return to your cultivation?
Yilong suddenly rose, startling Hua Meinyang, who had been watching the scene unfold. He gazed towards the heavens at a 45-degree angle, embodying the demeanor of a reclusive sage, exuding an air of unparalleled refinement. The essence of life lies in experience and insight, rather than an obsessive fixation on the heights of cultivation. Life is finite, while cultivation knows no bounds. We must strive to experience and pursue the beautiful and splendid within our limited existence, rather than dedicating our entire lives to mere cultivation. In the end, if our finite lives reach their conclusion without having experienced the myriad wonders of the world, would that not render our time on earth meaningless? Fan Runliang stared in disbelief at Yilong, who radiated the aura of a sage. Even Hua Meinyang widened her eyes in astonishment. Outside in the courtyard, Tang Biao continued his duel with a young opponent. After a while, Hua Meinyang, with a newfound sincerity, regarded Yilong. Indeed, it is remarkable that you possess such enlightenment at your age. Having lived for 9 centuries, I have only recently grasped a semblance of this state of being. It is no wonder you could enter the Qi refinement stage so swiftly upon commencing your cultivation. With such awareness and insight, I believe the foundation establishment stage is far from your limit. Yilong silently grinned, basking in the sunlight with a hint of pride and satisfaction. However, achieving the first level of Qi refinement may not suffice to experience and pursue those beauties. A sinister voice interrupted. Both Hua Meinyang and Yilong were taken aback.
Hua Meinyang suddenly burst into laughter, while Yilong's smile faltered.
You old scoundrel, at least I am at the first level of Qi refinement. How could a mere 8th grade expert like you look down on me?
Hua Meinyang laughed until her stomach ached.
Fan Runliang, however, remained unperturbed. Instead, he half closed his eyes, retrieving his pipe and igniting it. He then strolled to the edge of the pavilion to spare Hua Meinyang from the smoke. Though I may be an 8th grade expert now, I was once a golden core expert. Do not presume that a mere first-level Qi refinement novice like you can dare to claim such titles. Even during my golden core days, I would not have dared to call myself this seat, let alone pursue the beauties of the world.
Yilong's expression suddenly shifted.
A golden core expert, incredible. He gazed in disbelief at the old scoundrel squatting on the ground, puffing on his pipe, and hurried over to Fan Runliang's side. He deftly picked up a piece of paper from the table, used by Hua Meinyang to wipe her hands. Curious, Hua Meinyang watched as Yi Long approached Fan Renliang, skillfully cutting the paper and extracting some tobacco from Fan Renliang's pouch, wrapping it in the paper, finally, sealing it with saliva. A paper cigarette appeared in Yi Long's hand. In the astonished gaze of Fan Renliang, he lit it with a flint.
Wow, you really know how to have fun. Yi Long chuckled. Care to give it a try? Fan Renliang glanced at his own pipe, accepting the paper cigarette from Yi Long.
Under Yi Long's guidance, he quickly learned to roll a cigarette. Following Yi Long's lead, he lit it with his fingers, taking a puff, and his eyes lit up. Not too shabby, just 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was the currency he had read about in the booklet of cultivation knowledge given to him by Jiang Mingyuan. Spirit stones, like elixirs and spiritual roots, were classified into 4 grades: top grade, superior, medium, and low. However, in this realm of cultivation, low-grade spirit stones were the most commonly used, while medium and superior grades were rare, and top-grade ones were exceedingly scarce.
Hua Meinyang gasped in astonishment. Even Fan Renliang looked at Yi Long with a dumbfounded expression.
What did you say, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones? Yi Long nodded earnestly. Yes, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. The old scoundrel erupted in fury, his eyes bulging as he stared at Yi Long. You expect us to pay 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for this worthless paper cigarette?
Why don't you just rob us? Yi Long looked at the old scoundrel with disdain. You, a golden core expert, do not even possess 10,000 low-grade spirit stones?
Fan Renliang huffed and puffed for a moment, taking 2 more puffs of the cigarette to calm his inner turmoil.
I told you, that was in the past. Now, where can I find you 10,000 low-grade spirit stones? Moreover, why should I give you 10,000 low-grade spirit stones? You are the one asking to be taught, not me.
Yi Long stared at the old scoundrel in shock. You, a golden core expert, wouldn't dare to default on a debt, would you? This is not a matter of defaulting, it's that you failed to clarify in advance. If you had mentioned that this would cost 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, I certainly would not have agreed to learn.
But you didn't ask beforehand either.
Chapter 27 of The Cunning Deception of Spirit Stones. Fan Renliang's complexion alternated between crimson and pallid, a breath lodged in his chest that he could not expel. Without spirit stones, we need not rely on such trifles in the future.
Is that not sufficient?
Yi Long shook his head vehemently.
Of course it is not. You have already acquired the knowledge. If you say you will not use it, how would I know otherwise? This is my intellectual property, do you comprehend?
Fan Renliang could not fully grasp the concept of intellectual property, yet he somewhat understood the underlying sentiment. After all, he had indeed learned from another's techniques. Without Yi Long, he would never have conceived of such a method to enjoy smoke in this manner. Regardless, if there are no spirit stones, do as you please. Yi Long blinked.
No spirit stones? None at all.
The old eunuch was seething with indignation, resolute in his decision to maintain his distance from Yi Long henceforth.
No spirit stones? Then let us exchange for a technique. Surely that is acceptable? I do not require much, perhaps 100 or 80 techniques would suffice? Hua Meinyang's petite mouth gaped slightly. Fan Renliang looked at Yi Long in utter disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend. 100 or 80 techniques?
Yi Long nodded earnestly. Indeed. The old eunuch felt not only a toothache but also a burgeoning headache.
You go cool off wherever you please, do not speak to me. Fan Renliang completely lost interest in engaging with this foolish individual. Yi Long chuckled. You are indeed determined to renege on our agreement, aren't you? Fan Renliang sneered coldly. And if I am?
However, before he could finish, Yi Long opened his mouth and unleashed his spiritual power, shouting toward the heavens. Fan Renliang, a master of the Golden Core stage, found himself utterly duped by a mere chi refining stage novice. The battle between Tang Biao and his opponent in the courtyard abruptly ceased, both of them staring in confusion. Jiang Mingyuan rushed from the back courtyard to the front. Hua Meinyang stared, her cherry lips agape, watching as Fan Renliang covered Yi Long's mouth. At this moment, Fan Renliang was genuinely furious, trembling with rage, his eyes burning with resentment as he glared at Yi Long, whose eyes were crescent-shaped with mirth.
I concede. Stop shouting.
Jiang Mingyuan, perplexed, whispered to Hua Meinyang. Tang Biao, with his expressionless face, glanced at his opponent and swiftly kicked the astonished adversary away. Hearing the old eunuch's words, Yi Long nodded proudly. Only then did the old eunuch release his grip from Yi Long's mouth.
100 or 80 techniques, I have just one. Do you want it or not? Yi Long, having achieved his objective, nodded eagerly. Yes, I want it. Fan Renliang pursed his lips, feeling a tingling sensation at the crown of his head, sweat prickling at his skin.
He turned to the eavesdropping Jiang Mingyuan. Please, create a soundproof barrier. Without hesitation, Jiang Mingyuan waved his hand, casting a barrier of spiritual energy. This technique, known as the cloud-piercing palm, channels energy through the palm, allowing one to cultivate it to such a profound level that it can pierce clouds and disperse fog, descending from the heavens with tremendous power. After Yi Long absorbed the teachings of the old eunuch's technique, he regarded Fan Runliang with suspicion.
Why does this feel like a martial arts technique?
The old eunuch narrowed his eyes. Naturally, as a mere junior in the qi refining stage, you cannot grasp the essence of this palm technique. Only when you reach the golden core stage will its true power be revealed. At that time, you will understand that my words hold truth.
Is that truly the case?
Yi Long remained skeptical.
Indeed it is.
The old eunuch affirmed with unwavering certainty. Yi Long bit his lip. It was certainly better than having nothing. However, as a freebie seeker, he was not one to let the old eunuch off so easily.
One technique is far too few.
I require another technique, perhaps a movement technique, something like a high-level evasion skill.
Fan Runliang rolled his eyes, hands clasped before him. There are none, and you, with your paltry skill of rolling paper for cigarettes, expect to exchange for two techniques from me? What are you thinking?
Yi Long felt a twinge of toothache, glaring at Fan Runliang in frustration. Do not mimic my speech. Fan Runliang disregarded him entirely, turning to exit the soundproof barrier. Yi Long stood in silence for a moment, feeling as though he had been duped but unable to pinpoint how. He quietly practiced the cloud-piercing palm technique, launching a powerful strike at a distant rock.
Boom! Yi Long stood frozen, a crooked smile forming on his lips. He failed to notice the disdainful looks from those around him. As Yi Long turned back, the onlookers hurriedly masked their expressions.
Jiang Mingyuan quickly departed, returning to the back courtyard. Tang Biao, with his expressionless demeanor, awaited his next opponent outside the pavilion. At that moment, the old eunuch brazenly rolled himself a cigarette.
Yi Long entered the pavilion, joyfully pouring tea for both himself and Hua Meinyang.
Indeed, as a master of the golden core stage, I find this technique quite to my liking.
Uncle Liang, thank you. I did not expect your candor in imparting a technique meant for golden core practitioners.
Yi Long drained his cup of tea, offering praise to the old eunuch.
Cough, cough, cough. Hua Meinyang, having just swallowed her tea, sputtered upon hearing Yi Long's words. She had previously inquired about what technique Fan Runliang had taught Yi Long. Upon learning that Fan Runliang had imparted a common martial arts technique, she had worried that Yi Long would persistently pursue Uncle Liang for more. Little did she anticipate the depths of his ignorance.
What is wrong?
Nothing, I drank too quickly and choked.
Hua Meinyang replied, slightly flustered. The old eunuch, rolling his cigarette, had his eyes crescent-shaped, his tone filled with nostalgia. Ah, in my day, I relied solely on this cloud-piercing palm to traverse the universe, unrivaled.
What a pity, what a pity.
Although Yi Long felt a pang of guilt toward the old eunuch, he adhered to the principle of voluntary exchange.
He offered a slight consolation. Ah, that was then. A hero does not dwell on past glories, does he? Well, besides, with my technique for rolling cigarettes, you shall enjoy a remarkable skill that is not without its worth.
Fan Runliang's lips silently cracked into a smile, suppressing his guilt as he nodded, yet he refrained from further comment. Observing Fan Runliang's somewhat forlorn figure crouched at a distance, Yi Long felt a growing sense of remorse. Thus, he quickly turned to crack sunflower seeds, shifting the topic as he addressed Hua Meinyang. Shopkeeper, shall we venture out for a stroll?
I have yet to properly explore the capital since my arrival. Hua Meinyang glanced at the sky. Very well, we shall go out later. Tonight, let us go listen to a story. Listen to a story? Yi Long looked at Hua Meinyang with curiosity, his previous guilt dissipating entirely. What is so entertaining about that? Would it not be better to listen to music?
Recalling the alluring courtesans of ancient brothels, the unrestrained hormones, and the absence of concern for government raids, Yi Long felt a surge of impatience.
Naturally, there is music.
Yi Long stood speechless, gazing at Hua Meinyang. What he yearned to hear were the tunes played by those enchanting courtesans, not the tale spun by some elderly storyteller. Yet, he could not openly express this to Hua Meinyang.
With a quick thought, he cleared his throat.
Shopkeeper, I find myself short on funds. What do you think? Chapter 28, listening to books, music, and Yunxian. Hua Meinyang waved her hand dismissively. Liang Shu, give him some money.
Yi Long immediately gave a thumbs up. The shopkeeper is so generous. He accepted a handful of scattered silver coins from the still somewhat silent Liang Shu. After exchanging greetings, Yi Long retreated to the backyard. With money in hand, he was determined to visit the brothel that evening to gather intelligence. The afternoon passed slowly as Yi Long engaged in his gradual cultivation. Currently, the second dragon pearl was nearing 1/10 of its potential. By tomorrow morning, he anticipated being able to cultivate the third dragon pearl. He yearned to practice without restraint, yet he was not overly anxious.
possessing the coveted longevity that others could only dream of, time was not an issue for him. He preferred to remain forever immersed in the tangible sensation of his incremental progress while simultaneously experiencing the richness and vibrancy of the world around him. In the 6 nations of the Yunnan continent, there was no warfare, resulting in unparalleled prosperity and flourishing in the mortal realm. Under the nightfall in the capital of Zhao, the streets were ablaze with lights, adorned with vibrant blossoms, no less splendid than a modern night market. The sounds of vendors calling out were incessant, leaving Yilong captivated.
"Shopkeeper, these fried meatballs are delightful, do try."
A group of 4 wandered down the street. While Yilong handed a skewer of fried meatballs he had just purchased to Hua Meinyang. She took one, her beautiful brows knitting together. "You eat it, I do not fancy this flavor." Yilong, eyeing the second meatball glistening with dew, swiftly snatched it from Hua Meinyang's hand.
I'll eat. Hua Meinyang looked on in bemusement as Yilong devoured the food voraciously.
Perhaps he truly loved eating. Only Fan Runliang and Tang Biao cast disdainful glances at Yilong unperturbed by their stares. Yilong finished with gusto, letting out a satisfied sigh. He then turned to survey the array of beautifully adorned young women along the street. With a mischievous tug, he beckoned Fan Runliang, saying, "Liang Shu, those ladies are quite lovely, aren't they?"
Fan Runliang quickly grasped Yilong's implication. "Well, they're decent, far inferior to those from the past in the Yin Kingdom."
"Oh?" Yilong inquired curiously, shaking his head in disbelief.
"Liang Shu, were you a frequent visitor back in the day?" Fan Runliang seemed to reminisce about his former grandeur. "Of course. Wherever we went, we were accompanied by a throng. In those days, these brothels housed not only ladies but also cultivators. There were even those of the nascent soul realm."
"Hiss!" Yilong exclaimed, astonished at the thought of a nascent soul cultivator seducing clients.
"What are you thinking? Those cultivators were after spirit stones. Do you possess any spirit stones?" Fan Runliang regarded Yilong's shocked expression with disdain. "No."
Yilong replied without hesitation, admitting that he had never even seen a spirit stone.
"Then how much do you think it would cost to indulge here?" Fan Runliang chuckled, counting on his fingers.
Yilong responded with a knowing smile.
"Not too much, not too little. It starts around 3 or 2 silver coins. If you wish to stay the night, that would be more, a table of food, a few ladies, and it would cost at least 10 taels. If you simply desire a casual encounter, head to that alley over there, do you see?"
Yilong followed Fan Runliang's gesture and spotted several alluring ladies waving embroidered handkerchiefs at the alley's entrance.
"Are those illicit courtesans?"
Yilong realized with a sudden understanding.
Fan Runliang nodded. "Indeed, no food or drink, merely frivolities." "How much?"
Yilong inquired. Fan Runliang pondered for a moment. "It varies, it depends on what the ladies ask for, there is no standard rate."
Yilong excitedly clutched the silver coins in his pocket. "Will the money you've given me suffice?" "Of course it will, but what?"
Yilong pressed eagerly, distressed at the thought of remaining single throughout this lifetime after having been reborn. It would be a disservice to his identity as a reincarnator. Moreover, though not all the ladies were stunning, the majority were indeed beautiful, with several possessing figures that rivaled those of the finest actresses from his past life.
However, these illicit courtesans could be perilous. There were risks of scams, diseases, and traps set by enemies. Any unexpected occurrence was possible. Why Yilong's face paled. Enemies, he had none, yet the threats of scams and diseases were real. With a grimace, he looked at the old rogue. "Liang Shu, could you perhaps lend me a bit more money? It's a rare outing, I want to enjoy myself thoroughly." Fan Runliang laughed, shaking his head. "Ah, men.
Though I'm only half a man, the primal male hormones still course through my veins, so I understand your feelings well." Without further ado, he placed a gleaming gold ingot in Yilong's hand.
"If that is not enough, come back for more."
"I have plenty." Yilong grinned widely, a silly smile spreading across his face. "Thank you, Liang Shu, thank you." Fan Runliang waved his hand dismissively at the two, hurried to catch up with Tang Biao and Hua Meinyang, while Jiang Mingyuan, the foundational cultivator, preferred to remain at the escort agency, shunning such revelry.
"What are you two whispering about back there?"
Hua Meinyang rolled her eyes and asked. Just as Fan Runliang was about to respond, Yilong interrupted. "Nothing, just inquiring about the local customs with Liang Shu." Hua Meinyang glanced at Fan Runliang, who hesitated but eventually nodded in agreement. She sensed that the two harbored some secrets but chose not to pry further. They soon arrived at the Tingyun Pavilion, a teahouse bustling with applause. Upon entering, they found a spacious hall filled with people. Tables and chairs occupied the front and center, while the back was crowded with standing patrons. Looking up, the second floor also had many tables and chairs, but no one was standing, everyone was seated. The atmosphere was lively, with waitstaff continuously navigating through the crowd with teapots. Each table was adorned with a pot of tea, several cups, and an array of snacks. Yi Long followed Hua Meinyang to the second floor, where the crowd was dense yet less boisterous than below. Everyone listened intently to the storyteller on stage, occasionally smiling and nodding in agreement. They were led by the waitstaff to an empty table. Hua Meinyang invited everyone to sit down and ordered some snacks and tea. However, Yi Long absorbed none of the story being told. His mind was wholly occupied with visions of the beautiful ladies. Hua Meinyang noticed Yi Long's distraction and, puzzled, glanced at Fan Renliang, who was earnestly listening. Fan Renliang remained oblivious to Hua Meinyang's gaze, or perhaps he noticed but dared not respond. After all, secrets between men must sometimes remain undisclosed to the ladies, right? For centuries, ever since the disintegration of the Yun kingdom, he had abandoned such thoughts while following Hua Meinyang. Yet today, Yi Long's inquiries had stirred those long-buried desires within him. Despite his outwardly composed demeanor, he was as distracted as Yi Long. Chapter 29, The Storyteller in the Listening Cloud Pavilion. Hua Meinan was unable to glean any answers from Fan Renliang, which only intensified her curiosity. However, surrounded by a throng of people, she felt it inappropriate to inquire further, silently vowing to interrogate the two of them thoroughly upon her return. Meanwhile, Yi Long found himself in a quandary, torn between the decision to leave now or to linger a while longer. Departing at this moment might be perceived as impolite, especially since it was he who had suggested they come out in the first place. Hua Meinan had kindly brought him to listen to the storytelling, and to abandon her prematurely would seem somewhat dishonorable. Yet, if he chose to remain, would he not miss the opportunity to engage with the charming ladies, leaving him with the remnants of their attentions? The thought of being left with the leftovers stirred a sense of melancholy within him, a poignant reminder that this was likely his only chance to connect with the enchanting lady of the day. He felt a sense of loss, realizing that she was ultimately not his alone to claim. Thus, Yi Long wrestled with his inner turmoil, torn between his principles and his yearning for the lady. On one hand, he wished to resolve the dilemma of his single status, to seek out those who belonged to everyone. After all, he had mentally prepared himself for such an encounter, hadn't he? It was merely a singular experience. Moreover, given that he was in an ancient, fantastical world devoid of stringent laws, what was there to fear? Yet, on the other hand, a sense of disquiet plagued him, a nagging voice of traditional masculinity that led him to disdain the idea of those ladies being unclean. The notion of surrendering his first experience to such circumstances felt insurmountable. Caught in this agonizing struggle, Yi Long's thoughts twisted into a knot. He longed to consult Uncle Liang about how to navigate this psychological conundrum. However, the crowd surrounding him made it impossible, as he had only recently entered the first level of qi refining and lacked the ability to transmit thoughts, a skill reserved for those at the foundation establishment stage. With impatience gnawing at him, he yearned for answers. With a sudden glimmer of inspiration, he leaned towards the engrossed Hua Meinan and whispered, "Uncle Liang and I are stepping out for a moment."
Hua Meinan, slightly irked, waved her fan dismissively.
Fan Renliang, momentarily bewildered, understood their mutual bond as men, requiring no further communication as they rose to leave. Hua Meinan narrowed her beautiful eyes, pondering, what are those two up to? Why so secretive? Beside her, the stoic Tang Biao shook his head slightly. I have no idea. Disinterested, Hua Meinan shot him a glance, but Tang Biao remained unfazed. Uncle Liang, I urgently need to ask you something, Yi Long said as they reached the entrance of the Listening Cloud Pavilion, where two dubious-looking figures huddled in the shadows. Fan Renliang, intrigued, looked at Yi Long. What is it, short on funds? Not at all, Uncle Liang, the funds are ample. It's just Yi Long's cheeks flushed crimson, and he hesitated to articulate his discomfort.
This only piqued Fan Renliang's curiosity further. Then what is it? Speak quickly, we can't linger here, or the shopkeeper will catch on. Yi Long nodded briskly but remained contemplative for a moment before carefully stating, Uncle Liang, you know I have been in Tian village for so many years. I have never married. So Fan Renliang stared at Yi Long, bewildered by his seemingly lecherous grin. Wait, are you saying you're still a virgin? Embarrassed, Yi Long scratched the back of his head, managing a sheepish smile. Relax, once you go, it'll be obvious you're a virgin, the ladies will figure it out immediately. Besides, you won't even have to pay, they might even give you a red envelope. Yi Long inhaled sharply, grasping Uncle Liang's arm as he turned to leave. No, Uncle Liang, what I mean is, I'm just a bit shy about it. Uncle Liang looked at Yi Long's bashful demeanor and burst into laughter, pointing at him. What is there to be ashamed of? A man seeking companionship has nothing to hide. Clenching his jaw, Yi Long retorted, Uncle Liang, let us be honest here, I have one pressing question. Intrigued, Fan Renliang gazed at him expectantly. What is it? I feel like being a virgin means I'd be at a disadvantage, and with so many ladies around, I just can't get past that mental hurdle.
Fan Renliang stared blankly at Yi Long, not comprehending what mental hurdle. Yi Long paced anxiously. It's that I feel I'd be losing out, and I don't want to give my first time to just anyone. Yet, I also want to experience it. This conflicting mindset is driving me mad, and I wanted to seek your wisdom. With a newfound understanding, Fan Renliang replied, you're in a position of wanting it both ways, aren't you? Yi Long's eyes lit up. Exactly, that's precisely it. Hypocritical, Fan Renliang scoffed, regarding Yi Long with disdain. A true man either acts or refrains. If every man were as indecisive as you, it would be a disgrace to masculinity. You're not even half a man. With that, Fan Renliang lost interest in Yi Long's dithering and turned to leave. While Yi Long stood there, stunned by the reprimand. What does this have to do with being a man? I merely hold myself to a standard of decency. Is that so wrong? He felt aggrieved, wishing for a moment that Uncle Liang would commend his sense of responsibility and integrity instead of berating him for his hesitation. Having silently criticized the old man in his mind, Yi Long returned to the listening cloud pavilion. Dejected, however, as he took his seat, he noticed Hua Meinan exchanging flirtatious glances with the storyteller on stage. Initially, he thought he was imagining things. After scrutinizing them again, he was certain. A wave of confusion washed over him. Could it be that Hua Meinan had an affair with this old man? The mere thought soured his mood further. Even if it were Zhao Yijian, he could at least come to terms with it, but this old man, unkempt and disheveled, was an affront to his ancestors. How could such a ravaged figure attract someone as delicate and stunning as Hua Meinan? To his astonishment, after the old man finished a tale, he played a tune for the audience. Subsequently, he made his way to the second floor, deliberately circling around Hua Meinan. After sharing another round of covert glances, they departed together. Chapter 30. In pursuit of tranquility in this world. No one seemed to have taken notice here. No one saw anything, only he, with his keen focus on Hua Meinan, was privy to the scene. He was bewildered by the nature of their interaction. Were they exchanging secret signals? Yet, there was no verbal communication. Their eyes engaged in a fervent dialogue for an extended period. Could it be that they possessed the ability to transmit thoughts? That seemed unlikely, as such a clandestine skill was only accessible to those in the foundation establishment stage. As Jiang Mingyuan had explicitly informed him, however, the old man displayed no trace of spiritual energy, and Hua Meinan was not even a cultivator. Thus, it was impossible for them to communicate in such a manner. The only conclusion he could draw from their silent exchange was that they shared an extraordinary rapport, perhaps even more profound than the camaraderie he had with Zhao Yijian. This realization extinguished Yi Long's desire to seek out the young lady. His mind began to whirl with speculation regarding their relationship. Just after the storyteller departed, Hua Meinan decisively rose. Let us go. It is too late to linger. The group began to make their way out. While Yi Long trailed at the rear, deliberately pulling on Fan Renliang's sleeve. Fan Renliang had no intention of engaging with Yi Long, yet the previous conversation they had shared lingered in his mind, evoking a curiosity he could not ignore. Uncle Liang, the shopkeeper, and that storyteller are having an affair. Fan Renliang was taken aback, casting a bewildered glance at Yi Long. Impossible. His resolute tone momentarily unsettled Yi Long. Could he have misinterpreted the situation? However, the image remained vivid in his mind. As a prominent cultivator in the realm of immortality, he could not afford to make such a fundamental error. Uncle Liang, you wouldn't be concealing something from me, would you? Yi Long scrutinized the old eunuch's expression, noting a fleeting flash of anger in his eyes. Kid, if we were to hide something from you, we would simply tell you directly. There would be no need to feign ignorance. What is it that you wish to inquire? Fan Renliang retorted with impatience. While Yi Long blinked. Can I refrain from returning home tonight? Of course, just inform the shopkeeper. However, be cautious not to find yourself unable to return later. Our family would need to collect your body. Yiba. I have no intention of seeking out a clandestine rendezvous. I intend to visit the Spring Breeze Pavilion. Fan Renliang, uninterested in Yi Long's antics, hastened to walk beside Hua Meinan. While Yi Long pursed his lips, convinced that the old eunuch had deceived him. Hua Meinan must have some undisclosed connection with that storyteller. Otherwise, the old eunuch would not have pretended to be oblivious. As the old eunuch had stated, if he felt compelled to withhold information, he would have been forthright in saying, stop prying. Instead of adopting a foolish facade to mislead him. Hua Meinan cast a sidelong glance at Fan Renliang, her voice tinged with curiosity. What is going on? Fan Renliang, no longer willing to obfuscate, replied candidly, he wishes to visit a brothel but lacks experience and inquired about the prices from this old servant. Hua Meinan hesitated for a moment. Did you give him any money? I provided him with a tale of 10. Take it back. Her tone left no room for argument, leaving the old eunuch momentarily dumbfounded, questioning if he had misheard. It was well known that Hua Meinan held little regard for material wealth, having once been a cultivator herself, for whom earthly riches were of little significance. Take it back. Must I repeat myself? The old eunuch hesitated, casting a cautious glance at Hua Meinyang's suddenly frosty demeanor. Previously, I also gave him several taels in loose silver. Should I reclaim that as well? Indeed, all of it must be returned. He should not possess a single coin from now on. You will accompany him for all purchases in the kitchen, you will pay for everything, ensuring it never passes through his hands. Fan Runliang was further perplexed. What if he inquires? Just inform him that I said so, let him come to me for it. Good. At this point, Fan Runliang had no further objections. He had done his utmost to prevent Yi Long from retaining a single coin. With a mischievous grin, the old eunuch approached Yi Long. Yi Long was not a fool. He immediately sensed something amiss in the old eunuch's demeanor. Warily, he distanced himself. What do you want? The old eunuch extended his bony hand. The gold and silver, must they be returned? Yi Long was taken aback, swiftly covering his chest. He had just resolved to confront his internal barriers. If Hua Meinyang had dealings with such an unsightly old man, what reservations could he still harbor? His mind had already envisioned numerous scenarios about how to feign experience at the Spring Breeze Pavilion. Yet, in an instant, the old eunuch demanded the return of the money. Absolutely not, that is out of the question, Yi Long declared sternly, fixing an unwavering gaze upon the old eunuch. The old eunuch retreated his hand, maintaining his composure. If you wish to avoid Jiang Mingyuan's involvement, it would be wise to return the money promptly, otherwise. Yi Long was taken aback, contemplating escape, but the thought of Jiang Mingyuan, a formidable foundation establishment cultivator, chilled him to the core. With eyes bloodshot from frustration, he glared at the grinning old eunuch. What is the reason for this? Who sent you to demand money from me? The old eunuch merely nodded. The shopkeeper said that if you want money, you must approach her. In the future, for kitchen purchases, we shall accompany you to make payments, ensuring that it never passes through your hands. Yi Long felt a surge of indignation, his mind racing as he considered his options. Do not fret, I shall speak with the shopkeeper. Ultimately, Yi Long, unwilling to concede defeat, clutched the substantial sum of money in his arms and approached Hua Meinyang's shopkeeper. This is not how business is conducted. The money was given to me by Uncle Liang. On what grounds do you demand its return? Hua Meinyang's countenance remained cold, her fan swaying gently as she continued to stride forward. Yi Long had no choice but to follow her step by step. Because I am the shopkeeper, and I am his superior. Yi Long gazed at Hua Meinyang with a bitter expression. Even if you are the shopkeeper and his superior, reason must prevail. After all, I prepare meals for you daily. I deserve some form of compensation for my labor, do I not? Even the emperor does not starve his soldiers. If you persist in being so miserly, I may have no choice but to strike. Do as you wish, however, the money must be returned, or I shall summon Jiang Mingyuan to deal with you. If you dare to flee, I will have Zhao Yijin issue a bounty for your capture. Yi Long gazed at Hua Meinyang in astonishment, her heartless demeanor taking him aback. A bounty from the immortal sect meant that if he were ever marked for pursuit, there would be no refuge for him anywhere within the Yunlan continent. Shopkeeper, I do not intend to evade repayment. I shall return the money now. However, consider this, I put forth great effort each day to prepare exquisite meals for you. Given my sincere intentions, should I not receive some form of remuneration? Hua Meinyang paused in contemplation, then nodded slightly. Indeed, that is only fair. Chapter 31, Negotiating Salaries. Can this money be considered in advance? Yi Long gazed eagerly at the smooth, delicate chin of Hua Meinyang. What nonsense are you thinking? Hua Meinyang shot a piercing glare at Yi Long, who felt a surge of annoyance. It seems everyone has learned to speak for themselves now. So, tell me, how much is my monthly salary? At that moment, they returned to the escort agency, and Fan Runliang swung open the door, leading the group inside. Instead of ascending to the second floor, Hua Meinyang reclined on a soft couch on the first floor. Yi Long swallowed hard, captivated by her exquisite figure. Hua Meinyang rolled her eyes dismissively. 2 taels of silver for a month. What? Yi Long stared incredulously at Hua Meinyang. You must be kidding. Wasn't it agreed that I'd be paid 3 taels for my part-time work? How has it suddenly changed to 2? 3 taels of silver equates to 3 liang. Having been here for nearly a week, he thought he could endure a little longer. After all, a month would pass quickly. By then, he would have 3 taels in hand and could familiarize himself with the local ladies of the night. Once he ensured everything was foolproof, he could indulge after receiving his wages. What bliss it would be, however. 2 taels felt utterly exploitative. Hua Meinyang, clearly irritated by Yi Long's persistence, waved her hand dismissively. Fine, let us settle on 3 taels. Is that satisfactory? Now hurry and return the money to Uncle Liang, then be off. Yi Long hastily nodded and turned to find Uncle Liang, who was squatting at the threshold smoking a paper cigarette, fearing that Hua Meinyang might change her mind. He returned the money to the old eunuch, who wore a sly grin. Why Yi Long suddenly felt uneasy, scrutinizing the old eunuch suspiciously. You didn't put in a word to her, did you? The old eunuch nonchalantly took a drag from his cigarette. The shopkeeper asked about our family. We can't lie. Yi Long gasped in frustration, gritting his teeth. Didn't you incite the shopkeeper to demand repayment? The old eunuch immediately swore, if that were the case, may I be struck by lightning. Yi Long, feeling exasperated, waved his hand and walked away. If the old eunuch, once a formidable golden core master, dared to make such a vow, it meant he was indeed telling the truth. Seeing Yi Long depart, Fan Renliang flicked away his cigarette but, extinguishing it with his foot, and hurried to Hua Meinyang's side. We gathered everything. Tomorrow, have Tang Biao spread the word. Also, keep an eye on that lad. If he dares to visit the brothel for those shameless hussies, I'll break his legs. Really? Fan Renliang inhaled sharply. Is it necessary? It's just to relieve some boredom. Before he could finish, Hua Meinyang fixed her beautiful eyes on the old eunuch with a fierce glare. The old eunuch chuckled nervously, silenced by her fierce demeanor. Our time is limited. After a century, if we still haven't teeth on with that. Hua Meinyang wearily rose and ascended to the second floor. Fan Renliang lowered his head silently, trailing behind her. A qi refining cultivator can live for 200 years, while a foundation establishment practitioner can reach 500. Golden core masters may attain a lifespan of 1,000 years, and nascent soul beings can live for 3,000. They had already lived for 900 years, with only a century left, and lacking golden core cultivation. The prospect of not regaining their powers in that time loomed ominously. Death awaited them. At this moment, both Hua Meinyang and the old eunuch felt a profound sense of despair. It was the despair of knowing where death awaited them, yet being unable to resist it. It was akin to a death row inmate counting the seconds until their execution. This fear was more profound than that experienced by ordinary people. Ordinary individuals cannot ascertain their lifespan, but cultivators can calculate it. Sometimes, the unknown is not as frightening as the known. In fact, the despair and fear brought by certainty can be even more overwhelming. Yi Long was engulfed in frustration, the kind that could not be vented. He felt an immense reservoir of energy within him, yet all his plans came to naught when confronted with the absence of money. It was genuinely torturous. Upon returning to his room, Yi Long's irritation only grew as he reminisced about the enchanting ladies he had encountered. Their graceful forms, radiant smiles, and silky skin tormented him endlessly. Yet, when he rummaged through his pockets, they were utterly empty. What could he do? Resolutely, he sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. Cultivation brings me joy. The more I cultivate, the happier I become. He thought that when he became a powerful being, he would no longer lack for beautiful women. Yi Long considered himself a devoted individual, wholeheartedly enamored with lovely ladies. Therefore, for the sake of these ladies, he was determined, since that old witch, Hua Meinyang, dared to flirt with such an unappealing old man, he too would seek out beautiful women. Who was to be afraid of whom? Unbeknownst to him, he had become embroiled in a rivalry with Hua Meinyang, just like a couple in a cold war. If you dare to seek, I shall do the same. Who fears whom? Calm and resolute, Yi Long found himself unable to manage his own affairs, let alone those of his companions. He could only redirect his thoughts and commence his cultivation. At the stroke of midnight, with the moon shining brightly and stars sparse, it was an ideal time for cultivation. The air shimmered with silvery light, as if it were cascading from the moon, entering Yi Long's skin and subsequently into one of the dragon pearls within his dantian. Other cool strands of spiritual energy rapidly followed suit, also entering his dantian. Yi Long became completely absorbed in his cultivation. He remained entrenched in the first layer of qi refining techniques. At present, among the 10 dragon pearls in his dantian, 2 were already filled with 1/10 of spiritual energy, indicating that they had reached the consummate stage of the first layer of qi refining. The other incoming energies instinctively sought out the third pearl. The moonlight entering his dantian, however, was fixed upon certain dragon pearls. Much like the sun's essence, the 2 distinct types of cultivation essences each occupied 1 pearl. This meant that 8 pearls were filled with spiritual energy, while 1 each was occupied by the sun's essence and the moonlight. To achieve the consummate stage of the first layer of qi refining, he needed to fill all 10 pearls with 1/10 of their capacity with spiritual energy. Similarly, the pearls occupied by the sun's essence and moonlight must also absorb enough to reach 1/10 of their capacity. Yi Long meticulously examined the dragon pearls within his dantian. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a problem. Previously, only 1 pearl had reached the consummate stage of the first layer of qi refining, and 1/10 of its capacity had gone unnoticed. However, now that 2 pearls had attained this level, the difference left Yi Long dumbfounded. If it weren't for his careful observation, he might have overlooked it entirely. The 10 dragon pearls were inherently golden in hue, indistinguishable from one another. Coupled with the operation of the technique, their rotation was mesmerizing, dazzling the observer. Chapter 32 The Bounty for the Celestial Gate. However, at present, the colors of 2 of the dragon pearls have become utterly distinct. Particularly, the first dragon pearl, which is infused with 1/10 of its essence, conceals a faint earthy hue beneath its resplendent golden exterior. If one does not scrutinize it closely, it would go entirely unnoticed. Upon examining the second golden dragon pearl, one discovers an unexpected deep blue radiance lurking within its golden glow. A flash of insight surged through Yi Long's mind. He realized that he could unleash all the elemental spells of the first layer of Qi refinement, which implies that these 10 dragon pearls are, in essence, equivalent to 8 elemental dantians. Additionally, there are the peculiar elemental roots of sun essence and moonlight, which are not documented even within the realms of cultivation. Due to the ascending dragon technique, these singular elemental roots are nearly on par with supreme elemental roots. More significantly, if these 10 elemental roots are fully activated, it would be akin to practicing with 10 supreme elemental roots. Even the most mediocre techniques, under such enhancement, would yield a tenfold or even 100-fold effectiveness compared to others. Thus, it can be deduced that the power of the elemental spells of the 8 roots that he learned in the first layer of Qi refinement would also be amplified tenfold, if not 100-fold. This elucidates why the fireball spell he summoned appeared black. The 8 dragon pearls correspond to the 8 elemental roots, while the final 2 roots are the sun essence and moonlight. A glimmer of realization sparked in Yi Long's gaze, as the concept of yin and yang suddenly emerged in his mind. He could designate them as yin elemental roots and yang elemental roots. Regrettably, it seems not only does he lack these roots, but the entire cultivation world likely does as well. Nevertheless, this does not daunt Yi Long. Proficient in the elemental spells of Qi refinement, he naturally comprehends their operational principles. After all, these spells are foundational, and their mechanisms are quite straightforward. They are formed by condensing and compressing the spiritual energy of a specific attribute from within one's dantian, subsequently directing it towards an adversary. The spiritual energy acts as a propellant for launch. While the principle is simple, executing it poses a challenge. The duration from casting to release is less than a second, and the formation process seems to occur instantaneously within the body. He attempted to summon the yang elemental root using the fireball spell, but the outcome remained the same. The same applied to other basic spells. Moreover, if he refrained from utilizing the pathways of those spells and merely attempted to draw upon the spiritual energy within the yang elemental root, he found it utterly impossible. After multiple futile experiments, Yi Long reluctantly conceded defeat. These 2 entities were merely for observation, not for use. Furthermore, he could not neglect to cultivate them, which was utterly frustrating. After a night of cultivation, the following day, Yi Long greeted the rising sun and commenced his morning run. This served both to inhale the fresh air and to continuously circulate the ascending dragon technique, absorbing the sun essence. Unlike previous days when Hua Meinyang would follow behind to share the experience, today, Yi Long turned several laps without catching a glimpse of her. His irritation grew increasingly palpable. Fine, if you choose to ignore me, I shall reciprocate in kind. Let us see who can endure longer. After a simple breakfast, just as Yi Long prepared to retreat to the courtyard for further cultivation, he was intercepted by Fan Renliang, who wore a mischievous grin. What is the meaning of this? You all remain idle while I am to run errands. Upon hearing Fan Renliang's words, Yi Long's temper flared instantly. However, Fan Renliang remained unfazed in his demeanor. Since you are the designated runner, this is inherently your responsibility. Starting today, the Wantong Escort Agency is officially in operation. However, at present, only city-based deliveries are required, so there is no need for me or Tang Biao to intervene. You can handle it on your own. I have already disseminated the news of the agency's opening, and I trust business will come shortly. By the way, change your attire, as we have even prepared a flag for the escort agency. Make sure to take it with you, that represents the dignity of our agency. Yi Long glared at the old lecher with mounting irritation. Fine, you want me to run errands? I shall comply. With no alternative, he resigned himself to the situation. Ultimately, he was merely sacrificing some cultivation time. As an immortal being, time was abundant, and he was determined not to be outlasted by that old hag, Hua Meinyang. When the time came, he would even uproot her grave. Taking the escort agency uniform and a small flag handed to him by Fan Renliang, Yi Long changed and exited the courtyard. Clutching the triangular flag, he cast a puzzled glance towards the old lecher serving Hua Meinyang in the pavilion. How am I supposed to handle this flag? Just hold it in my hand. Yi Long deliberately avoided making eye contact with the alluring Hua Meinyang. Instead, he furiously directed his inquiry at the old lecher. Fan Renliang approached Yi Long, clad in coarse linen garments adorned with red stripes. Here, you see, just insert it like this. Yi Long stared in disbelief at the flag awkwardly tucked into his waist. Wouldn't this appear rather unprofessional? The old lecher waved dismissively. It's perfectly fine. These are merely city deliveries. When larger business opportunities arise, we will have all the necessary carts prepared. Yi Long gritted his teeth and shot a fierce glare at the leisurely Hua Meinyang. Well, what now? Is there any business? If not, I shall return. Just call me if you need something. Wait. Before the old lecher could respond, Hua Meinyang's languid yet teasing voice echoed. Yi Long, filled with indignation, shouted at Hua Meinyang, what are we waiting for? If there is no business, am I not entitled to personal matters? Do you believe I want to just leave and not come back? Hua Meinyang's exaggerated tone only served to further irritate Yi Long, intensifying his frustration. Dare you run away? Do you not fear that I will have Zhao Yijian issue a bounty from the Celestial Gate? Yi Long stared in disbelief at Hua Meinyang. Can you not employ a different tactic? Is this really the best you can do? How utterly distasteful, Hua Meinyang chuckled, reveling in Yi Long's vexation. Why Yi Long clenched his teeth fiercely. I refuse to wait. What will you do about it? 3 coins of silver a month. Failure to heed the master's commands results in a deduction of 500 copper coins. Furthermore, remember this, classes commence at dawn and conclude at dusk. If you are even a moment late, there will be a deduction of 500 copper coins. There are many more details that I cannot be bothered to mention. I will have Uncle Liang write them down for you, and you must remember them well. Why Yi Long stared at Hua Meinyang in disbelief. Such cruelty, do you not fear that I might rebel? Rebel, it seems I must arrange for Zhao Yijian to issue a bounty. Having said that, Hua Meinyang feigned turning to leave. Why Yi Long quickly clasped his hands together, adopting a serious demeanor. No need to trouble yourself, madam. I shall await business immediately. The agency is my family. Yes, we must all strive together until the continent explodes. The agency shall not take a day off. His bold declaration elicited a delightful laugh from Hua Meinyang. Fan Renliang, equally amused, followed Yi Long to the entrance. When the door swung open, Yi Long was once again left speechless. Chapter 33. A standoff of unyielding resolve. As Yi Long gazed upon the bustling crowd before him, his legs nearly buckled beneath him. Fortunately, Fan Renliang was there to offer a supportive hand. Uncle Liang, there are so many people. Can I handle this alone? Fan Renliang, sensing the overwhelming number of attendees, promptly called out to the throng. Everyone, please form a line. Those needing to run errands outside the city, stand in a row. Those within the city, please move to the other side. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately complied, lining up as instructed. Simultaneously, Jiang Mingyuan and Tang Biao emerged to maintain order. Why Yi Long stealthily approached Jiang Mingyuan. Master, what on earth is happening? Why did we not open for business a few days ago, only to suddenly do so now? Jiang Mingyuan glanced at Hua Meinyang and replied, a few days ago, we had just returned from an outing and needed some time to rest, hence we did not open. Yi Long nodded in understanding. He had suspected as much. A security agency that had ceased operations since his arrival could hardly be expected to thrive. Although Hua Meinyang and her associates were once cultivators, they now lacked any spiritual prowess, making them akin to ordinary people who still needed food, drink, and basic sustenance to survive. However, Jiang Mingyuan's next statement struck Yi Long like a dagger to the heart. But this time, our opening has surprisingly boosted business within the city, which is rather perplexing. Jiang Mingyuan's bewildering words made Yi Long realize that the malevolent old hag was undoubtedly targeting him. Mr. Jiang, the lines are formed, please come over to take notes. Fan Renliang called out, prompting Jiang Mingyuan to hurry over. At this moment, 2 orderly lines had formed, with a long table at the front, upon which rested a thick ledger. Jiang Mingyuan picked up a brush and began to record. Hua Meinyang remained leisurely in her pavilion. The old eunuch summoned Yi Long. A basket of eggs needs to be delivered to the blacksmith shop of Wang Dazhuan's son in the southern part of the city. Hurry there and back. Yi Long, bewildered, took the basket of eggs. Wait, Uncle Liang, where is his son's house? Young man, you'll find out once you inquire. His name is Wang Dazhui. Yi Long's face contorted with confusion, and he quickly pulled the old eunuch aside. Uncle Liang, how much can we earn for delivering a basket of eggs? Fan Renliang glanced at the basket. 10 eggs. What? Yi Long exclaimed in shock, I'm running all the way to the south of the city, and we only earn 10 eggs? The old eunuch solemnly nodded. Indeed, it's the rule, 30% of the goods value. Yi Long let out an exasperated sigh and glared fiercely at Hua Meinyang. So, are you going or not? Look at how much cargo is waiting for you to deliver. I'll go, of course I'll go. Gritting his teeth, Yi Long grabbed the basket of eggs and dashed off behind him. The old eunuch's sharp voice rang out, be careful. If any goods are lost or damaged, that will come out of your pay, and don't let the agency's flag fall, that will also incur a penalty. Yi Long nearly stumbled, almost falling over. A peculiar phenomenon occurred in Zhaojing today. A person, with the flag of the Wanong Security Agency affixed to their waist, was incessantly weaving through the streets and alleys of Zhaojing, occasionally stopping to inquire about something. This bizarre behavior piqued the curiosity of many citizens. Once they understood what was happening, their eyes lit up. Delivery services were not unusual. Many hotels and restaurants offered such services. However, courier services were indeed a novelty. Previously, merchants would hire security agencies to transport goods to distant locations. They had never seen anyone running errands within the city. Immediately, many merchants and citizens recognized the convenience of this service. Traditionally, errand runners were the subordinates of wealthy families. Ordinary citizens either went themselves or asked acquaintances passing by to deliver items, which was both time-consuming and laborious, often delaying matters. But now, the security agency had taken on such a business, charging only 30% of the goods' value, which was exceedingly economical. After all, the goods transported within the city were often of low value. For instance, sending a basket of eggs from Wang Dezhuang's mother to her son's blacksmith shop in the southern part of the city covered a few miles. It would take an elderly woman like her nearly until noon to walk there. Now, with just 10 eggs, she could have the entire basket delivered to her son. 10 eggs cost less than 3 copper coins, a tremendous bargain. As a result, the threshold of the Wantong Security Agency was quickly trampled. Other agencies watched the commotion, internally deriding the Wantong Security Agency as foolishness. There's no way they can make money doing this, they scoffed. A single delivery can sustain one for half a year. Running around the city daily, they wouldn't earn enough in 6 months for a single day's food and drink. Yi Long was also running himself ragged. By noon, he returned, panting heavily. Even as a cultivator, he felt utterly exhausted after a morning of toil, especially with the piles of goods in the courtyard that needed to be delivered today. Upon entering, Yi Long was met with a mountain of cargo, and he collapsed onto the ground. Waving at the leisurely Hua Meinyang, he declared, "You can issue a bounty for my head, I refuse to go." Fan Runliang, Tang Biao, and Jiang Mingyuan exchanged glances. Hua Meinyang cleared her throat. "Are you certain you want to go?" Yi Long, with the defiance of a pig that fears not boiling water, replied, "No way. I absolutely refuse, do as you please, I'm done with this." He felt as though the entire agency relied solely on him for sustenance. "Boss, it's indeed a bit taxing, why not take fewer orders each day?" The old eunuch, unable to bear it any longer, cautiously suggested. Hua Meinyang appeared to ponder this for a moment, and Yi Long swiftly cast a sidelong glance at her. "Shall we change it up?" "Change it, it must be changed." Yi Long sat up with renewed vigor, responding in unison with Fan Runliang. When he noticed Hua Meinyang looking at him with a smile, he quickly groaned and collapsed back onto the ground. "All right, we'll take 10 orders daily, that's not too much, is it?" Yi Long suddenly sprang up. "Not too much at all. 10 orders is perfect." Fearing that Hua Meinyang might retract her agreement, he hurried toward the kitchen, saying, "Just to confirm, it's 10 orders, and after that, I won't take a single one more, not even if it kills me. But the goods in the courtyard must be delivered on time today." Hearing Hua Meinyang's reminder, Yi Long called back without turning, "No problem." Watching him disappear into the kitchen, Hua Meinyang chuckled softly, muttering dismissively, "I don't believe I can't manage you." Meanwhile, the old eunuch observed quietly, not daring to speak out of turn. "Uncle Liang, I don't care what method you employ. By the end of the month, he cannot possess a single copper coin. Do you understand?" Fan Runliang shuddered, feeling perplexed but too afraid to inquire further. He understood that Hua Meinyang was intent on preventing Yi Long from seeking out those young ladies. Yet, he could not fathom the reasoning behind it. Upon receiving Hua Meinyang's directive, Fan Runliang glanced toward the kitchen door, watching carefully as she continued her scheming. Chapter 34. The subtle mind and its miscalculations. "What, is it impossible?" Fan Runliang's face darkened. "You know what kind of person that brat is. For the sake of money, he ran around for an entire morning. It is simply unrealistic to think he would let me keep all the money. Moreover, even if I were to manage to withhold it all, that brat would undoubtedly not let me off the hook." Hua Meinyang glared fiercely at the kitchen door. "Do not be afraid, I shall bear the brunt of it all. I refuse to believe he can turn the world upside down. You filthy man, can't you ever have some money?" With that, she swayed away, leaving Fan Runliang in a daze. Tang Biao was equally stunned, for he had not comprehended a word. He wished to tell Hua Meinyang that he was not one of those filthy men, but upon reflection, he decided against explaining himself and simply bore the burden in silence. After lunch, Yi Long did not dare to rest for a moment. A grand practitioner of the Qi refining stage running errands, how absurd. Fortunately, by evening, Yi Long finally finished sorting all the goods. Upon returning to the escort agency, he found a notice posted at the entrance. While Yi Long breathed a heavy sigh of relief, delivering 10 parcels daily was a task he could manage. Yet, he felt a sense of frustration within. The outcome was painfully clear. He had suffered a complete defeat in his first encounter with Hua Meinyang. Nonetheless, Yi Long remained undaunted. He was determined to persevere until the end of the month and secure the promised 3 taels of silver as his monthly salary. Though the day had been arduous, it was not without its rewards. He had already gathered intelligence on the nearby young ladies and their locations. Henceforth, all he needed was to familiarize himself with them and select one without any risk involved. Once he secured his monthly earnings, he would revel in delight. Yi Long was quite pleased with his plan. He even envisioned a time when he would become quite intimate with one of those young ladies, ensuring she would no longer entertain anyone else but him. In such a scenario, it would be as though he had returned home. Why Yilong's confidence stemmed, of course, from his striking appearance. Had he not possessed such handsome features, he would not dare to harbor such fanciful dreams. As he contemplated his flawless plan, a sense of joy washed over him, and he hummed a cheerful tune while preparing dinner. He absolutely could not allow that old hag to find any opportunity to withhold his earnings. That money had already been earmarked for the young lady. At dinner, Yilong was taken aback to see Hua Meinyang. Where were Uncle Liang and the others? Hua Meinyang waved her hand dismissively. They have gone on an escort mission. Yilong, suspicious, inquired all of them. Is it necessary for a foundational cultivator to accompany them? Hua Meinyang rolled her eyes at Yilong, continuing to eat. 3 escort trips. Yilong paused, nodding slightly, and began to focus on his meal. In other words, tonight, the entire Wantong escort agency consisted only of her and him. His heart began to race inexplicably. Thump, thump, thump. Yilong felt as if his ears were buzzing, his face flushed, and his mind was in disarray. Hua Meinyang cast a puzzled glance at Yilong's strange behavior, unsure of what was troubling him. After dinner, Yilong promptly tidied up the bowls. He then poured a pot of tea and brought it to Hua Meinyang. In the hall, Hua Meinyang reclined on the soft couch, her beautiful eyes half closed, lost in thought. Upon hearing the noise, she slightly opened her eyes to find Yilong standing there with a sheepish grin, holding a pot of tea lazily. She waved her hand. Just set it down. Yilong quickly nodded, bowing slightly. Boss, it's a bit warm today, so I boiled some water for you. Would you like to take a wash? Hua Meinyang was about to refuse when, as if reading his mind, she immediately grasped his intentions. The corners of her rosy lips curled into a slight smile as she intentionally stretched, showcasing her exquisite figure before Yilong's eyes. Hearing the audible gulp from Yilong's throat, Hua Meinyang secretly chuckled. Indeed, it was rather warm today. You've gone to the trouble. Please fill the bathtub with water for me. All right. Yilong hurriedly dashed out of the hall to fetch the heated water. As Hua Meinyang fanned herself, a meaningful smile spread across her exquisitely charming face, captivating all souls. After Yilong made several trips back and forth, he finally arrived breathlessly before Hua Meinyang. Boss, the water is ready. Good. You may return to your tasks. Why Yilong watched longingly as Hua Meinyang's graceful silhouette ascended the stairs. He hurriedly called out, Boss, I know how to massage. Would you like me to give you a massage later? Hua Meinyang regarded Yilong with suspicion. A massage? Yes, it promotes circulation, enhances beauty, rejuvenates the youthful spirit, and specifically addresses menstrual irregularities. Haha, is that an exaggeration? Hua Meinyang leaned against the stair railing, covering her cherry blossom lips with her fan, laughing heartily. Why not give it a try? Yilong's expression turned serious. I assure you, you will be satisfied. Very well, wait for me at the door. I will call for you once I am done washing. Excellent, no hurry, take your time. The sycophantic Yilong watched longingly as Hua Meinyang's enchanting figure disappeared from view. The corners of his mouth instantly drooped. Late at night, within the Wantong escort agency, sounds of alluring moans echoed from Hua Meinyang's chamber. Harder, yes, right there, apply a bit more pressure. At this moment, Yilong had cloth wads stuffed in his nostrils, with visible bloodstains on them. His elbows worked diligently on Hua Meinyang's back. Meanwhile, Hua Meinyang remained draped and thin. Enough, don't press anymore, I can't take it. After a while, Hua Meinyang halted Yilong's massage. At this point, Yilong's eyes were bloodshot, urgently saying, just a little longer. I haven't massaged your legs yet, it will be even more effective. Hua Meinyang turned over, her delicate little feet pressing directly against Yilong's face, who was intent on continuing. Yilong's heavy breathing caused warmth to wash over her. Startled, Hua Meinyang hastily moved her feet away. Go away, return to sleep. Yilong gazed longingly at Hua Meinyang's tempting figure. The scent enveloped him, especially when her soft, delicate little feet had just brushed against him, intoxicating him with fragrance. My bed isn't comfortable, why not share for a bit? Hua Meinyang giggled as she assessed Yilong. If you dare come up, I will let you do whatever you want. Really? Yilong stared at Hua Meinyang in disbelief. Hua Meinyang shifted her smooth, glowing legs, the ultimate temptation washing over him. Of course, I can't wait any longer. Hurry up. Yilong was overjoyed and immediately began to undress, stepping forward, yet, he suddenly froze in place, for Hua Meinyang had pulled out a tool from under her pillow. A pair of black scissors, pulsating with a trace of spiritual energy. Hua Meinyang looked at Yilong, who remained motionless. With a playful snap of the scissors, she smiled sweetly at him, her lips slightly pouting. Hurry up, I can't wait any longer. Chapter 35 of The Final Push That Drives One to Despair. Yilong forced a sheepish smile, glancing furtively around before bolting away. The horses in the backyard had yet to be fed. I must attend to them. Hua Meinyang let out a cold laugh, concealing the scissors beneath her pillow. In the backyard, Yilong cast a fleeting glance at Hua Meinyang's chamber on the second floor, his heart finally beginning to settle after a tumultuous rhythm. He was certain that those scissors were indeed a magical artifact wielded by a cultivator, though he had never encountered such a treasure before. The fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from them were unmistakable.
Without a doubt, anything imbued with spiritual energy must be a magical artifact. His heart swelled with indignation as he muttered to himself, damn, it was so close, just a hair's breadth away. Those scissors, without question, were left behind by that scoundrel Jiang Mingyuan. A cool night breeze swept through, refreshing to the core. Suddenly, Yilong froze at the door, then directed an irate shout toward the back wall of Hua Meinyang's chamber on the second floor. Old witch, are you toying with me? Damn it! Lying on her couch, Hua Meinyang's teeth clenched in fury, the sound echoing like cracking ice, yet, she soon replied with a chilling smile. How could he be so oblivious to something so apparent? Men truly are foolish when their thoughts are clouded by desire. Once back in his room, Yilong promptly sat cross-legged on the bed, striving to calm his restless spirit. He resolved that from this moment forth, he would harbor no further inappropriate thoughts toward Hua Meinyang. This old witch was clearly toying with him. 2 rounds, and he had been utterly defeated. With that thought, Yilong's anger flared anew. He swore once more, vowing that henceforth, he would see no one but the ladies outside, thus quelling the turmoil within. Just as he was about to begin his cultivation, he slightly opened his eyes. Today, the escort agency had left Hua Meinyang alone, and not a single martial artist had come to provoke her. Moreover, Fan Renliang, Jiang Mingyuan, and Tang Biao had all set out on their missions. Something felt amiss, very amiss. Did they not fear for Hua Meinyang's safety in the face of those martial artists? What connection did Zhao Yijian have with Hua Meinyang, and what was the relationship between the storyteller and Hua Meinyang? Yilong's gaze drifted pensively toward Hua Meinyang's chamber. Old witch, should I truly consider marrying you? Immediately, he reined in his thoughts and began to channel his energies. With Jiang Mingyuan absent this night, it was the perfect opportunity to adjust his cultivation speed to one that suited him. It could neither be too rapid, akin to conjuring a storm of spiritual energy, nor too languid, dragging on unproductively. Having previously experienced such a storm, Yilong had since restrained himself to the lowest operational speed of his technique. Even so, he had managed to cultivate a dragon pearl to the first layer of qi refinement within just 2 days. If he could calibrate a speed imperceptible to Jiang Mingyuan, he firmly believed he could swiftly elevate 10 dragon pearls to the pinnacle of the first layer of qi refinement. Only then could he commence the second layer of cultivation. However, over the past few days, he had begun to ponder why his full-blown cultivation could induce a storm of spiritual energy. The root of the phenomenon lay in the scant spiritual energy present in the air, which drew energy from elsewhere. Consequently, under such mutual attraction of spiritual energies, a storm would inevitably arise. Yet, if he were to find himself in a place rich with spiritual energy, even at full throttle, he doubted it would stir a ripple in the vast reservoir of energy. After all, in the mortal realm, it was a boon for the Wantong escort agency to possess any spiritual energy at all during today's mission. Even if his internal technique operated automatically, the returns were negligible. Thus, he was convinced that Jiang Mingyuan had devised some formation within the Wantong escort agency to guide the flow of spiritual energy. Not only that, but the entire agency appeared to be remarkably clean, as Yilong had never witnessed the old eunuch engaging in any form of cleaning. Within his dantian, 10 dragon pearls rotated autonomously even without deliberate effort. They were perpetually cultivating. He had grown quite adept at the technique's operation, and with a slight adjustment, he discovered the most suitable cultivation speed for himself. He categorized the speed of his dragon pearls rotation into 3 tiers. The first tier was undoubtedly akin to the speed of a Ferrari, the third tier was akin to running, the fourth tier was simply walking. From this categorization, it was clear that he had merely adjusted the original walking speed to that of running. A further increase would generate a flow of spiritual energy around him. Though it was somewhat regrettable, it was still preferable to a speed that was merely slightly faster than before. The two techniques operated simultaneously, each occupying its own dantian without interference. The upper dantian, residing within his sea of consciousness, contained a single dragon pearl. Channeling the ascending dragon technique above the dragon pearl, the longevity lock shimmered brilliantly under golden light. The 10 dragon pearls of the lower dantian rotated in tandem with the qi refinement technique, complementing one another harmoniously. Moonlight cascaded down like a silver waterfall from the heavens, slowly enveloping Yilong's body. Embracing his distinct cultivation method in his path toward immortality, Yilong adhered to a philosophy of not questioning the road ahead or the return date. One word encapsulated his approach. Reckless, because without recklessness, he had no other course of action. Half a month later, under a moonless sky and a howling wind, the heavens appeared as though drenched in ink, devoid of any moon. Yilong sat cross-legged on his bed, dumbfounded, and now, within his dantian, all 8 dragon pearls had reached the pinnacle of the first layer of qi refinement. Only the 2 pearls of solar essence and lunar essence remained, yet to be filled to even 1/10 of their capacity. Originally, he had estimated that tonight, his Yin spiritual root dragon pearl would attain the first layer of qi refinement's peak. However, due to the poor weather, the lunar essence was exceedingly sparse. Achieving the pinnacle of the first layer of qi refinement for the Yin spiritual root dragon pearl tonight now seemed out of reach. He could only hope for a brighter sun the following morning to fill the Yang spiritual root dragon pearl.
Just then, Yi Long's ears perked up, the door of the adjacent room creaked open. Without question, it was Jiang Mingyuan returning. Throughout the past half-month, Yi Long had steadfastly maintained his resolve, resisting Hua Meinyang's numerous temptations, never granting her the slightest favor. However, Hua Meinyang was not one to be trifled with. After employing various tactics, Yi Long found himself at a loss, his nose bleeding profusely, a complete defeat. Over this span, he had gained nothing from Hua Meinyang. He had bled profusely, though 2 days prior, Tang Biao, having returned from his mission, was followed by the old eunuch the next day. Today, Jiang Mingyuan was the last to return. Each of them returned with a furtive demeanor, whispering secrets to Hua Meinyang. What were they concocting? Yi Long had attempted to probe the old eunuch, yet the old fox was far too cunning for his little tricks to uncover anything. Not only did he fail to glean any insights, but he also inadvertently revealed his own embarrassing predicaments from the past month. By the time he regained his senses, it was too late for regret. He could only curse the old fox in silence, vowing to himself to be more vigilant in the future, swearing never again to fall into the old fox's traps. Chapter 36. The first escort to the state of Yen. After half a month of engaging in a battle of wits with Hua Main, Yi Long had deeply absorbed both experiences and lessons. He firmly believed that in the next round, he would be able to deftly outmaneuver Hua Main. Thus, after a night of fruitless cultivation, Yi Long rose the following day, brimming with vitality. It is often said that the early bird catches the worm, yet as soon as Yi Long looked up, a sporadic drizzle began to pelt down upon his forehead. Yi Long was utterly bewildered. Was it truly necessary? Just as he was on the verge of breaking through to the first layer of qi refinement, why must the heavens conspire against him? It was not that Yi Long, being an immortal, could not afford to wait until the next day. He was merely on the cusp of advancing to the second layer of qi refinement, just a hair's breadth away, yet, the heavens showed him no mercy. It was akin to the eager Erlangchen, who, on the brink of completing a challenging game, yearned to witness what lay beyond the final level. However, with but a single drop of blood remaining, Erlangchen found himself not only facing the wrath of his third eye but also the turmoil of the other eye behind him. A series of overwhelming moves had left him, the destined one, utterly defeated. How frustrating that must be. In a state of discontent, Yi Long ambled into the front courtyard, just in time to see Tang Biao securing the escort cart. He quickly called out, "Senior Tang, setting out on another escort mission?" Tang Biao, with a frosty expression, glanced at Yi Long but said nothing. Nevertheless, Yi Long eagerly approached to lend a hand. "Senior Tang, where are we headed this time?" "The state of Yen." Yi Long's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Going abroad?" "The state of Yen." Tang Biao enunciated each word with gravity. "Not the state of Chu." Oh, may I accompany you? I have never been to the state of Yen, and I have heard that the music there flourishes. Every household can play a little tune, and the melodies are exquisite." Tang Biao's eyelids twitched violently. "It is the way of music, not the way of sound." Oh, the way of music. "May I go then?" "You need to ask the shopkeeper." Without delay, Yi Long discarded the half-tied rope and hurried into the hall. "Wait for me, I will find the shopkeeper right away." Tang Biao shot a fierce glare at the half-finished knot Yi Long had abandoned. Upon entering the hall, he found Fan Runliang and Jiang Mingyuan whispering on either side of Hua Main. As soon as they saw Yi Long enter, they immediately straightened up. The sudden change made Yi Long grit his teeth in annoyance. "So, you fear he might find out, do you?" "I couldn't care less if he knows." Yet, his face bore an insincere smile as he gazed at Hua Main. "Shopkeeper," the three simultaneously shuddered at the sight of Yi Long's smug demeanor. Even Jiang Mingyuan, who was somewhat effeminate, felt a chill creep into his heart. "Speak your mind. But if you dare to flaunt that attitude before me, do you believe?" However, before Hua Main could finish, Yi Long disdainfully interjected, "A bounty for my head, is it? It seems never-ending." Noticing the murderous glare from Hua Main, he quickly shifted to the business at hand. "I wish to accompany Senior Tang on the escort. I have never been abroad and would like to see." "Granted." Hua Main waved her hand impatiently. Thank you, shopkeeper. I shall go now." Get lost, get lost." Yi Long paid no heed to Hua Main's tone as he scampered outside. While helping Tang Biao secure the ropes, he cheerfully exclaimed, "Senior Tang, the shopkeeper has granted permission." Tang Biao regarded Yi Long with disbelief before turning on his heel back to the hall. Yi Long understood that Tang Biao feared he was deceiving him and sought confirmation from Hua Main. He cast a glaring look at Tang Biao's retreating figure. Once the ropes were secured, he promptly settled onto the escort cart, awaiting departure. Before long, Tang Biao emerged, his brow furrowed. He cast a sidelong glance at the exuberant Yi Long and said, "The shopkeeper said you are not to visit the brothels, you are not to carry a single coin on you, and you will follow my orders. If you disobey, she will." Yi Long's anger ignited in an instant. She will issue a bounty for my head, won't she? Damn it, this isn't how one bullies another. He was about to descend and confront Hua Main, for this round was his carefully laid plan to outsmart her. However, he did not anticipate being blocked by Hua Main herself, initially thinking he could procure some funds from Tang Biao, especially since they were headed to the state of Yen, a veritable paradise for young ladies. He had heard that women from Yen were light and graceful, easily charmed. Just leaving Zhaojing would mean freedom to explore, yet, he was utterly unprepared for the fact that this old witch could see through his intentions in an instant. Fuming with embarrassment, as Yi Long leapt down from the cart, he recalled the blood he had painstakingly shed over the past half-month.
Fine, fine, a wise man doesn't quarrel with a woman. Once I am out there, I will have myriad ways to earn money.
Thus, under Tang Biao's puzzled gaze, the once enraged Yi Long leapt back onto the escort cart. Let us set off, Senior Tang, I shall heed your guidance. Tang Biao could not comprehend Yi Long's erratic thoughts, yet since the shopkeeper had granted permission, he had no choice but to comply. The sporadic drizzle gradually transformed into a dense curtain of rain, as if the sky and earth were interconnected by countless fine threads. Tang Biao, being a grandmaster with profound internal strength, remained untouched by the rain. Yi Long, also a formidable practitioner at the first layer of qi refinement, found the drizzle trivial, yet, one was a stoic with an icy demeanor, while the other wore a gloomy expression. Neither spoke a word. Even the passers-by, upon witnessing their expressions, sighed, the world is indeed harsh, these two must be grieving the loss of a loved one yet still toil for a living. Such hardship. The two made their way out of Zhaojing, heading towards Yanjing. The moment they exited Zhaojing, Yi Long sprang to life. Although the light rain obscured his view ahead, it could not dampen his excitement and curiosity.
Senior Tang, I have heard that the emperor of the state of Yen is a woman? Indeed. Tang Biao's response was succinct, his demeanor still frosty. Senior Tang, I have heard that there is a street of music houses in Yen? It is said that no man can traverse the entire street. Tang Biao's expression shifted slightly. I have been there. Yi Long was taken aback and leaned closer to Tang Biao. Could you tell me what that street is like?
Tang Biao paused for a moment before replying. It is filled with women.
Yi Long, brimming with excitement, began to dance about. All ladies?
How wonderful, just imagining it is delightful.
Tang Biao shot a sidelong glance at the restless Yi Long.
The shopkeeper has forbidden you from going to the street of music houses, and we have no need to go there. Yi Long's body, perched atop the escort cart, momentarily froze before he sat back down.
Senior Tang, you were once a Golden Core practitioner, were you not? Indeed. Have you ever sought a partner? Chapter 37.
The startling revelation of the Master's affection.
Object of affection? Tang Biao appeared quite perplexed as Yi Long flicked the whip at the horse, urging it to quicken its pace. Is there truly an object of affection? Tang Biao's complexion and gaze suddenly turned vacant.
Upon noticing this, Yi Long immediately grasped the situation.
There isn't, is there?
However, Tang Biao's response momentarily caught Yi Long off guard. His voice was somewhat faint and feeble, which led Yi Long to a sudden realization.
Senior Tang, were you once the protector of the steward? Tang Biao shook his head.
No, I was once the chief imperial guard of the Yun kingdom. He had no reservations about this fact, especially since Hua Mainyang had already disclosed her background to Yi Long, rendering any deception unnecessary. Yi Long gazed at Tang Biao with profound admiration.
So it is Commander Tang, I am honored. Tang Biao's typically expressionless face flushed slightly as he waved his hand dismissively. That is all in the past.
Regardless, you were once a formidable practitioner at the Golden Core stage.
There is no need for such modesty. Do you harbor feelings for the steward?
Yi Long's abrupt change of subject caught Tang Biao off guard, and he instinctively nodded. Realizing his slip, he quickly waved his hand.
No, the steward is my superior.
Nevertheless, the telltale flush of red crept onto his face. Yi Long chuckled. What is there to hide? Love between men and women is natural. I completely understand. After all, a woman like the steward is impossible for any man to overlook. Liking the steward is nothing to be ashamed of.
If you didn't, that would be odd. Like that old eunuch, he certainly wishes to, but one needs brothers to do so, does one not? Tang Biao pressed his lips together, opting for silence.
Yi Long continued to chatter. Does the steward know of your feelings for her?
Tang Biao hesitated and remained silent. Yi Long scrutinized Tang Biao's impassive face, perplexed, wondering if he truly lacked any facial muscles. Senior Tang, your face?
I have suffered injuries in the past.
Yi Long instantly understood, realizing why Tang Biao always bore such a stoic expression.
Even when prodded about the most significant matters of the heart, he remained frigidly composed. The steward is unaware of your feelings for her, while you have silently protected her for nearly a millennium. Senior Tang, your loyalty and devotion are truly commendable. As he spoke, Yilong solemnly clasped his fists in a gesture of respect towards Tang Biao. The latter, now slightly flustered, guided the carriage as if he were a child caught with a secret.
Do not speak nonsense. There is nothing between the steward and me, our relationship is entirely ordinary.
His clumsiness only heightened his flustered demeanor. Yilong couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, surprised to discover that Tang Biao's object of affection was none other than Hua Meinyang. However, one could not deny that Hua Meinyang, that enchanting sorceress, was indeed captivating. As a reincarnator, having seen countless alluring figures in his past life, he had found it impossible to resist temptation. How much more challenging would it be for the Na'vi Tang Biao, now that Yilong had unearthed Tang Biao's greatest secret? He feigned profundity as he gazed ahead through the curtain of rain. In truth, there are methods to win a woman's heart. Once the correct approach is employed, no woman can evade a man's grasp. For instance, the 36 stratagems of love. As Yilong spoke, he carefully observed Tang Biao's expression. Although his demeanor remained unyielding, his eyes had begun to betray an undeniable earnestness. Yilong secretly reveled in his amusement, maintaining an air of wisdom.
Among these stratagems is one called the hero saves the beauty.
Tang Biao's gaze shifted slightly. This stratagem primarily focuses on winning the heart, first by showcasing the man's character and charm, and then garnering the woman's gratitude and guilt, thereby weaving an unbreakable bond between them.
Tang Biao looked at Yilong with confusion. Guilt? What do you mean?
Upon hearing Tang Biao's inquiry, Yilong's lips curled into a silent smile. The concept of a hero saving a beauty is universally understood, but it merely elicits gratitude. It does not stir deeper emotions. However, if during the rescue, the man places himself in front of the woman, vowing to protect her at all costs, and once the danger has passed, one can only imagine how the heroine would feel upon seeing the man gravely injured. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Biao's eyes brightened. Not only would there be gratitude, but also concern and guilt, awakening the woman's inherent maternal instincts.
You must understand, every woman possesses a maternal aura.
Once it emerges, you occupy a significant place in her heart. Of course, merely having one stratagem is insufficient, another must follow.
What stratagem? Tang Biao inquired with a hint of urgency. Yilong's smile widened. The next move is the orphaned and homeless stratagem. Tang Biao's expression shifted. What do you mean? After the first stratagem, you and the woman will have become acquainted, correct? Tang Biao nodded. And she will undoubtedly take you in to recuperate. Tang Biao nodded again. When you awaken, will you not exchange backgrounds?
At this point, you must weave a tale of your tragic past, painting it as sorrowful as possible, fully awakening her maternal instincts.
This is what is known as going all in.
Tang Biao stared at Yilong, utterly bewildered.
You do not understand? Tang Biao nodded. Yilong sighed like an elder imparting wisdom, patting Tang Biao's shoulder. Consider this.
The initial stratagem can indeed evoke her maternal instincts, but since you are strangers, her feelings may only stem from her inherent nature. However, now that you are under her care, she will tend to you daily.
Naturally, you will grow familiar with one another. If you could win her heart solely through the first stratagem, there would be no need to discuss further tactics. Yet, should the first fail, you must proceed to the next. When she hears that you are orphaned, homeless, and wandering the streets, will she not feel greater sympathy for you? Will she not care for you more attentively and comfort you? Tang Biao pondered this for a moment, envisioning the scene, and nodded in agreement.
And then comes the final stratagem,
known as going with the flow.
This move will allow you to soar freely.
What do you mean? Tang Biao asked, perplexed by Yilong's words. Yilong chuckled. Do you know what happens when a woman's maternal instincts are fully awakened? Tang Biao shook his head.
She will instinctively draw closer to you, even if there are moments of intimacy. She will not reject you due to her maternal instincts and sympathy. At that point, all you need is courage, boldness, and a carefree attitude to naturally win her over. Noticing Tang Biao's confusion once more, Yilong began to elucidate. Courage means you must cast aside your fears, always recalling your tragically sorrowful past.
Then, with a face full of grief, she will undoubtedly not ignore you and will come forward to comfort you. At that moment, you can reach out to embrace her, and she will not resist. In fact, she will continue to console you.
Chapter 38. The initial encounter with the profound depths of cultivation. Tang Biao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded repeatedly. Then, mustering his courage, he fixed his gaze upon her, reminding himself to maintain eye contact. He began to extol her virtues, praising her kindness and beauty, and showering her with compliments that elevated her to celestial heights. He sought to make her feel as though she were unparalleled in both heaven and earth. But what does unintentional mean? Yi Long scoffed. This is the ultimate trump card. He then feigned casualness, noticing the subtle physical intimacy between the two, and hastily withdrew, exclaiming phrases like an unintentional act or how presumptuous, conveying to her that his action stemmed merely from a momentary surge of emotion, not a true desire to disrespect her. At this juncture, two paths lay before him. What choices? The first was to seize the moment and kiss her directly, compelling Tang Biao's face to flush crimson. Impossible. Yet Yi Long remained composed, waving his hand dismissively. Do not rush. She will exhibit one of two reactions. Point 1, she may outright reject you and struggle fiercely, but you must be assertive until you have crossed that threshold, at which point, you must quickly apologize and propose to marry her. Consider this: a woman whose purity has been tarnished feels as though her life has been forfeit, coupled with the fact that you are her savior and your tragic past evokes her deep sympathy. After much deliberation, she will ultimately acquiesce to your desires, will she not? But, isn't that exceedingly shameless? Tang Biao protested. Yi Long continued without acknowledging the objection. The second possible reaction is more nuanced, involving a dance of refusal and invitation, leading to a natural progression between the two of you. What of the second choice? The latter option is far more sophisticated. Unless one is a seasoned player in matters of the heart, it is beyond the grasp of the average person. This choice is known as guarding the rabbit while waiting for the wolf. Tang Biao looked perplexed. Isn't it guarding the tree while waiting for the rabbit? Yi Long regarded him with a disdainful expression. Women possess not only maternal instincts but also a predatory nature. Should you choose the second path following an unintentional act, you must awaken that primal instinct within her. Once a woman's predatory instincts are aroused, oh, what might ensue? Tang Biao's curiosity was piqued, as Yi Long's words were nothing short of extraordinary. Even after living for a millennium, he had never encountered such strategies in the pursuit of women. At that point, even if you wished to extricate yourself from her grasp, it would be impossible. She would firmly ensconce her heart within yours, and the union of spirit and flesh represents the pinnacle of love. Do you understand? Tang Biao swallowed nervously, yet soon realized that his situation with the shopkeeper bore no resemblance to this scenario. The strategies Yi Long described held no relevance for him. Thus, he cautiously glanced at Yi Long, his expression fraught with conflict and turmoil. That he would never concede to Yi Long that he harbored feelings for the shopkeeper. For if she were to uncover his affections, how could he possibly remain in her presence? In truth, your situation with the shopkeeper is far easier to resolve, Yi Long remarked. But what? Tang Biao interjected eagerly, only to meet Yi Long's crescent moon smile. Awkwardly, Tang Biao turned his gaze forward. Just know it, but do not speak of it to the shopkeeper. The low voice that followed made Yi Long's heart swell with amusement. Not mentioning it to the shopkeeper is acceptable, yet, Tang Biao's eyelids twitched violently. I can provide you with money, and I shall pretend not to notice your pursuit of women. Yi Long beamed with delight, chuckling, Senior Tang, you are indeed a golden core cultivator. Do you possess any techniques or skills you might impart to me? Tang Biao shot a sidelong glance at Yi Long, his brow furrowed. Shouldn't you seek your master, Jiang Mingyuan? Yi Long pouted. He is merely a foundation establishment cultivator. How can he compare to you? Tang Biao shook his head in disbelief. There is nothing to teach. Yi Long regarded Tang Biao with skepticism. In my time at the royal palace, from Qi refinement to golden core, it took me a mere century. Only after reaching the golden core stage did I begin to practice spells. However, the spells of the golden core stage are entirely inaccessible to those at the Qi refinement stage, and even foundation establishment cultivators cannot wield them. Without a vast reservoir of spiritual energy to support you, the backlash from spells would be insufferable. Yi Long gazed at Tang Biao in astonishment. Is it truly so, achieving golden core in just a century? Tang Biao gazed pensively into the misty distance. In those days, the spiritual energy of this continent was abundant. Even mortals could live for a century and a half. Coupled with the countless treasures of heaven and earth, attaining the golden core stage was commonplace. Yi Long looked at Tang Biao with suspicion. Commonplace for golden core cultivators? Then what is the highest cultivation realm? My master provided me with a booklet that mentioned the highest realm being merely the nascent soul stage. Tang Biao scoffed. The highest cultivation realm is that of the tribulation transcender and the scattered immortal ancestors. Yi Long gasped, promptly seeking clarification regarding the hierarchy of cultivation levels, and thus came to understand the complete system of cultivation. Chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, integration, great ascension, tribulation crossing, ascension.as for scattered immortals. They are those who have failed to transcend the tribulation but survived with their primordial spirit intact, utilizing various treasures to reconstruct their physical forms. Their cultivation is superior to those who have not faced tribulation but inferior to those who have. They occupy a niche between the tribulation crossing and ascension stages. Moreover, scattered immortals must endure a tribulation every 1,000 years. This is referred to as 1 turn scattered immortal, 2 turn scattered immortal, culminating in a total of 9 tribulations, known as the 9 turn scattered immortal. Only after undergoing 9 tribulations can a scattered immortal transform into a true immortal and ascend to the upper realm. Tang Biao's explanation completely unveiled a new world for Yi Long. It became apparent that numerous peaks awaited his ascent and exploration. However, when Yi Long inquired about the events of Ur, Tang Biao immediately fell silent. No amount of coaxing from Yi Long could elicit a response. Subsequently, Yi Long turned his attention to the matter of tribulations, for it pertained directly to his life. Should those tribulations indeed be as terrifying as rumored, he would prefer to remain stagnant in the Qi refinement stage for eternity. However, Tang Biao himself was not well versed in the specifics of tribulations, only having heard that they involved not only thunder tribulations but also demonic heart tribulations and the like. He could not elaborate further. During his time in the royal palace, reaching a certain level of cultivation prohibited them from learning about tribulations to prevent the emergence of heart demons along their cultivation path, thus leaving hidden dangers for when the tribulation arrived. A day gradually slipped away. Zhao Jing was situated quite far from Yanjing. According to Tang Biao, it would take 7 days to traverse the 1,000-mile journey. That evening, the two found a sheltered spot from the wind. Tang Biao prepared some game, while Yi Long assisted in roasting it. Fortunately, Yi Long was quick-witted and had brought along seasonings. The barbecue feast left Tang Biao with grease smeared across his face, and his gaze toward Yi Long brimmed with increasing admiration. Setting aside everything else, simply for his culinary skills, he undoubtedly deserved the title of the continent's finest chef. Chapter 39 The 36 Stratagems of Love. After a day's acquaintance, Tang Biao and Yi Long had grown somewhat familiar with one another. Although Yi Long had previously been at the escort agency, the exchanges between them had been few and far between. Initially, Yi Long had believed that Tang Biao was simply a man of few words, but he soon realized that it was merely a matter of professional habit. He was not inherently taciturn. After all, one could hardly attain the position of chief guardian of the imperial court without possessing a certain degree of discretion. Yi Long retrieved a gourd of wine from his bosom.
Tang Biao, puzzled, regarded Yi Long. How come I never noticed you had wine with you before?
Yi Long chuckled. I was merely trying to avoid the innkeeper's ire. You know how it is. She and I don't quite get along and often find ourselves at odds. Tang Biao silently laughed, recalling the many altercations between Yi Long and Hua Meinyang, which often ended with him and Fan Renliang administering a sound thrashing to Yi Long. He couldn't help but admire Yi Long's tenacity. However, it seemed that Hua Meinyang was not without her own merits. With this thought, Tang Biao accepted the gourd Yi Long offered and took a sip of the wine, looking curiously at Yi Long as he inquired, "About that matter you mentioned earlier." Yi Long bit into a chicken leg, savoring the succulent meat and wine, exclaiming, "Oh, which matter are you referring to?" He feigned ignorance while gazing at Tang Biao. Tang Biao blinked, and Yi Long mirrored the gesture.
Oh, you mean the innkeeper?
Tang Biao continued to blink, and Yi Long suddenly grasped the implication. He patted Tang Biao on the shoulder, casually wiping the grease from his hand.
Let me ask you a few questions first. Tang Biao remained silent, as if his body acknowledged the inquiry, yet his lips were sealed, imbued with a sense of reluctant invitation. Yi Long pressed on, "Does the innkeeper know you have feelings for her?" Tang Biao shook his head. "Do you know who the innkeeper fancies?" Tang Biao fell into silence, eventually lowering his head slightly.
Yi Long, upon witnessing Tang Biao's expression, immediately understood. His eyes sparkled with curiosity as he regarded Tang Biao.
"So, the innkeeper has someone she likes?" Tang Biao remained silent but snatched the gourd from Yi Long's hand, gulping down several mouthfuls before pausing to catch his breath.
The answer was evident. Observing Tang Biao's sudden despondence, Yi Long squinted, his eyes radiating intrigue.
"A cultivator?"
Tang Biao gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment.
"A nascent soul cultivator?" Tang Biao nodded involuntarily. Yi Long clicked his tongue, clearly impressed by their camaraderie. "How did you deduce that?" Yi Long refrained from answering, which only piqued Tang Biao's curiosity further. "Is it not evident?"
"You are a master-level martial artist. Anyone capable of bringing you such low spirits must surely be a cultivator." Yi Long reclaimed the gourd with disdain. He discreetly wiped the mouth of the gourd with his sleeve before lifting it to take a sip.
"But how did you guess it was a nascent soul cultivator? Wait, no, how did you figure out who it was?"
Tang Biao looked at Yi Long with urgency, his curiosity piqued. Why? Yi Long smirked. Our bond runs deep, does it not? Tang Biao's eyes bulged in disbelief as he stared at Yi Long. How did you come to that conclusion? The fact that Yi Long could surmise the identity of Hua Meinyang's beloved merely from his melancholic demeanor left Tang Biao utterly in awe, instilling him with newfound confidence in Yi Long's advice on wooing Hua Meinyang. Yi Long exhaled a cloud of wine breath, gazing at Tang Biao. Do you recall what I mentioned about Zhao Yijian's profound connection with her? Tang Biao shook his head, bewildered. Humph, Yi Long scoffed disdainfully. I noticed something was amiss with the innkeeper. If she truly had no ties to Zhao Yijian, even if I slandered her, she would never allow you to lay a hand on me. After all, having lived nearly a millennium, would she really squabble with me over such trifles? Thus, the outcome is evident. I struck a nerve. She harbors feelings for Zhao Yijian, yet he clearly does not reciprocate, correct? Tang Biao stared at Yi Long in shock. You could deduce even that? Yi Long chuckled, taking another bite of chicken, his expression gleeful as he regarded Tang Biao. So, as long as you heed my counsel, you will certainly win her heart. Tang Biao, momentarily taken aback, suddenly radiated an exuberant light in his eyes, nodding vigorously at Yi Long. Now, let us discuss what status that storyteller from Tingyun Pavilion truly holds. After pondering for a moment, Tang Biao shook his head. I cannot disclose that. You must inquire with the innkeeper. Yi Long's heart raced with surprise. Indeed, Hua Meinyang's connection with the storyteller was far from simple. Then what precisely is the nature of this escort we are undertaking? I have examined the list and found no orders for Yanjing. Yi Long's question caused Tang Biao to narrow his eyes, an icy aura emanating from him. Sensing the tension, Yi Long hastily waved his hands. No need to be anxious. If you cannot say, then so be it. I was merely curious. Besides, do not forget, I am a qi refinement cultivator. You cannot best me. Tang Biao, momentarily stunned, recollected that Yi Long was indeed a qi refinement cultivator. He shook his head in frustration. There are matters we cannot disclose. You must ask the innkeeper. Do not bring up such topics again, or I shall take offense. All right, I shall not pry. I was merely curious. Yi Long replied with a hint of mischief. Curiosity killed the cat. Tang Biao shot Yi Long a cold glance. So, what advice can I offer you that piques your curiosity? Tang Biao stiffened for a moment before silently nodding. Yi Long, amused by Tang Biao's foolish demeanor, extended the gourd toward him. First, tell me, what are the innkeeper's interests? Tang Biao took a sip of wine and began to ponder Yi Long's query. As Yi Long observed Tang Biao deep in thought, his mind raced. One of the 6 great sects, the leader of the Shangqing sect, Zhao Yijian, was indeed the object of Hua Meinyang's affection. Yet, Zhao Yijian seemed to have no interest in her. What could possibly explain this situation? A woman of Hua Meinyang's caliber, such a rare gem, would surely captivate any man. Even a mere dog would dig 3 feet into the ground for a glimpse. Yet, this extraordinary woman was being overlooked by Zhao Yijian. If Yi Long were in Zhao Yijian's position, he would have devoured Hua Meinyang whole, leaving no bones behind. How could he allow her to linger in the realm of his sect? Was it not akin to dangling a bone before a dog? Why did Zhao Yijian disregard Hua Meinyang? Either he was wholly devoted to his cultivation, having transcended the mundane desires of the heart, or he was perhaps averse to romantic entanglements altogether. Alternatively, he might harbor a significant secret that prevented him from pursuing Hua Meinyang. Chapter 40 of The Diverging Paths of Man and Dog. The road ahead is severed. Yi Long is increasingly inclined to believe that there exists a great secret. Recalling previous events, where numerous martial artists visited to provoke him, and the matter that Hua Meinyang instructed Fan Renliang to investigate, along with the tale spun by the storyteller at Tingyan Xian, all of these incidents have ignited an insatiable curiosity within him. He has exerted considerable restraint over his inquisitiveness. After all, as Tang Biao recently remarked, curiosity can be detrimental. Even those from ancient times were aware of this, so how could someone who has traversed the information explosion of modern society be oblivious? Yet knowing is one thing, and acting upon that knowledge is quite another. The extraordinary Hua Meinyang has ascended to the status of an unparalleled goddess in Yi Long's heart. Her flawless figure, supple and snow-like skin, translucent little feet, and exquisitely charming visage, all these attributes, coupled with the alluring fragrance she exudes and her languid yet supremely noble demeanor, constantly linger in his mind. Even though he recognizes that Hua Meinyang holds him in disdain, he finds himself utterly incapable of fulfilling her outrageous demands. Nevertheless, he is overwhelmed by an uncontrollable desire to assist her, even if it merely brings her a modicum of joy and happiness. A devoted admirer he may not have been, but in this moment, Yi Long comprehends the ultimate essence of such devotion. Those who are ardently infatuated truly find it impossible to restrain themselves. If one cannot curb their inclination to be a devoted admirer, then they must manage the time they spend in such a role. It is not necessary to devote every moment to such pursuits. The primary advantage of being an admirer lies in the possession of agency. One has the autonomy to choose whom to admire, how to express that admiration, and when to do so. If one cannot even manage this, they are no longer an admirer but rather a mere fool. Thus, Yi Long is acutely aware of his own advantages. Countless times, he has felt an overwhelming urge to delve into the secrets surrounding Hua Meinyang and the Wantong escort agency. He has diverted his attention with other matters to avoid this temptation. However, even so, the fragments of information he has gathered leave him with a multitude of questions. Zhao Jin, Hua Meinyang, the storyteller, the martial artists who came to provoke him, and the distant escort mission that is conspicuously absent from the order list. As Yi Long attempts to untangle these threads of information, he is interrupted by Tang Biao's voice. The shopkeeper loves to watch the clouds. Yi Long gazes at Tang Biao, who is looking up at the sky in a daze. Watch the clouds. Yes, watching the clouds. She is fond of ethereal things and the fleeting beauty of earthly fireworks. Every festival, she would take us to the highest tower to witness the most magnificent fireworks, claiming they were akin to her, short-lived yet beautiful, filled with an endless sense of regret. Yi Long gazes at the myriad stars twinkling in the sky, clear and radiant after the rain. No wonder he often sees the shopkeeper reclining. He had thought she needed calcium from the sun, but it turns out she was simply watching the clouds. Tang Biao, oblivious to Yi Long's calcium reference, has succumbed to a deep reverie. The shopkeeper possesses an exceptional water spirit root. It is evident, indeed, she is very vibrant. In less than 70 years, she has attained the golden core path. In her childhood, she adored clinging to me, requesting that I carry her through the skies. As we traversed the clouds, she would reach out with her tiny hands to grasp them, yet always came up empty. Chuckling at the memory of Hua Meinyang's youthful frustration, Tang Biao inadvertently laughs aloud. Yi Long's eyes widen in disbelief as he gazes at Tang Biao. Goodness, you're a bit peculiar, harboring feelings for her as a child?
Tang Biao, confused, responds, peculiar?
She was so young, you beast, how could you harbor such thoughts?
Tang Biao, speechless, turns back to the night sky.
No, during that time, I found her quite bothersome, as she occupied my cultivation time.
Oh, I see.
What spirit root do you possess? I have a superior dual spirit root, metal and fire, primarily focusing on the metal root.
Remarkable talent.
Yet Tang Biao shakes his head. That is nothing. The descendants of the Yun family back then were truly the pride of heaven, hailed as the chosen ones.
Such remarkable prowess? What happened afterward?
Tang Biao sighs, shaking his head, and refrains from elaborating. Yi Long, recognizing the moment, wisely chooses not to press further. Tang Biao is lost in the nostalgia of his memories, forgetting to seek Yi Long's counsel on pursuing Hua Meinyang. Meanwhile, Yi Long quietly absorbs the moonlight. Having departed from Zhao Jing, he has deliberately slowed the pace of his cultivation to a mere walking tempo. When venturing outside, one must always exercise caution. After a night of cultivation, he is nearly a tenth of the way to achieving the Yin Spirit Root Dragon Pearl, and he is confident that by tonight, he will reach the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage. However, following his conversation with Tang Biao yesterday, he has gained some insights regarding spirit roots. The realization dawned upon him that fewer spirit roots are preferable, and the rarer, the better. While this principle may seem straightforward, it is a lesson Yi Long has learned through personal experience. The more singular the spirit root, the quicker the cultivation progress. After all, one only needs to focus on mastering a single element. Conversely, if a practitioner possesses a plethora of spirit roots, even if they are of superior quality, they must invest countless time and energy to improve their cultivation. Yet, this sentiment is merely Yi Long's own reflection. Perhaps those with extraordinary 5, 6, or even 7 spirit roots, paired with exceptional techniques, would cultivate at an even swifter pace. The next morning, Yi Long sits on the escort cart, absorbing the essence of the sun. Tang Biao, however, appears unusually silent, seemingly still ensnared by his past recollections. Yi Long, on the other hand, relishes this tranquil moment. As for his suggestions to Tang Biao on how to pursue Hua Meinyang, they were simply a means to amuse himself. After all, given his strikingly handsome appearance, Hua Meinyang has shown no interest. How could she possibly be drawn to Tang Biao's more stoic visage? Furthermore, Hua Meinyang's affections lie with those of formidable Yuan prowess. What could Tang Biao possibly offer in comparison? To put it bluntly, he is nothing more than a mere dog in the eyes of Hua Meinyang's family. The paths of man and dog are irrevocably divergent. In saying this, it seems he inadvertently chastises himself. However, Yi Long never considers himself a dog. Just as there is no fish in fish-flavored shredded pork, no wife in wife cakes, and the meat in a meat sandwich is actually bread enclosing meat, a devoted admirer is certainly not a dog. This, he knows without a doubt. Thus, from the outset, Yi Long has never regarded Tang Biao with any esteem. Not only Tang Biao, but even Jiang Mingyuan, a foundation-building practitioner, has not earned his regard. Otherwise, how could they maintain such a respectful relationship as teacher and student? Yi Long suddenly clicks his tongue, realizing that, in truth, he has not held Hua Meinyang in high regard either. Were he to genuinely elevate her to the status of a goddess in his eyes, he would never dare to tease her so brazenly, nor would he have been so transparent about seeking out other women. Chapter 41 A Farewell Between Mortals and Immortals. Seeking peace of mind, it appears that I am indeed the chosen one. These individuals are merely the foliage along my journey, not even worthy of being called blossoms. I am an immortal. These people are nothing more than dogs in the eyes of one such as I. They shall not endure for many years. The clouds drift lazily, the morning sun remains steadfast, and the gentle breeze of October refreshes the spirit. The fields by the roadside are awash with golden stalks of wheat. Indeed, this is a year of bountiful harvest. The 6 kingdoms are free from strife, and the populace thrives in peace and contentment, all akin to the plump ears of grain, awaiting the reaping. This continent has utterly transformed the historical perspective of Yi Long. The principle of unity arising from division, and division from unity, seems non-existent here. The rulers appear to be oblivious to their own actions. Cultivating immortality, perhaps, yet, according to the information I have received, the monarchs of the 6 kingdoms are merely ordinary individuals from royal families, bereft of any spiritual roots. It is utterly impossible for a cultivator to assume the throne. This precaution is taken to prevent a repeat of the rebellion that once plagued the crown prince of the Cloud Kingdom thousands of years ago. Was it the crown prince's treachery that led to the disintegration of the Cloud Kingdom? Yi Long cannot say for certain, but he is convinced of one thing: the absence of conflict among the 6 kingdoms is undoubtedly due to the mandates of the 6 great sects behind them. Otherwise, how could human desires be so easily satisfied, just as his own quest for immortality cannot be satisfied with mere foundational cultivation? He yearns to be unrivaled in the world. If even he, an immortal, harbors such desires, how much more so for the other cultivators and mortals? Is there truly a cultivator or mortal devoid of any desires? Of course, this is a false proposition. In a world where absolutes do not exist, there are indeed peculiar individuals who remain unmoved by any external factors. Yi Long considers himself an ordinary person, and as such, he must possess the traits of one. He favors wealth over poverty, uses his influence to oppress others, indulges in romance, and revels in excess. As an immortal, he constantly reminds himself of his life's objective. Only upon achieving this goal can he contemplate his next steps. However, this premise hinges on his survival. Thus, when he witnesses a robbery, without a moment's hesitation, Yi Long leaps from the escort cart to flee. His speed leaves Tang Biao and the bandits utterly bewildered, for within Yi Long's heart, the red line was made clear to him at the moment he became a cultivator: he must never lay a hand on mortals. Should he do so, it would trigger a bounty from the 6 great sects, turning him into a pariah among all cultivators. Since he cannot act against mortals, his only recourse is to run far, far away, to a place where mortals cannot pursue him. Not only does he flee on foot, but Yi Long also employs the earth escape technique, vanishing in an instant, leaving the would-be robbers in a cold sweat. They had dared to rob an immortal. The more they pondered, the more their bodies trembled in fear, to the point where they could no longer hold their swords, which clattered to the ground. However, the now aware Tang Biao showed no mercy. In mere moments, he sent the quaking, weak-legged bandits to meet their maker. Having escaped to a distance, Yi Long still possessed a semblance of conscience and did not forget about his colleague, Tang Biao. Just as he resolved to return and offer a warning, he was met with a scene of bloodshed. Yi Long stood frozen, suddenly recalling that Tang Biao was a master-level figure. These petty thieves were no match for him. After all, Tang Biao regarded Yi Long with disdain, questioning how, as a first-layer Qi cultivator, he could possess such timidity. Yi Long, however, remained transfixed, staring blankly at the corpses. This was the second time he had witnessed such a sight. His first reaction had been intense, leading to a profound mental clash with Hua Meinyang, yet, this second encounter elicited no response. Rather, a flicker of relief emerged within him. He was grateful for the presence of a master like Tang Biao by his side. It was not that he lacked courage, but rather that he was uncertain how to proceed. Master Jiang had instructed him never to act against mortals. Once he did, it would lead to dire consequences. Tang Biao, upon hearing this, gazed skyward in disbelief. Master Jiang was not wrong, yet there were exceptions. For instance, in the case of these bandits, you could simply eliminate them without consequence. Even if the sects learned of it, they would have provoked you first. Yi Long looked at Tang Biao with skepticism. Are you suggesting that as long as I am in the right, it suffices? Tang Biao nodded affirmatively. Precisely, as long as you are justified. You could slay a few mortals, or even massacre an entire city, and no one would dare challenge you. Yi Long's eyes sparkled with excitement. He relished the idea of reason and those who championed it. As long as there was a basis for discourse, he felt no fear. Is it truly so? Yi Long asked, still somewhat skeptical.
Indeed, it is. Tang Biao replied emphatically. Ah, then does that mean I can roam freely in this world?
Yi Long exclaimed, a newfound confidence surging within him. Tang Biao regarded the suddenly boastful Yi Long with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Now you dare to call yourself this master. In times past, if you had claimed such a title, a great ascendant would have had a word with you. Even they would not dare to self-proclaim, only those who have transcended tribulations would have the audacity to call themselves this master or this esteemed one. Yi Long laughed with unabashed pride. Very well, I shall henceforth refer to myself as this esteemed one.
Tang Biao stared in astonishment, speechless, shaking his head in resignation.
It was utterly absurd for a mere first-layer Qi cultivator to arrogantly declare himself thus. I in the past, someone like Yi Long would have been crushed to pulp by a descending palm for such insolence. Following the encounter with the petty bandits, Yi Long and Tang Biao resumed their journey in the escort cart. It seemed the reputation of the Wantong escort agency was not as formidable as one might assume, for even minor bandits dared to rob them. Yi Long inquired, perplexed. Tang Biao shook his head slightly. These are not mere bandits, their leader likely possesses fifth-tier strength. The issue is not with the agency's reputation, but rather a recent emergence of a mysterious force. This force, known as the Demonic Path, has ensnared not only martial artists in the mortal realm but has also captivated a significant portion of rogue cultivators in the realm of immortality. It is said that these nefarious cultivators are seizing alchemical furnaces for their own gain, and the 6 great sects are currently conducting extensive investigations.
Yi Long's expression shifted to one of alarm. Why did you not mention this sooner?
This is perilous. I should not have accompanied you. This is far too dangerous. After voicing his grievances towards Tang Biao, Yi Long became increasingly flustered. Tang Biao, witnessing Yi Long's palpable fear, was rendered speechless.
You never asked, and besides, it was your insistence to come along. What should we do then? Should we return? Yi Long implored, his gaze pleading. No turning back, this escort must reach its destination on time. Tang Biao replied. What, are you not going to pursue women anymore?
Yi Long was taken aback by Tang Biao's unexpected teasing, shaking his head with a pained expression. No more pursuit.
It is far too dangerous.
Chapter 42, offering advice to entice the master with money. Yi Long's timidity utterly reshaped Tang Biao's perception. It also allowed him to gain a clearer understanding of the nature of Yi Long. At times, he displayed a cunning sophistication and a piercing insight. At others, he exhibited inexplicable, contemptible behavior that left others bewildered and gritting their teeth in frustration. Occasionally, he emanated an undeniable strength, exuding an imposing presence. Yet, the moment he encountered even the slightest hint of danger, he would instinctively withdraw, fearful of injury to himself. He was a paradox, a figure both intriguing and perplexing. Moreover, his Achilles heel was glaringly apparent. His life, this individual not only placed immense value on his own existence but also regarded the lives of others with profound reverence. It was as though, in his eyes, life held an almost sacred status, a deep-seated veneration that resonated from the depths of his soul. This reverence instilled in Tang Biao an inexplicable sense of profundity when he scrutinized Yi Long. After all, while everyone cherishes their own life, few extend such regard to the lives of others. Yet Yi Long's capacity to appreciate the value of another's life was a realm of love and compassion that Tang Biao felt was beyond his reach, and admiration that left him in awe. In truth, this escort mission was not as perilous as one might have imagined. Otherwise, the manager would not have entrusted it to him but rather sought the assistance of Jiang Mingyuan. Tang Biao's words jolted Yi Long from his state of panic. Indeed, if danger were truly imminent, why not dispatch a foundational-level cultivator for the task? It appeared he had been worrying unnecessarily.
Nevertheless, Yi Long still inquired, are you certain?
Tang Biao was tempted to deliver a punch to Yi Long. I am certain.
Yi Long continued to thump his chest in assurance. That's good, that's good. By the way, why has this demonic sect suddenly emerged? Was there no sign of them before? Tang Biao pondered momentarily, weighing whether to divulge more information to Yi Long. What if he truly frightened this fool into a stupor?
The manager was not present, and how would he handle the aftermath? The crucial point was that bringing a simpleton to Yinghua would surely tarnish the reputation of the Wantong escort agency and the manager.
There were indeed signs before, but they went unnoticed.
Only recently have they begun to reveal themselves, he finally said, opting for a vague response, yet Yi Long was relentless in his pursuit of answers.
How did you discover this? Tang Biao's expression turned cold and impassive, falling silent.
Yi Long clicked his tongue, refraining from further inquiries for the moment. Again and again, his curiosity became unbearable. He yearned to uncover the secrets concealed within Hua Meinyang, as well as the connection she had with the cultivation world. A princess of a bygone dynasty, her powers rendered null, having lived for nearly a millennium. What cataclysmic battles had transpired in the past, a myriad of enigmas danced through Yi Long's mind.
You have yet to address what you promised me.
Just as Yi Long was lost in thought, Tang Biao's voice cut through his musings. Yi Long paused, considering Tang Biao's words.
You are too familiar with the manager, there aren't many strategies at your disposal. It primarily depends on what you wish to achieve. For instance, do you want to discern the manager's feelings or make her utterly infatuated with you?
After a moment of contemplation, Tang Biao recalled that he had already conveyed Hua Meinyang's sentiments to Yi Long, deeming it unnecessary to verify further.
The second option.
Yi Long remarked, eyeing Tang Biao's impassive face, pursing his lips. This one poses a bit of difficulty.
Do you possess any unique talents that the manager is unaware of?
Tang Biao frowned, perplexed, while Yi Long's gaze inadvertently landed on Tang Biao's groin. Following Yi Long's line of sight, Tang Biao's face flushed crimson. Yi Long noticed Tang Biao's rapid breathing and quickly raised his hands, saying, "Don't misconstrue my meaning, I am referring to any particular skills you possess that the manager does not know about. For example, carving, painting, playing the zither, or flute."
Tang Biao shook his head in confusion. While Yi Long furrowed his brows. You only know how to wield a sword? Not at all.
Tang Biao replied, his disdain evident as he regarded Yi Long with incredulity, prompting Yi Long to touch his nose in silence.
I meant the sword you carry. Tang Biao felt a twinge of embarrassment but nodded slightly.
Yi Long stroked his chin, his eyes deep in thought.
I think I understand. I have devised a series of interconnected schemes for you. The first scheme, the bitter meat strategy. Tang Biao perked up, listening intently.
Upon returning from this escort mission, you must endure injuries, severe ones at that, to gauge the manager's level of concern for you.
And then? Tang Biao inquired eagerly. The second scheme, justifiable actions, what does that entail?
Since you do not wish to directly express your feelings to the manager, use this opportunity to initiate your pursuit during her time of concern for you. There is no need to declare your intentions outright, but you should engage in actions that convey your affection, allowing her to grasp your meaning.
Tang Biao's eyes brightened. How is that accomplished?
For instance, previously, you were always cold and distant while guarding her side, but this time, you must change your demeanor. Not only should you remain by her side, but you should also express warmth and care, even going so far as to assist her in various tasks to capture her attention. This will lead her to realize your intentions.
And after that?
Yi Long narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing within.
Next comes the third scheme, baiting the hook.
Consider this, when she has grown accustomed to your kindness, you inexplicably revert to your former self. She will undoubtedly find it disconcerting, leading her to question your motives. After a time, you can suddenly become warm and attentive again, creating a tumultuous emotional roller coaster for her.
Tang Biao swallowed hard, his excitement palpable. What follows?
This strategy is particularly cunning, known as waiting for the overworked to tire.
Tang Biao regarded Yi Long with admiration.
If the previous schemes fail to win the manager's heart, this ultimate technique will surely succeed.
Of course, should this plan also fall short, Yi Long's expression softened with sympathy for Tang Biao. Tang Biao gritted his teeth. Speak.
All right, at this stage, she will have fully comprehended your feelings. However, it is still insufficient. You must deliver a decisive blow, requiring the entrance of another beautiful woman. Keep in mind that women are inherently rivals to one another, particularly among the beautiful.
Thus, should another woman approach you, if the manager can still maintain her composure, Yi Long need not finish his sentence.
Tang Biao understood. A series of interconnected schemes stirred Tang Biao's emotions, igniting a fervor within him. Each plan was meticulously crafted, seamlessly intertwining, demonstrating a profound understanding of the emotional dynamics between the two parties. Even someone as composed as Tang Biao found himself mentally simulating these strategies in his mind.
Chapter 43, Truth is Power. As Tang Biao attempted to simulate the scene, Yi Long remained indifferent, yet internally, he could not help but let out a chilling sneer. In this game, he was determined to push Hua Meinyang to the peak of ecstasy, ensnaring her in a web of desire that would leave her unable to extricate herself. Otherwise, how could he possibly avenge the torment he had endured over the past days? As for whether Tang Biao and Hua Meinyang could ever come together, that was utterly impossible. This was not a matter of Yi Long looking down on Tang Biao. After nearly a millennium of acquaintance, Tang Biao had yet to muster the courage to express his feelings, and even Hua Meinyang remained blissfully unaware. It was evident that Hua Meinyang held not the slightest affection for him. Thus, the outcome was already predetermined. Tang Biao could not ascertain whether he had truly simulated a scenario where Hua Meinyang was seductively nestled in his embrace.
In any case, at the moment Yi Long had collected the Yang Lingzhen Dragon Pearl to achieve the pinnacle of the first layer of qi refinement, Tang Biao nervously addressed him, saying, "You must assist me then." Yi Long, thumping his chest, readily agreed. 3 days later, in Yanjing. Yi Long sat in a daze atop the escort cart, gazing at the towering city walls. They were significantly higher and more imposing than those of Zhaojing. Upon entering the city, he was immediately enveloped by a fragrant aroma of rouge that permeated the air. The sensation could be summed up in a single word: delightful. The streets were pristine, and unlike Zhaojing, Yanjing was intricately laid out without any distinctions between outer and inner cities. The buildings varied in height, creating a striking sense of depth everywhere. One could see young women clutching an array of musical instruments, and the melodic strains from various music halls occasionally graced his ears. Yanjing and Zhaojing were worlds apart, their climates differing slightly. Zhaojing was situated atop a high mountain, rendering its climate rather frigid. In contrast, Yanjing was nestled amidst surrounding peaks, offering a warmer atmosphere. Thus, upon entering Yanjing, the pedestrians were clad in light garments. Particularly, the artistic young women donned slightly sheer veils to shield themselves from the sun, capturing Yi Long's undivided attention.
"Tang, I have heard that Yanjing is the least likely of the 6 nations to be obliterated. Could it be attributed to these young women?"
Tang Biao, driving the escort cart, cast a glance at the young women on the road. The primary reason was the intermarriage between the royal family of Yan and the other 5 nations. Of course, it was not only the royals. Even among the common populace, marrying a Yan woman was a matter of great pride. "Ah, so it seems the nation has become the mother-in-law, with the other nations as sons-in-law," Tang Biao mused, nodding slightly. He then lowered his voice. "Not only the nation, but even one of the 6 great sects, the Tianyin Hall, has formed alliances with the other 5 sects. It is said that no one dares to offend the Tianyin Hall, even among mortals, let alone in the realm of cultivation."
Yi Long looked at Tang Biao in astonishment. "So the Tianyin Hall commands that much respect?" "Indeed," Tang Biao replied. "But how did the Empress of Yan come to inherit her position? Does she not have a harem like other emperors?"
Tang Biao found himself momentarily stumped by Yi Long's inquiry, as he had no insider knowledge of the Yan royal family. He shook his head. "I am not certain. It is merely a mortal kingdom, and I have not paid much attention." Yi Long nodded, understanding. After all, Tang Biao had once been a formidable golden core cultivator. Although his powers had waned, one who had seen the ocean would hardly concern themselves with a mere stream. He himself had now reached the pinnacle of the first layer of qi refinement and was poised to advance into the second layer. He pondered when he might finally experience the wonders of the cultivation realm.
"Drunken Spring Pavilion,"
Yi Long murmured softly as he gazed at the hotel sign. Tang Biao, driving the escort cart, followed the attendant to the rear courtyard to unload the cargo. They then took 2 guest rooms and refreshed themselves.
"Tonight, if you wish to find a woman, do so, but do not forget to assist me on your return," Tang Biao said after they had washed up and joined the dining hall for a meal, speaking softly to Yi Long. Yi Long nodded, suddenly turning to Tang Biao. "So we shall stay for one night and depart tomorrow?"
"Yes, the recent external circumstances are unsettling. It would be wise to return early." As he spoke, Tang Biao's brow furrowed slightly, clearly worried about the recent emergence of rogue martial artists and cultivators who seemed intent on targeting the Wanong escort agency. This only added to Tang Biao's mounting anxiety. Over the past 3 days, they had encountered several groups attempting to rob the escort cart. While they had faced bandits in previous years, the frequency this year was unprecedented. The last few groups of bandits had even reached the level of 8th rank masters. Without Yi Long, a cultivator at the first layer of qi refinement, it would have been impossible for Tang Biao alone to annihilate the foes. "But that is not my greatest concern," Tang Biao said after a moment of silence, causing Yi Long to tense involuntarily.
"What is it? Surely, there cannot be cultivators involved?"
Tang Biao met Yi Long's gaze without speaking, yet his eyes conveyed certainty. Why Yi Long was taken aback, staring at Tang Biao in disbelief.
"That cannot be true. Do they not fear the 6 great sects mobilizing?"
Tang Biao gazed at Yi Long as if he were foolish. "Of course they do, but even if the 6 great sects were to intervene, would they arrive in time to save us?" Yi Long was left speechless, pondering the nature of the cultivation world, where it seemed all rules were crafted for the obedient cultivators.
"I feel you are not one to adhere to such rules. Why then do you persist in posing such questions?" Yi Long brushed aside Tang Biao's derision, focusing instead on the principles at stake. "No rules, then what is there to play at?"
His previous life had been marred by those who disregarded rules or placed themselves above them, resulting in a lifetime of servitude. Yet in this fantastical world, why did such things still persist? Suddenly, a wave of uncontainable rage surged within Yi Long, a catastrophic shattering of his worldview that had been instilled in him to be a good person and abide by rules. A profound sense of injustice rendered him restless as he looked at Tang Biao, who was bewildered by the fiery intensity in Yi Long's eyes, which seemed to glisten with suppressed fury.
Is it not said that immortals and mortals are to remain forever apart? Is it not decreed that cultivators must not indiscriminately slaughter the innocent? Why, in the end, do these rules appear to hold no real weight?
Tang Biao, perplexed by Yi Long's anger, held little regard for his inquiries.
Rules?
Rules are synonymous with strength. The greater your strength, the fewer the constraints imposed upon you. Power is everything. Remember this as you enter the realm of cultivation. As long as your strength is sufficient, not only will rules be absent, but you may even create your own.
Tang Biao's resolute words jolted Yi Long back to clarity. Did he not understand this?
No, he did, yet, having lived 2 lives, he still found himself bound by such truths, leaving him frustrated. Chapter 44. Quietly admiring the moon at the brothel's entrance. In a previous life, power equated to wealth and authority. In this life, strength translates to the attainment of cultivation realms. Whether in the untamed antiquity or the civilized modernity, one cannot escape this profound truth. As long as you draw breath, this truth will eternally bind you. Yi Long let out a bitter smile, feeling utterly speechless. He never wished to delve into the essence of such matters. He merely yearned for a carefree and prolonged existence, yet, whether among mortals or within the realm of cultivation, the constraints of rules persistently shackled him. Conversely, those devoid of scruples and imbued with formidable power seemed beyond reproach. Is delayed justice still justice, when one is already lost to the void? What value does justice hold? Tang Biao observed Yi Long's deep reflections and chose to remain silent. Some truths cannot be comprehended merely through the words of others. One must endure humiliation and face great tribulations to achieve profound understanding. Tang Biao departed on an errand, and Yi Long refrained from inquiring about its nature. Ever since his reincarnation into this fantastical world, he had maintained a low profile, living an honest life. Even when forced to disturb ancestral graves for gold and treasures, it was purely out of necessity. He had followed Fan Runliang solely to acquire some means of self-preservation, yet inadvertently stumbled into a higher echelon of the cultivation world. For Yi Long, the pursuit of martial arts and cultivation held little significance. However, he was undeniably eager to learn from the higher realms of existence. He was aware that Hua Meinyang concealed a great secret, yet he refrained from probing into it. He suppressed his curiosity, striving to be a diligent and principled cultivator. Nevertheless, this world was rife with individuals who, upon encountering such honest souls, felt compelled to provoke and bully them. Should one choose not to resist, they would only grow bolder in their transgressions. Goodness invites treachery. The gentle-hearted are often taken advantage of. Yi Long felt as though he had become a target of destiny itself. Having endured injustice in his previous life, why should he be condemned to suffer it once more in this new existence? Cultivators inherently defy the heavens. Since he had already chosen such a path, he cared little for the consequences of stirring up trouble. A golden light flickered in Yi Long's eyes. A life of honesty and mediocrity is but one journey. A life of fervor and excitement is equally a journey. Having been sufficiently subdued in his past life, he vowed never to be docile again in this one. He was prepared to face the tempestuous storms ahead, for he understood that once Tang Biao mentioned the involvement of cultivators, the tranquility he desired would dissipate into thin air. As night fell, Yi Long commenced his rebellious endeavors. Tang Biao had bestowed upon him 2 silver ingots, weighing a total of 40 taels, ample enough for him to indulge in the artistic allure of the courtesans. During his time in Zhaojing, he had meticulously familiarized himself with the nuances of the locale. While umbrellas were absent, there were fish bladders available. They might carry a slight odor, yet they were effective in warding off many ailments, which sufficed for his needs. Upon arriving at the street of entertainment, Yi Long initially intended to assume the role of a wealthy patron. However, an inexplicable sense of trepidation engulfed him, leaving him somewhat breathless. After all, it was his first encounter with courtesans in both his past and present lives, despite having mentally prepared himself countless times. Yet, standing in this very place, he found it impossible to shake off the embarrassment. The influences of his previous life weighed heavily upon him. Even after traversing through time, he still perceived seeking the company of courtesans as lacking in morality and responsibility, a profound affront to society and the state. He continuously attempted to hypnotize himself, yet the more he tried, the more he felt an omnipresent gaze scrutinizing him. The moment he dared to enter, he imagined being immediately seized and thrown into prison. Consequently, his feelings of guilt intensified. The anxiety and unease he experienced were insufficient to encapsulate his turmoil. Observing the vibrant lights of the various entertainment venues, with courtesans at the entrances enticing patrons with their fragrant handkerchiefs, he felt like a thief caught in the act. 2 extremes. The discerning eyes of an old matron swiftly assessed Yi Long's demeanor. Immediately discerning his intentions, seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, she approached him discreetly. "Ahem, young master," she said, causing Yi Long to tremble and awkwardly turn to face the alluring matron.
"Who are you?" he inquired.
"I am from Chuanxiang Tower."
"I noticed you've been standing here for quite some time.
Why not step inside and have a seat? Ah, no, I'm just here to gaze at the moon, he stammered. The old matron chuckled inwardly at his pretense of sophistication. Is that so? Then perhaps you would prefer to admire it from a room upstairs? With a slight turn of her head, she ceased to regard the moon and instead focused intently on Yilong. Suddenly, she halted, surveying the area, only to find no one else around. With a burst of laughter, she could no longer contain herself, and nearby, a curious courtesan asked, "Mama, what's so amusing?" The matron waved her handkerchief dismissively. "Oh, nothing. I merely spotted a child, quite entertaining." Meanwhile, Yilong had already fled to a different street, clutching his racing heart and gasping for breath as though he had encountered a great terror, utterly flustered. His expression was one of despondence, internally scolding his own cowardice while desperately seeking excuses to absolve himself. Ultimately, he resolved not to go. The moment this decision crystallized within him, a profound sense of calm enveloped his heart. No longer did he feel the earlier panic and confusion. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to exit the alley when, unexpectedly, he spotted two stunning courtesans emerging from the shadows. Yilong's heart raced. If he could not muster the courage to enter the grand establishments, surely he could seek out these alluring figures lurking in the dark, especially these two, whose beauty outshone even the finest stars from his former life. With a surge of desire, he approached them, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned patron, blocking their path. "Ladies, there's no need to search for anyone else." The two women paused in surprise, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. One of them remarked, "So, you were here all along. I've been waiting for you. Come, quickly." With that, she turned and led the way. Why Yilong was momentarily taken aback. Are we in such a hurry? Yet, the intoxicating fragrance that enveloped the two exquisite courtesans was entirely different from the musky scent of Hua Meinyang. It was a sweet floral aroma. Their figures were splendid. While not as pronounced as Hua Meinyang's, they were still quite appealing. Most striking were their exquisite features, which undoubtedly ranked among the finest. To encounter such breathtaking courtesans on his very first attempt was simply exhilarating. Why Yilong wasted no time and hurried after them, his mind swirling with impure thoughts. Navigating through the streets, they arrived at the exterior of a residence. Just as the three were about to enter, 5 or 6 figures clad in black suddenly sprang from the shadows to launch a surprise attack. Why Yilong was taken aback. Chapter 45. An accidental encounter with the disciple of the Celestial Sound Sect. The Earth Escape technique was activated instantaneously, burrowing into the ground without hesitation, swiftly heading towards the direction of the Drunken Spring Pavilion. The speed was astonishing. Upon the appearance of those black-clad figures, he sensed fluctuations of spiritual energy. It was evident without question that those individuals were cultivators. This revelation nearly overwhelmed Yilong's mind. Indeed, he was being watched from behind, and to make matters worse, they were cultivators. Witnessing his reckless antics with a dragon and 2 phoenixes, he immediately took action. Why Yilong, heart racing, emerged from the earth, startling the resting Tang Biao. The latter's expression, typically impassive, began to twitch slightly. "What are you doing at this hour?" Tang Biao questioned, alarmed. Why Yilong, in a flustered state, replied, "I was just attacked by a cultivator." Tang Biao stared at Yilong in confusion, and in the next moment, both were utterly dumbfounded. The boy was remarkably swift. They gazed in horror at the black-clad figure that had suddenly emerged from the ground. Wanting to speak, they found themselves unable to utter a sound. Why Yilong was also unable to summon the spiritual energy from his dantian. For a moment, the two exchanged glances, recognizing the shared sentiment in each other's eyes. It was over. When the newcomers regained consciousness, they found themselves in a spacious cave, replete with abundant spiritual energy, a realm far removed from that of the mortal world. Zhao Qian, I never anticipated you were already colluding with the evil sect. My master was indeed correct. A delicate voice exclaimed. Why Yilong and Tang Biao turned their heads in bewilderment. Why Yilong's eyes lit up as he spotted the 2 young ladies from yesterday not far away. All 4 were bound, their limbs restrained, unable to channel their inner spiritual energy. "Have you also been captured? Who on earth are you?" Yilong inquired, addressing the lady who had just spoken. The lady looked at Yilong in astonishment. "You don't know who we are?" Zhao Qian, Tang Biao, equally perplexed, turned to Yilong, who responded with a look of bewilderment, "I'm not Zhao Qian. I am Yilong." Now it was the turn of the 2 young ladies to be dumbfounded. Their beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed at Yilong. "You're not Zhao Qian?" Yilong quickly shook his head. "Of course not. My name is Yilong, and this is Tang Biao. We belong to the Wantong Escort Agency." What? The 2 cherry-red lips dropped open in unison, staring at Yilong in disbelief. "You are from the Wantong Escort Agency?" Tang Biao nodded affirmatively. "From your attire, you must be disciples of the Celestial Sound Sect." The 2 ladies exchanged glances, and then one, a girl with large eyes, looked at Tang Biao and said, "Indeed, we are disciples of the Celestial Sound Sect." I am Shan Ningxiang, and this is my senior sister, Yang Feishue. Then, do you know who it was that captured us? Tang Biao asked Yang Feishue with a nod. Shan Ningxiang shook her head, her expression one of bitterness. We do not know either. After Shan Ningxiang spoke, the three of them fixed their gazes on Yi Long. Yi Long awkwardly fidgeted with his toes in the dirt. It dawned on him that this was all a misunderstanding. They were seeking a guide from the sect in the mortal realm, and neither party was acquainted with the other. Coincidentally, he had obstructed their path, and these two disciples of the Celestial Sound sect had mistakenly taken him for Zhao Qian. This was inconsequential. What mattered was that they needed to ascertain who had captured them and what their intentions were. Quickly think, have you offended anyone recently? Upon hearing Yi Long's words, the two ladies shifted their thoughts elsewhere. He breathed a sigh of relief but noticed that Tang Biao was still regarding him with suspicion. Yi Long forced a smile and began to explain quietly to Tang Biao. After listening, Tang Biao stared at Yi Long with wide eyes, utterly speechless. You truly are a coward. Yi Long was at a loss for words. He could not refute Tang Biao's accusation, as he himself felt like a coward. In nearly a millennium, a malevolent sect had emerged, and while these individuals had previously adhered to some level of decorum, Shan Ningxiang's recounting made it clear what was happening. This malevolent force had been capturing women from the mortal realm and the cultivation world as vessels. Previously, they had been quite discreet, capturing only those with spiritual roots from the mortal realm. Their actions were shrouded in secrecy. Even the six great sects had been unable to uncover any traces. However, in the last century or so, this force had become increasingly active, not only capturing women with spiritual roots from the mortal realm but also targeting the six great sects, particularly the Celestial Sound sect. This time, Shan Ningxiang and Yang Feishue had left the sect to accompany an elder for training, intending to investigate the recent disappearances of disciples from the Celestial Sound sect. They never anticipated that this malevolent sect would dare to act so boldly in Yanjing, even sending 4 or 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators at one point. Yet, among the Celestial Sound sect, there was only one Foundation Establishment elder present, while the remaining juniors were all at the Qi refinement stage. However, within the royal palace of Yan, there existed Golden Core cultivators. They were astonished that these malevolent cultivators had the audacity to act under the watchful eyes of Golden Core experts. In a moment of carelessness, they had been captured. The four exchanged glances, unsure of what to do next. Yi Long idly scrutinized the two disciples of the Celestial Sound sect. Shan Ningxiang, the junior sister, wore a sky blue-like garment, her large eyes, slightly upturned nose, and snow-white skin reminiscent of milk. Yang Feishue, the senior sister, donned a similar sky-blue garment, yet her demeanor exuded an air of aloofness. Not bad, these two vessels are quite appealing. I quite like them. Amidst their silence, a chilling voice broke through the air. A black-clad elder appeared silently within the cave, his narrow, sinister eyes, hawk-like nose, and thin lips betraying a ruthless disposition. His gaze roamed hungrily over Shan Ningxiang and Yang Feishue. Tang Biao, undeterred, was the first to speak. We are from the Wantong Escort Agency. Tell your leader not to seek death. The elder paused, turning to stare at Tang Biao in surprise. Ah, the cold-faced master, Tang Biao, indeed, that is I. The elder's face visibly paled, his eyes darting nervously before he abruptly vanished from the cave. Yi Long and the others regarded the composed Tang Biao with curiosity. He hadn't expected Tang Biao to be so audacious, intimidating their opponent into retreat merely by virtue of the Wantong Escort Agency's reputation. What hidden power did the Wantong Escort Agency possess? Was it merely Zhao Yijian of the Qingjing sect? Considering that the assailants dared to capture disciples of the Celestial Sound sect, one of the 6 great sects, as vessels, did they truly fear the Qingjing sect? Yi Long was perplexed, and Shan Ningxiang and Yang Feishue, disciples of the Celestial Sound sect, were equally bewildered. Although they were aware of the Wantong Escort Agency's renown and had been cautioned by their elders, they remained unclear about the true nature of the Wantong Escort Agency. Tang Biao had no intention of explaining, and Yi Long felt it inappropriate to inquire in front of outsiders. Moments later, the elder reappeared, accompanied by 2 others. Chapter 46, The Overbearing Ascending Dragon Breaks the Restriction. After the 3 entered the cave, they made a beeline for Tang Biao. The other 2 individuals were shrouded in black veils, rendering their faces indistinguishable. Upon confirming Tang Biao's identity, the trio remained motionless before him. Yi Long, perplexed, turned to inquire of Tang Biao, who merely shook his head slightly, offering no explanation. Shortly thereafter, the elder who had entered first let out a cold chuckle.
Since you are the cold-faced master of the Wantong Escort Agency, we will notify Hua Mengyan to come.
However, whether she will indeed arrive is beyond our knowledge. With that, the 3 turned and exited the cave, disregarding the 2 captured female disciples of the Tian'an Temple. They merely instructed the guards outside to keep a close watch on the 4 within. Yi Long and his companions exchanged puzzled glances at Tang Biao. What did they mean by that? Upon hearing Yi Long's question, Tang Biao furrowed his brow and replied, "This time, we may be in trouble."
What exactly is going on?
Yi Long exclaimed, alarmed, and hastily pressed for answers.
How would I know?
I can only hope the proprietor remains vigilant, otherwise, we may find ourselves in grave peril. Yi Long stared at Tang Biao in disbelief, while the two women beside him immediately began to sob in fright. Previously, the two had been emboldened by Tang Biao's assertiveness and the mysterious reputation of the Wanong escort agency, harboring a glimmer of hope. However, now that even Tang Biao lacked confidence in their survival, their despair was palpable. Yi Long's agitation grew. But who is it? Why is this happening? I know nothing, and suddenly we face death. Tang Biao pressed his thin lips together, feeling even more anxious than Yi Long. He had initially thought that invoking the name of the Wanong escort agency would afford them a chance at survival, yet now, it was clear that their adversaries held no regard for the agency, even using it to bait Hua Meinyang. The malicious intent was unmistakable. Who, indeed, had the audacity to target Hua Meinyang? Tang Biao closed his eyes in deep contemplation.
No, Elder Tang, you must say something. What should we do?
Tang Biao, irritated, opened his eyes and gazed at Yi Long. You should flee first.
I will hold them off. With that, he closed his eyes once more, leaving Yi Long in a state of utter confusion. Suddenly, two melodious giggles resonated nearby, laced with a tinge of sorrow. Yi Long, feeling helpless, pursed his lips. At such a life-threatening juncture, Tang Biao had inexplicably shared a jest. However, he chastised himself for being overly hasty, allowing his words to escape without thought. He endeavored to quell his rising anxiety. In times of crisis, one must not lose composure. Yet, he found himself lacking information. He knew neither the identity of their assailants nor the nature of their predicament. More crucially, all four of them were utterly powerless, akin to meat on a chopping block, at the mercy of their captors. Yi Long suddenly closed his eyes, much to the astonishment of the two women beside him. His intention was not to display bravado but to introspectively examine his dantian. The dragon pearls in his upper dantian continued to function flawlessly with the ascending dragon technique, while the lower dantian was enveloped by a formidable spiritual force. All 10 dragon pearls had come to a standstill. This force was immense, exuding a high-level intimidation. Indeed, it was a restriction imposed by a Foundation establishment cultivator. Yi Long attempted to peer into the 10 dragon pearls in his lower dantian, only to be thwarted by this overwhelming spiritual force. He found himself unable to gain insight or cultivate his second tier of chi refinement. Therefore, he could only actively circulate the ascending dragon technique within his upper dantian. In an instant, Yi Long was taken aback. The dragon pearls in his upper dantian were voraciously absorbing that vast spiritual energy. In mere moments, the restrictive spiritual force dissipated entirely, liberating the 10 dragon pearls in his lower dantian, which immediately commenced the cultivation of the second tier of chi refinement. Yi Long trembled with exhilaration. Was this what he had deemed a useless golden finger? This was astonishingly powerful. It could even break restrictions. Yi Long opened his eyes, brimming with joy as he gazed at the still-closed eyes of Tang Biao. Elder Tang, Elder Tang.
Yi Long called softly twice. Tang Biao, now irritable, opened his eyes, already foreseeing that their capture would certainly implicate the proprietor. He felt a tinge of resentment towards Yi Long.
If you wish to pursue women, do so.
Yet you inadvertently mistook a disciple of the Tian'an Temple for a mere courtesan, and now you have dragged me into this danger. He could almost envision that once the proprietor learned of his capture, he would rush over immediately. At that point, without prior preparation, they would undoubtedly face certain death. Thus, Tang Biao had long since forgotten about Yi Long's previous strategizing and was solely focused on his own survival, wishing to avoid dragging Hua Meinyang into this mess. As for Yi Long, Tang Biao did not believe Hua Meinyang would risk herself for him. Speak! Tang Biao reverted to his former icy demeanor, terse and economical with his words. Yi Long, undeterred, suppressed his excitement and stated, I am no longer restrained.
At this single proclamation, Tang Biao's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Yi Long.
Observing the skepticism in Tang Biao's gaze, Yi Long quickly unleashed a fireball technique. The black flames left Tang Biao utterly bewildered. However, he recognized that time was of the essence, and there was no opportunity to question the nature of Yi Long's black fireball. Listen to me, the cultivator stationed at the entrance is likely in the chi refinement stage. I will devise a way to lure him in, and you can take the opportunity to kill him. I have a communication jade slip concealed within the sole of my boot.
Once you crush it, we shall be saved. Do you understand?
Yi Long nodded vigorously. Invigorated, the two women watched the exchange with wide eyes, momentarily stunned upon hearing the plan to eliminate the guard at the entrance.
Ah, quickly, someone come.
After finishing his words, Tang Biao called out to the cultivator outside.
A young man, visibly impatient, stepped into the cave. What is happening? Quick, I am in agony, it hurts unbearably, I feel like I am dying.
Tang Biao, with his expressionless face, was truly lacking in acting skills. Not only did Yi Long find it awkward, but even the young cultivator shook his head in disdain. Then go die. Tang Biao stood there, dumbfounded. At that moment, Yilong bellowed, "Who is that?" Sure enough, the sudden shout startled the young cultivator, causing him to tremble and turn towards the direction Yilong was pointing. He completely forgot how Yilong had managed to break free from his bindings. However, by the time he realized he had been deceived, it was too late. A massive black fireball, the size of a sandbag, rushed towards him the instant he turned back. Ah! A scream echoed, and in mere moments, the two female disciples of the Tianyin temple stared wide-eyed at the scene. In utter astonishment, Tang Biao watched as the young cultivator was instantly reduced to ashes, leaving not a trace behind. "What in the world is that fire? How can it be black and so powerful?" asked Xining Xiang, her cherry lips agape in disbelief. Tang Biao and Yang Feishui nodded in agreement. Yilong, grinning foolishly, shook his head, "I have no idea, it's just a fireball technique." Chapter 47 of The Master Plays with Death. After hearing this, Sha Ningxiang finally came to her senses and, filled with excitement, wanted to inquire how he had unlocked the restriction. Just then, Tang Biao shouted urgently, "Quick!" Under the astonished gazes of the two women, Yilong hurriedly removed Tang Biao's boots. Then, using his spiritual energy, he sliced open the soul. Indeed, there lay a jade talisman. "Quick, crush it!" Tang Biao commanded. Following his instructions, Yilong squeezed it with all his might. "Shopkeeper, do not come to my aid, do not come, they have already prepared to harm you, do not come." Yilong stared in disbelief at Tang Biao, who was shouting frantically at the air. Shouldn't he be calling the shopkeeper to save them? What has happened now? As Yilong processed this, fury surged within him. Just as he was about to question Tang Biao, an overwhelming force of spiritual energy enveloped his head, causing his body to lose control once again. A faint gasp escaped. "You managed to break free from my restriction. Do you possess a secret treasure?" Yilong fixed his gaze on the tightly shut eyes of Tang Biao, that treacherous Tang Biao. He never anticipated that, at the critical moment, Tang Biao would toy with him. A shadow appeared at the cave entrance, revealing the hawk-nosed elder, who now looked curiously at Yilong, who had once again been placed under a restriction. Following Yilong's gaze, he turned to observe the closed eyes of Tang Biao, and only then did he seem to sense something amiss. "Tianji, Tianji?" After calling twice without receiving a response, he stepped out of the cave to survey the surroundings. Upon returning, he regarded Yilong with a menacing glare. "Where is Tianji, the one tasked with guarding you?" Yilong continued to fixate on Tang Biao's expressionless face. Tang Biao, with his eyes still shut, and Yilong, both ignored the elder's presence. This only fueled the elder's anger further, prompting him to turn towards the terrified women of the Tianyin palace. "What on earth is happening?" The two women furtively glanced at Yilong and Tang Biao. "Speak. If you do not, I shall treat you as my furnace." The elder's furious shout sent shivers down the spines of the two women. Sha Ningxiang hastily recounted the recent events, yet she concealed the matter regarding Yilong's black fireball technique. After listening, the elder, filled with malevolence, approached Yilong. His bony fingers tightened around Yilong's neck. Instantly, Yilong's face turned crimson, yet he continued to stare intently at the closed eyes of Tang Biao. "You dare to harm my disciple? You possess quite the audacity. Now, reveal your secrets. What enables you to break my restrictions?" "It is not a simple feat." Yilong gasped for breath, his entire countenance flushed, veins protruding, yet, he remained focused on Tang Biao. Just as he appeared on the brink of death, Tang Biao's cold lips parted. "Stop." The elder, however, showed no intention of relenting, merely casting a sidelong glance at Tang Biao. "He is a disciple of Zhao Yijian from the Shanqing sect. Do you dare to harm him? Consider the consequences." The elder paused, unconsciously loosening his grip. Yilong immediately began to gasp and cough. The elder's eyes darted around before he sneered, "And what of Zhao Yijian? If he falls into my hands, does he expect to leave alive?" At that moment, Tang Biao slightly opened his eyes and fixed his gaze on the elder. "He possesses a talisman bestowed by Zhao Yijian, which allows him to break your restrictions. Once that talisman is used, Zhao Yijian will be informed." And now, had Tang Biao's mocking laughter trailed off, leaving the elder's complexion paling, his face contorted with rage as he stared at the still panting Yilong. Finally, with a furious flick of his robe, he departed hastily. Yilong glared at Tang Biao in anger. "Why? There is no reason. Even if you can wield spiritual energy, we cannot escape." "How can you know we cannot escape if you do not even try? You, a mere first-layer chi refining cultivator, intend to escape from the hands of these nefarious forces with 3 companions? Not to mention, this disciple of Tianyin Palace, Sha Ningxiang, has already drawn the attention of 4 or 5 Foundation establishment cultivators. Such a force undoubtedly possesses Golden Core experts. Attempting to flee from the watchful eyes of Golden Core experts is impossible unless you can instantaneously transport us back to Yanjing.
Otherwise, forget it. Yi Long roared furiously, I am at the second layer of qi refining. Tang Biao cast a disdainful glance at Yi Long. Does it make a difference?
The 2 women beside them wanted to laugh but restrained themselves upon witnessing Yi Long's furious expression. However, Yi Long's gaze quickly turned to them.
What is your cultivation level? Shan Ningxiang and Yang Feishue were taken aback.
I am at the 4th layer of qi refining, and my senior sister is at the 6th layer. Yi Long immediately turned back to glare fiercely at Tang Biao.
Did you hear that? 2nd layer, 4th layer, 6th layer of qi refining, can we not give it a try? Tang Biao looked at Yi Long in astonishment. You can break the restrictions? Is that not obvious? Just tell me, can we do it or not?
At this moment, Tang Biao was genuinely shocked.
What secret do you possess? How can you break the spiritual restrictions set by a Foundation establishment cultivator?
Yi Long pursed his lips. Do not concern yourself with my secrets, just tell me if it is possible or not.
No more nonsense.
Tang Biao regretfully shook his head. We cannot escape unless there is a Foundation establishment Golden Core cultivator to assist us, otherwise, it will be very difficult.
How can you know it will be difficult if you do not even try? Seeing Yi Long's relentless insistence, Tang Biao became incensed. Fine, go ahead and try.
I am not stopping you, but I must warn you, if you fail to escape, they may very well act against you directly, leaving you with no chance of survival. Yi Long opened his mouth, his furious expression gradually fading. Indeed, had it not been for Tang Biao relying on the name of the Shangqing sect, he might have already been killed by that elder, and now, if he attempted to flee and was captured, it would undoubtedly mean certain death. Yi Long dejectedly lowered his head. He had not yet enjoyed a long life. Was he truly going to perish before he had even begun? Tang Biao, observing Yi Long's despondency, let out a slight sigh as well.
Senior sister, what should we do? I am so scared, boo-hoo.
The 2 women from Tianyin Palace, equally frightened, began to tremble, with Shan Ningxiang crying in helpless terror. Although Yang Feishue was also frightened and her complexion was pale, she managed to maintain her composure.
Do not be afraid.
The master will certainly report to the sect. Those who dare to harm us from Tianyin Palace will definitely meet a gruesome fate. Upon hearing the words of the 2 women, Yi Long suddenly felt a jolt, and his previously lowered head lifted, his eyes shining with newfound hope. What sect is Tianyin Palace? It is a sect that has alliances with the other 5 great sections. How dare these nefarious forces kidnap the disciples of Tianyin Palace to use as a furnace? They are simply disregarding the other 5 great sects. However, the most crucial point lies not here. Previously, when Tang Biao invoked the name of the Shangqing sect, it had successfully deterred that elder. If that elder was not afraid of Tianyin Palace, would he truly fear Zhao Yijin from Shangqing sect? Yet, astonishingly, that elder not only feared but immediately turned to flee. To assert that there were no secrets involved would be utterly unbelievable. The 6 great sects stand on equal footing, none is superior to the other. If one were to rank their status, without a doubt, Tianyin Palace would undoubtedly be above Shangqing sect. Chapter 48 of the Urgent Rescue of the Wantong Escort Agency. The forces of the Dark Path harbor no fear for the Tianyin Temple, yet they tremble at the mention of the Shangqing sect. Yi Long's gaze flickers with contemplation. Could it be that the Shangqing sect shares some clandestine connection with the dark forces, or perhaps the reputation of Zhao Yijian looms larger than life, instilling fear in the hearts of these malevolent practitioners? Yi Long is perplexed, for his sojourn in the realm of cultivation has been brief, leaving him in the dark about many matters. Thus, he turns his attention to the silent and contemplative Tang Biao beside him.
Is Zhao Yijian truly formidable?
Tang Biao opens his eyes and glances at Yi Long, puzzled by the inquiry. Before he can respond, Shan Ningxiang, comforted by Yang Feishue, manages to quell her rising panic.
Indeed, Zhao Yijian is renowned as the world's foremost swordsman.
Yi Long purses his lips, musing on the title of the world's greatest sword.
His thoughts momentarily stray, but he hastily redirects his focus to the matter at hand. Even if Zhao Yijian is indeed the greatest swordsman, can a mere name deter those wicked practitioners?
Absolutely not. No matter how powerful Zhao Yijian may be, would he dare to stand against the other 5 great sects? Certainly not. Yet, the dark practitioners do not hesitate. Yi Long's inscrutable gaze shifts to the newly appointed disciple guarding the cave entrance. Previously, you mentioned that these dark practitioners captured disciples of the Tianyin Temple.
Were there many?
Shan Ningxiang shakes her head. In the past millennium, nearly 100 disciples have gone missing. Some were in the Qi refinement stage, while others had reached the foundation establishment stage. A small portion of them remain unaccounted for, likely seized by these dark practitioners. However, this has only been a recent development over the last century.
Yi Long nods in understanding. So, it follows that these dark practitioners have only recently become so rampant? Shan Ningxiang affirms with a nod.
Tang Biao regards Yi Long with a curious expression, uncertain of his thoughts. While Yi Long, piecing together Tang Biao's earlier information, recalls that in recent years, martial artists have frequently provoked the Wantong escort agency, and bandits have been raiding their caravans. The dark forces have evidently persisted, encompassing even secular martial artists.
Have you heard of any other movements or events involving these dark forces?
Yi Long's information is scant, yet he has gleaned some insights from the exchanges with Tang Biao and Shan Ningxiang. However, he wishes to learn more about the affairs of the cultivation world as a precaution. Shan Ningxiang glances at Yang Feishue. Yang Feishue contemplates carefully. It is said that the Loose Cultivators Alliance has been infiltrated by the dark forces, leading to many being ensnared and harmed.
I do not know the specifics, only what I have heard from my master.
Yi Long furrows his brow, recognizing that the Loose Cultivators Alliance operates independently from the 6 great sections. This organization encompasses all loose cultivators, aiming to regulate them while providing a platform for justice. Such a structure is exceedingly dispersed and vast. If the dark forces wish to expand, they would undoubtedly target the loose cultivators to establish their own power.
Aside from the Loose Cultivators Alliance, are there any other matters concerning different sects? Surely, they cannot solely seek women from the Tianyin Temple as their alchemical furnaces. Do the other sects lack female disciples?
Upon voicing his doubts, Shan Ningxiang interjects eagerly, I know of this. It is not just our Tianyin Temple, other sects like the Beast Control sect and the Celestial Talisman sect are also affected. Even women in the mundane realm with inferior mixed elemental roots are not spared. Yi Long nods, understanding the gravity of the situation.
He then turns to the inquisitive Tang Biao. How can you be certain that the bandits who raided our caravan were dark practitioners?
Tang Biao pauses, because the name of our Wantong escort agency is such that no one in the 6 nations would dare obstruct us.
Unless they are dark practitioners.
Yi Long purses his lips, fully comprehending the situation. Although he cannot yet be certain, his suspicions seem to align closely with reality. As for the specific reasons behind it, he does not delve deeper, finding the possibilities too numerous and his interest waning. His priority is to ascertain the intentions of the adversary and identify any clandestine collusions. Now, he can only hope to survive, knowing that understanding the enemy's covert maneuvers significantly increases his chances of survival. He must wait and see how they will be dealt with. Will Hua Meinyang come to their rescue? Tang Biao observes Yi Long in silent meditation, pondering his own thoughts of the 2 women, sensing the unspoken agreement, refrained from interrupting their tranquility, gazing vacantly into an unknown distance. Time passes swiftly, and before long, 7 days have elapsed. The dark practitioners remain conspicuously absent, with only the guarding disciples delivering meals and water. While Yi Long remains unperturbed, for he harbors his own conjectures. Conversely, Tang Biao and the 2 women grow increasingly anxious. Tang Biao fears for Hua Meinyang's safety, while the 2 women grapple with despair from their restricted freedom. This despair deepens as time drags on. Just as the 4 are lost in their respective thoughts, the morning of a new day brings the return of the hawk-nosed elder. Without a word, he seizes Yi Long and Tang Biao and departs. Amidst the rushing winds, they are brought to a spacious area. As their eyes adjust, they behold Hua Meinyang, still as enchanting as ever, reclining on a soft couch. Beside her stand the old eunuch and Jiang Mingyuan. Tang Biao stands frozen in shock, while Yi Long feels an overwhelming surge of excitement. He had almost believed that Hua Meinyang had abandoned them.
Shopkeeper!
Yi Long calls out, and Hua Meinyang responds with a radiant wink, filling him with an indescribable sense of gratitude that nearly brings him to tears.
Heh, kid, still alive, I see?
We told the shopkeeper not to come, but she insisted, saying she adored your squirrel fish dish. The old eunuch interjects with an ill-timed jest. Yi Long nods fervently, Shopkeeper, when we return, I shall prepare the squirrel fish for you. Hua Meinyang nods appreciatively, then turns her gaze to the leading figure. Only then does Yi Long notice the scene before him. On the opposite side stands Hua Meinyang and her 2 companions, while here, in addition to the hawk-nosed elder, there are several hundred individuals. All exude an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy. Notably, the individual at the forefront is shrouded in a black veil, obscuring their features, yet radiating a denser spiritual energy than the hawk-nosed elder.
Hua Meinyang, you have met the person before, the leading figure begins, but before they can finish, Yi Long interjects eagerly, wait. Shopkeeper, there are 2 others. Tang Biao immediately admonishes, silence.
Yet Yi Long disregards Tang Biao's reprimand, continuing to address Hua Meinyang. They are disciples of the Tian'an Temple. If we are to rescue, let us rescue them all. Hua Meinyang narrows her eyes, her expression evidently displeased. The old eunuch regards Yi Long with an incredulous stare, while the leading figure chuckles. It seems your companion is a recent addition? Hua Meinyang's fan momentarily falters. He is a disciple of the Shangqing sect, and our relationship is minimal. If you are willing to release him, then do so. If not, then so be it. Chapter 49 of the Three Great Nascent Souls Join Forces. Yi Long stared blankly at Hua Meinyang. Just as he was about to say something, Tang Biao let out another growl. If you want to live, keep your mouth shut. Although Yi Long was unaware of the underlying reasons, he obediently fell silent. The leader let out a cold laugh. Enough with the small talk. Where's the sincerity? Hua Meinyang nodded at Zhang Mingyuan, who then patted a pouch at his waist, producing a medicinal vial in his hand. The vial then levitated into the leader's grasp. 10 Foundation Establishment pills, quite impressive. Upon saying this, the vial in the leader's hand vanished without a trace, as he gazed at Hua Meinyang with an inscrutable expression. The atmosphere grew heavy, yet Hua Meinyang chuckled lightly. What is this? You have received the goods, but you still don't wish to let me go. No, how could that be? I have long admired your beauty, Hua Meinyang, and wish to become your partner. What say you? Hua Meinyang's charming face turned cold, and she sat up straight. What, have your designs turned toward me? Aren't you afraid of losing your teeth? My teeth are still quite intact, and you can experience that for yourself, Meinyang. Oh? So it appears you have made up your mind to take me, Haven to you? Indeed, the leader replied, his spiritual energy surging as an invisible ripple enveloped the entire area. Zhang Mingyuan's expression turned urgent, a spirit sealing array. Shopkeeper. However, Hua Meinyang remained calm, waving her hand dismissively at the anxious Zhang Mingyuan. As the leader and Zhang Mingyuan noticed the spirit sealing array being set up, they instantly relaxed, looking at Hua Meinyang with arrogance. Yet, before they could finish speaking, an explosive sound reverberated through the air. Boom, the spirit sealing array shattered completely. The leader reacted swiftly, immediately soaring into the sky. How could I let you escape? A furious voice echoed from above. However, 2 more voices soon followed. You scoundrel, where do you think you're going? Brother Wei, Taoist Yen, I will pursue him, you handle the aftermath. Alright, alright. The 2 voices responded in unison. In the blink of an eye, an elderly man clad in a white Taoist robe appeared in the sky, accompanied by a stunning woman dressed in a cerulean silk robe. Thank you, Brother Wei. Hua Meinyang hastily dismounted her phoenix carriage and addressed the elder. The elder waved his hand casually, then turned to the beautiful woman beside him. Taoist Yen, go find our disciples, I shall remain here. The alluring woman cast a disdainful glance at Hua Meinyang, her eyes filled with contempt. Without responding to the elder, she stepped into the air and departed. Yi Long was utterly bewildered by this series of events, observing as the elder and Hua Meinyang engaged in casual conversation. The old eunuch approached to free the 2 from their bindings. Yi Long urgently inquired, who are these people? The old eunuch shot Yi Long a resentful glare, leaving him utterly confused. Your sect leader, Zhao Yijian, has gone after that evil cultivator. That man is the shopkeeper's senior brother from years past, and now he is the sect leader of one of the 6 great sects, the Danding sect, Wei Zifu. As for that woman, she is the sect leader of another of the 6 great sects, the Tian'an Hall, Yan Miaoyin. Yi Long was left speechless upon hearing the old eunuch's explanation. All 3 sect leaders have come? Such a grand affair? The old eunuch nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Of course, given our shopkeeper's status, it is to be expected. Yi Long wished to ask more, but at that moment, Yan Miaoyin returned with Dan Ningxiang and Yang Feishue. Shortly after, many disciples from Tian'an Hall flew in. Yi Long and the others approached Hua Meinyang. Indeed, she was a cunning vixen, even her companions were rascals. Just as Yi Long and his companions reached Hua Meinyang's side, they heard Yan Miaoyin, the beautiful woman, speak in a sarcastic tone. Yi Long gasped in disbelief, looking at Hua Meinyang with incredulity. The other disciples from Tian'an Hall stared in shock at their leader. Hua Meinyang, however, maintained her charming smile, her expression unchanging as she retorted, since you can treat your disciples as courtesans, it's clear what sort of lessons you have imparted. Instantly, all the female disciples of Tian'an Hall blared fiercely at Hua Meinyang. Yet, Hua Meinyang remained unfazed. Yan Miaoyin narrowed her beautiful eyes, glaring at Hua Meinyang. After all these years, you're still so brazen, no wonder Zhao Yijian looks down on you. If I were a man, I wouldn't fancy you either. Say that again. Hua Meinyang could no longer restrain herself and stood up, Ready to confront Yan Miaoying, the old eunuch rushed forward, along with Tang Biao, to stand in front of Hua Meinyang.
Meanwhile, Yan Miaoying laughed triumphantly. Oh, did I strike a nerve, am I wrong?
You shameless hussy. You're the shameless one, your whole family is shameless, Yan Miaoying, if you dare, let us settle this one-on-one.
Ha!
You will one-on-one, you're but a worthless wretch, by now, you must be nearing your end, I'm still waiting for the feast. Hua Meinyang's face visibly paled, and her delicate body began to tremble.
Even if I die, I will never invite you. Enough! Wei Zifu could no longer bear to watch and quickly stepped in between the two women.
The words Yan Miaoying had yet to utter lodged in her throat, with one last disdainful glare at Hua Meinyang, she flicked her robe and soared away with her disciples.
Hua Meinyang stomped her feet in anger, cursing, while the old eunuch and Tang Biao looked on in exasperation. Once Yan Miaoying's figure disappeared from sight, Hua Meinyang furiously commanded, "All right, let me go."
Reluctantly, the old eunuch and Tang Biao released her.
What is it with you? Why can't you leave her be?
Wei Zifu looked at Hua Meinyang with disbelief. Hua Meinyang shot him a fierce look, her slender fingers pointing at herself in incredulity.
Me?
Why do I have to put up with her, brother? Are you blind or deaf? When has she not provoked me first? If I hadn't lost my cultivation, I would have shown up at her door in the middle of the night to silence that vile mouth of hers.
Wei Zifu, feeling a headache coming on, nodded resignedly. All right, she provoked you first, is that satisfactory?
Just as they were speaking, a whistling sound came from the sky. Everyone turned to see Zhao Yijin descending with someone in TOW. Yilong focused intently and recognized the hook-nosed elder. However, the elder now lay lifeless, devoid of any aura. With a glance at Zhao Yijin's righteous face, he quickly turned away.
Let the leader escape.
We killed a few of them. Afterwards, I will have the disciples continue the purge.
Wei Zifu nodded in understanding. Zhao Yijin then turned his gaze toward Hua Meinyang.
The evil cultivators have not yet been fully dealt with, and their leader has used a secret method to flee.
Will you accompany me back to the Upper Clear sect?
Hua Meinyang's expression shifted, astonished as she looked at Zhao Yijin before turning to Wei Zifu. Chapter 50, a riddle entangled beyond. Wei Zifu opened his mouth as if to speak, yet was suddenly seized by an unnameable thought, compelling him to restrain himself. With a final sigh, he cast his gaze towards an inexplicable direction. You must make your own choice.
Should you wish to join the Dan Ding sect, I shall escort you there.
Hua Meinyang bit her crimson lip, and, to her astonishment, a blush crept across her face as she furtively glanced at Zhao Yijin.
Senior brother Wei, I believe I shall go to the Shangqing sect.
Wei Zifu remained silent, his eyes imbued with profound meaning as they turned towards Zhao Yijin. Zhao Yijin did not shy away, meeting Wei Zifu's gaze for a brief moment. Then, in a sudden burst, Wei Zifu soared into the sky.
Xingqiang, take care. Hua Meinyang murmured softly as she watched Wei Zifu depart. Senior brother, take care. With that, she prepared to return to the Shangqing sect, instructing Zhao Yijin to join her once he had tidied up matters in Zhaojing. Hua Meinyang turned, a hint of bashfulness in her demeanor, and replied delicately, I understand.
Zhao Yijin nodded with a smile at Hua Meinyang before making his own exit. Wei Yilong observed the entire scene in silence, his mind a tumult of emotions and a torrent of unanswered questions. On the return journey, Hua Meinyang reclined against the phoenix carriage, as Jiang Mingyuan propelled it with his spiritual energy. At that moment, Yilong comprehended why Jiang Mingyuan had taken the reins. After exchanging hushed whispers with the old eunuch for a considerable time, he finally grasped some of the mysteries. It turned out that after Tang Biao sent a message via the sound-transmitting jade talisman, Hua Meinyang had immediately sought out Wei Zifu. Subsequently, Wei Zifu had summoned Yan Miaoying, planning to eradicate the malevolent forces entirely. However, they unexpectedly encountered Zhao Yijin along the way. The three Yuanning masters, along with disciples from the nearby Tianning temple, intended to eliminate the evil sect in one fell swoop. Hua Meinyang's original name was Yun Qingcheng, which explained why Wei Zifu had uttered the words, Qingcheng, take care, as he departed. Of course, through the confrontations between Hua Meinyang and Yan Miaoying, Yilong also understood why he had urged Hua Meinyang to rescue the female disciples from Tianning temple. It became clear why both the old eunuch and Tang Biao had advised him to remain silent simultaneously. A greater enigma perplexed Yilong. His previous conjectures solidified into certainty after Zhao Yijin's appearance. He was undoubtedly in collusion with the malevolent sect, yet, what puzzled him was Zhao Yijin's motives regarding Hua Meinyang. Given her evident affection for him, was it truly necessary to conspire with evil forces to achieve his goals? Would it not be simpler to marry her directly? Why complicate matters with such turmoil? Yilong found himself at a loss, but at that moment in the Dan Ding sect, within a grand hall, Wei Zifu gazed sorrowfully in the direction of Zhaojing.
Xingqiang, all I can do to assist you ends here.
In a dark cave within the Wuming mountain range, Zhao Yijian stood with his back turned, while a multitude of cloaked disciples knelt before him. This turn of events was utterly unforeseen. I did not anticipate that Wei Zifu would come with Yin Miaoyin. Given the situation, you need not concern yourselves further, remain silent and focus on your cultivation, avoiding reckless actions. Understood. After 6 days of travel, Yi Long and his companions finally returned to the Wantong escort agency. Upon entering, Yi Long felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if he had returned home. Just as he prepared to showcase his skills and gratitude to Hua Meinyang for her life-saving intervention, he was unexpectedly halted by Fan Renliang, who informed him that there was no need to busy himself, for Hua Meinyang had already begun packing her belongings, preparing to head to the Shangqing sect. Yi Long was taken aback. Was there truly such urgency? While he acknowledged her enthusiasm, it seemed excessive to exhibit such impatience. With a heavy heart, Yi Long approached Hua Meinyang. "Shopkeeper, have you not noticed anything amiss?" Tang Biao, who was assisting with the packing, cast a sidelong glance at Yi Long. "What seems amiss?" Hua Meinyang replied nonchalantly. "The entire situation radiates an air of strangeness." Finally lifting her gaze to meet Yi Long's, she inquired, "What do you mean?" "Consider this. Why have those mundane warriors been persistently provoking the Wantong escort agency of late?" "Oh, so that's what you were referring to. There are matters you were unaware of. Since the establishment of the Wantong escort agency, and following Master Tang Biao's rise to fame, many martial artists have frequently sought to provoke us, merely hoping to leverage Master Tang's prowess to break through their own martial barriers." Yi Long paused, momentarily stunned. "But did you not ask Uncle Liang to investigate this?" "Indeed, there are many who spy on this location. I tasked Uncle Liang with a search, but not regarding those martial artists who come to provoke us." Yi Long felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He had assumed that Hua Meinyang wanted Fan Renliang to investigate the incoming martial artists, only to discover that she was concerned with the observers lurking nearby. Nonetheless, he remained convinced of his suspicions. Zhao Yijian was undoubtedly scheming with those malevolent practitioners against Hua Meinyang. Yet, seeing Hua Meinyang's urgency to depart for the Shangqing sect, her brows dancing with anxiety, Yi Long fell silent. He understood her current state all too well, akin to cherishing her as a cherished memory. If Hua Meinyang had any request, he would not only feel unburdened but also filled with joy. However, witnessing her fervor for another man left him feeling as if a sage had possessed him, his demeanor calm and collected. At this moment, Hua Meinyang was likely unreceptive to any words he had to offer. It would be futile to speak further. Having done his utmost, he resigned himself to the situation. As he observed Hua Meinyang busily preparing, Yi Long walked away, head hung low. Stepping into the courtyard, he took a deep breath of the approaching winter's chill. The frigid air sent shivers through his entire being. "You could actually confide in us." Yi Long turned to see Fan Renliang approaching. "What I wish to convey is that Zhao Yijian is plotting against the shopkeeper." "Do you believe it?" "I do," Yi Long replied, astonished by Fan Renliang's impassive expression. "Though you may be cunning, I trust you will not harm the shopkeeper, that much I believe." Yi Long clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you. At least someone is willing to believe in me. Then, may I ask why Zhao Yijian is scheming against the shopkeeper? Have you not noticed the peculiarities? Let us not discuss anything else. Simply consider Zhao Yijian, a mid-stage Yuaning cultivator, allowing the other party to escape. Do you truly believe that?" Fan Renliang furrowed his brow, pondering. "That individual is at the perfected golden core stage. Zhao Yijian is merely at the mid-stage of Yuaning. Logically, that person should not have been able to flee from Zhao Yijian. However, if that individual possesses some secret technique, it is not entirely impossible." "How did you encounter Zhao Yijian along the way?" Fan Renliang shook his head. Before departing, the shopkeeper directed Jiang Mingyuan to notify Zhao Yijian, who then caught up later. Yi Long began to doubt himself, questioning whether he had erred in his assumptions. He looked at Fan Renliang with suspicion. Then why did that person seem more terrified upon hearing I was a disciple of the Shangqing sect than if they had captured a disciple of Tianyin Temple? Chapter 51. Entering the medicine garden of Shangqing, Fan Renliang shook his head with a chuckle. "You are newly initiated into the realm of cultivation. There are many matters you do not grasp. Surely, you are unaware of how Zhao Yijian attained the title of the world's foremost sword?" Yi Long, bewildered, shook his head in response. In the past, to establish the Shangqing sect, Zhao Yijian single-handedly annihilated an entire sect, within which there were no fewer than 6 formidable Yuaniying masters. Thus, he cemented his reputation as the preeminent sword of the world. Consequently, it is not merely the practitioners of the dark path who fear Zhao Yijian's name, even the other 5 major sects tremble at the sight of him. Hiss! Yi Long inhaled sharply, incredulously gazing at Fan Renliang. Is he truly that formidable? One man, one sword, slaying an entire sect, and that sect possessed 6 Yuanying masters? Indeed. Fan Renliang replied. But wait, you seem perplexed. He looked at Yi Long with curiosity. What is it that troubles you? If he is so powerful, why did he allow that person to escape? Why do you return to that question? Did I not tell you it should be impossible by conventional standards? However, what if that individual possessed some extraordinary secret techniques or treasures? Not only could Zhao Yijian fail to capture him, but even if all 6 Yuanying masters from the great sects were to converge, they would also be incapable of apprehending him. Enough of this idle speculation. You need not concern yourself with the affairs of the sect. Quickly, go and assist Jiang Mingyuan in preparing to return to Shanqing Sect.do. Visit our establishment more often in the future. Yi Long was momentarily taken aback. Am I to go as well? Of course. You are a disciple of the Shanqing Sect. Where else would you go if not to the Shanqing Sect? Only then did Yi Long come to terms with his identity as he watched Fan Renliang's retreating figure. He took a deep breath, but still felt something was amiss, yet, lacking any other evidence, who would believe him based solely on his instincts. Meanwhile, Fan Renliang, back beside Hua Meinyang, began to ponder. What if Zhao Yijin did not fail to catch that person but had intentionally let him go? With this thought, he cast a sidelong glance at Hua Meinyang, who was beaming with joy, resembling a young girl in her delight. Resolute in his decision, he vowed to remain vigilant upon arriving at Shanqing Sect. Hua Meinyang's eagerness was markedly different from Jiang Mingyuan's anticipation and contrasted starkly with Yi Long's mixed feelings. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of humanity are not uniform. Yi Long, in a calm and rational manner, reminded himself to sever any ties with Hua Meinyang in the future, adhering to the advice imparted by his master, Jiang Mingyuan. Maintain a distance from Hua Meinyang. However, sensing that Zhao Yijin, the sect leader, harbored ulterior motives concerning Hua Meinyang, Yi Long found it impossible to settle his mind. Though nothing had transpired between them, he felt a lingering ambiguity in his relationship with Hua Meinyang. Undoubtedly, he was drawn to her, particularly her languid, noble, and enchanting demeanor, which captivated him deeply. If given the chance, he would willingly forsake the path of cultivation to spend his life with her. Yet, as fate would have it, the moonlight illuminated the gutter instead. Thus, Yi Long's emotions towards Hua Meinyang became exceedingly complex, a blend of concern, worry, affection, and yet a cold detachment. In essence, it presented a choice. If he chose to pursue Hua Meinyang wholeheartedly, he would inevitably have to confront Zhao Yijin, that Yuanying master. Conversely, if he decided to sever ties with Hua Meinyang, he would dutifully return to Shanqing Sect for cultivation. Faced with this dilemma, Yi Long's previously troubled heart suddenly found clarity. One must grasp both sides. This is an immutable truth throughout the ages. In that instant, Yi Long ceased to be troubled and began to meticulously devise his cultivation plan. Zhaojing was neither too far nor too close to Shanqing Sect, located within the mountainous region known as Donghua Mountain. The range stretched endlessly, its towering peaks often shrouded in mist. According to Fan Renliang, crossing the entire mountain range would lead one to the Beast Master Hall in the Qi Kingdom. This mountain range was teeming with wild beasts and demonic creatures, rendering the depths perilous for ordinary mortals. Shanqing Sect lay to the north, while the southernmost point was the Beast Master Hall. To the east were the Tianyin Hall and the Danding Gate, and to the west, the Tianfu Hall and the Refining Tool Gate. In other directions, countless minor cultivation sects flourished, with the Loose Cultivator Alliance situated centrally. The entirety of Donghua Mountain was the dwelling place of cultivators within the Yunlan continent. At last, Yi Long comprehended the geographical layout of Yunlan continent. It resembled a floating circular landmass, the outermost region populated by mortals in 6 kingdoms. The next inner circle comprised the vast Donghua mountain range, the domain of cultivators south and north. They were separated by over 100,000 miles, and the same applied to the east and west, illustrating the vastness of Donghua Mountain. Shanqing Sect, also referred to as the Sword Sect, primarily focused on the art of flying swords. Its northernmost point was dominated by a towering peak, surrounded by 4 other peaks in a protective embrace. The chasms between these peaks resembled abysses, remaining disconnected. Yi Long accompanied Hua Meinyang, Jiang Mingyuan, and others to the main peak of Shanqing Sect, the Yujian Peak. This was Zhao Yijin's place of enlightenment and the location of the sect's Grand Hall. Zhao Yijin, alongside the 4 peak masters, personally welcomed Hua Meinyang, bestowing upon her considerable honor. Afterward, Yi Long became oblivious to the proceedings. Only in the farewell words of the old eunuch did he depart with Jiang Mingyuan to Xianjian Peak. The 4 peaks were respectively named Qing, Jin, Huo, and Xian. To traverse from Xianjian Peak to the other peaks, one must master the art of sword flight, which was the hallmark of foundational level cultivators. At this moment, Jiang Mingyuan disdainfully led Yi Long to the outer affairs hall to collect sect attire, an identity token, a storage bag, and cultivation supplies. I have informed the Outer Affairs Hall to assign you to oversee the spiritual herb garden. The tasks are few but somewhat troublesome, though devoid of life-threatening risks. Thank you, Master, I relish such responsibilities. Despite his disdain for others treading upon his flying sword, Jiang Mingyuan extended his utmost assistance to his disciple, Yi Long, who expressed profound gratitude. Yes, you may collect your monthly cultivation supplies from the Outer Affairs Hall. As long as you exert yourself to manage the spiritual herb garden diligently and supervise the disciples, your supplies will not be withheld. Thank you, Master. Jiang Mingyuan nodded. Very well, off you go. That is the spiritual herb garden. No one but its disciples may enter. The rules and regulations within will be conveyed to you. Just refrain from causing any trouble. Yi Long hastily waved his hand. I assure you, Master, you know me well, I prefer tranquility. Jiang Mingyuan rarely displayed a smile towards Yi Long, though it bore a hint of a somewhat effeminate demeanor. Off you go. Chapter 52. The second layer of qi refinement in the blink of an eye. Yi Long once again clasped his hands in salute to Jiang Mingyuan before turning to approach the entrance of the spiritual herb garden. The entrance resembled a grand city gate, akin to those found in mortal realms, and was surprisingly flanked by towering walls. At the gate stood disciples tasked with guarding the spiritual herb garden. Upon noticing Yi Long's straight approach, the two immediately stepped forward, their expressions devoid of emotion, and inquired, "Identity token, please." Yi Long retrieved the identity token he had just received from his storage bag. After their inspection, they nodded at him. Your designated area is the 823rd Spiritual Herb Cultivation Plot. All regulations and tasks you are required to undertake are detailed within this jade slip. Once inside, hold the identity token. It will guide you to the location of the 823rd plot. Should you need to exit, simply channel your spiritual energy into the token to reveal your exit path. Remember, do not stray from the path indicated by the token. Should you inadvertently trigger any array restrictions, no one will be able to rescue you. Do you understand? Yi Long hurriedly nodded, and as he extended his hand to accept the token, he also discovered two low-grade spiritual stones appearing in his palm. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. The disciple, clutching the spiritual stones, immediately broke into a wide smile. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to contact me through the token. I have already recorded my identification within it. Alright, thank you, senior brother. You may enter now. Clutching the token, Yi Long curiously stepped through the city gate. Instantly, an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy enveloped him, while a thick white mist obscured his view ahead, rendering the surroundings indistinguishable. As he infused the token with his spiritual energy, it promptly activated the guiding function within. The token floated before him, leading the way, and Yi Long hurriedly followed. After what felt like an eternity, the token finally came to a halt. At that moment, the white mist dissipated entirely, revealing a vast expanse of spiritual herb cultivation land, covering roughly 500 square meters. The majority of the area was dedicated to the cultivation of spiritual herbs, with the remaining space serving as his residence and activity zone. Stepping into the spiritual herb garden, the entrance was once again shrouded in dense white mist. Yi Long made his way to the nearby thatched cottage. The interior was simply furnished yet remarkably clean. Stepping outside, he found 3 substantial plots dedicated to the cultivation of spiritual herbs. The air was fragrant with the scent of exotic blooms, and the spiritual energy was extraordinarily rich. However, Yi Long did not recognize a single herb. Thus, he took out the jade slip given by the guarding senior brother and pressed it to his forehead. He then penetrated the slip with his consciousness to examine its contents. After reviewing the information, Yi Long realized the tasks he was to perform here. He also became acquainted with the various spiritual herbs. Each day, he was required to irrigate each herb individually using the water sphere technique. His other time would be relatively free. However, the task of watering the herbs was not straightforward. Some herbs required minimal moisture while others necessitated copious amounts. Any miscalculation could lead to the destruction of the herbs. Therefore, he had to precisely control the size of the water spheres. The jade slip contained detailed descriptions and explanations. There was also a quota for herb loss. If he caused excessive damage, his monthly allocation of cultivation resources would be reduced. After reading through the slip, Yi Long's brow furrowed in concern. While he was adept at the water sphere technique, his version was a mutated form, and he was uncertain whether it would pose any issues. With this thought in mind, Yi Long followed the jade slip's instructions and directed the water sphere technique at a herb that required moisture. After making slight adjustments to the water content, he released the sphere. Yilong fixed his gaze intently on the herb, meticulously observing any changes. After a prolonged period, his eyes reddened from strain, yet he saw no alterations. Finally, he exhaled in relief and, referencing the jade slip's moisture requirements, proceeded to irrigate the remaining herbs. Not a single herb was damaged, which filled Yilong with immediate satisfaction. It seemed that the role of a herb farmer was quite fitting for him. Watching the vibrant herbs thrive, Yilong settled down in front of the thatched cottage and retrieved another jade slip. This one contained the rules and prohibitions of the Shangqing sect. After memorizing its contents, he took out a manual on foundational knowledge of the cultivation world and began to read with great interest. By the time he finished reviewing all the materials provided by the sect, night had already fallen. Yilong stretched lazily and gazed wistfully at the ethereal realm of cultivation. I wonder how Hua Meinyang is faring? Is she forming a bond with Zhao Yijin tonight? If so, I could completely sever my own feelings. With this thought, Yilong suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He sighed deeply. The spiritual energy here was abundant, and it was an unmonitored space where he could indulge in cultivation without restraint. He took stock of the resources in his storage bag. There were 6 bottles of qi condensation pills, including those previously given by Zhao Yijin and Jiang Mingyuan. He also had 3 pills of the fasting pill, each capable of sustaining him for 10 days without food. Additionally, there were 8 low-grade spiritual stones, 10 of which had been provided by Jiang Mingyuan, with 2 having been used to bribe the guarding senior brother. Thinking of Jiang Mingyuan, Yilong felt a deep sense of gratitude. Regardless of how Jiang Mingyuan regarded him with disdain, he was indifferent, for it did not pertain to the senior brother's attitude towards him but rather stemmed from a psychological ailment. After consuming a fasting pill, he followed it with a qi condensation pill. Instantly, Yilong's cultivation technique surged into full operation. In a heartbeat, a vacuum of spiritual energy formed, rapidly filled by a torrent of rich spiritual energy. As the influx accelerated, a vortex of spiritual energy began to swirl around him, with Yilong seated at its center. At that moment, the 10 dragon pearls within his dantian spun at full speed, both in rotation and revolution, reaching their maximum velocity. One of the dragon pearls silently ascended to the second layer of qi refinement, followed closely by another. As night passed, Yilong slowly opened his eyes, his long hair cascading over his shoulders, droplets of dew glistening on his brow, soaking his garments. Yet, this did not dampen his elated mood in the slightest. Feeling invigorated, Yilong let out a long, triumphant roar towards the heavens. After a night of cultivation, all 8 dragon pearls had reached the second layer of qi refinement, with only the yin-yang spiritual root lagging slightly behind. However, judging by how effectively he absorbed moonlight last night, he estimated that in 3 days, he would achieve the great perfection of the second layer. This pace of cultivation rivaled that of those with exceptional spiritual roots. Yet, what thrilled Yilong even more was the progress of the dragon pearls within his upper dantian. The ascending dragon technique had shown marked improvement after just 1 night of cultivation. It had taken him 50 years to elevate the technique from the first to the second layer, alongside the use of 5 drops of eternal pine spiritual liquid. And now, even without the spiritual liquid, he was confident he could advance the ascending dragon technique from the second to the third layer within 10 years. This remarkable speed of cultivation filled Yilong with exhilaration. It was about time, indeed, yet, at that moment, Yilong felt a pang of regret. He lamented not arriving at the Shangqing sect sooner, not having the chance to experience the joys of cultivation earlier. Most of all, he regretted being so infatuated with feminine allure instead of relishing the exhilarating daily progress of his power. Chapter 53 You reap what you sow. This phrase, once merely a line from a toxic self-help narrative, has now transformed into a palpable reality. The sense of achievement, satisfaction, and happiness it brings is beyond the comprehension of any outsider. If one could receive daily returns for their labor, witnessing immediate rewards for their efforts, even the most burdensome of beasts would find joy in their toil. At this moment, Yilong completely cast aside thoughts of Hua Meinyang, Tang Biao, the old eunuch, and even Jiang Mingyuan. Immersing himself wholeheartedly in the daily grind each morning, he absorbed the essence of the sun, tended to the medicinal fields during the morning hours, and devoted the remainder of his time to rigorous cultivation. Remarkably, within just a month, Yilong ascended to the 6th level of qi refinement. However, one perplexing issue plagued his mind. After each consumption of the condensing qi pill, his body exuded a foul, dark brown substance. This repulsive residue emitted an unbearable stench that required him to employ a combination of water sphere technique and dust removal technique to eradicate. He speculated that this was likely the result of purging impurities from his system. Yet, he needed to consult someone to ascertain the precise cause. Today, coincidentally, was the day when the disciples from the alchemy pavilion arrived to supervise and collect medicinal herbs, as well as when he was to claim his supplies. Thus, after tending to the medicinal fields, Yilong patiently awaited the arrival of the alchemy pavilion disciple. Before long, a formation silently activated, and a disciple appeared, clad in a white robe adorned with a crimson alchemical cauldron insignia. He exuded an air of youthful elegance and confidence as he nodded in acknowledgement, surveying the fields with satisfaction.
Well done, junior brother.
Not a single herb has been damaged, please present your waste token. Yilong promptly offered his token, and after the disciple inscribed it with his spiritual energy, he plucked the required herbs and replanted seeds before taking his leave. A flicker of inspiration ignited within Yilong. Within his ancient pine space, he indeed had the ability to cultivate plants. However, he was uncertain whether these medicinal herbs could be transplanted. Thus, it seemed prudent to acquire some texts on medicinal herbs during his visit for supplies. The waste token held significant importance within the Shangqing sect, representing not only one's identity but also containing a detailed map of the sect, essentially a navigational guide. It could even activate certain formations and restrictions exclusive to disciples in the Qi refinement stage. Furthermore, it facilitated communication for completing sect tasks or contacting fellow disciples, negating the need for additional communication talismans, much akin to a mobile phone, albeit with certain range limitations. Just moments ago, the disciple from the Alchemy Pavilion had left a unique mark on Yilong's waste token, accompanied by the affirmation that no medicinal herbs had been harmed. Consequently, when Yilong retrieved his supplies, he would receive an additional reward of 100 low-grade spirit stones. With spirit stones in hand, he could not only advance his own cultivation but also procure various jade slips containing recorded techniques from the Outer Affairs Hall. Spirit stones served as the universal currency within the realm of cultivation, and the same applied within the sect, although certain items could only be acquired internally, virtually unavailable outside. This disparity elucidated the hardships faced by wandering cultivators. Sect disciples merely needed to fulfill assigned tasks to obtain cultivation resources and access rare techniques and formations not circulated outside, while solitary cultivators relied solely on their own efforts. Utilizing his waste token as a guide, Yilong arrived at the entrance of the cultivation area. After informing the guarding senior brother of his reason for departure and assuring his return that day, he was granted passage. The two guarding brothers had already changed shifts, making Yilong feel as though the 2 low-grade spirit stones he had previously offered as a bribe had been wasted. The Outer Affairs Hall. Each peak of the Shangqing sect housed an Outer Affairs Hall, specifically established for disciples in the Qi refinement stage, also overseeing some management of outer disciples. Having pledged allegiance to Jiang Mingyuan, Yilong was considered a bona fide inner disciple, affiliated with the Xinjian peak. It was nothing short of fortuitous that a disciple with a low-grade 5-element spiritual root like him could ascend to the inner sect, as many others with similar roots never even had the opportunity to enter the Immortal Gate, let alone become inner disciples. As one of the 6 great immortal sects, the Shangqing sect required its outer disciples to possess at least a mid-grade 5-element spiritual root, while most outer disciples were of multiple elemental roots, with only those possessing single or dual roots qualifying for inner disciple status. To transition from outer to inner disciple, one had to reach the foundation establishment stage, at which point various sword peaks would absorb them as inner disciples. Yilong collected his supplies from the elder of the Outer Affairs Hall. 3 nourishing pills, a vial of condensing Qi pills, and 50 low-grade spirit stones. This constituted the monthly allotment for a disciple at the first level of Qi refinement. Due to Yilong's impeccable performance, he received an additional reward of 100 low-grade spirit stones. After securing his supplies, he sought the Elder's counsel on certain questions regarding techniques, such as whether consuming the condensing Qi pill would cause impurities to seep from his body. The Elder patiently clarified, noting that as an inner disciple at the first level of Qi refinement, Yilong's inquiries were met with thorough explanations. Afterward, Yilong purchased several jade slip texts, expending all 150 spirit stones, and returned contentedly to the cultivation area. On his way back, he briefly contemplated seeking out Jiang Mingyuan to inquire about Huamei Niang and the old eunuch, but ultimately decided against it, not out of a lack of desire to see them, but rather to avoid the sorrowful news that might await him. It was perhaps better not to meet at all. Upon returning to his cultivation area, Yilong furrowed his brow as he began to absorb and digest the information the elder had provided. After consuming the condensing Qi pill, he had not experienced the issues he previously described. This indicated that the foul substances only emerged after his own consumption of the pill. The elder had also assured him that such excretions were a positive sign, indicative of the body purging toxins. Additionally, regarding the peculiarities of attack spells like Fireball technique, the elder claimed he had never encountered such anomalies, nor had he ever heard of them. Although Yilong had anticipated this response, hearing it from the elder still stirred feelings of anxiety and frustration within him. After thoroughly reviewing all the clarified doubts, Yilong commenced studying the jade slips he had purchased. These contained foundational knowledge about medicinal herbs, pills, formations, and restrictions. 7 days later, Yilong placed all the jade slips he had kept close at hand into his storage bag. He then casually set up a soundproof formation before dismantling it. With renewed enthusiasm, he scrutinized the medicinal herbs in his cultivation area. Through this intensive study, he not only learned the names and cultivation conditions of these herbs but also became aware of the various pills that could be crafted from them. Chapter 54 The Beauty of the Land. Alas, it is unfortunate that in order to refine pills, one must reach the foundation establishment stage, capable of utilizing alchemical fire. The qi refinement stage is utterly inadequate for pill concoction. Thus, although Yi Long gazed longingly at these spiritual herbs, he found himself at an impasse. However, the prospect of transplantation was worth exploring. Why Yi Long approached the planting area and deftly snipped a branch of the 8-leaf spirit herb. Swiftly, he placed it into the space of the everlasting pine for planting. He observed the condition of the 8-leaf spirit herb meticulously. After a considerable time, he discerned no changes. It appeared identical to those in the planting area. This revelation brought a profound sigh of relief from Yi Long. The 8-leaf spirit herb is one of the primary ingredients for the qi condensation pill, known for its fragility. If not stored properly, it would wither instantly. The fact that the transplanted 8-leaf spirit herb showed no signs of wilting in the everlasting pine space was sufficient evidence that this realm could indeed sustain spiritual herbs. With this assurance, Yi Long chuckled to himself and proceeded to transplant every spiritual herb from the planting area. Once he had completed this task, Yi Long resumed his intense cultivation. He had come to a deeper understanding of the dragon pearl within him. For instance, he learned how to conceal his cultivation level. Previously, when all 10 dragon pearls rotated autonomously, the cultivation level displayed was that of the first layer of qi refinement. Now, having reached the 7th layer, if all the dragon pearls continued to turn independently, the manifestation would reflect his 7th layer of qi refinement. To exhibit merely the first layer, he need only allow 1 dragon pearl to rotate, while the other 9 ceased their self-rotation and revolution. Conversely, to showcase the 7th layer, he would need to engage more than 7 dragon pearls simultaneously. Time flowed swiftly, like a rushing stream, leaving behind a myriad of golden memories. It felt as though in an instant, everything had changed. The Qingyun sect, situated at the northernmost part of Donghua Mountain, was naturally cold. Now, the world had donned a silver cloak, blanketed in uniform white. The northern scenery was one of icy expanse, with vast stretches frozen and snowflakes dancing in the air. The Great Wall loomed in the distance, shrouded in mist. The mighty river, once roaring, now lay silent. Mountains swayed like silver snakes, and the plains resembled wax elephants, vying to reach the heavens. On a clear day, the sight of the landscape, adorned in red and white, was particularly enchanting. Such beauty in the land enticed countless heroes to bow in reverence. Yi Long stood atop the thatched roof, gazing at the swirling snowflakes, filled with a sense of grandeur. After 3 months, he had attained the pinnacle of the 10th layer of qi refinement but found himself unable to progress further to the foundation establishment stage. Although there were foundation establishment pills available within the sect, they were exorbitantly priced at 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. After 3 months of diligent accumulation, he had only gathered 300 spirit stones. Sighing at the breathtaking scenery of the falling snow, Yi Long felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. His cultivation had stagnated. Continued efforts seemed futile. Foundation establishment pill. Oh, foundation establishment pill. Yi Long lamented once more, his consciousness drifting into the realm of the everlasting pine within his sea of knowledge. Within that space, there lay thousands of acres of flourishing spiritual herbs, thriving far better than those in the Qingyun sect's cultivation area, sturdier and more robust. Particularly, the first batch of transplanted herbs had already reached an age of over 1,000 years. Yi Long had underestimated the capabilities of his everlasting pine space. Through his studies of the spiritual herbs, he had gained the ability to discern their ages. Every day spent in this realm equated to 10 years of growth for the herbs in the outside world. Thus, 3 months here corresponded to 900 years of maturation. The spiritual herbs cultivated within this space included not only all the primary and auxiliary ingredients required for the qi condensation pill but also several main ingredients for the foundation establishment pill, with auxiliary herbs in abundance. However, a few primary ingredients remained elusive. Yet even if he possessed all the necessary components to concoct the foundation establishment pill, he could not do so without alchemical fire. Alchemical fire is an essential flame for any alchemist, cultivated specifically within the Dantian. This fire can be utilized not only for offensive purposes but also for pill refining. Yi Long gazed dreamily at the snow-laden landscape, his mind wandering into fanciful thoughts. He pondered whether he could procure a foundation establishment pill from Jiang Mingyuan. Throughout these 3 months, he had ventured out at the end of each month to collect supplies, seeking Jiang Mingyuan, yet he was always turned away under the pretense of seclusion. He understood that as a low-grade disciple with 5 elemental roots, he garnered little regard from Jiang Mingyuan. However, now that he found himself stuck at the 10th layer of qi refinement, without a foundation establishment pill, he could not hope to break through. If he were to approach Jiang Mingyuan for a foundation establishment pill, it would inevitably expose his true cultivation level. Transitioning from the first layer of qi refinement to the 10th layer within 4 months was no small feat, even in the presence of the so-called chosen ones. Should anyone discover that a low-grade disciple with 5 elemental roots had achieved such rapid advancement, it would undoubtedly invite a torrent of troubles. Yi Long promptly extinguished the idea of seeking Jiang Mingyuan. Yet, suddenly, he recalled Hua Mainyang. It had been 4 months since their last encounter. He wondered how she, that old rascal, and Tang Biao were faring. Hua Mainyang's senior brother was none other than Wei Zifu, the sect master of the Pill Cauldron sect, who surely would not lack Foundation Establishment pills. Particularly, 4 months prior, Hua Mainyang had used 10 Foundation Establishment pills to save both himself and Tang Biao. He mused whether she still possessed any Foundation Establishment pills. Should he inquire? Just a simple question, not a plea. If she was willing to offer it, splendid. If not, that would be the end of it. Perhaps he could even trade a squirrel fish for it? After all, he had little else to occupy his time. The more he pondered, the more Yilong solidified his decision, providing himself with a compelling excuse to visit. Thus, he floated down from the rooftop, channeling his spiritual energy to activate his identity token, making his way outward. After reporting to the guarding disciple, he exited the spiritual herb planting area. From a distance, he cast a glance at the location of Jiang Mingyuan, his nominal master, shaking his head slightly as he descended the mountain. For disciples in the Qi refinement stage, without the guidance of a Foundation Establishment cultivator, they could either rent a flying spirit beast raised by the sect or trek down to the base of the mountain and then walk to other peaks. Renting a flying spirit beast required 100 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this price, Yilong resolutely chose to walk down the mountain. What a blatant ripoff! Accumulating 300 spirit stones over 3 months was no small feat, achieved through the perfect completion of his planting tasks. Now, merely to rent a spirit beast from Xianjian Peak to Yujian Peak would cost him a third of his fortune. No way. As he descended the mountain, Yilong could not help but mutter in indignation. What a blatant ripoff! They charge such exorbitant fees even for their own sect disciples. It is simply comparable to the exploitative practices of schools in his previous life. Over the past 3 months, Yilong had not only delved into pill concoction and formations but also researched talismans. Alas, whether it was formations or talismans, both consumed spirit stones at an alarming rate. To date, he had been unable to put into practice the formations and talismans he had learned due to a lack of resources. Otherwise, with a wind speed talisman, he would not have to struggle so much to ascend Yujian Peak. Chapter 55. The moment of becoming a captive. Descending from Xianjian Peak, he traversed tens of thousands of steps. Upon arriving at Yujian Peak, he would need to ascend nearly another 100,000 steps. This illustrates the towering height and vastness of the mountain. Fortunately, he was not the sole traveler on 2 legs. Many disciples also traversed the peaks on foot. However, most of these disciples were outer sect members, while he, as an inner sect disciple, was dressed distinctly differently. Thus, as Yilong made his way, he garnered a multitude of astonished glances and respectful greetings. The outer sect disciples predominantly wore grayish-brown robes, whereas the inner sect disciples were mostly clad in white robes, making their distinction exceedingly apparent, like a crane among a flock of chickens. With this thought, Yilong hastily interrupted his musings. Calling them chickens was inaccurate. Were they not more akin to ducks? Too abstract, and hardly pleasant. No, was he not a crane himself? Consequently, Yilong grimaced, realizing his mistake. They were indeed the chickens. Casting a glance at the nearby outer sect disciples, he firmly set his definition. He then presented his identity token to the gatekeeping disciple, explaining the purpose of his visit.
The disciple regarded him with surprise. What is your relationship with Madame Hua Mainyang?
This left Yilong equally astonished. How dare this gatekeeper directly utter the name of the sect leader's wife, such a grave faux pas. We have shared a modicum of camaraderie. I once served under master at Madame Hua's establishment.
Oh, I see, you returned together 4 months ago, the disciple replied. Indeed, what a pity, for Madame Hua Mainyang has since been imprisoned and is not present here.
What? Yilong's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the gatekeeping disciple. The latter glanced at Yilong's attire, then surveyed the throng of outer sect disciples queued to enter. He then pulled Yilong aside and spoke in hushed tones. It turned out that 3 months prior, for reasons unknown, Hua Mainyang had attempted to escape from the Shangqing sect but was intercepted by Zhao Yijin and the elders of each peak. What transpired thereafter was unclear, but from that day forth, Hua Mainyang and 2 others had been confined within the Shangqing sect's prison. Yilong's brows furrowed deeply, yet he still produced 2 low-grade spiritual stones as a token of gratitude for the gatekeeping disciple. The disciple, being an outer sect member, dared not accept a gift from an inner sect disciple and hurriedly attempted to refuse, only to have Yilong insistently press the stones into his hands. After ascertaining the location of the prison, Yilong took his leave. By this time, the sky had darkened, and the wind and snow intensified. Yilong needed to return before dawn on the following day. Otherwise, he would face penalties in the form of reduced resources for failing to report on time. Just as he was about to head to the prison, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to turn back down Yujian Peak. The gatekeeping disciple, curious yet silent, pondered why this inner sect senior was traveling on foot. Once he had descended Yujian Peak, Yilong found a frozen lake and summoned several fish with his spiritual energy, though none were the prized mandarin fish. After several attempts at different frozen lakes, he finally caught a few mandarin fish. Although he possessed seasonings, he lacked pots and utensils. Thus, he returned to Yujian Peak and made his way to the residence of the outer sect disciples. Using his elegant white robes as a means of passage, he procured a brand new set of pots and utensils. Finding a secluded spot, he began preparing squirrel-shaped mandarin fish. Just as Yi Long finished and was about to pack up, a melodious voice rang out, "Wow, senior brother, do you smell that?
Such a delightful aroma."
Following closely, a slightly subdued voice added, "Indeed, it is quite fragrant." As they spoke, the two had already appeared before Yi Long. Observing him tidying up, they gaped in astonishment. One of them, a petite and delicate girl clad in white robes, pointed at the squirrel-shaped mandarin fish he had prepared and inquired, "Did you make this fish, junior brother?" She could tell that Yi Long was at the first level of qi refinement, hence addressing him as junior brother. Yi Long was about to respond when the earnest-looking young man beside her clasped his hands and said, "My junior sister is rather lively, please do not take offense, junior brother. I am Zhuang Xiuxian, and this is my junior sister, Wan Linger. We are both disciples of Yujian Peak."
"I am Yi Long, a disciple of Xianjian Peak."
Yi Long returned the greeting with a bow. "Junior brother, your fish," they both began, but Wan Linger's eyes were fixated on the three squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, her mouth watering. Zhuang Xiuxian let out a wry smile, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "Junior brother, might I inquire if this dish is?" However, before Zhuang Xiuxian could finish his sentence, Yi Long waved his hand in refusal. "I'm sorry.
This is prepared for an old acquaintance." Wan Linger muttered in dissatisfaction, "How stingy."
Zhuang Xiuxian quickly clasped his hands. "My apologies, my junior sister can be a bit headstrong. Since it is for an old acquaintance, we shall not intrude further.
Farewell."
Yi Long nodded, and Zhuang Xiuxian attempted to lead Wan Linger away, yet she stubbornly resisted, her eyes glued to the mandarin fish. "No, senior brother, don't take me away.
I just want to discuss this with junior brother."
"Junior sister, a gentleman does not covet what others cherish, do not be rude." "I am not a gentleman, I am a young lady, let go of me." As the brother and sister bickered incessantly, Yi Long could only smile wryly, packing everything away, including the three mandarin fish, into his storage pouch. In front of others, he consistently used the storage pouch, wary of drawing suspicion by utilizing the longevity lock as storage space, which, albeit smaller, would not raise doubts.
"Thus, I indeed have urgent matters today.
Should junior sister truly wish to taste the fish, come find me at the Yujian Peak Medicinal Herb Plantation tomorrow or another day."
"Really?" Wan Linger's eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at Yi Long.
Zhuang Xiuxian, looking somewhat embarrassed, clasped his hands. "In that case, thank you, junior brother Yi." Yi Long waved his hand politely. "No trouble at all, I have matters to attend to. We shall converse another time."
"Wait."
Just as Zhuang Xiuxian agreed, Wan Linger interjected, "Junior brother Yi, you are here on business at Yujian Peak, correct?"
Curious, Wan Linger approached to inquire.
Yi Long nodded, a hint of sorrow clouding his brow. "Indeed, a few old acquaintances are imprisoned, and I intend to visit them."
"What, the prison?" Wan Linger appeared somewhat dumbfounded, while Zhuang Xiuxian regarded Yi Long with equal incredulity.
Yi Long looked puzzled by the expressions of the brother and sister. "What's wrong with the prison?"
"Junior brother Yi, are you unaware of the nature of those held in the Shangqing sect's prison?"
Upon hearing Zhuang Xiuxian's question, Yi Long shook his head in bewilderment. He genuinely did not know. The two disciples exchanged glances before Wan Linger began to explain. "The prison houses only those who practice evil paths, traitors who have betrayed the sect. Only these two types of individuals are confined there, and regardless of the category, we, as disciples of the Shangqing sect, must not come into contact with them. Furthermore, entry into the prison is prohibited for us unless we possess a sect order or a decree from the sect leader." Chapter 56. Waiting for a month for greater justice. Yi Long stared in bewilderment at his senior brothers and sisters, Zhuang Xiuxian among them. The outer door disciple who guarded the entrance had not informed him of this. Could it be that he was unaware of this rule as well? It seems plausible, for such regulations were not inscribed in the sect statutes.
If an inner disciple like himself was in the dark, how could an outer disciple possibly know? This shouldn't be the case. Hua Meinyang, the innkeeper, was neither a practitioner of the evil path nor a traitor to the sect. Why was she imprisoned?
"What?
You are here to visit Hua Meinyang?"
Wan Linger exclaimed, exchanging astonished glances with the equally surprised Zhuang Xiuxian. She then stepped forward to scrutinize Yi Long closely.
"What is your relationship with Hua Meinyang?"
"I previously served under Hua Meinyang alongside my master, Jiang Mingyuan," Yi Long replied.
Before Wan Linger could say more, Zhuang Xiuxian pulled her back forcefully.
Junior brother Yi, there are matters we cannot disclose. However, if you truly wish to see Hua Meinyang, it would be best to consult your master. Otherwise, I fear your journey may end in disappointment. My senior brothers and I have matters to attend to, we must take our leave. Without waiting for Yi Long to inquire further, they hurriedly departed. Yi Long stood in a daze, his brow furrowed, a significant question rising in his heart: why was Hua Meinyang imprisoned, and why were outsiders barred from seeing her? Zhuang Xiushin could not be deceiving him. There was no reason for him to do so. Thus, Yi Long turned and descended from the Yujin Peak, returning to the Shanjian Peak. By this time, darkness had already enveloped the sky. Yi Long did not seek out Jiang Mingyuan immediately. Instead, he returned to the Spirit Herb Garden. The night passed swiftly. After tending to the herbs early in the morning and reporting to the gatekeeper, he made his way to Jiang Mingyuan's place of cultivation. After a night of contemplation, he could not fathom what had transpired to warrant Hua Meinyang's imprisonment. How dared Zhao Yijin take such action? Hua Meinyang Sr. was none other than Wei Zifu, the master of the Dan Ding sect. Did he not fear enmity with the Dan Ding sect? Confounded and perplexed, Yi Long found himself at Jiang Mingyuan's door once more. This time, he was resolute in his determination to see his master. He knelt outside the cave, facing the flickering array of prohibitions. He was aware that even if Jiang Mingyuan was in seclusion, he would sense someone at the entrance, yet Jiang Mingyuan repeatedly refused to see him. Yi Long understood. After all, he possessed a low-grade 5-element spiritual root, and it was reasonable for his master to regard him with indifference. He endeavored not to disturb Jiang Mingyuan, who had made considerable efforts to assist him during his initial entry into the sect. He felt no grievances against him, but this was not merely for himself, it was for Hua Meinyang. Regardless of the circumstances, Hua Meinyang had taken him in, and through her influence, Jiang Mingyuan had accepted him as an inner disciple of the sect. More importantly, he had shared a significant and flirtatious phase with Hua Meinyang. For the sake of affection, reason, and the desires within his heart, he could not act as if he were oblivious to Hua Meinyang's plight. Should she truly marry Zhao Yijin and become the masteress consort of the Shangqing sect, living a life of luxury, he would undoubtedly remain indifferent. A day swiftly passed. Yi Long remained kneeling until late into the night, still unable to see Jiang Mingyuan. Quietly, he rose and cast a deep gaze at the shimmering array at the cave's entrance. Thus, a month elapsed. Each night, Yi Long returned to the Spirit Herb Garden and tended to the herbs in the morning before resuming his vigil outside Jiang Mingyuan's cave. Today, he arrived a bit later, having gone to the outer affairs hall to collect his supplies. By the time he arrived, it was nearly noon. Yi Long continued to kneel before the cave, patiently awaiting a meeting with Jiang Mingyuan.
Yi Long, what are you doing kneeling here? Yi Long turned in surprise to see Jiang Mingyuan approaching on his sword.
Master, weren't you in seclusion? He queried. Jiang Mingyuan replied, exasperated, no, I was out performing sect duties. What brings you here? Yi Long stared blankly at Jiang Mingyuan, who blinked at him in return. Master, the innkeeper has been imprisoned. Jiang Mingyuan disdainfully kicked Yi Long, who was clinging to his leg, then vigorously brushed off his trousers.
Let's discuss matters without the unnecessary theatrics.
I'm aware of Hua Meinyang's situation. There is nothing I can do. It is an order from the sect leader, and I am not entirely informed on the details. This matter does not concern us.
Focus on your cultivation.
With that, Jiang Mingyuan attempted to enter the cave, but Yi Long hurriedly blocked his path. I understand, master, but I want to see the innkeeper. Look, I even prepared 3 portions of squirrel fish for her. You know, she took me in when I was in need. Now that I know she is suffering, I cannot feign ignorance.
Jiang Mingyuan's eyelids twitched violently. Are you implying that I am ignorant?
No, master. I merely feel indebted to the innkeeper. I cannot ignore her plight. I should at least make an effort to offer her a taste of her favorite dish, squirrel fish. Jiang Mingyuan regarded Yi Long, who knelt on the ground with a pained expression, and he was somewhat moved, though conflict lingered in his eyes.
Master, I have knelt here for an entire month. I initially thought you were in seclusion and did not wish to see me.
As he spoke, Yi Long's voice trembled, and his head drooped further. Jiang Mingyuan gazed at Yi Long in shock.
You have knelt here for a month? Indeed.
You can ask the gatekeeper of the Spirit Herb Garden. I report daily to come here to see you.
Jiang Mingyuan gritted his teeth and nodded decisively.
In that case, follow me. I will take you to see the sect leader.
Yi Long was taken aback, stammering, see the sect leader? Surely that's unnecessary?
Jiang Mingyuan cast a sidelong glance at him.
Did you not wish to repay your debt? This is the perfect opportunity to be transferred to the prison, is it not? Is it truly possible to be transferred? Yi Long's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he gazed at Jiang Mingyuan.
I cannot guarantee it, but if you genuinely wish to see the innkeeper more than once, your only option is to meet the sect leader. Upon hearing Jiang Mingyuan's words, Yi Long nodded vigorously. Very well, let us go see the sect leader. Jiang Mingyuan summoned his flying sword, and together they soared through the skies. When we arrive at the sect leader's place, you will perform as you just did, and I will speak on your behalf.
Do you understand?
Jiang Mingyuan instructed as they traveled.
Master, I was not performing just now.
Whether or not it was a performance, you know in your heart, however, if you truly knelt for a month merely to see the innkeeper, it demonstrates your loyalty and righteousness. Thus, my efforts in assisting you are not in vain. Listening to Jiang Mingyuan's slightly sharp voice, Yi Long looked at his master's back with immense gratitude, realizing that perhaps everything had merely been a figment of his imagination. Although Jiang Mingyuan exhibited some feminine traits, his sense of righteousness surpassed that of many men. Chapter 57. Today is different from the past. As a timid individual, one must harbor the utmost malice to survive. It is essential to prepare for the worst. Yi Long felt no regret for his assumptions about Jiang Mingyuan, rather, he was merely astonished that this effeminate man differed so markedly from his expectations. On his way to the Lord's Hall, Yi Long contemplated whether to inquire with Jiang Mingyuan about the Foundation establishment pill. However, after some reflection, he ultimately decided against it. His cultivation must remain concealed, even though this effeminate man was not at all as he had imagined. He could not afford to expose his secret. To procure the Foundation establishment pill, he would need to devise a plan involving Hua Meinyang. As a cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage, he could directly utilize his flying sword to reach the Sword Summit Square, yet Jiang Mingyuan was, in truth, not qualified to meet Zhao Yijian. Nevertheless, due to Jiang Mingyuan's peculiar status, the disciples stationed at the Lord's Hall dared not neglect him and promptly notified Zhao Yijian. Upon meeting the two, Zhao Yijian's expression revealed neither joy nor sorrow, as though he had transcended the mundane. However, when he heard Jiang Mingyuan express a desire to assign Yi Long to serve Hua Meinyang, a flicker of intrigue and skepticism appeared in his eyes. After scrutinizing Yi Long's cultivation, he waved his hand nonchalantly in agreement. Yi Long was filled with delight, yet a twinge of regret lingered for having relinquished the position in the Spirit Herb Garden. His initial intention was merely to observe. There was no need to act like a sycophant, was there? Moreover, having experienced the exhilarating sensation of rapid cultivation growth, he found it no less intoxicating than matters of intimacy. Though he had yet to experience the latter, he imagined it to be quite similar. To so easily abandon the duties of the Spirit Herb Garden felt rather disheartening. Alas, his earlier display had been so astonishing that Jiang Mingyuan believed him to be deeply affectionate and eager to repay a debt of gratitude. To retract his commitment now would be akin to slapping his own face. Thus, he could only acquiesce. Originally, he harbored hope that Zhao Yijian would refuse this arrangement, yet he was utterly taken aback when Zhao Yijian actually consented. Yi Long could only grit his teeth and swallow his disappointment. With Zhao Yijian's decree in hand, Jiang Mingyuan led Yi Long directly to the prison. To Yi Long's surprise, there was but a single inner disciple guarding the prison. Upon hearing that Yi Long was to take over, the disciple's face lit up with unrestrained joy, enthusiastically introducing him to the prisoners held within. After imparting some essential guidelines, the disciple swiftly departed, as if chased by a pack of hounds. Yi Long understood, however, that the prison's spiritual energy was exceedingly sparse, nearly akin to that of a mundane nation. As for Jiang Mingyuan, he left after escorting Yi Long to this location. Fortunately, according to the disciple's account, the guards of the prison received more provisions each month than those in other locations, compensating for the lack of spiritual energy. Hua Meinyang was confined on the third underground level. The prison was seldom visited, yet formidable formations and restrictions were present throughout, particularly at the prison door. It was said that even 10 nascent soul masters would struggle to breach it. Thus, Yi Long found his duties to be quite leisurely. If he was willing to part with some fasting pills, he could simply administer one to the prisoners every 10 days or so. As long as they did not perish, that would suffice. If he was reluctant to spare the fasting pills, he could prepare simple meals in the adjacent kitchen. Should he need to step out, he would merely need to report to the External Affairs Hall, which would send someone to assist him, provided he did not exceed a day's absence. Having grasped the nature of his responsibilities, Yi Long made his way to the third underground level, even brandishing a baton with an air of pretentious bravado. Upon arriving, he was quickly noticed by the old eunuch.
Well, who do we have here?
The old eunuch's voice stirred the occupants of the other cells, rousing Tang Biao and Hua Meinyang, who lay atop a pile of straw. Both turned to the entrance, illuminated by the dim glow of a torch, where they beheld Yi Long brandishing the baton.
Ah, little Yi, you finally arrived. Hurry, make me something to eat. I am starving.
Hua Meinyang, her hair disheveled, exclaimed joyfully, grasping the bars of her cell to gaze at the incoming Yi Long. Tang Biao, still wearing his customary stoic expression, nonetheless emanated a peculiar light from his eyes.
What are you doing? What are you doing? I am now the prison guard, keep it down.
Yilong adopted a demeanor that suggested he recognized no kin, intimidating the trio, and struck the place where Hua Meinyang clutched the bars with the baton. Startled, she immediately withdrew her delicate fingers, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Yilong, if it weren't for my compassion in taking you in, you might have been discovered by the Huang family and lost your life. How dare you speak to the shopkeeper like that? The old eunuch bellowed, his face flushed with indignation at Yilong's treatment of Hua Meinyang. This is how I am, what is it to you? Not satisfied? Come on, let us settle this outside. Yilong glared menacingly at the old eunuch, who trembled with rage. Meanwhile, Hua Meinyang and Tang Biao sighed in resignation and returned to their straw beds. Upon seeing Hua Meinyang's disheveled appearance, Yilong felt a pang of sorrow. She was known for her cleanliness, bathing almost daily, yet now she looked utterly unkempt, which pained him greatly. Reflecting on her immediate request for food upon seeing him, he could only imagine the hardship she had endured. In that moment, he realized that the exhilaration of rapid cultivation was not as delightful as he had thought. Despite her untidy state, Hua Meinyang's beauty remained unchanged, enchanting and alluring. Just as he remembered, she continued to be the goddess in his heart. Noticing that the old eunuch had ceased to engage with him, Yilong chuckled softly, retrieving a plate of squirrel fish from his storage pouch. All right, you're not a child anymore. Stop acting like one. Come, let us eat some fish. The trio was taken aback, and the old eunuch's eyes immediately reddened. Little Yi, the old eunuch choked on his words, stiffening as he approached the bars. Yilong sniffled and offered him a pair of chopsticks. Old eunuch, how old are you? Still throwing tantrums like a child? I was just teasing you, it's not that serious, eat up. With that, Yilong dared not meet the old eunuch's reddening gaze and quickly approached Tang Biao, presenting him with another plate of squirrel fish, observing the incredulity in his eyes. What are you staring at? Hurry up and eat, if you take too long, the old eunuch will clean you up. Tang Biao bit his cracked lips and retorted, get lost. Yilong and Tang Biao exchanged glances, both bursting into laughter. Hua Meinyang, witnessing this scene from Roussel, could not help but shed tears. Yilong approached her, and the two shared a profound gaze. Chapter 58. How could a beautiful lady fall into the hands of thieves? Immediately, Yilong reached out his hand. Hua Meinyang did not evade. Instead, she gazed at Yilong. His warm and powerful palm gently caressed her delicate and exquisite face, softly wiping away the tears that had fallen. You have suffered. Hua Meinyang vigorously shook her head, exclaiming, I never anticipated you would truly come to see us. Yilong suddenly erupted in fury. What nonsense, if I don't come to see you, who else would? I promised to marry you, yet you rushed here seeking trouble. Are you satisfied now? Hua Meinyang's breath hitched, followed by a bitter smile. I am satisfied, truly satisfied. The old eunuch and Tang Biao listened in bewilderment to their exchange. Well, as long as you're satisfied, can you now accompany me without worries? Hua Meinyang lowered her head, shaking it slightly. I cannot leave. Do not waste your efforts, all of this is my own doing. Not if I involve you further, would it not jeopardize your life? Just being able to see you three is enough for me, she added. Yilong pressed his lips together, firmly grasping Hua Meinyang's tender hand. She looked up in surprise, locking eyes with him. Trust me, I will surely rescue you. Will you come with me? Hua Meinyang continued to shake her head, gripping Yilong's hand tightly in return. I understand your intentions, but I do not wish to. Yilong swiftly covered Hua Meinyang's rosy lips with his hand. Enough with the unnecessary words. I comprehend now, let us eat. Hua Meinyang shot Yilong a piercing glance, still as rude as ever. Yilong chuckled, unfazed. He presented the squirrel fish, watching as Hua Meinyang devoured it voraciously. Once the three had finished their meal, Yilong produced the fasting pill, distributing one to each of them. Now, tell me, what exactly is the situation? I am utterly perplexed. The old eunuch and Tang Biao exchanged glances before turning to Hua Meinyang. With the fasting pill invigorating her spirit, Hua Meinyang began recounting the tale. This matter must start with the fall of the Yun kingdom. The demise of the Yun kingdom was not as Yilong had imagined. The 10,000-year-old prince did not seek to usurp his father's throne out of ambition, nor did the common folk rise in rebellion due to hardship. Instead, it was the court officials, long subjected to servitude, who, out of discontent, turned against the heavens. The cataclysmic battle that ensued was earth-shattering. Mighty beings wielded their power, causing the sun and moon to hang in disarray, stars to shift, mountains to crumble, and planets to shatter, leaving behind countless corpses. As Hua Meinyang spoke, Yilong's eyes widened in astonishment. It turned out that the cultivation world was not as he had perceived. This continent was not originally known as Yunlan. It was merely a fragment left after the shattering of the Yunlan planet. The cultivation world comprises countless star systems and myriad races. However, following the cataclysmic battle, the Yunlan planet fell apart. After the Yun family as powerful beings safeguarded the remnants of their lineage, they employed secret techniques to preserve this fragment, allowing it to endure in the sea of stars. Yet, as a consequence, the cultivators on this fragment could no longer communicate with the forces of heaven and earth, remaining forever trapped in the nascent soul stage. In time, the rebels evolved into what are now known as the 6 Great Sections.
Yilong's astonished expression never wavered. So, Zhao Jin is actually a rebel from the Yun family? Hua Meinyang nodded despondently. Indeed.
Then White Hua Meinyang shook her head bitterly. Before their rebellion, I had a connection with Zhao Jin.
Yilong nodded in realization. So you do not blame Zhao Jin? No, the cultivators they left behind were merely acting out of necessity.
Besides, the ones who took action back then have already been eradicated. Did you and Zhao Jin ever? Yilong inquired, only to be interrupted by the old eunuch and Tang Biao, who were deeply engrossed in the tale, their own past experiences resurfacing in their minds.
No. What are you thinking? He was never after my body. Hua Meinyang shot Yilong a fierce glare. While Yilong merely grinned foolishly. Well, that's a relief. What happened next?
However, Hua Meinyang seemed agitated by Yilong's questions, pouting and refusing to speak further.
Despite Yilong's persistent inquiries, she ignored him entirely. While Yilong looked at her helplessly. You are truly mischievous. Come now, Uncle Liang, you speak?
The old eunuch shook his head in exasperation. If only you had been a bit more tactful.
Is that any way to ask?
You likely already know the rest of the story. As remnants of the Yun family, we were originally meant to be eradicated. Fortunately, Zhao Jin and Wei Zifu interceded on our behalf, stripping us of our powers but leaving us with a remnant of our lives to survive.
Yilong looked at the old eunuch in confusion. What is the situation now?
What else could it be? The Yunlan continent has a secret realm known as the Yun-Tu Secret Realm, which opens once every century. It was left behind by the sacrifice of all the Yun family's powerful beings during the cataclysmic battle. For over 900 years, the 6 great sects have been unable to ascend to the divine transformation stage, thus naturally understanding the reason behind it, they have been tirelessly exploring the secret realm, albeit with little success. Inside, there are mostly spiritual treasures, magical artifacts, elixirs, and cultivation manuals. However, breaking free from the confines of this continent and communicating with the forces of heaven and earth has proven impossible.
But now they have found a way. And it lies within Hua Meinyang, a descendant of the Yun family?
The old eunuch shot Yilong a surprised glance and nodded. Indeed, we have been aware of this matter all along. At last, Yilong began to grasp the secret behind Hua Meinyang. However, he still had one question.
How could Zhao Jin have learned of the anomalies surrounding the shopkeeper?
The old eunuch sighed, shaking his head. Naturally, it was your master, Jiang Mingyuan, who informed him. Yilong suddenly understood. Yet, he still expressed a thought for Jiang Mingyuan. This cannot be blamed on my master. After all, he was merely acting on orders. He bore no resentment towards him.
By the way, how did you end up in this prison?
Visitors are not allowed here.
Initially, Hua Meinyang waved her hand dismissively, but then she looked at Yilong with curiosity. The old eunuch and Tang Biao also looked at Yilong in confusion.
Indeed, that's why I knelt in front of my master's cave for 3 months, pleading for him to assign me here as a guard. Otherwise, how could I have seen you all?
Chapter 59. The astonishing deception. The 3 individuals were momentarily taken aback, with Hua Meinyang's eyes glistening with gratitude once more.
You've gone through so much, she expressed. Why Yilong nonchalantly waved his hand. It's nothing, really.
The pressing question now was whether there exists a way to rescue you. However, as soon as he uttered those words, an eerie silence enveloped the 3. Why Yilong turned to Hua Meinyang with a puzzled expression. What about your senior brother, Wei Zifu? Can you call upon him for help? Hua Meinyang despondently shook her head.
When Zhao Jin had us imprisoned, he must have already known what fate awaited us, the old eunuch dejectedly remarked.
Yilong paused in contemplation. So, you're saying that Zhao Jin and Wei Zifu had already reached a mutual understanding regarding this matter?
Indeed, and it is likely that other celestial sects are aware of it too. Yilong's brow furrowed deeply. This posed a significant challenge. As a practitioner at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, he was utterly incapable of withstanding even a single finger from a Foundation establishment cultivator, let alone rescuing Hua Meinyang. What he had previously claimed about a rescue was mere bravado.
So, what shall we do now? Is there any other way?
Tang Biao silently squatted on the ground, while the old eunuch shook his head in silence. Hua Meinyang turned to Yilong, presenting him with a stunningly beautiful smile.
Little Yi, there is no need to waste your efforts. Our lifespans are but a mere century. Even if we were to escape, we wouldn't have much time left. You should focus on your cultivation. When the time comes, find us a suitable resting place, that would suffice as a gesture of your kindness. Yi Long, filled with frustration, shouted, I promised that I would marry you, what do you mean by dying? I am determined to rescue you. Tears streamed down Hua Meinyang's face as she extended her hand through the bars, gently caressing Yi Long's cheek. Foolish child, there are plenty of good women out there. To have someone like you, who cares for me, at the brink of my demise is already a great fortune. Please do not do anything foolish that could cost you your life. If there is a next life, I shall surely marry you. With that, Hua Meinyang pulled Yi Long closer, attempting to plant a kiss on him. While Yi Long quickly pushed her away, gazing into her disappointed eyes, and coughed awkwardly, I'm not quite prepared for that. Actually, I came here for another matter. Do you have any foundation establishment pills? Hua Meinyang looked at him in astonishment. What do you need foundation establishment pills for? Yi Long glanced around furtively, and in response to the curious gazes of the old eunuch and Tang Biao, he whispered, of course, for foundation establishment. What? Hua Meinyang gasped, her eyes widening, while the old eunuch and Tang Biao exchanged incredulous looks with Yi Long. Yi Long hastily gestured for silence. There are some matters I cannot disclose to you yet, but I truly need the foundation establishment pills. Do you have any? Hua Meinyang scrutinized him with an unusual gleam in her eyes. She was all too aware of what kind of spiritual root Yi Long possessed, yet this seemingly inferior 5-element spiritual root had reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage in just a few months? What an extraordinary anomaly! Yes. Hua Meinyang gritted her teeth, realizing that perhaps Yi Long could indeed rescue her, even if her lifespan was limited to a mere 100 years. Being by the side of the one she loved was far preferable to suffering in a prison cell. Yi Long felt a surge of joy. He had known that Hua Meinyang would possess some. However, in Zhaojing, you must seek out the storyteller at Tingyun Pavilion. He has 3 foundation establishment pills. Yi Long was taken aback. Isn't that storyteller your acquaintance? Shut up, I won't say another word, Hua Meinyang retorted, her teeth clenched as she glared at Yi Long, who was nervously rubbing his arms. If you dare to make wild assumptions about me, the first thing I'll do when I get out is to cleanse you. Yi Long sheepishly chuckled. That storyteller was originally my intermediary for contacting rogue cultivators and seeking materials to restore my cultivation. However, after all these years, there has been one particular ingredient I have been unable to locate. But now, even if I find it, Hua Meinyang forced a bitter smile. Where will your foundation establishment pills come from? Yi Long was perplexed. Naturally, my dear senior brother provides them for me, giving me 10 pills every decade to ensure I can live better in the mortal realm. Now everything became clear. Hua Meinyang had sought out the storyteller for covert transactions involving the foundation establishment pills. What about that last ingredient you mentioned? Hua Meinyang shook her head slightly, her expression one of disappointment. It's useless. Even if we find it, it won't matter. Why? Hua Meinyang remained silent, prompting the old eunuch to scoff. Why do you think? All the materials are in Wei Zifu's possession. Even if we were to find the last ingredient, do you believe Wei Zifu would still assist us in refining the restorative pills? Yi Long slapped his forehead in frustration, realizing that Wei Zifu had long conspired with Zhao Yijian. Nevertheless, he remained deeply curious about what kind of pill could restore one to the golden core stage. In response to Yi Long's inquiry, the old eunuch elaborated, this pill is called the revitalizing pill, requiring a plethora of materials, over 1,000 types. Throughout these 9 centuries, we have gathered all the necessary ingredients, with the sole exception of a primary ingredient known as Zihe Che. Without this primary ingredient, the revitalizing pill cannot be refined. Zihe Che? Are you certain? Yi Long looked at the old eunuch incredulously. The old eunuch, slightly bewildered by Yi Long's dramatic reaction, nodded affirmatively. Of course, I'm certain. We managed to collect all the other ingredients within a century, but this particular Zihe Che has eluded us for over 100 years. Before the old eunuch could finish, Yi Long produced a spiritual herb, which was none other than Zihe Che. Instantly, the old eunuch gasped in disbelief. Tang Biao and Hua Meinyang turned to look, their expressions frozen in shock. While Yi Long had initially feared he'd mistaken the name, so he had deliberately retrieved a low-aged specimen from the everlasting pine space. Seeing their astonished expressions, Yi Long nodded in satisfaction. So, this is what you've been searching for? Little Yi, where did you find this? We've been searching for over 800 years. Hua Meinyang and the others gazed at Yi Long with uncontainable excitement, to which Yi Long casually replied, oh, it was just in the Lingyao garden of the Shangqing sect. What? The 3 exchanged incredulous glances, and Hua Meinyang immediately slumped to the ground in despair.
So, the Lingyao Garden had it all along. Yi Long clicked his tongue. I was puzzled before. The Lingyao Garden has a rule that anyone daring to privately purchase Zihi Che from the Outer Affairs Hall must report it. It seems that it's not only the Shangqing sect that has it, other sects likely have their share as well. Moreover, there are very few pills that utilize Zihi Che. While I have yet to encounter golden core pills, I can assure you that none of the formulas below the foundation establishment stage employ this particular herb.
Chapter 60 of The Heart Unyielding, The Path Unborn.
Yi Long appeared to be unperturbed by the spectacle of Hua Meinyang, yet he delivered another harsh blow. The old eunuch cast a silent glance at Yi Long, and indeed, upon hearing these words, Hua Meinyang erupted into a fit of manic laughter.
Everyone has deceived me, all have deceived me. Ha! It turns out I am the only fool, a complete fool, ha!
Although Yi Long felt a pang of sorrow for Hua Meinyang's state, he could not suppress a sense of inner triumph. For he understood that if the heart does not perish, the path does not come into being. If he did not shatter Hua Meinyang's hopes entirely, how could he ever become the path for her?
I will seek out that storyteller. He will provide me with the foundation building pills?
Yi Long disregarded the despondent Hua Meinyang and turned his attention to the old eunuch. The old eunuch produced a jade pendant from his bosom, stating, "Take this pendant and mention that it is for Manager Hua. He will oblige you. However, he has very few left now. Previously, 10 foundation building pills were used to save you, leaving only 3, and I am uncertain if they have been sold." Yi Long accepted the jade pendant, nodding at the old eunuch. "Very well, I shall make a trip to Zhaojing now.
If all goes well, I shall return by nightfall."
However, Fan Runliang hastily interjected, "Do not go today."
Yi Long, taken aback, asked, "Why not? You have just been assigned to guard the prison today. If you return to Zhaojing, Zhao Yijian will undoubtedly notice." "Surely not, is Zhao Yijian truly so idle?"
The old eunuch regarded Yi Long with caution. "It would be wise to heed my counsel."
"My faculties remain intact."
Yi Long pondered for a moment, then acquiesced, recognizing that the old eunuch had weathered far more than he had in his 2 lifetimes. Moreover, the old eunuch had once served the emperor, and those power-hungry nobles were adept at manipulating human emotions. They had long since mastered the art of understanding the human heart, a realm far beyond his comprehension. "You possess the ability to dismantle the restrictions placed upon you during the Golden Core stage. Thus, I presume the formations and restrictions here shall pose no challenge to you," spoke Tang Biao, who had remained silent until now. The old eunuch gazed at Yi Long in astonishment, and even the deranged Hua Meinyang halted, incredulous as she looked at Tang Biao.
"He can dismantle the restrictions of the Golden Core stage?"
Tang Biao, with an expression of indifference, nodded slightly. "Indeed, when we were captured by the heretical cultivators, we failed to relay a message to the manager in time. Ultimately, it was he who dismantled the restrictions imposed upon him by the Golden Core cultivator, which allowed me the opportunity to send a message to the manager."
The 3 of them focused their gazes on Yi Long.
Yi Long grinned, raising an eyebrow at Hua Meinyang. "What do you think? Your husband has vowed that he will rescue you." Upon hearing this, Tang Biao's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Hua Meinyang covered her mouth with her hand. "Can you truly break the restrictions?" Yi Long shook his head with a wry smile. "I cannot guarantee it, but I possess an 80% certainty." Hiss. Both Hua Meinyang and the old eunuch gasped in shock. "Do you comprehend the sheer power of these formations and restrictions?" the old eunuch inquired excitedly. "Of course, they are said to be able to withstand 10 nascent soul experts without difficulty."
"And you dare claim you have an 80% certainty?"
Yi Long scoffed, for he had thoroughly studied his own unique abilities. While he had yet to fully grasp the anomalies within his body, he was entirely confident in the functional aspects. His choice of 80% was merely a precaution against the potential embarrassment of overpromising. "Indeed, not only can I contend with formations that can withstand 10 nascent soul experts, but I even possess a 50% certainty against those that could withstand 100. Hiss. Hua Meinyang and the old eunuch exchanged astonished glances once more. They could not ascertain whether Yi Long was genuinely boasting or merely exaggerating, yet, after their initial shock, they fell into deep contemplation. Tang Biao regarded Yi Long with a significant expression. Still preoccupied with Yi Long's earlier assertion of being Hua Meinyang's husband, he was acutely aware of Tang Biao's affections for Hua Meinyang, and witnessing Yi Long's teasing of her was unbearable. Although Hua Meinyang had previously kissed Yi Long, which had troubled him greatly, that was an act initiated by her. He dared not question her actions, but he certainly would not overlook any other man who dared to be frivolous with her. Hua Meinyang and the old eunuch were lost in thought, oblivious to their surroundings, yet Yi Long was acutely aware of their silence. Tang Biao's penetrating gaze was crystal clear to him. Thus, he approached the front of Tang Biao's cell. Tang Biao looked up at Yi Long, his brow furrowed, his expression frosty as he remained silent, nearly locking eyes with Yi Long. Yi Long feigned a sigh. Brother Biao, I understand your sentiments, and you are aware of mine as well, correct? Shall we engage in fair competition? Tang Biao's brow furrowed even deeper. The old eunuch and Hua Meinyang, having their thoughts interrupted, looked curiously at the two. What do you mean by fair competition? Tang Biao's lips slowly moved. Well, you see, our manager is currently imprisoned, and she has just declared that should there be a next life, she would certainly marry me. However, I am not the type to take advantage of someone in distress. Therefore, how about we establish a gentleman's agreement? Once I rescue you, let us each utilize our own methods, and whoever the manager chooses to follow, so be it. No one may retract their decision. What do you take me for? Hua Meinyang shouted indignantly. Silence. The two men bellowed in unison, startling her into silence. Even the old eunuch observed in disbelief the intensity of their confrontation. Tang Biao did not respond, maintaining a penetrating gaze fixed on Yi Long. Yi Long, equally unyielding, returned the stare. Only Hua Meinyang and the old eunuch appeared somewhat bewildered. Did they truly choose this moment to contend for such matters? However, after a brief interval, Tang Biao suddenly shook his head in defeat, gazing into the inexplicable darkness of the cell. Our lifespans barely exceed a century. For you to rescue us, your cultivation must attain the nascent soul stage. No matter how talented you may be, it is impossible to reach that level within a century. In this brief time, I hope she can live a better life, and that is all. Yi Long smiled, wishing to say something, yet ultimately spoke no words. Instead, he turned to the dazed Hua Meinyang. For this century, you belong to me. Hua Meinyang immediately snapped back to reality, seemingly on the verge of saying something, yet her gaze turned complex as she regarded Yi Long. She then cast a deep look at the back of Tang Biao before silently shaking her head, choosing not to speak as she lay back on the hay, closing her eyes to feign death. The old eunuch sighed. Indeed, as Tang Biao has said, young Yi Long, your desire to rescue us may be misguided. A mere century is but a fleeting moment, you must not act foolishly. With your extraordinary talent, should there come a day when you can avenge us, that would render you our greatest benefactor. Chapter 61 Love at First Sight. Do not wait idly. Yi Long remained silent, turning instead to exit the dungeon. A century, you say? Yi Long muttered disdainfully under his breath. After reporting to the Foreign Affairs Hall, he spent 180 low-grade spirit stones to purchase 6 wind speed talismans. Affixing the talismans to his legs, he immediately surged forth, moving with the swiftness of the wind. At that moment, the dragon pearl in his upper dantian began to flicker incessantly. Someone had locked onto him with their spiritual sense. Indeed, the old eunuch's suspicions were correct. Zhao Yijin, or someone dispatched by him, was keeping watch over him. Nevertheless, Yi Long felt no fear, resolutely making his way toward Zhao capital. Having purchased a map from the Foreign Affairs Hall earlier, he was well acquainted with the route to Zhao capital. Upon arriving at Zhao capital, he found the Wantong escort agency still as pristine as ever. It seemed the entire agency had been enveloped in a dust-repelling formation. The spiritual presence observing him had not dissipated. Yi Long feigned ignorance, busily tidying up the kitchen utensils before heading to Hua Meinyang's room. He organized her bathtub, soft couch, and other commonly used furnishings. After leaving the Wantong escort agency, he proceeded to Tingyun Pavilion. In the backstage area, he located the storyteller, who cheerfully agreed to teach Yi Long the art of storytelling after receiving a gold ingot. It was not until Yi Long sensed the spiritual presence following him had vanished that he promptly revealed his jade pendant to establish his identity. The storyteller wasted no time in handing over the remaining foundation establishment pills to Yi Long, a total of 2. Fortunately, he had arrived in the nick of time. Had he delayed any longer, they might have been gone. After bidding farewell to the storyteller, he also requested a few books from him. With the wind speed talismans activated, he returned to the Shangqing sect before dusk. Upon re-entering the dungeon, Yi Long discovered he was unable to open the cell door. Thus, he could only pass the mattress and pillow from the soft couch to Hua Meinyang. The old eunuch looked at Yi Long with exasperation. Why do you refuse to heed our words? Yi Long replied without turning his head. No worries, I am well aware. If I had not ventured out today, that would truly be a cause for concern. The old eunuch paused, contemplating, and then nodded in agreement. Indeed, Hua Meinyang remained silent, quietly accepting what Yi Long passed to her. As Yi Long prepared to return and break through to the foundation establishment stage, he was suddenly called back by Hua Meinyang. Little Yezi, you will undoubtedly become a Taoist lord one day. Do not entertain thoughts of rescuing me, otherwise, I shall perish in this cell at this very moment. Yi Long paused, and Fan Runliang let out a soft sigh before turning into the shadows. Hua Meinyang, noticing Yi Long did not turn back, gently spoke. During these 100 years, I belong solely to you. If there is a next life, I shall definitely marry you and follow you closely.
Will you accompany me for my final 100 years? As she spoke, tears cascaded down Hua Miniang's cheeks like pearls that had slipped from their string. Yi Long inhaled deeply, turning to gaze earnestly at Hua Miniang. Do you believe in me? Hua Miniang covered her mouth and shook her head vigorously. It is not a matter of belief. Do you wish for me to die in pain and despair, or do you insist on allowing me to live with regrets and guilt? Yi Long's roar startled Hua Miniang, sending tremors through the hearts of both individuals cloaked in darkness. If you insist on dying now, then I shall accompany you. If you must pass away in 100 years, I will still be with you. It matters not, for it is merely a matter of time. You decide. Yi Long's eyes reddened as he fixed his gaze intensely upon the delicate Hua Miniang before turning to depart. Hua Miniang collapsed to the ground in an instant, murmuring, "Why must it be this way, why must it be?" The old eunuch interjected, "Forgive me for speaking out of turn, but sometimes, love at first sight is far more dependable than love that grows over time. For love at first sight embodies all one's fantasies and the realization of beauty in another. Conversely, love that develops over time is merely speculation and idealization of a future with the other. Little Yezi, though clever, has always been sincere towards you." Hua Miniang's tears continued to flow as she shook her head. I know, how could I not feel it, but why, oh why? There is no need for such questions. You have remained in Zhao capital, what necessity is there? Hua Miniang paused. The old eunuch, however, did not spare the already disheartened Tang Biao. What about him, why does he stay by your side? Hua Miniang turned her head foolishly to look at Tang Biao. Tang Biao's face turned visibly red as he stammered, Old eunuch, speak of him if you must. But why bring me into this? Hua Miniang burst into laughter at Tang Biao's mimicry of Yi Long's words. In the past, Tang Biao would always address him with utmost respect, never daring to call Fan Runliang old eunuch as Yi Long did. The old eunuch shrugged off the remark, what of it? You, a servant, daring to develop feelings for your master, it's a wonder I haven't executed you for such insolence, must I not speak of it? Tang Biao sprang to his feet, gripping the railing tightly. Old eunuch, who has developed feelings for the master? I was merely deceiving that little one. Fan Runliang cast a disdainful glance at Tang Biao. Whether you have or have not, you know in your heart, remember, you are a servant for life. Do not forget who saved your life all those years ago. Tang Biao's fury instantly waned, and he swiftly turned to kneel beside Hua Miniang. Your Highness, I am guilty. Hua Miniang shook her head with a sigh. Enough, rise. Some matters are best kept in the heart. You have followed me for so many years, it has been hard on you. Tang Biao hurriedly shook his head. It has not been hard. I am a member of the Yun family in life and a ghost of the Yun family in death. I shall never harbor any treachery against my master. Hua Miniang did not respond, instead lying on the familiar soft bedding, gently closing her beautiful eyes. On Yujian Peak, in the sect master's hall, Zhao Yijian listened to Jiang Mingyuan's report, his narrow phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. This young man is indeed loyal and righteous. Very well, you may return. Yes, sect master. After watching Jiang Mingyuan leave, Zhao Yijian closed his eyes. His spiritual sense began to expand, ultimately enveloping the entire dungeon. As Yi Long returned to the room outside the dungeon, he was just preparing to consume the Foundation Establishment pill to break through when he sensed an overwhelming spiritual presence approaching. Startled, he quickly stowed away the Foundation Establishment pill and concealed his cultivation. Fortunately, after a while, the massive spiritual presence receded. Yi Long, filled with uncertainty, hesitated for a moment before taking out his only 2 Foundation Establishment pills. He then put them away again, waiting until midnight when the moonlight shone down before finally taking out 1 pill and swallowing it whole. The immense medicinal power surged into his dantian, prompting Yi Long to swiftly circulate his cultivation technique to absorb the potency. The 10 dragon pearls along with the one in his upper dantian began to operate rapidly. Chapter 62, the celestial technique above the clouds. For an ordinary cultivator, the hallmark of progressing from the chi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage is the transformation of spiritual energy into. However, Yi Long's dantian was peculiar, having been altered by his own eccentricities. At this moment, as the technique circulated, the 10 dragon pearls within his lower dantian began to undergo bizarre transformations. One of the dragon pearls gradually morphed into a light azure hue, while the next one ceased to emit a golden radiance, instead adopting a muted earthy tone. As the colors continued to shift, the 10 dragon pearls began to display distinct shades. Deep blue, gray, purple, gold, green, red, white, and black. Yet, just as the transformation of all colors neared completion, Yi Long found himself lacking sufficient spiritual power. Startled, he hastily swallowed another Foundation Establishment pill. The immense medicinal energy surged through his entire lower dantian once more. As he performed the great circulation technique, gradually all colors completed their transformations, with the medicinal energy also being thoroughly absorbed.
Yi Long gazed at the 10 dragon pearls of varied colors within his dantian, marveling at the peculiar sight: the golden metal spirit pearl, the green wood spirit pearl, the light blue water spirit pearl, the red fire spirit pearl, the earthy yellow spirit pearl, the deep blue mutated ice spirit pearl, the gray wind spirit pearl, the purple thunder spirit pearl, the white yang spirit pearl, and the black yin spirit pearl. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a water sphere technique. Watching in astonishment as it returned to its original hue. He proceeded to experiment with the earth, thunder, and ice techniques, each reverting to its true color rather than the previous black hue of the Qi refinement stage. Simultaneously, Yi Long understood the reason behind this change. In the Qi refinement stage, he had been incapable of controlling these 10 dragon pearls, leading to the chaotic amalgamation of various elements in his spells, hence the drastic color alteration. Now, however, with a mere thought, he could cast spells using designated spirit pearls, effortlessly reverting to the previous black spells if desired. Yet, despite having broken through to the foundation establishment stage, new challenges arose. The technique provided by Jiang Mingyuan only facilitated the transition from Qi refinement to foundation establishment, leaving no guidance for what lay beyond. Furthermore, he could not reveal his cultivation level to seek out Jiang Mingyuan for further teachings. Was he to remain stagnant? Just as Yi Long found himself in a state of despair, a sudden chill coursed through him, and his eyes brightened. He immediately rose and made his way to the dungeon, only to find the 3 individuals fast asleep. Disappointed, he turned back. He resolved to seek them out the following day, hoping they would not withhold information this time. The night passed in quiet meditation. The next morning, Yi Long eagerly returned to the dungeon to share the news of his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage with the trio. Their reaction was one of astonishment. "Little Yi, did you not set up any formations or restrictions?" questioned Hua Meinyang, bewildered. Why? Yi Long stared at her in confusion. "What formations or restrictions? I simply took the pill and broke through." Hua Meinyang replied urgently, "To break through to the foundation establishment stage, one either requires the supervision of an elder or needs an elder to set up a yin spirit formation to prevent the intrusion of demonic thoughts, lest one fails to form a golden core." Yi Long blinked in disbelief. The old eunuch let out a bitter laugh. "It's my fault for not clarifying. I never expected this reckless lad to break through without a word." Yi Long was utterly flabbergasted. "What do we do now?" Hua Meinyang rubbed her temples in frustration. "What can we do? You have already broken through to the foundation establishment stage. There is no going back now." Liang Shu, impart the Yin family technique to him. At this, Fan Runlian looked taken aback. "Master, the Yin family technique is a top-tier technique. If the descendants of the Yun family were to discover it, little Yi would be hunted down." Hua Meinyang glanced at the bewildered Yi Long and shook her head slightly. "Let us not concern ourselves with whether he can reach the golden core stage. For the descendants of the Yun family to find out, he must first be able to leave this continent." Fan Runlian pondered this and nodded in agreement, summoning Yi Long to impart the Yun family technique. As Yi Long listened to the teachings, he silently channeled the Yun family's foundation establishment technique. The results were immediate, far surpassing the techniques of the Shangqing sect in both the speed of spiritual energy absorption and the agility of technique execution. Once Fan Runlian finished explaining the Yun family technique, Yi Long was left deeply astonished. He looked incredulously at the old eunuch. "It even leads directly to the transcendent stage?" Fan Runlian nodded solemnly. "Naturally. This technique is categorized into various grades. Our Yun kingdom once dominated a planet, so it is only fitting we possess top-tier techniques. The Shangqing sect's techniques are merely of medium quality." Yi Long was instantly exhilarated. If the techniques were all of the highest caliber, then the spells would undoubtedly be exceptional as well. He rushed to inquire about the spells. However, to his disappointment, the 3 of them shook their heads with regret. "None of you can cast spells?" Yi Long questioned incredulously. The old eunuch sighed. "In the heyday of the Yun kingdom, one needed to reach the nascent soul stage to serve in any official capacity. As such, few ever studied advanced spells, contenting themselves with mastering only the foundational ones." Yi Long gaped in disbelief at the old eunuch. "But what about the cloud-piercing poem you taught me?" The old eunuch pursed his lips, while Hua Meinyang burst into hearty laughter. Yi Long realized he had been duped by the old eunuch, yet something was amiss. According to the old eunuch's teachings, he had indeed launched a spiritual attack. That was merely a martial art of commoners, a widely practiced technique among martial artists, the old eunuch explained, noticing Yi Long's incredulous expression. Seeing Yi Long's disbelief, he quickly added with a wry smile, "The reason you could unleash a spiritual attack is that all foundational spell attacks operate on the same principle." Yi Long stared at the old eunuch, a glint of indignation in his eyes. "You old trickster, how could you deceive me? Although I may not wield advanced spells, I can still condense Dan fire. We all possess foundational spells." Realizing Yi Long was genuinely upset, the old eunuch hastily clarified. After pondering briefly, Yi Long relented. Having foundational spells was acceptable, otherwise, he would have to gradually accumulate spirit stones to purchase them from the External Affairs Hall. The Yun family technique was known as the Celestial Technique above the clouds. However, once the old eunuch completed the teachings of the foundational spells, Yi Long's fists clenched tightly, his gaze icy.
This is what you call foundational spells?
The old eunuch replied calmly, why the haste?
These are minor elemental spells, I know you are familiar with them, but I want to teach you once more to see if there are any discrepancies compared to what you learned. Yi Long's heart sank as he instantly grasped the old eunuch's intentions and nodded gratefully. Next, I will teach you the sword control technique, the chi manipulation technique, and the flight technique. Days passed swiftly, and Yi Long, wary of exposing himself, dared only to attempt slight levitation within the confines of the dungeon. Chapter 63, The Supreme Dan Fire Transmuting Golden Dan. The most significant hallmark of the Foundation establishment stage is the ability to roam freely across the heavens and the earth. After mastering the sword control technique and the air manipulation technique, although Yi Long lacked a flying sword, he was able to soar through the skies using his refined energy. Subsequently, the old eunuch began instructing him on the process of condensing Dan fire. The condensation of Dan fire is peculiar and protracted, requiring one to infuse their consciousness into their innate fire spiritual energy. This energy then crystallizes into Dan fire, a process akin to forming a golden Dan, yet distinct, as it crystallizes only a portion of the fire spiritual energy. Moreover, this Dan fire can only be condensed by those who possess fire spiritual energy. Once one successfully condenses Dan fire, they can gradually transform all their fire spiritual energy into Dan fire. When employing offensive spells, the effect remains unchanged from before. The singular purpose of Dan fire is its use in alchemy. Can one refine pills without condensing Dan fire? Certainly, it is possible. However, Dan fire embodies the power of consciousness, allowing one to discern even the minutest details where the flames pass. In contrast, attempting to observe the subtleties of ordinary flames through mere consciousness, without the aid of Dan fire, is a futile endeavor. Furthermore, Dan fire possesses the capacity for advancement, whereas one's original fire spiritual energy does not. An alchemist endowed with advanced Dan fire, even if merely at the foundation establishment stage, would instill trepidation in practitioners of the golden Dan and nascent soul stages. Of course, this Dan fire must be capable of inflicting harm upon practitioners of the golden Dan and nascent soul stages. Having grasped the significance of Dan fire, Yi Long commenced the process of condensing his own Dan fire. His circumstances were far from ordinary, as his internal constitution was exceedingly peculiar. He attempted to merge his consciousness with the fire spiritual orb within him, yet there was no response whatsoever. In desperation, he could only release the spiritual energy from the fire orb and then attempt to merge with his consciousness. However, this combination ignited like a powder keg. First, the yang spiritual orb and the fire spiritual orb in his lower Dan field simultaneously emitted a substantial amount of spiritual energy, instantly igniting his Dan field. The ethereal flames surrounded all the dragon orbs like a fiery embrace. Soon after, the dragon orb in his upper Dan field also joined the fray, continuously seeping a milky white liquid into the lower Dan field, something akin to spiritual energy, yet not quite. This left Yi Long utterly bewildered, yet, even more bewildering was the sight of the yang spiritual orb and the fire spiritual orb gradually merging. The milky white liquid served as a lubricant for the fusion of the two orbs. As the liquid enveloped them, the yang spiritual orb completely fused with the fire spiritual orb. Subsequently, the roaring flames within the Dan field were instantaneously absorbed by the newly formed orb. And then, what remained? Yi Long stared in shock at the 10 dragon orbs in his lower Dan field, which had now dwindled to 9. Where was his Dan fire? Hua Meinyang and the others watched Yi Long, who was seated cross-legged on the ground, with puzzled anticipation. Meanwhile, Yi Long anxiously traversed every inch of his skin and meridians, yet he could not locate his Dan fire. What to do now? If he were to consult the old eunuch, it would surely yield no answers, for who else possesses such an unusual Dan field? Ultimately, Yi Long's consciousness returned to the lower Dan field, fixating intently on the fused dragon orb. Its color had entirely transformed to a milky white. Gritting his teeth, Yi Long opened his eyes and unleashed the fireball technique. Hua Meinyang and the others were startled as a milky white fireball materialized in his palm. Upon his sudden awakening, the milky flames flickered in Yi Long's hand, causing them to gasp in astonishment. What kind of flame is this? Upon hearing Hua Meinyang's inquiry, the old eunuch shook his head in bewilderment. This old servant knows not, this flame is far too peculiar. Nevertheless, Yi Long remained undeterred, intently gazing at the flame in his grasp. Suddenly, the milky flames began to gradually transform, reverting to their original fiery red hue. What is this?
Hua Meinyang gazed at Yi Long, filled with uncertainty, while the old eunuch hastily gestured for silence, as Yi Long's brow remained furrowed, lost in contemplation. After a considerable time, Yi Long abruptly burst into laughter. So, this is how it is, ha ha. Observing his awakening, Hua Meinyang hurriedly began to inquire, yet Yi Long merely smiled enigmatically before vanishing. Frustrated, Hua Meinyang rolled her eyes. However, the three of them understood that Yi Long undoubtedly harbored secrets. After all, it was remarkable for someone with a low-grade 5-element spiritual root to reach the foundation establishment stage in just a few months. Such a person would not achieve this without secrets. Moreover, which practitioner lacks a few secrets or life-preserving measures? It is entirely normal. After reaping the benefits, Yi Long returned to his chamber. As he settled cross-legged on his bed, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Fortunately, this sensation subsided shortly, though his complexion remained pallid. With the cultivation method now acquired and spells learned, albeit foundational ones, they sufficed for his needs. More importantly, through the condensation of Dan fire, he had uncovered the secret to advancing to the Golden Dan stage of the Ascending Dragon technique, the dragon orb circulating in his upper Dan field. As long as he could merge the 10 dragon orbs in his Dan field into one, he could ascend to the Golden Dan stage. However, this would diverge significantly from the Yunshan True Immortal technique. It fundamentally contradicted the basic principle of transitioning from the foundation establishment stage to the Golden Dan stage, which is the condensation of spiritual liquid within the body into a Dan. The technique merely enhances the efficiency of spiritual energy absorption and increases the success rate of breakthrough attempts. Yet now, his internal circumstances were entirely unlike those of ordinary practitioners. The Yun family technique could still be executed, and the speed of if previously, fully utilizing the technique given by Jiang Mingyuan was like a sports car's speed, now it was akin to that of an aircraft. The technique remained operable, yet the principles of advancement had changed. Particularly concerning the dragon orb cultivated through the Ascending Dragon technique, without the assistance of the Ascending Dragon technique as a lubricant, merging the lower Dan field's dragon orbs would take significantly longer. In other words, one could gradually merge the dragon orbs through the slow accumulation of spiritual energy. However, with the aid of the dragon orb from the Ascending Dragon technique, this time would be reduced by 10-fold or even 100-fold. Conversely, the downside was that the dragon orb in his upper Dan field now appeared dim and lifeless. To restore its former brilliance would likely take an indeterminate amount of time. Ultimately, everything relied on his own exploration. Yi Long sighed, beginning to meditate with closed eyes. He devised a cultivation plan for himself to meditate for an hour each morning and evening, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon alongside spiritual energy. The remaining time would be devoted to studying alchemy. With the assistance of medicinal pills, he anticipated a swifter cultivation pace. Time flows and settles, the essence of life ebbs away. With a glance back, one beholds a scene of beauty. With a turn of the head, a tale of time unfolds. 2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. Chapter 64. Beneath the saints, all are ants. While Yi Long immersed himself in the study of alchemical knowledge, he listened intently as the old eunuch recounted tales of the once mighty Yun kingdom. Hua Meinyang occasionally shared anecdotes of her carefree childhood, marked by the haughty demeanor of a princess. On this particular day, Yi Long, having saved for 2 months, purchased a low-grade alchemical furnace along with various herbs necessary for concocting the recovery pill. Despite having an abundance of herbs in his everlasting pine space, he still found himself lacking several key ingredients for the foundational cultivation elixir. Fortunately, these herbs were available at the External Affairs Hall. Although acquiring them depleted all his savings, Yi Long could cultivate them within the everlasting pine space. With just one herb, he could replicate countless quantities, and their age would increase tenfold as time passed. The fact that Hua Meinyang and her companions possessed not a single spirit stone left Yi Long quite displeased. While they felt a pang of guilt nowadays, Hua Meinyang treated Yi Long with remarkable tenderness, shedding her previous fiery temperament. Occasionally, when they held hands, she would gaze at him with her moist, expressive eyes. Were it not for the impenetrable prison door, Yi Long believed he would have completely succumbed to the allure of Hua Meinyang's skirts. Their conversations stretched late into the night, covering an array of whimsical topics, but inevitably concluded with Hua Meinyang playfully shooing him away. Initially, Yi Long would engage earnestly, but before long, his hands would wander, leaving Hua Meinyang blushing and unable to restrain herself, prompting her to dismiss him. Today marked Yi Long's official foray into alchemy. At this moment, Hua Meinyang and her companions gazed, wide-eyed, as Yi Long knelt before the wall in reverence. "Good uncle, I have not heard that alchemy requires the veneration of ancestors," remarked Fan Runliang, squinting at Yi Long's silhouette. "Nor have I," he continued. "Perhaps he is paying homage to some great being." Tang Biao, listening to their exchange, pursed his lips in silence. Recently, he had been the most troubled among them, enduring the inexplicable sounds of Yi Long and Hua Meinyang's playful banter every night. On the wall hung a painting of an elderly man riding a black ox, adorned with a golden ring through its nose, rendered with remarkable lifelikeness. In front of Yi Long stood an incense altar and burner. The altar bore a large braised pig's head, its eyes slightly opened. While Yi Long lit 3 incense sticks, his demeanor sincere and earnest, proclaiming loudly, "O supreme Taoist deity of the pure and virtuous, today I commence my alchemical endeavor. May you bestow your protection upon me." After uttering this, he inserted the incense sticks into the burner, their crimson flames flickering slowly. The dungeon fell into a profound silence, while Huameng Yang and her companions remained puzzled, Yilong fixated on the burning incense until it was completely consumed. Yilong promptly retrieved the incense burner and the painting from the wall, then seized the pig's head and took a hearty bite, oil dripping from his mouth, prompting the trio to swallow in unison. Without hesitation, he used a small knife to distribute pieces to them. "That Taoist figure, is that your master?" Huameng Yang inquired. With a look of reverence, Yilong replied, "Indeed, my master is the supreme Taoist deity of the pure and virtuous, renowned as the foremost of the three saints." "Do you understand what it means to be a saint?" The three, having tasted the pig's head, shook their heads in ignorance. Yilong chuckled, "Do you grasp the meaning of beneath the saints, all are ants?" They shook their heads once more. Yilong sighed, "A saint is a being more formidable than a deity." Suddenly, the old eunuch reacted, disdainfully stating, "If your master is a saint, why would you need to learn from him?" The other two quickly came to the same realization. Yet Yilong, with a grave expression, retorted, "Old eunuch, while you may jest, it is absolutely unacceptable to blaspheme a saint. To do so is akin to desecrating heaven and earth, a profound act of disrespect." The old eunuch paused, pursing his lips. "I merely enough with your prattle, witness my alchemical prowess," Yilong interrupted, producing the alchemical furnace and discarding the pig's head. The old eunuch hastily caught it, slicing off pieces to offer to Huameng Yang and Tang Biao. "Good uncle, do you think he can succeed?" the old eunuch pondered aloud, chewing contentedly. "I am uncertain. Did he not claim to have only purchased one set of herbs? I suspect it is unlikely he will succeed on his first attempt." Tang Biao, similarly dripping with grease, concurred, "Indeed, while we may not be experts in alchemy, we are aware that the alchemists of the Yin family required over a decade merely to refine the qi consolidation pill. How could he, lacking knowledge, hope to succeed at once?" Huameng Yang expressed her concern, "It is a pity we have no spirit stones, it would be a waste of his efforts." The old eunuch waved his hand dismissively, "Ah, you misunderstand. This young lad, though timid and crafty, possesses a determination unmatched by most. Just wait and see, I wager he will not relent until he produces the recovery pill." Huameng Yang cast an astonished glance at Yilong, who was now enveloped in white alchemical flames, heating the furnace. "But there are no spirit stones or herbs," she murmured, "and I have never seen anyone with white alchemical flames." "Are they not typically crimson?" The trio watched in bewilderment as Yilong's white flames danced around the furnace. At that moment, Yilong focused all his energy on the furnace, his consciousness extending to every inch of its surface. With a gentle exhale, Yilong commenced the addition of herbs. One by one, they were placed outside the furnace, where a portion was refined by the flames before being transferred inside to intensify the heat and condense into pill form. The process was not overly complicated, consisting of 3 distinct steps. The first step involved heating the furnace to refine the herbs, the second, opening the furnace lid to introduce the refined liquid, and the third, condensing the liquid into pill form. The first 2 steps were straightforward enough, manageable by any cultivator capable of generating alchemical flames, though the speed varied. It was the third step, condensing the liquid into a pill, that posed the greatest challenge. Countless alchemists had faltered at this juncture. The primary challenge lay in controlling the proportions of the liquid. A miscalculation would render the elixir worthless. Once the proportions were correct, the alchemist must also regulate the flames, vigilantly observing the liquid's coagulation. At the optimal moment, the flames must be withdrawn to allow the liquid to solidify into a pill, yet merely withdrawing the flames was insufficient. At that precise instant, the alchemist must continuously perform sealing techniques to prevent the elixir's spiritual energy from leaking, which could lead to an unknown degradation in quality or even complete failure. Though Huameng Yang possessed the formula for the recovery pill, and Yilong had acquired those for the recovery and profound spirit pills, the formulas did not disclose the precise proportions of the liquids. Chapter 65 The Varied Offerings of the Supreme Clarity. The formulation of medicinal elixirs varies with the age of the herbs, as each year brings different requirements for proportions. The alchemical recipe merely informs one of the necessary ingredients for the revitalizing elixir. The actual process of refinement rests solely upon the alchemist's expertise. Generally, alchemists prefer to utilize herbs of familiar ages, as this minimizes discrepancies in proportion and results in a final product of relatively uniform quality. Over the years, an experienced alchemist instinctively grasps the approximate ratios of various aged herbs, akin to a seasoned driver who, despite being unfamiliar with a vehicle, quickly learns the nuances of the accelerator and brake through a mere trial. Thus, one can only imagine the fate awaiting Yi Long, a novice in alchemy. As the trio feasted on pig's head meat, they observed Yi Long's alchemical endeavors true to expectation. After half an hour, a resounding explosion erupted, and Yi Long despondently opened the alchemical furnace, discarding the charred remnants of his concoction. To their astonishment, Yi Long produced a blank jade slip and pressed it to his forehead. Moments later, he removed it.
What are you doing? Hua Meinyang could not suppress her curiosity.
Recording the recent proportions, Yi Long replied.
Hua Meinyang gazed at him with concern, gently saying, "The herbs are gone, recording them is futile. Come now, let us cease this." However, Yi Long rolled his eyes and retorted, "Who says there are no herbs left?" As he spoke, another batch of ingredients for the revitalizing elixir appeared at his side. The old eunuch stared in disbelief at Yi Long, exclaiming, "You little rascal, did you not claim you lacked spirit stones, only sufficient to purchase one set?" Yi Long smiled mysteriously, offering no explanation, and resumed his alchemical work. Hua Meinyang and the others exchanged glances, continuing to watch. Thus, an entire day passed. During this time, Yi Long failed a total of 13 times, meticulously recording the proportions of each attempt before beginning anew. At this juncture, Yi Long's complexion appeared somewhat pallid. An entire day of unrelenting alchemical practice, even with 9 dragon pearls in his dantian, was taxing, yet, his unwavering tenacity silently earned the approval of the 3 observers. Hua Meinyang, in particular, tended to Yi Long, using her fragrant handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow.
"Let us call it a day," she urged.
"We can continue another time."
"Moreover, where do you acquire such an abundance of herbs? 13 sets are sufficient to concoct hundreds of revitalizing elixirs." Yi Long weakly waved his hand. "Although I lack spirit stones, I have an ample supply of herbs. Enough now, I shall meditate and recover. Tomorrow, I will surely produce a batch of revitalizing elixirs."
"Will you still pay homage to your ancestors tomorrow?" Hua Meinyang asked eagerly. Yi Long nodded, "Of course. As long as I commence the alchemical process, I must pay my respects to my ancestors."
"Oh, can we have some roasted lamb tomorrow? I crave it," she said. Yi Long shot a fierce glance at Hua Meinyang, causing her to chuckle nervously.
"Let us have some beef instead. Our family prefers it."
"I desire chicken, please prepare some for me." Yi Long's eyes flared with intensity as he turned his gaze upon the old eunuch in Tangbiao.
"What are you thinking? Those offerings are meant for ancestor worship, not for your whims. Are you jesting?" Hua Meinyang laughed playfully. "What if your ancestors fancy lamb?"
Yi Long trembled in rage. There is no what if. With that, he vanished from the dungeon. The 3 exchanged glances, feeling as if their very souls had been drained in Yi Long's absence, leaving them numb and unfeeling. 10 days later, Yi Long finally regained his full strength. The prolonged duration was due to the sparse spiritual energy in the area and the absence of revitalizing elixirs. This intensifying desire to successfully concoct the revitalizing elixir was now more fervent than ever, for elixirs hold paramount importance for cultivators. Relying on purchasing elixirs for enhancement is not only exorbitant but also lacks quality assurance. With an ample supply of herbs at his disposal, it was crucial for him to take charge of production. In the dungeon, Yi Long reappeared, and Hua Meinyang and the others responded as if they had received a surge of adrenaline. They immediately stood up, eyes fixed on the man kneeling before the portrait of the Supreme Lao Jun. Their expressions resembled that of zombies encountering fresh flesh, their throats bobbing in anticipation. This time, the incense table was adorned not only with lamb but also with beef and chicken. A whole lamb's head, generously sprinkled with Yi Long's exclusive seasoning, emanated a tantalizing aroma. Next was a large beef head, sizzling with juices, followed by an entire roasted chicken, its skin beautifully crisp and its enticing claws appealing to Tangbiao's senses. "Do hurry, we're waiting," they urged in unison, their impatience palpable.
"You promised to return the next day. How is it that 10 days have passed?"
Hua Meinyang pouted in dissatisfaction. Yi Long knelt before the burning incense, his skin twitching with irritation, yet he remained unmoved. As the incense burned down, the 3 watched eagerly as Yi Long tidied the portrait in incense burner.
"Quickly, we want that large beef head. Little Yi, bring me the lamb head first." "I want chicken, give me that chicken." Yi Long gazed at the 3 with bemusement and amusement, then retrieved a plate, slicing portions from each offering before presenting them to the trio.
They immediately seized the morsels with their bare hands, devouring them hungrily. Once their mouths were slick with oil and their appetites satisfied, they turned their attention to Yi Long, who was preparing to commence alchemy. The process remained unchanged. The herbs Yi Long selected from the ageless pine space were all around a century old. Even though the space contained herbs of greater age, he dared not use them, as he had yet to master the proportions of the century-old herbs. Utilizing high-raged herbs would be a sheer waste. After completing the entire process, he arrived at the ceiling of the elixir. With clarity of mind, Yi Long perceived the medicinal liquid within the furnace slowly coalescing into pills. Elation surged within him, yet he forcefully suppressed his joy, knowing that at such a critical juncture, distraction would be disastrous to Yi. In the next moment, Yi Long narrowed his eyes. He had successfully condensed the elixir. Immediately, his hands began to move with rapid precision, performing intricate gestures as his spiritual energy surged forth into the alchemical furnace. Prior to this, he had spent nearly half a month practicing the hand gestures, fearful that a single misstep at this moment could ruin the elixir. Finally, with one last steady gesture, the aroma of the elixir wafted from the furnace. The three onlookers were equally invigorated, their gazes fixed upon the alchemical furnace hovering before Yi Long. If he truly mastered alchemy, their revitalizing elixirs would soon be within reach. Should the three of them restore their cultivation and even break through to the Yuanying realm, they would not have to wait for death. Thus, Yi Long's success or failure directly impacted their fates, leaving them in a state of anxious anticipation. Chapter 66, The Unique Dragon-Patterned Elixir of the Immortal Level. As the alchemical furnace opened, 3 milky white pills appeared before the onlookers. Yi Long, holding a jade vial he had procured in advance, began to collect the elixirs. He then took one out and scrutinized it closely. However, the more he examined it, the more he felt something was amiss. Consequently, he handed the pill to the old eunuch.
Uncle Liang, is this the recovery elixir for Foundation Establishment cultivators to enhance their cultivation and restore spiritual energy? Fan Runliang furrowed his brow, examining the pill in his hand with a look of profound puzzlement. You not only managed to refine just 3 pills from a batch of materials, but why does this elixir bear a dragon-shaped imprint? While it is true that top-tier elixirs possess elixir patterns, these patterns are typically induced by the spirit sealing technique, meaning the patterns are a manifestation of the technique itself, imprinted upon the elixir. Yet, I have never seen an elixir pattern resembling a dragoness imprint. This is unprecedented in my experience. Hua Meinyang, in another cell, eagerly reached out and exclaimed, "Let me have a look."
Fan Runliang, not daring to delay, promptly handed the elixir to Hua Meinyang. After a meticulous examination, she turned her gaze towards Yi Long with an expression of intrigue. This is not merely a spiritual elixir, it is not even an immortal elixir, it is a hybrid elixir, half spiritual and half immortal. Her declaration left the three of them momentarily speechless.
Do you know what this elixir is?
Yi Long inquired curiously.
Hua Meinyang nodded but directed her attention back to Fan Runliang. Uncle Liang, do you recall that exceptional alchemist from the Yun Kingdom, named Yunhe?
Fan Runliang affirmed, certainly, I remember, the finest spiritual elixirs of the Yun Kingdom originated from him. Yet, even for a supreme alchemist, creating an elixir with patterns requires serendipitous circumstances. Hua Meinyang continued contemplatively, however, he possessed an ancient tome acquired from the Starsea secret realm. I recall it contained records indicating in the realm of cultivation, it is impossible for an immortal-level alchemist to exist. Such beings can only be found in the immortal realm. Hence, an elixir bearing unique patterns does not belong to the category of spiritual elixirs but rather to the realm of immortal elixirs.
The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the milky white elixir in Hua Meinyang's hand. What does that make mine? An immortal elixir?
Hua Meinyang shook her head in confusion. Immortal elixirs attract heavenly tribulations. Your elixir has not summoned any heavenly tribulations, so it cannot be classified as an immortal elixir. However, it bears the marks of one. Moreover, the materials you used are all spiritual herbs from the cultivation realm, lacking the essence of immortal energy. Thus, the grade of your elixir should be above top tier but below immortal level.
Yi Long grasped the implications, his expression one of sheer astonishment as he exclaimed, "Then is it still a recovery elixir?"
Hua Meinyang regarded him with concern, saying, "It should be a recovery elixir, but do not consume it. I fear it may cause your body to explode." Both the old eunuch and Tang Biao gasped in unison, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, such an elixir would undoubtedly contain an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy. The average cultivator would be unable to withstand such a surge of energy entering their body. However, Yi Long was no ordinary cultivator. With a hearty laugh, he took the recovery elixir from Hua Meinyang's hands. As long as it is a recovery elixir, that suffices.
No matter how much spiritual energy it contains, I can easily absorb it.
With that, Yi Long retrieved a jade slip, seated himself cross-legged on the ground, and began recording the proportions of the elixir's ingredients. Yi Long was oblivious to how this elixir had come to be but was certain it was due to his ascending dragon technique. Only the ascending dragon technique could imprint the dragon-shaped patterns. After documenting the details, Yi Long resumed refining the elixir. Observing his confidence, Hua Meinyang refrained from further warnings, recognizing that everyone has their own secrets. Even though her heart was entirely focused on Yi Long, she would not pry unless he chose to share. While others could refine dozens of spiritual elixirs from a single batch of materials, he had managed to produce only 3. Though the potency was formidable, it seemed an excessive waste of resources. Yet, did Yi Long lack materials? Naturally not. Thus, when Yi Long produced another batch of recovery elixir materials, only to yield 3 more elixirs bearing unique patterns, Hua Meinyang was left utterly speechless. However, Yi Long was filled with unrestrained joy, for he had unraveled the mystery behind the appearance of these patterns. Hua Meinyang wished to caution Yi Long against wasting materials, as they were, after all, precious spiritual stones. If he ultimately fell short in crafting recovery elixirs for them, it would be a grave oversight. Yet, Yi Long was currently preoccupied, his mouth stretching into a grin that reached his ears as he closed his eyes, savoring the process of executing the spirit sealing technique. Indeed, the reason for the formation of the patterns lay within his spirit sealing technique. The fact that he could only produce 3 recovery elixirs from a single batch of materials was also attributable to his spirit sealing technique. He had overlooked this detail previously, but during the second round of refining, he clearly perceived every nuance. As the elixir liquid condensed in preparation to form pills, the moment he executed the spirit sealing technique, the liquid intended to solidify was swiftly consumed and integrated, resulting in the creation of 3 pills. During the execution of the spirit sealing technique, he distinctly felt the ascending dragon technique operating within his upper dantian. Suddenly, Yi Long opened his eyes, and a milky white fireball appeared. His grin widened even further, akin to a thief who had just made off with a fortune, prompting the 3 onlookers to frown deeply. While Yi Long's gleeful demeanor was undeniably provoking, inciting an impulse to deliver a punch. His suspicions were confirmed. The ascending dragon technique not only enhanced his physical strength, defense, and agility but also augmented his techniques. Furthermore, the enhancements were not merely in power, they carried unique attributes as well. Thus, the spirit sealing technique he executed was a mutated version, and the fireball he conjured was also a variant. Seizing the moment, Yi Long promptly resumed refining elixirs. Now that he understood the proportions for the recovery elixir, he merely needed to follow the steps diligently. Yi Long did not believe in innate talent or gifts, he only believed in the principle that perseverance turns iron pestles into needles. Consequently, for the following month, Yi Long's fervor was palpable, though Hua Meinyang and the others were nearing madness. Particularly when he began producing hundreds, even thousands, of materials, including those aged over 1,000 years, their astonishment reached its zenith. The mere sight of a single 1,000-year-old herb could fetch tens of thousands of low-grade spiritual stones in the outside world, yet Yi Long was recklessly squandering them. Was that a squandering of materials? It was a squandering of their very lives. Just 1,000-year-old herb could procure materials sufficient for crafting hundreds of recovery elixirs. Chapter 67. Meinyang desires wealth but values life even more. However, Hua Meinyang and her companions were unaware that, within Yi Long's ancient pine space, the 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs had become the most basic variety available. The century-old herbs previously found in the space had been entirely consumed by Yi Long. Although he had replanted from the spiritual herbs, it would take time before they could reach the century standard again. Thus, Yi Long had to recalibrate the proportions of the medicinal liquids, utilizing the 1,000-year-old herbs for alchemy. The higher the age of the herbs, the more potent the spiritual energy they contained, resulting in a greater yield of elixirs. After becoming acquainted with the 1,000-year herbs, Yi Long once again presented the trio with herbs of an astonishing age, 10,000 years. The 3 were left utterly speechless. After 2 months of alchemical practice, Yi Long had become adept at refining elixirs. It could be said that his skills were now thoroughly honed. He had produced nearly 1,000 recovery elixirs, each adorned with dragon-shaped patterns, of exceptional quality. One day, Yi Long finally put away the alchemical furnace. For the past 2 months, he had been seated in the dungeon refining elixirs, replenishing his spiritual energy by consuming recovery elixirs as needed, never having moved from his spot. The recovery elixirs he crafted were imbued with formidable spiritual energy, precisely as Hua Meinyang had speculated, surpassing top-tier quality yet falling short of celestial grade. Moreover, with each elixir consumed, not only did his spiritual energy recover, but his cultivation also saw significant enhancement. The trio dared not disturb him, merely watching in awe. The reason Yi Long ceased his alchemical endeavors was that the furnace had cracked. Had it not been for this, he would undoubtedly have continued. Xiao Shaizi, La Yanhua, and Tang Biao gazed at Yi Long as if he were an extraterrestrial being. Only Hua Meinyang cautiously called out to him. Why Yi Long smiled broadly, stretching his limbs. At last, I've mastered alchemy. Rest assured, I shall procure a superior alchemical furnace and then prepare recovery elixirs for you. Hua Meinyang looked at him with a face full of despair. Could you please enlighten me on the origins of your herbs? 10,000 years, do you have any idea how much a single 10,000-year spiritual herb is worth? It could cost hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, perhaps even more. My heavens, you've squandered 323 of them. That must be worth millions, no, tens of millions, even billions of low-grade spirit stones, you prodigal son. Yi Long stared in astonishment at the furious Hua Meinyang. Do you want them? Hua Meinyang glared at him, her anger palpable, but upon hearing his words, she immediately nodded fervently like a chick pecking at grains. If you truly have them, how many do you possess? Yi Long's expression flickered momentarily as his consciousness slipped into the ancient pine space. Over the past 3 months, the spiritual herbs he cultivated within that space had grown at an astonishing rate, equivalent to 10 years of time each day. Now, the earliest batch he had planted were all over 10,000 years old. He estimated he had several tens of thousands of them. What? The trio's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Tens of thousands? Where on earth did you acquire them? Hua Meinyang exclaimed, gripping the bars of her cell with urgency, her beautiful eyes reddening. Yi Long was taken aback by Hua Meinyang's frantic demeanor. It doesn't matter where I got them, that's confidential. If you want the spiritual herbs, I can provide them. Hua Meinyang glared at him through clenched teeth. You foolish spender, those are mine. Did you hear that? You are not to use those 10,000-year herbs for practice. If you dare, I swear I shall castrate you, do you understand? Yi Long felt a chill run down his legs and hurriedly nodded. I understand. I understand, no need to rush, we have plenty at home. Hua Meinyang shouted at him, I told you not to use them, you must not use them, no matter how many you have. All right. I won't use them, just calm down. Yi Long replied hastily, seeing her nearly grinding her teeth in frustration, pointing a slender finger at him. Let me make this clear, if I catch you using those 10,000-year spiritual herbs, I will do anything, even take my own life if need be. Do you believe that? Yi Long panicked. I absolutely will heed your words, I'll go fetch an alchemical furnace right away. With that, Yi Long vanished from sight. At that moment, he realized just how greedy Hua Meinyang was. It was merely 10,000-year herbs, given enough time, he could easily procure more, be it 10,000 years or even 1,000,000 years. However, recalling Hua Meinyang's fierce expression, he felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. With a tiger by his side, he dared not make a move. Despite spending 2 months in alchemical practice without focusing on cultivation, he had still made considerable progress. The 9 dragon orbs encircling his dantian were gradually converging. As he had anticipated, his body was undergoing transformation, and he would achieve the golden core stage once all the dragon orbs fused into one. Although he was clear about the sign marking the attainment of the golden core stage, he remained uncertain about his current position within the foundation establishment stage. It is well known that each realm is divided into early, mid, late, and perfection phases. Ordinary cultivators have clear indicators for their respective substages, yet he lacked this clarity. Having never fought anyone and without any definitive markers, he could only rely on his own exploration. Yi Long was reluctant to face combat, preferring to avoid it throughout his life. After all, why resort to violence when a few words could resolve matters? Fighting only drained energy and endangered lives, disrupting the natural order. Reasoning was the most effective means of resolving conflicts. Lost in thought, he arrived at the outer affairs hall to collect his supplies and cast a covetous glance at the mid-tier alchemical furnace. However, the price was indeed daunting, exceeding 10,000 spirit stones, far beyond the few hundred he possessed. Recalling Hua Meinyang's earlier mention of a 10,000-year spiritual herb fetching over 100,000 spirit stones, he hesitated, contemplating whether to part with one. Ultimately, he shook his head, dismissing the notion given the rarity of the 10,000-year herbs. If he, an inner disciple tasked with guarding the prison, were to present one, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Particularly if Zhao Yijian were to find out, he would certainly question Yi Long's motives. This was a risk Yi Long was not willing to take. Thus, he haggled with the elder at the outer affairs hall and ultimately purchased a low-tier alchemical furnace for 300 low-grade spirit stones. This sparked an interest in learning the art of artifact refinement. Alchemical fire could not only be used for refining elixirs but also for crafting artifacts. Generally, cultivators would focus on mastering one discipline, as time was too limited to pursue another. Yet, as an immortal cultivator, how could Yi Long forego learning artifact refinement? He also aspired to master formations, prohibitions, talismans, and beast taming. Among other skills, artifact refinement differed from alchemy. The flames used for crafting artifacts were referred to as artifact fire, and their principles were strikingly similar to those of alchemical fire, merely differing in name. Chapter 68. The alchemical furnace explodes, blocking the path ahead. The process of forging artifacts is rather straightforward. The first step, smelting the materials; the second step, shaping; the third step, inscribing the array formations. Quite simple. However, the most challenging aspect lies in the inscribing of the array formations. Upon returning to the dungeon, Yilong felt quite disheartened after listening to the old eunuch's explanation that he was unable to proceed with the first step due to the lack of materials. And materials require purchase, which necessitates spirit stones. Thus, Yilong shook his head and decided to abandon thoughts of forging artifacts. He deemed himself unworthy. Nonetheless, he still followed the old eunuch to learn about the knowledge of inscribing array formations. Inscribing array formations onto artifacts essentially involves etching the learned formations and restrictions onto them. However, setting up the formations requires spirit stones and spiritual energy. Inscribing array formations onto artifacts necessitates unique hand seals and the compression of the formations to a certain proportion. The difficulty is evident. The power of an artifact depends not only on the materials used but also significantly on the array formations inscribed within. The higher the grade of the artifact, the more intricate the array formations it contains, and the more advanced the materials used. Only high-quality materials can harbor a greater number of array formations. Artifacts are classified into 4 grades: superior, excellent, high-grade, medium-grade, and low-grade. After imparting the foundational knowledge of forging artifacts to Yilong, the old eunuch earnestly advised. Whether it be artifacts or elixirs, they are merely external entities. You must understand the distinction of importance, especially with elixirs. The more you consume, the more impurities accumulate within your body. An excess of impurities will inevitably compress your cultivation limits. His words struck Yilong like a bolt of lightning, illuminating a profound realization within him. Previously, when he consumed qi condensing pills and foundation establishment pills, he had expelled numerous filthy and tainted substances from his body. So these were the impurities brought about by the elixirs. But why did he not experience the same with the recovery pills he crafted? Could it be that the quality of his crafted recovery pills was simply too high? Yilong mused internally, affirming this as the reason. Now, when it came to crafting recovery pills for the foundation establishment stage, he was adept at mastering the proportions of medicinal liquids, whether they were sourced from century-old, millennia-old, or even 10,000-year-old herbs. Next, he would endeavor to create the revitalizing pill. As a medicinal concoction designed to restore golden core cultivation, its ingredients were all imbued with potent spiritual energy. Notably, one of the primary ingredients, the zaiche, bore the same name as the zaiche, which signifies the human placenta. Thus, the appearance of the zaiche was quite peculiar. It resembled a walnut kernel, yet it was golden yellow in hue. Moreover, it was not composed of small fragments but rather akin to the size of a palm. To the unacquainted, it could easily be mistaken for a pickled, dried human brain. Upon witnessing Yilong ignite the furnace once more to concoct elixirs, Hua Meinyang excitedly advised, "Don't rush. Take your time, and start with the century-old herbs." Yilong glanced at the herbs arranged before him and assured Hua Meinyang with a reassuring gaze, "Do not worry, I am well aware, and you need not fear a shortage of materials. I possess plenty." Hua Meinyang nervously shook her head. "Please, try to avoid waste, just one successful batch will suffice." Yilong felt helpless, yet at that moment, the old eunuch also anxiously watched Yilong. "Little Yezi, heed the shopkeeper's advice. Do not waste, one batch is enough." Yilong clicked his tongue, about to retort, but then realized the humor in the three of them watching him with such eager expressions. "Do not fret. Even if I successfully concoct the elixirs, the three of you cannot consume them now. If discovered, it would lead to trouble." Upon this realization, the three calmed their previously anxious hearts, beginning to ponder their future paths. Yilong disregarded their thoughts and directly commenced the elixir creation. Wait! Yilong had just ignited the alchemical fire when he withdrew it, casting a suspicious glance at Tang Biao. "You have yet to pay homage to your master." Tang Biao's words instantly reminded the other two. They clamored, "Yes, little Yezi, hurry and pay your respects to your master, otherwise, the elixir will not succeed." "Little Yezi, we want to eat pig trotters, roasted pig trotters, as you said, for beauty and nourishment." Hua Meinyang eagerly gulped as she made her suggestion. Yilong looked at the three with exasperation. "And what about you, what do you wish to eat?" The old eunuch chuckled, rubbing his hands together. "Having not seen sunlight for a while, I feel a chill in my bones. Some dog meat and soup would be splendid." Yilong shot a disdainful glance at the old eunuch before turning to Tang Biao. "I want chicken." Yilong was taken aback, looking doubtfully at Tang Biao's expressionless face. "Why do you always crave chicken? Do you not realize that every time I prepare chicken, it consumes a significant amount of my energy and strength?" The three paused, perplexed, gazing at Yilong. "Is making chicken really that difficult?" Hua Meinyang inquired with curiosity. "Of course, if you have never done it, you wouldn't know," Yilong shot back, causing Hua Meinyang to feel a twinge of guilt. "Do not be angry. Once I am out, I will make chicken." Yilong's eyes widened in astonishment, inhaling sharply at Hua Meinyang's words. Finally realizing there was a miscommunication, he hastily waved his hands. "No, if you dare to make chicken, I will break your legs." With that, Yi Long swiftly departed, leaving the three in a state of bewildered silence, confused by his words. After paying homage to the master Yi Long had voluntarily acknowledged, he embarked on the formal path of concocting the revitalizing pill under the gaze of the three, who were now drooling at the prospect of food. For Yi Long, who was already thoroughly familiar with elixir crafting, the only remaining challenge lay in the proportions of the medicinal liquids. He had a rough idea of these proportions. For instance, the difference in proportions between the recovery pill made from century-old and millennia-old herbs was minimal. The primary ingredient simply required a significantly larger quantity. Similarly, when crafting recovery pills from 10,000-year-old herbs, the primary ingredient held an even greater proportion. Thus, he could reasonably deduce the proportions needed for herbs aged 100,000 or even a million years when concocting recovery pills. Therefore, when it came to creating the revitalizing pill, Yi Long immediately increased the proportion of the primary ingredient. However, the result was far from ideal. The alchemical furnace exploded. This left Yi Long and the three others utterly perplexed. Although Yi Long had experience with failed recovery pills, he had never encountered an exploding furnace. Yet, the failure of the revitalizing pill had caused even a low-grade alchemical furnace to detonate. Consequently, the four gathered to eat the offerings while speculating on the cause. Could it be that the proportions of the medicinal liquids were incorrect? The old eunuch inquired tentatively. Yi Long shook his head decisively. If the proportions were incorrect, it should not have led to an explosion. You have witnessed my failed recovery pills countless times, yet never an explosion. The explosion can be easily explained. It implies that your alchemical furnace is inadequate. Perhaps we should try a medium-grade one, Hua Meinyang suggested, her brows furrowing in concern. The old eunuch and Tang Biao nodded in agreement. Yet Yi Long sighed with a wry smile. I would indeed like to purchase one today, but a medium-grade alchemical furnace from the External Affairs Hall costs 10,000 spirit stones.
Where am I to procure 10,000 spirit stones? Did you not check the market?
Chapter 69. In the realm of immortality, time is of the essence. Do not wait idly and let your hair turn white. Adjacent to every sect, there exists a quaint marketplace, meticulously established against the backdrop of each sect, originally intended as a venue for the sects to exchange and share their cultivation resources with one another or with wandering cultivators. It has since evolved into a bustling trading hub of the cultivation world. Coupled with its unique contextual significance, this has given rise to 6 major marketplaces within the realm of cultivation. The 6 great sects have consequently become the largest merchants in this domain. Upon hearing Hua Meinyang mention the marketplace, Yi Long immediately shook his head, his expression darkening. After exchanging glances with one another, the two companions swiftly grasped the depth of Yi Long's apprehension. Little Yi, there's truly no need to be so fearful. Selling a millennium-old medicinal herb should pose no significant issue. If you continue to be so hesitant, it will be exceedingly difficult for you to achieve great things. The old eunuch began to impart his wisdom. However, Yi Long merely scoffed derisively. That's easy for you to say. I'm the one who would be in trouble if something goes awry.
Hua Meinyang nodded in agreement. Exactly, this isn't merely a matter of timidity.
It's a question of life and death. He has been diligently serving in the prison every day, and suddenly producing a millennium-old herb would draw attention. If no one notices, that's one thing, but if word reaches that beast above, one can only imagine the dire consequences. The old eunuch stared, dumbfounded, at the couple in perfect harmony. Then with a wry smile, he clasped his hands and conceded, the shopkeeper speaks wisely.
It is indeed my folly to be so reckless.
After their exchange, they observed Yi Long dejectedly exiting the dungeon. Hua Meinyang called out to him, but he offered no response. Yi Long was profoundly disheartened. If he truly had no means to acquire spirit stones, it would be somewhat easier to accept, for at least he wouldn't harbor such thoughts. Yet, possessing a fortune beyond measure, he found himself paralyzed by fear at the thought of exchanging for spirit stones. This was the most irksome predicament of all. It was akin to having Hua Meinyang standing before him, exposed, yet feeling utterly constrained, a sense of frustration that words could scarcely encapsulate. The old eunuch's suggestion had long crossed his mind, yet ultimately, he refrained from taking the risk due to his concern for his own life. Hua Meinyang, feeling sympathy for him, understood his timidity and wished to shield him from harm, which prompted her to counter the old eunuch's argument. However, it was precisely this concern from Hua Meinyang that made Yi Long acutely aware of his own perceived inadequacies as a man. If one cannot ensure the well-being of those he cherishes, nor protect those he wishes to safeguard, what value is there in claiming the title of man? While longevity is undeniably precious, if one merely seeks to preserve their own existence by evading dangers and hiding away, what meaning does that longevity truly hold? Suddenly, Yi Long clicked his tongue in realization. Was he not conflating two distinct concepts?
Longevity is one thing, while hiding away is another, yet the root of it all lay in his own lack of strength. If his power was insufficient, then avoidance was necessary. There was no point in brazenly courting danger, was there?
However, if his strength were to increase, then what was there to fear? He decided to postpone alchemy and focus on enhancing his power first, with sufficient recovery pills at his disposal. If he did not elevate his strength now, when would he? Moreover, he had long devised a solution for the 100-year lifespan of Hua Meinyang and the others. The only thing lacking was strength. Once that was achieved, restoring their cultivation would merely be a matter of time, and there was no need for undue haste. Even if he were to refine recovery pills now, the three of them could not consume them. Resolute in his decision, Yilong began to cultivate with unwavering focus. Previously, while condensing elixir fire, he inadvertently utilized the dragon pearl from his upper dantian, merging the yang spirit root dragon pearl with the fire spirit root dragon pearl, resulting in a significant rise in his cultivation, albeit at the expense of the dragon pearl's vitality in the upper dantian. To this day, it had not fully recovered. The dragon pearl in his upper dantian was peculiar, specifically designed for cultivating the ascending dragon technique. His progress in this technique had stagnated at the second level for over half a year. Previously, as his cultivation advanced, it had been steadily increasing. However, following the injury it sustained, it had been stuck in a state of recovery. Wai Yilong had observed closely, noting that within the dragon pearl, a liquid seemed to be in motion. Yet, he could not ascertain the nature of the energy produced therein. To label it as spiritual energy seemed inaccurate, and to call it the essence of the sun and moon felt equally misplaced. What emerged from the dragon pearl in the upper dantian felt akin to something he had generated himself. It absorbed spiritual energy, the essence of the sun and moon, and even operated the ascending dragon technique, enabling it to produce energy. The cloud rising true immortal technique was indeed worthy of its title as a supreme technique, as it allowed his 9 dragon pearls in the lower dantian to absorb spiritual energy at a rate comparable to that of an aircraft. The recovery pills, brimming with vast spiritual energy, vanished within moments of entering his abdomen. Wai Yilong, unwilling to be complacent, once again formed a recovery pill and swallowed it. In the realm of immortality, time is of the essence. Do not wait idly and let your hair turn white. The heavens can be repaired, the seas can be filled, and the southern mountains can be relocated. The sun and moon pass by, never to return. Yilong stood tall at the mountain's peak, feeling the surging waves of spiritual energy within him, and let out a faint sigh. 30 years had passed in the blink of an eye. With his foundation at its zenith and the ascending dragon technique still languishing at the second level, he had consumed 3 drops of the everlasting pine elixir over those years, yet still could not break through to the third level of the ascending dragon technique. However, he had amassed 30 longevity peaches that could extend life by 10,000 years. During these 30 years, he had in fact reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, yet, lacking the mystic spirit pill, he had long sought to rely solely on his own accumulation to break through to the golden core stage. However, despite believing he had accumulated enough to transcend his current realm, every attempt had ended in failure. The merging of the 9 dragon pearls into one proved to be more challenging than he had anticipated. The dragon pearl aiding the ascending dragon technique had only facilitated the merging of dragon pearls with similar attributes, such as the water spirit pearl with the ice spirit pearl and the Yin spirit pearl. The remaining dragon pearls, representing the elements of wind, earth, and metal, could not be fused together even with the assistance of the ascending dragon technique. He understood the principles of the 5 elements' mutual generation and restraint, yet he was unable to apply them to his own situation. Within him resided not only the 5 elemental dragon pearls but also mutated 3 spirit pearls, along with the enigmatic yang and yin spirit pearls. He even had a premonition that, even with the mystic spirit pill, he would still be unable to enter the golden core stage. This was not mere speculation, it stemmed from the instincts of a high-ranking foundation establishment cultivator. Thus, for these years, Yilong had been striving to break through to the golden core stage through sheer accumulation. Yet, reality proved to be harsher. Fortunately, over the course of 30 years, he had gathered enough spirit stones to purchase a mid-grade alchemical furnace. With a mid-grade furnace, he could concoct recovery pills and mystic spirit pills himself. Although he felt the mystic spirit pill would be of little use to him, he still wished to give it a try. After all, one could never know, could they? In these 30 years, Yilong had not once set foot in the dungeon, fearing that Hua Meinyang would disrupt his resolve. However, when he joyfully cradled the mid-grade alchemical furnace and an array of sizzling offerings as he approached the dungeon, he was suddenly left in a state of shock, frozen in place. Chapter 70 of the Fleeting Years and the Longevity Peach. The dungeon remains unchanged, yet the people within have transformed beyond recognition. The moment Yilong beheld his beloved Hua Meinyang, he nearly doubted his own presence in this dungeon. Were it not for the familiar belongings she possessed, which he had personally brought, he might have suspected that Zhao Yijian had replaced the prisoner. The innkeeper, Hua Meinyang, once numb and disheveled, sat on the hay, leaning against the railing, lost in contemplation. Upon hearing the exceedingly familiar voice, she trembled all over, then turned her gaze toward the dungeon's entrance. Upon recognizing that familiar silhouette, she stood up unsteadily. Suddenly realizing something, she turned in terror.
Do not come closer, please.
Yet, driven by urgency, Yi Long approached the cell, only to discover the condition of the other two. He saw Tang Biao, once expressionless, now with a face lined with deep wrinkles and hair as white as snow. Even his eyebrows had turned gray. Upon hearing Hua Meinyang's voice, he slightly opened his clouded old eyes and looked at Yi Long, yet it appeared he could not see clearly. He leaned forward slightly, his parched voice filled with confusion. "Who are you?" Yi Long stared in disbelief at this scene, then turned to the old eunuch, who lay on the hay, already on the brink of death, his eyes tightly shut and his complexion waxy.
"Innkeeper, what on earth has happened?" Hua Meinyang's aged body, turned away from Yi Long, trembled and shuddered.
"Xiao Yezi, sob, you must leave, I do not wish for you to witness my current state." At this moment, Tang Biao seemed to finally recognize the person before him. He extended his frail arm and beckoned Yi Long.
Cough, Xiao Yezi, my lifespan is dwindling, hence my condition."
Yi Long's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the aged Tang Biao.
"Did you not say there were still 100 years left? How can it have come to this in merely 30 years?
Xiao Yezi, please go back, alright, I do not want you to see me like this, I beg of you." Hua Meinyang's voice, raspy and aged, carried a sense of pleading, pain, and an indescribable regret. 100 years was merely an estimation on our part. Although Golden Core practitioners can live for a millennium, there is no precise measure of time. Different levels of cultivation yield different lifespans. We were crippled shortly after entering the Golden Core stage. Living for over 900 years is already quite sufficient, Tang Biao explained, trembling. While Yi Long hastily pointed at the old eunuch. "What about him, is he still alive?"
Tang Biao nodded. "He is alive, but his time is also limited."
With a sigh, he spoke. Yi Long took a deep breath, gazing at the still turned back of Hua Meinyang. "Meinyang, do not fear, it is merely a matter of lifespan, just wait." With that, Yi Long, under the curious gazes of Tang Biao and the slightly turned Hua Meinyang, produced a peach. He then approached the old eunuch, watching as the old man lay with his eyes tightly shut. While Yi Long pried open the old man's mouth and placed a piece of peach flesh within. The old eunuch instinctively began to chew. In no time, Yi Long had fed the entire peach into the old man's mouth. Hua Meinyang and Tang Biao were momentarily rendered speechless. To their astonishment, the old eunuch's previously waxy complexion transformed in an instant, blooming with color as he opened his eyes, awakening to life. His appearance returned to its former state, though his spirit appeared considerably revitalized. Upon seeing Yi Long, the old eunuch incredulously began to pat his own body. Finally, he even felt down below, then shook his head with a sigh.
Yi Long's eyelids twitched violently. "How do you feel?"
The old eunuch grinned broadly, revealing his teeth. "Good, very good, exceedingly well, Xiao Yezi, what on earth did you feed me?" Yi Long tossed the peach pit to the old eunuch. "Find a way to consume this as well." Without hesitation, the old eunuch took the pit, crushed it into powder with his hands, and swallowed it whole. Hua Meinyang and Tang Biao, witnessing this scene, were instantly filled with exuberance. While Yi Long stepped in front of Hua Meinyang, grasping her frail hand tightly. Her face bore deep wrinkles, yet traces of her youthful beauty could still be discerned.
"Xiao Yezi, what kind of peach is this? It can actually enhance lifespan?"
Hua Meinyang gazed at Yi Long in astonishment. The other two exchanged puzzled looks, awaiting an answer.
"You must eat first, this matter must remain a secret, understood?"
Yi Long handed another peach to Hua Meinyang while stating this. Upon hearing Yi Long's insistence on secrecy, the three fell silent, refraining from further inquiries. After all, anything capable of extending one's lifespan was not only shocking to them but would also be regarded as an exceedingly precious treasure throughout the entire realm of cultivation. Moreover, a single peach could potentially incite a storm of bloodshed within the cultivation world. After handing a peach to Tang Biao as well, all three of them regained their former appearances, brimming with vitality beyond compare. They even felt that their current state surpassed their previous vitality by leaps and bounds.
"Xiao Yezi, how much lifespan can this peach actually add?"
After consuming the pit, Hua Meinyang felt the surging life force coursing through her body, her skin now incredibly smooth and elastic, her heart filled with shock and disbelief. One peach can extend a lifespan by 10,000 years. The three of them gasped in unison, eyes wide with astonishment, as if they were serpents tasting the air.
10,000? Is it truly capable of extending life by 10,000 years?
Yi Long quickly hushed the old eunuch. The three instantly fell silent.
"This is my greatest secret, it must not be mentioned even in the slightest." The three exchanged glances, nodding in unison.
Their hearts swelled with gratitude. "Xiao Yi Long, from now on, this old servant will only serve you and the innkeeper. This life is yours, take it whenever you wish, I shall not object." The old eunuch knelt with a thud, pledging his loyalty. Meanwhile, Tang Biao also knelt on one knee. Though I harbor reluctance, I am not ungrateful. I shall never speak of the matters concerning you and the innkeeper. This life is yours to take whenever you desire. I only wish to remain by the innkeeper's side. Hua Meinyang looked at Yi Long with tears streaming down her face. Master, Yi Long's heart surged with joy, a grin spreading across his face as he realized that Hua Meinyang had begun to address him as master. Did this mean? Quick, rise. From now on, I shall be your master, while my wife remains the innkeeper. We are all family, and we must live well. The road ahead is long. If you wish to show loyalty, then demonstrate it in your lives ahead. I must tell you both in advance, there are not many peaches left. If anyone does not wish to live, then I shall not intervene. Chapter 71, The Allure of the Golden Core Path. Upon hearing Yi Long's words, the old eunuch was immediately overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he desperately wiped them away with his sleeves, seemingly unable to stem the flood. My princess is the youngest and most cherished daughter of the emperor from back in the day. I have served her my entire life, and now with you by her side, I can finally face the late emperor without regret, even if it means my death. With that, the old eunuch burst into a heart-wrenching cry. Yi Long's willingness to present the longevity-enhancing spirit peach reflected his deep familial affection towards the three. Such trust and genuine sentiment moved them profoundly. Tang Biao knelt once more on one knee, declaring, "From now on, I shall obey your every command." With nothing but his life to offer, he implored Yi Long not to despise him. Yi Long hurried to assist Tang Biao, saying, "I have already stated that we are family, with no distinctions among us. There is no need for such formalities." "No, master, henceforth you shall be my family's head, and you are worthy of such a title. I hope that you will show kindness to me in the future," Hua Meinyang said with a graceful bow, leaving Yi Long deeply moved. What does it mean for a toad to savor the flesh of a swan? What does it mean for a goddess to bow at one's feet? This is precisely it. As long as one achieves immortality, any wish can be fulfilled. After regaining their composure, the three of them felt a renewed sense of confidence as Yi Long once again placed the plan to concoct the revitalizing pill on the agenda. With a lifespan of 10,000 years and Yi Long's ability to refine elixirs, such generous conditions meant that if they could not survive, they would have no one to blame but themselves. Now, with time of the essence, Yi Long spoke gravely, once the revitalizing pill is successfully crafted, we must make our escape. The three nodded in agreement. Indeed, Zhao Yijian is aware that our lifespans are dwindling. If he discovers our vitality is so robust, he will undoubtedly resort to lethal measures, and at that point, we will have no opportunity to flee. The old eunuch echoed his concerns. Hua Meinyang furrowed her brow in worry, but where shall we escape to? The Yunnan continent is vast, yet we cannot evade the search of the six great sects. If captured, we shall, as the three deliberated anxiously, a cold voice interjected, the secret realm. They all turned to the now aloof Tang Biao. After a moment's contemplation, the old eunuch gritted his teeth and said to Yi Long, "Indeed, we can only go to the secret realm. As long as we enter the Yunnan secret realm, even if the six great sects mobilize their forces, it will not be so easy for them to find us. Moreover, the dangers within the secret realm are numerous, even nascent soul experts must tread carefully." "Where is the secret realm?" Yi Long inquired, puzzled. "At the very center of the Yunnan continent." Yi Long was taken aback. "Isn't that where the Loose Cultivators Alliance is located?" "Precisely, it is where the Loose Cultivators Alliance resides." Yi Long nodded, realization dawning upon him, yet he soon expressed his concern. "Time is of the essence. We are in dire need of it. If you could reach the nascent soul stage, we would have no need to fear them any longer." The old eunuch chuckled coldly, "Master, we have plenty of time. With this spirit peach that can extend our lives by 10,000 years, not to mention reaching the nascent soul stage, we could even conquer the tribulation stage with confidence. Besides, the secret realm is rich in spiritual energy and treasures. It is replete with elixirs and miraculous medicines. If we can seize those opportunities, reaching the nascent soul stage would be but a fleeting moment." Tang Biao nodded in agreement, and seeing their confidence invigorated Yi Long as well. "Very well, let us pay homage to our master and commence the alchemical process." The eyes of the three gleamed with excitement. Yi Long, undeterred by the effort, prepared a beggar's chicken for Tang Biao, while crafting a whole roasted lamb and a roasted suckling pig for Hua Meinyang and the old eunuch. After honoring their master, the three feasted heartily. Once they were sated, Yi Long, under the watchful eyes of the three, began the alchemical process. For Yi Long, refining elixirs was now second nature. However, after the first batch's formulation, there were no catastrophic explosions, much to the relief of the three. As long as the furnace did not explode, they believed that Yi Long, with his ample materials, would eventually succeed in crafting the revitalizing pill. With the revitalizing pill to restore their spiritual energy, Yilong could continuously refine elixirs without pause. This revelation astonished the three, yet they refrained from inquiries. Ordinary cultivators could hardly sustain day and night alchemical operations due to the depletion of their spiritual consciousness. However, Yilong not only showed no signs of such depletion but seemed increasingly invigorated by the process. Why Yilong had already bestowed upon them ample surprises, and his secret had now become theirs as well. After half a year and countless formulations, Yilong finally succeeded in crafting the revitalizing pill. It remained a product of century-old herbs, adorned with unique alchemical patterns. The three were overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down their faces as they beheld the three revitalizing pills in Yilong's hands, just enough for each of them. However, merely possessing the revitalizing pill was insufficient. They required an environment rich in spiritual energy. The conditions in their prison were inadequate, but Yilong presented each of them with 10 revitalizing pills. Though the revitalizing pills were typically used by Foundation establishment cultivators to enhance their cultivation and restore spiritual energy, due to Yilong's altered refining effects, their potency had multiplied exponentially. For the spiritual energy of Golden Core cultivators, this was undoubtedly sufficient. Furthermore, with Yilong's generous provision of 10 revitalizing pills, he would stand by to protect them, ready to supplement their needs at any moment. With all preparations complete, the three of them sat cross-legged on the ground, their gazes firmly fixed on the revitalizing pill and the 10 revitalizing pills before them. With unwavering determination, they first consumed the revitalizing pill. Huameng Yang, her eyes brimming with affection, cast a lingering glance at Yilong. Why Yilong understood her unspoken message. Nodding vigorously in agreement, she urged him to wait for her, to certainly wait for her. Upon receiving Yilong's affirmative response, Huameng Yang cast aside her hesitations, taking a revitalizing pill into her mouth. Why Yilong anxiously observed her condition, hardly glancing at the other two. In an instant, a vortex erupted throughout the entire dungeon. Why Yilong's expression shifted in alarm, and he felt a surge of panic. Fortunately, the three quickly took the prepared revitalizing pills and placed them into their mouths. As the vortex gradually subsided, Yilong could only anxiously await, uncertain if Zhao Yijian would be alerted. Moments passed, and the revitalizing pills before the three were completely consumed, yet they still had not opened their eyes. Yilong hurriedly replenished their supply. He had personally felt the ferocity of the spiritual energy contained within the revitalizing pills. However, even with 10 revitalizing pills, the three still could not coalesce their former golden core. This underscored the terrifying magnitude of spiritual energy contained within the bodies of Golden Core cultivators. Indeed, the journey of cultivation is fraught with challenges, each stage a formidable barrier. Fortunately, while he lacked in many areas, he had an abundance of revitalizing pills. Time ticked by, and each of the three consumed over 100 revitalizing pills. Chapter 72. A visit from old friends. After the arrival of Wan Linger, there was a profound silence, broken only by the sound of meditation and cultivation. Yilong transitioned from initial anxiety to a state of numbness, and now, to sheer boredom. He was unaware of how much longer the three would require. Thus, he began to observe the meditative figure of Huameng Yang with increasing fascination, his admiration intensifying with each passing moment, stirring an insatiable yearning within him. Huameng Yang possessed an extraordinary beauty, particularly as she gradually regained her cultivation. Her presence now radiated an ethereal quality reminiscent of a celestial being. Her porcelain-like visage, delicate and exquisite, exuded an elegance that was both dignified and alluring, imbued with an air of superiority that deeply captivated Yilong. Her enchanting figure was so mesmerizing that a mere glance rendered Yilong longing to embrace her for eternity. It felt akin to an addiction, as he rested his chin on his hands, entranced by Huameng Yang. From this moment forth, she would be his wife. He would no longer seek the company of other maidens. He envisioned their wedding night, the days they would share together, even pondering the names for their future children and grandchildren. Time flowed like a tranquil stream, its crystalline waters resonating with a melodious sound as it meandered through mountains and valleys, bustling cities and desolate wastelands, past fragrant blossoms and grassy meadows where butterflies danced. As time journeyed onward, it encountered countless experiences, yet remained devoid of sentiment, capable of eroding the vitality of all. However, certain feelings only deepened with the passage of time, akin to aged wine, captivating and profound. In the blink of an eye, 3 years slipped away. The three individuals in the dungeon remained as still as statues, paralyzed in time. Were it not for the ebbing of spiritual energy, Yilong might have doubted their very existence. Over these 3 years, Yilong had mastered and refined numerous Qian pills, a medicinal concoction for enhancing cultivation and restoring spiritual energy, all of which were prepared for the trio. Additionally, he had crafted Xianling pills, designed to aid in the transition from Foundation establishment to Golden Core stage. Though he attempted to consume one, as he had anticipated, it proved to be of no benefit. Subsequently, he ceased alchemy, choosing instead to await the awakening of the three. On a day graced by brilliant sunshine, with a cerulean sky and sparse clouds, Yilong could no longer remain confined to the dungeon.
He stepped outside for a breath of fresh air. Just as he was about to express his elation, he sensed a sudden surge of spiritual energy from within the dungeon. His heart raced, and he hurried back inside. Indeed, the three had simultaneously opened their eyes. "How is it, have you recovered?" Yi Long inquired eagerly. Hua Meinyang beamed at him, nodding fervently. "Not only have we recovered, but our cultivation has advanced significantly. We have now reached the late golden core stage. With a few more decades of accumulation, we shall undoubtedly break through to the nascent soul stage." The old eunuch's aura radiated a fierce intensity reminiscent of their first encounter. Meanwhile, Tang Biao stood with his sword crossed over his chest, coolly asserting, "I too am at the late golden core stage, the nascent soul stage is within reach." Yi Long swallowed hard, excitement coursing through him as he turned to Hua Meinyang, who held his hand tightly. "What about you? What is your cultivation level?" "Guess," she replied playfully, her smile teasing him. Yi Long was momentarily taken aback, captivated by her proximity and impish grin. Rendered speechless, Hua Meinyang extended her delicate finger, lightly tapping his brow. "Silly, can't you tell? From now on, I'll let you see me every day, okay?" Yi Long's throat tightened, but he nodded vigorously. "Cough, I am now a great cultivator in the mid-golden core stage, my dear. You must strive to catch up with my cultivation." Overjoyed, Yi Long gazed at Hua Meinyang with delight. "Wonderful, simply wonderful." The old eunuch and Tang Biao exchanged warm looks as they observed the couple. "Let us depart at once," Yi Long exclaimed, his impatience palpable. Though urgency was unwarranted, the pressing matter was the barrier that separated him from Hua Meinyang, a source of great discomfort. Upon hearing this, the three immediately adopted serious expressions. "Wait, let's discuss this first," Tang Biao urged. Yi Long, unable to contain his restlessness, paced. "Discuss what? I shall break this formation now." "Hold on, don't rush. It's not as if we're in a hurry," Hua Meinyang interjected, twisting his arm painfully, causing him to gasp. "All right, my dear, I yield. Please, let go." Finally releasing him, Hua Meinyang shot him an exasperated glare. "Look at your impatience." Yi Long managed a wry smile, suppressing the unspeakable thoughts swirling in his mind, while the old eunuch chuckled heartily at the scene. In silent agreement, Yi Long and the old eunuch exchanged knowing glances, contemplating their escape. Yet, during their deliberations, Yi Long found it difficult to concentrate, frequently stealing glances at Hua Meinyang, which earned him several playful eye rolls from her. Amid their discussions, a voice resonated from outside. "Yi shitty, yi shitty?" The voice was bright and melodious, akin to the song of a golden oriole. Hua Meinyang regarded Yi Long suspiciously. He hastily responded, "I'm here, I'll be right out." "Just a moment." He then explained to the inquisitive Hua Meinyang, "This is a senior brother and sister from the Shinqing sect whom I know. They are quite amiable. I will return shortly to share more with you." As he prepared to leave, Hua Meinyang grasped his arm, her expression icy. "If you dare to flirt with another woman, I will ensure you are left without heirs." Yi Long felt a chill run down his spine and quickly reassured her. Understanding her reluctance to allow anyone into the dungeon, she eventually released him. As Yi Long stepped out, he couldn't help but click his tongue, astonished that Hua Meinyang was indeed a jealous woman. How delightful, he thought, reveling in her possessiveness, a clear sign of her affection. Feeling buoyant, he approached the entrance of the dungeon. During the 30 years he had cultivated, Zhuxiu Xian and Wan Linger frequently visited him, forging a close bond among the three. This pair of siblings was particularly amiable, possessing commendable character that resonated well with him. Wan Linger, with her innocent brightness, contrasted with the worldly wisdom of Zhuxiu Xian, who, despite his maturity, was inherently kind-hearted. As a result, Yi Long had often gleaned various bits of knowledge from them, such as foundational manuals on crafting artifacts, a compendium of talismans, and basic diagrams of formations and restrictions. Upon exiting the dungeon, Yi Long spotted the lively Wan Linger standing nearby, with a visibly weary Zhuxiu Xian behind her, bearing the weight of a large black bear. Yi Long incredulously pointed at Wan Linger. "You truly are quite the mischievous one." Chapter 73 Escape to the Heavenly Heights. Wan Linger playfully stuck out her delicate tongue, while Zhuang Xiushan effortlessly tossed the massive black bear onto the ground. "Yi shitty, please refrain from speaking of bizarre culinary delights. I genuinely fear that one day, Linger might coax me into slaying the guardian beast of our mountain." Zhuang Xiushan lamented with exasperation. Yi Long chuckled, dismissing the matter, and immediately began to dissect the great black bear. "Here you are, Yi shitty, the compendium of demonic beasts you requested. It contains every kind of beast imaginable. Do take a look and see which one piques your appetite," Wan Linger exclaimed, producing a jade slip and bouncing over to stand beside Yi Long, who was engrossed in his task.
Ah, thank you, Senior Sister Wan.
I'll conduct my research shortly, he replied, a statement that made Zhuang Xiuxian's face twitch with discomfort. He shot a pleading glance at Yi Long, who merely grinned reassuringly, allowing Zhuang to exhale a heavy sigh of relief.
However, a single question from Yi Long caused Zhuang Xiuxian's countenance to shift dramatically. What kind of beast is the guardian of our sect?
Zhuang Xiuxian persistently attempted to signal Yi Long with his eyes, but Yi Long remained oblivious, focused solely on his dissection. In an eager rush, Wan Linger began to elaborate. The guardian beast of the Shangqing sect is a golden core stage gorilla, towering several zhang in height, its physique robust, and possessing a pair of beady green eyes.
Quite formidable, indeed.
This was Wan Linger's exact wording, followed by a question that pierced Zhuang Xiuxian's heart.
Yi Shidi, did you not say that the more muscular the beast, the more succulent its flesh?
Zhuang Xiuxian could no longer contain himself and admonished, Wan Linger, that is the guardian beast. If the sect leader discovers this, Yi Long merely smiled, remaining silent, while Wan Linger pouted and sweetly interjected, "Oh, brother, I was merely jesting. Besides, that gorilla is so corpulent.
Taking a bit of meat wouldn't hurt."
Zhuang Xiuxian's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed accusingly at the playful Wan Linger. "Wan Linger, I warn you one last time, if you dare to entertain thoughts about the guardian beast, I will immediately inform your father." Realizing that Zhuang Xiuxian was genuinely angered, Wan Linger quickly reverted to her innocent demeanor. All right, I won't mention it again." Zhuang Xiuxian remained unconvinced and scoffed, "There are countless rare treasures in this world.
Whatever you wish for, your brother will procure for you, but the guardian beast is off limits. Even if your father were to shield you, the sect leader would not let you off the hook."
After a flurry of pleas and assurances from Wan Linger, Zhuang Xiuxian's ire finally subsided. Wan Linger's father was an elder in the Shangqing sect, granting her a certain degree of freedom within the sect. Even Zhao Yijian found himself powerless against this charming little imp, having to tolerate her antics. Fortunately, Zhuang Xiuxian was there to keep her in check, otherwise, the sect would have descended into chaos long ago. Yet, just as Zhuang Xiuxian's anger dissipated, he was once again nearly driven to the brink by Wan Linger.
"Brother, since you've claimed you could procure anything for me, how about fetching the Crimson Flame Golden Tiger from the Beast Control sect?" Zhuang Xiuxian gritted his teeth. "Wan Linger!" His furious shout sent Wan Linger scurrying behind Yi Long. "Ha ha!
"Brother, come and catch me," she teased, provoking Zhuang Xiuxian, who trembled with rage yet secretly sighed in relief, realizing that this little darling was merely toying with him. Hours later, Zhuang Xiuxian and Wan Linger left the dungeon, their faces smeared with satisfaction. Yi Long, carrying the remaining bear meat, made his way into the dungeon.
"Ah, have you indulged in delightful feasting with the little sister?" taunted Hua Meinyang, her sarcasm evident. "As a cultivator, spending hours indulging is quite laughable.
If your body is faltering, just say so. I can prepare a tonic to ensure you can last 7 days and nights."
With a wry smile, Yi Long distributed the bear meat to the quietly observant old eunuch in Tangbiao.
"Rest assured, my dear, 2 fellow disciples named Zhuang Xiuxian and Wan Linger merely sought a taste. Nothing is sordid as you suggest."
"I'm sordid? How dare you accuse me of such? If you possessed a shred of decency, would I even consider such things?" Hua Meinyang retorted, her eyes flashing with indignation. "Very well, I concede, I am sordid.
Now, eat up, and we shall discuss our escape shortly."
"I refuse to eat."
Hua Meinyang sulked, turning her back. With no other recourse, Yi Long approached and wrapped his arms around her slender waist, feeling her softness.
"Do not be cross.
I was here for your first time. After all, you must reward me later." Hua Meinyang rolled her eyes but ceased her anger, for she had never truly been upset. She merely sought to establish boundaries with Yi Long from the outset. Clearing her throat, she whispered, "Your first time? What makes you think I wasn't a virgin?"
"Roll on."
Yi Long was momentarily taken aback but then filled with joy, realizing that this old enchantress still retained her innocence.
"Ha ha. Excellent, let us enjoy more sustenance, so we can make our escape."
When the matter turned serious, their expressions sobered.
"As we discussed, we shall proceed directly to the secret realm," Hua Meinyang declared, solidifying their escape route.
None objected, for Yi Long was unfamiliar with this continent and could offer no better insights or suggestions. After their meal, the moment of truth arrived. Their ability to escape hinged on Yi Long's ability to unravel the prison's array. If he failed to do so, all would be in vain. The 3 stood anxiously within their confines, each having regained their golden core cultivation, their strength surging. Once they broke free from their cage, they would surely soar to the heavens. Yi Long couldn't help but let his imagination wander, pondering if, after their escape, Hua Meinyang would recognize him. Yet, he quickly shook his head. Hua Meinyang was not that type of person.
Or was she? With a mind swirling with uncertainty, Yilong pressed his palms against the prison's array, casting a glance at the eagerly awaiting Hua Meinyang. He gently closed his eyes and began to circulate the ascending dragon technique, channeling the dragon pearl within his upper dantian. Last time, when malevolent cultivators had sealed his dantian, it was the ascending dragon technique's dragon pearl that had come to his aid. He hoped it would work again. Moments later, as expected, it bore fruit. Yilong's eyes widened in surprise as he swiftly intensified the circulation of the ascending dragon technique. The spiritual energy contained within the prison's array began to be absorbed into the dragon pearl of his upper dantian. However, as time progressed, the four could hardly anticipate what followed. Yilong seemed to meld with the array, remaining utterly still, even closing his eyes, rendered speechless. Chapter 74. A sword descends from the heavens, startling all. Hua Meinyang scrutinized Yilong's expression intently, as if he were in a state of deep meditation. Upon relaying the situation to the old eunuch and Tang Biao, the two exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. Soon after, the three found themselves completely dumbfounded. Day after day passed, and as a fortnight slipped by, Yilong remained unresponsive, his hands firmly pressed against the array's restrictions, utterly motionless. The array shimmered with a radiant glow, reminding them that it was still operational. At this point, the three were utterly at a loss. Should I give him a light tap? Hua Meinyang tentatively suggested to the old eunuch. The old eunuch immediately shook his head. No, my dear shopkeeper, the current realm of cultivation is vastly different from that of the Yun kingdom in the past. Many of the array's restrictions are dissimilar. Injuring our master would be catastrophic. Hua Meinyang, growing increasingly anxious, paced restlessly within the confines of the cell, yet, continuing in this manner was not a solution. Their understanding of Yilong's condition was painfully vague. If nothing were amiss, then as long as Zhao Jian did not arrive, no one would dare to enter the dungeon. Just days prior, that pair of senior siblings had been calling for their master outside. When their master did not respond, they eventually left. Therefore, as long as Zhao Jian did not come, they were safe. Moreover, their master's breathing remained steady, and his spiritual energy continued to radiate, indicating that he was undoubtedly unharmed. The old eunuch's reassurances alleviated some of Hua Meinyang's worries. However, as time progressed, Hua Meinyang could no longer remain still. It was painfully evident that Yilong was close at hand, yet they were rendered powerless to act, unable even to speak, which was a source of great distress. Before they knew it, a year had passed. At that moment, the stillness was abruptly shattered as Yilong suddenly opened his eyes, gazing brightly at Hua Meinyang in the cell. A golden light emanated from his eyes, causing Hua Meinyang to hastily shut her own in an instinctive attempt to shield herself. Then, without warning, all the array's restrictions within the cell vanished entirely. Quickly, we must flee, Yilong bellowed, prompting the trio to spring into action without delay. Hua Meinyang took the lead, pulling Yilong along as they dashed toward freedom. There was no time for questions. The urgency in Yilong's voice propelled them forward, and the camaraderie they had cultivated over the years allowed them to escape the dungeon in an instant. Flee, to where? A deafening roar reverberated through the sky, as the immense spiritual energy of a nascent soul cultivator enveloped them. Zhao Jian had arrived. Ignoring the impending danger, Hua Meinyang unleashed her spiritual energy, activating her qi manipulation technique, propelling herself and Yilong toward the direction of the secret realm. Behind them, the old eunuch and Tang Biao exchanged fierce glances before simultaneously shouting in unison. Their original golden core cultivation surged explosively, skyrocketing to the nascent soul stage. Humph, such audacity! A blade of light appeared abruptly before the old eunuch. Your audacity is the real issue, he retorted with a fierce snort. With a tremendous surge of spiritual energy, he coalesced a barrier before him, thwarting the incoming blade. Meanwhile, Tang Biao let out a furious roar, his sword singing as it sliced through the air toward the distant sky. The blade before the old eunuch was sent hurtling back in the wake of Tang Biao's attack. Following the sword was the old eunuch's hand, exuding a dense aura of darkness. A muffled grunt echoed through the air as the old eunuch was sent reeling backward, blood spilling from his mouth. Tang Biao's flying sword returned to him simultaneously. The two exchanged glances, each exerting their strength as they fled toward the secret realm. At the Qingcheng sect, the remaining four peaks erupted with the overwhelming spiritual energy unique to nascent soul cultivators. Sect Master, who dares to wreak havoc in the Qingcheng sect? Are they tired of living? For furious voices rang out, and in an instant, four figures appeared where the old eunuch and Tang Biao had previously stood. They're heading toward the secret realm. Quickly, pursue them. Sect Master, the four peak masters turned to Zhao Jian, whose lips were stained with blood, their astonishment palpable. Do not mind me, I am unharmed. Hurry, pursue Hua Meinyang, we cannot allow her to escape. Yes, the four ceased their chatter, channeling their spiritual energy toward the secret realm. Hua Meinyang, her face awash with anxiety, fervently urged her internal spiritual energy, propelling herself toward the secret realm. Behind her, Yilong squinted, attuning himself to the changes within his body. The ascending dragon technique had reached the third tier. However, his golden core stage still showed no signs of advancement. Throughout the past year, he had been absorbing the spiritual energy contained within the array's restrictions, yet, he found it curious that the energy from the dungeon's array far exceeded his expectations. It was as if a spiritual vein were continuously supplying the energy required for the array's operation. Thus, while he consistently absorbed the energy above with the ascending dragon technique, he keenly probed the source of the array's spiritual energy. Eventually, he successfully traced the source, and indeed, the spiritual energy powering the dungeon's array was derived from the very spiritual vein of the entire sword peak. A singular spiritual vein provided the energy. This realization left Yilong somewhat befuddled, yet the course had already been set, there was no turning back. The crucial discovery was that he suddenly realized the ascending dragon technique absorbed the array's energy more swiftly and in greater quantities than if he drew from the external environment. Without a second thought, he fervently began to absorb the energy above. This process consumed over a year's time. Once the ascending dragon technique reached the third tier, an opportunity presented itself. With the technique at the third tier, both the speed of energy absorption and the efficacy of the technique had seen significant enhancement. Thus, the energy from the array could still keep pace with his absorption rate. However, once he unleashed the absorption speed of the third tier of the ascending dragon technique, the dungeon's array restrictions immediately fell into a temporary state of stagnation. Understanding that opportunities are fleeting, he called out for the three to hastily escape. The consequences, naturally, drew the attention of Zhao Yijian, who was meditating upon the spiritual vein. The four sped through the air with astonishing swiftness, pursued closely by four nascent soul cultivators from the Qingqing sect, followed by a slightly injured Zhao Yijian. The group soared over the endless Donghua mountain range at an astonishing pace. Fortunately, Hua Meinyang and her companions had regained their strength. Although they were not a match for the nascent soul cultivators, their unique flight speed left their pursuers astonished. When the old eunuch and Tang Biao finally caught up to them, they coughed up blood and employed secret techniques to widen the gap between them. After a night's journey, the four arrived at the secret realm. The old eunuch and Tang Biao were now utterly exhausted. Yilong administered a healing elixir to each of them. Hua Meinyang, disregarding any further discussion, immediately pressed her delicate, fair hand against the barrier of the secret realm. However, moments later, her expression turned to one of bewilderment as she muttered, "This shouldn't be. How could this happen?" The old eunuch hastily inquired, "What on earth is going on, my dear?" With a bitter smile, Hua Meinyang replied, "There is no time to explain, we must escape at once." Chapter 75 of the Endless Longevity. As the vanguard, for formidable auras of divine consciousness continuously swept through the air, ultimately locking onto the positions of the four individuals. The quartet, sensing the urgency of the situation, immediately unleashed their spiritual power and fled in a frenzy. The old eunuch led the way alongside Hua Meinyang, while Tang Biao followed closely with Yilong. The four soared southward. In no time, a massive surge of spiritual energy surged from behind. Both the old eunuch and Tang Biao let out muffled groans, followed by a mouthful of fresh blood. Yilong and Hua Meinyang, filled with anxiety, found themselves helpless. It was a desperate gamble. The old eunuch's sharp voice pierced the air. After uttering those words, another mouthful of essence blood was expelled, and their speed of flight increased dramatically. Tang Biao, not daring to lag behind, similarly released a mouthful of essence blood. Zhao Yijian's divine consciousness was firmly fixed on the four, surrounded by four peak masters. Witnessing the distance between them widen, he snarled with a malevolent expression, "I shall see how much longevity and essence blood you possess. Wan Tian, send a message for all disciples of the Qingzone to mobilize and pursue them." "Yes, sect master." One of the peak masters, named Wan Tian, promptly responded and sent out the communication. Meanwhile, the four, having created some distance, veered westward before heading south again, until they could no longer sense the divine consciousness locking onto them. The old eunuch and Tang Biao simultaneously rolled their eyes, unable to endure any longer, plummeting from the sky. Yilong and Hua Meinyang hurriedly caught the two, scanning their surroundings for a cave to take refuge in. Hua Meinyang then began to manipulate her fingers, setting up numerous formations and restrictions. "What has to be done?" Hua Meinyang, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, approached Yilong. Yilong placed a recovery pill into Hua Meinyang's mouth, to which she gasped, "It's nothing, just a significant loss of essence blood, merely a depletion of longevity." Upon hearing this, Yilong let out a heavy sigh of relief. "What kind of secret technique is this? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Hua Meinyang chuckled bitterly, gently leaning against Yilong's shoulder. "It is a technique that doubles flight speed at the cost of burning essence blood, and elevates one's cultivation by one realm at the expense of longevity. Either way, it is a perilous secret." Yilong clicked his tongue, wrapping his arms tightly around Hua Meinyang, then he gazed earnestly at her exquisitely alluring face. "Teach me the secret technique later, longevity is merely a number, after all." At this, Yilong's eyes lit up. "This way, we shall have 3 pseudo-Yuaning cultivators. Even if we cannot escape, we shall at least be able to fight back, right?" Hua Meinyang gazed at Yilong in astonishment, contemplating his optimistic musings. What are you thinking? The temporary elevation of cultivation at the cost of longevity cannot be sustained for long. Once the longevity is entirely consumed, they will perish immediately. Moreover, even if I deplete my longevity, I can only reach the late stage of the golden core. Yilong laughed heartily, holding the fragrant Hua Meinyang tightly. She did not resist but rather returned his embrace with equal fervor. It is sufficient. 2 pseudo-yuaning powerhouses are enough. I fear not for longevity. Let them expend as much as they wish. Hua Meinyang raised her gaze to Yilong. Aren't you lacking in longevity, Peaches? Once Yilong smiled enigmatically. Some matters are best kept to yourself, do not share with them. Hua Meinyang was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Yilong, only to have her lips pressed against his in a fervent embrace. Just as she was about to resist, she quickly adjusted. After a brief moment of discomfort, she began to reciprocate. Cough, cough, cough. Hua Meinyang's face flushed crimson, desperately attempting to push away Yilong, but to no avail. She soon buried her head in his embrace. Oh, dear leader, is there really a need to be in such a hurry? We are currently fleeing for our lives. The old eunuch looked on with a wry smile at the sight of Hua Meinyang nestled in Yilong's arms. Yilong grinned foolishly, remaining silent while still holding her tightly. Soon after, Tang Biao awoke, and they both ingested recovery pills to restore their spiritual energy. Hua Meinyang shared the secret technique with Yilong, who, upon understanding its workings, was elated. This is a life-saving method. How could we be without it? Half a day later, the two had restored their cultivation, the disciples of the Qingzong had seemingly vanished, and the cave was temporarily safe. The four gathered with furrowed brows to discuss their predicament. Only Yilong remained close to Hua Meinyang, who clung to his arm, her head gently resting on his shoulder, their fingers intertwined, causing Tang Biao's eyelids to twitch, while the old eunuch averted his gaze, staring into the distance. Meinyang, please explain what transpired in the secret realm. As the leader of the four, Yilong naturally took the initiative to steer the conversation. His once timid and lewd demeanor transformed into a commanding presence, garnering admiration from Tang Biao and the old eunuch alike. Hua Meinyang's eyes were laden with gravity and confusion. You are aware of my circumstances. Over the years, we have ventured into the secret realm multiple times. At any time, we could effortlessly enter. Yet today, for some inexplicable reason, we cannot. Why? Yilong furrowed his brow. Could it be related to the markings on your body? Hua Meinyang shook her head, pacing restlessly. The markings on my body should indeed serve as the key to entering the secret realm. Otherwise, why could we access it even before the designated opening day? But now, it is exceedingly strange. Why? Yilong pursed his lips, feeling a headache coming on. Now that we cannot enter the secret realm, where else can we go? Do you have any hidden places? The old eunuch and the others shook their heads. None. Our retreat has been cut off, and we can only fight to the death. Hearing this, Yilong felt a pang of frustration. Just as he and Hua Meinyang were beginning to share their lives together, how could he allow himself to perish? After surveying the desolate surroundings, he pondered for a moment before stating, for now, they cannot locate us, so we shall settle here. Although the spiritual energy is sparse, it does not hinder our cultivation. We shall hide for a day if we must. However, we also need to devise a strategy. I heard Meinyang mention that you all possess secret techniques, correct? The old eunuch and Tang Biao nodded in unison. Indeed. Yilong narrowed his eyes, a grin spreading across his face. That's good. With 2 pseudo-yuaning cultivators, we now have the means to fight back. If we are discovered, do not hesitate to use the longevity techniques. It is best to wager all your remaining lifespan. The old eunuch and Tang Biao exchanged terrified glances. Is this even humanly possible? What do you mean by wagering all our longevity? Suddenly, their eyes brightened, fixated on Yilong with renewed determination. How many longevity peaches do we have left? As long as there are enough, we dare to exchange longevity with them. Upon hearing their exchange, Hua Meinyang felt an overwhelming headache. She had never heard of wagering longevity in battle. If Zhao Yijian were to learn of this, one could only imagine his reaction. How many longevity peaches are of no concern to you? Just focus on using your longevity to fight for me. One down, another to go. Yilong's assurance immediately calmed the old eunuch and Tang Biao. The three exchanged mischievous smirks. Alright, let us use longevity to strike back at them. Chapter 76, The Moment of the Golden Elixir. Master, just ahead lies the Beast Master Hall, Wan Tian reminded as he stood beside Zhao Yijian. Zhao Yijian furrowed his brows, gazing intently into the distance. How did they manage to restore their cultivation, and what of Zhang Mingyuan? Has he not yet arrived? Master, I have already sent a message. He should be on his way now. We cannot let the Beast Master Hall know that we are hunting for Hua Meinyang. Wan Tian, once the disciples arrive, you shall organize them to enter Qi country in groups, conducting a covert search. Additionally, allocate a portion of the disciples to scout along the route. I refuse to believe we cannot find her. Understood, Master. Should we inform the Danding sect of Wei country? Zhao Yijian's frown deepened as he sighed softly. You may send the message, instructing Wei Zifu to dispatch all disciples. We must excavate the entire Donghua mountain range if necessary to unearth Hua Meinyang. Yes. in a cavern in the southern region of the Donghua mountain range. Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths, master? Yilong, breathless and wearing a black scarf tied just below his nose, protested, reminiscent of his initial encounter with Hua Meinyang when they were digging a grave. Indeed, we must prepare for contingencies. The cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, however. This seems excessive, does it not? We are already over 1,000 meters underground, and we have excavated over 100 caverns.
Hua Meinyang gazed at her man, both amused and exasperated. Ah, you do not comprehend.
Consider this, there are 5 nascent soul masters from the Shangqing sect, and do not forget your so-called senior brother, Wei Zifu. They undoubtedly possess several nascent soul experts as well. Our current strength is far too weak.
We must not confront them head-on but rather rely on wits. Are we still relying on wits?
Yilong pursed his lips, looking at the bewildered Hua Meinyang. No, not wits, it is a matter of clever evasion and concealment.
As long as we hide deeply enough, even the Heavenly Emperor would be unable to find us. Hua Meinyang, feeling defeated, sat to the side and swallowed a recovery pill.
I cannot dig any longer.
You may continue.
Yilong nodded, utilizing the earth escape technique once more to tunnel toward other caverns. He aimed to connect all the previously excavated caverns into a vast network. Half a day later, within a cavern 1,000 meters underground. The 4 of them lit torches and gathered together.
Master, the vicinity of 1,000 miles has been completely claimed as our territory. What shall we do next?
Yilong nodded in satisfaction at the words of the old eunuch. Next, we need to capture a disciple of the Shangqing sect to gather intelligence. Our current information is far too limited. We have no idea if the Shangqing sect and the Danding sect have formed alliances with other immortal sections should they unite all 6 major sections. Yilong's words caused an immediate silence among the 3. If the 6 major sects truly allied, their capture would spell doom for them across the Yunnan continent. Thus, it was imperative that they clarify the situation before devising an escape plan. The group nodded in agreement. The old eunuch and Tang Biao then sat cross-legged, wasting no time. While Yilong squinted, grinning at Hua Meinyang as he rubbed his hands together. Hua Meinyang shot him a sharp glare and transmitted, "You are incorrigible. At such a time, I have no mood for frivolity."
Yilong immediately wilted, gazing at her with pitiful eyes. Hua Meinyang resolutely shook her head and continued transmitting, "Husband, can we wait until we stabilize?"
"I do not wish to be here, the first time must be perfect." Seeing her cherubic face, Yilong's heart nearly melted. He promptly nodded in agreement. The 2 did not dawdle, instead seizing the moment to cultivate diligently.
Upon reaching the 3rd layer of the ascending dragon technique, Yilong noticed that the dragon pearl in his upper dantian seemed to have shrunk slightly. Could this 3rd layer truly enable him to ascend to the golden elixir stage?
Yilong pondered silently. Golden pupils emerged, along with a golden dragon-shaped mark appearing on his forehead. His skin transformed into scales resembling a dragon's, adorned with intricate patterns. The most significant change, however, was in his left hand. In an instant, what was once a human arm was covered in countless scales, the palm morphing into a claw, glinting with a metallic sheen that amplified his power manifold. A divine ability naturally materialized in his consciousness of the ascending dragon palm, unmatched in might, capable of blocking the heavens. Feeling the unparalleled strength in his left arm, Yilong clenched his dragon claw tightly, as if he held the universe within his grasp. Although he favored his right hand, the drastic transformation of the 3rd layer of the ascending dragon technique made him anticipate the changes to come at the 9th layer. Golden scales are not mere creatures of the pond.
When they encounter winds and clouds, they transform into dragons.
Yilong's lips curled into a grin as he silently retracted the form of the ascending dragon technique. He then placed dozens of recovery pills before him, preparing to attempt another breakthrough. If he failed this time, he had no idea when he would succeed. Settling into a meditative position, Yilong immersed his mind into his dantian. At that moment, the 7 dragon pearls, gold, wood, earth, the mutated wind, thunder, and the combined fire and water pearls, formed a circle, continuously revolving and rotating, with no gaps exceeding 1 centimeter. Yilong swallowed 2 recovery pills, and an immense surge of spiritual energy flooded his dantian. He began to fervently circulate his technique, absorbing this vast energy. Suddenly, Yilong's mind froze. A milky essence, thick as cream, began to flow from the dragon pearls in his upper dantian. Upon contact with this essence, the 7 dragon pearls instantly reacted, merging together while voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Yilong could not afford to be negligent. The milky essence reappeared, and he couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Thus, he hastily swallowed over 10 more recovery pills. However, the consumption of spiritual energy was staggering, and with a steely resolve, he retrieved the remaining 100 or so recovery pills, ready to consume them at a moment's notice should his energy wane. Time passed unheeded in silence. Yi Long lost track of how long had gone by or how many pills he had ingested. It was only when he reached out to grab a recovery pill and found none that he panicked completely. At this critical juncture, the 7 dragon pearls were on the verge of a breakthrough. The exposed portions were mere moments away from fully merging, and now, he found himself without any recovery pills. Yi Long was momentarily stunned, watching as the spiritual energy in his dantian threatened to deplete. In an act of desperation, he directly retrieved a millennium-old spirit herb from the everlasting pine space and began to chew on it. Indeed, the immense spiritual energy contained within the millennium spirit herb filled the void in his dantian. However, the properties of this energy were exceedingly complex and unruly. Chapter 77 of The Approaching Enemy is an old acquaintance. Yet, it seems that once it enters Yi Long's dantian, all issues dissipate. Yi Long is certainly aware of the drawbacks of directly consuming spiritual herbs. However, he has long since run out of recovery pills, and the prospect of advancement is tantalizingly close. What can he do? If only he had not given all his Qinshin pills to Hua Meinyang and the others, how beneficial it would have been to retain some for himself, as a means of enhancing one's cultivation during the Golden Core period. The immense spiritual energy contained within each Qinshin pill is more than sufficient for personal use. Now, he finds himself resorting to desperate measures. Fortunately, the outcome proves to be surprisingly favorable. The diverse attributes of the spiritual energy, along with its violent characteristics, appear to be utterly useless to him. Once they enter the dantian, they immediately transform into something remarkably docile and pure. 132 pills. At this moment, Yi Long's heart bleeds. Each millennia-old spiritual herb is equivalent to over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. 100 herbs equates to tens of millions of spirit stones. Goodness, tens of millions of spirit stones have been consumed in this manner. Luckily, the 7 dragon pearls have completely fused, forming a single purple golden dragon pearl. Within it lies an ethereal and enigmatic essence, as if merely gazing upon it could ensnare one's very soul. Its operational speed is not particularly swift, as if the dragon pearl within the dantian has developed a sense of synchronization. All are rotating in unison, as if guided by an unseen force. When Yi Long begins to channel the Golden Core cultivation technique, the 2 dragon pearls swiftly engage in motion. Countless streams of spiritual energy simultaneously vanish, all surging into his being. A small vortex materializes, forming without wind. Yi Long hurriedly ceases his practice and slowly opens his eyes. The moment he does, he is startled by 3 pairs of glimmering green eyes. Upon recognizing their faces, Yi Long can't help but thump his chest. Do you realize how frightening it is to scare someone? The 3 are now scrutinizing Yi Long with keen attention.
Master, you have been in seclusion for a full 50 years. What?
Yi Long stares in bewilderment at Hua Meinyang, his eyes wide with disbelief. Master, the shopkeeper was not mistaken, it has indeed been 50 years. Yi Long inhales sharply. I did not perceive the passage of time.
It felt like the blink of an eye. Master, quickly tell us, have you reached the Golden Core stage? Hua Meinyang gazes at Yi Long with curiosity. Yi Long nods and then asks, puzzled, what, can't you tell?
The 3 shake their heads in unison.
Yi Long is astonished as he assesses his own cultivation level. What is my current realm? First layer of Qi refining. And now? Second layer of Qi refining. And now? Foundation establishment. Oh, do you possess a treasure that conceals your cultivation?
Upon hearing Hua Meinyang's words, Yi Long suddenly realizes. Now, whatever cultivation realm he chooses to display to the outside world, that is precisely the realm he manifests, not merely a treasure. It is nonetheless akin to one. Hua Meinyang listens with dissatisfaction to Yi Long's vague statements.
Alright, quickly tell me, how is the outside world?
After hearing the accounts from Lao Yan and Hua Meinyang, Yi Long begins to grasp the circumstances beyond. During his 50 years of seclusion, the 3 have not dared to venture outside, collectively protecting him. However, as he had previously mentioned a desire to capture a disciple of the Shangqing sect to clarify matters, during his 20th year of seclusion, Tang Biao ventured to Qi country to gather information. This inquiry provided a thorough understanding of the current state of the cultivation world following their escape. Zhao Yijian of the Shangqing sect and Wei Zifu of the Danding sect dispatched all their disciples to search for them. Yet, they could not locate even a few of their hiding places simultaneously. The movements of the 2 major sects alerted the other 4 great sections. The 4 great sects, through diligent investigation, finally discerned the reason behind the commotion caused by the 2 major sections. Consequently, the 4 great sects promptly issued protests, pressing the Shangqing sect and the Danding sect for an explanation. Subsequently, the 6 major sects reached an unknown consensus, and this matter was ultimately quelled. Following this, the 6 major sects jointly issued a bounty for the capture of the 4. However, as time passed, this bounty vanished without a trace, and the 6 major sects gradually ceased to mention the issue. Although the matter is no longer discussed, countless disciples of various sects now roam the entire Yunnan continent, and upon discovering the whereabouts of the four, they would promptly send a message to their respective sections. Yilong furrows his brow in deep contemplation, while the three dare not interrupt, waiting silently. In truth, my idea is that we simply do not venture outside, but remain here.
Hua Mainyang is taken aback. For a lifetime, we would remain here, merely as local mice?
Yilong gently shakes his head. It need not be for a lifetime. We have ample lifespans. We can endure, just as I once outlasted the Huang family. As long as we live long enough, they will become naught but fleeting memories. Lao Yen chuckles bitterly. That is one way to look at it, but master, the spiritual energy here is far too scant to facilitate our cultivation. Even if we endure for several millennia, we cannot hope to break through to the nascent soul stage. We might outlast the nascent soul powerhouses of those sects, yet they will still have successors to take their place.
Will we truly never venture outside?
Yilong chuckles, shaking his head. True, the spiritual energy here is limited, but we possess medicinal herbs and elixirs. I refuse to believe we cannot attain the nascent soul stage. If we cannot do it in 100 years, then we shall wait 1,000, if not 1,000, then 10,000. With an accumulation of countless elixirs, I refuse to believe we cannot break through. The three exchange astonished glances.
Just how many medicinal herbs do you possess? Yilong raises a finger. That is not something I can disclose.
I can only say that it is enough for us for tens of millions of years. Even billions of years would pose no issue.
The three gaze at Yilong as if he were an extraterrestrial. Master, is that truly the case?
Of course.
Do you think I would deceive you? Now, let us wait. Someone is approaching.
Yilong's words are barely out when he senses two figures approaching from the cavern above. The group is startled and releases their spiritual senses to investigate.
Indeed, a man and a woman enter the cavern.
Oh,
senior brother, this cave has an array of restrictions. Could it be that a reclusive elder is cultivating here?
No, senior brother, this is the array restriction of the Shangqing sect, along with some unfamiliar ones.
Ah, it truly is the array restriction of the Shangqing sect.
Could it be one of our fellow disciples? Then let us wait here and see which Shangqing disciple it is.
Agreed.
Deep underground, Yilong gazes in astonishment at the brother and sister awaiting outside the cavern.
It is none other than Zhuang Xiushen and Wan Linger. The other three also naturally detect the two figures. Chapter 78. Whispering in the shadows to resolve a crisis. What should we do? Hua Mainyang inquired, casting a glance at Yilong.
Yilong pursed his lips. These two are from the Qingqing sect. The pair of senior siblings I mentioned, Hua Mainyang and the others, were taken aback. Are they the ones named Zhuang Xiushen and Wan Linger?
Yilong nodded, his brow furrowing slightly as he added, I didn't expect these two to have reached the golden core stage as well. Having them linger outside the cave is not a viable solution. If a nascent soul expert were to be attracted, we would surely be discovered. I will go out. I have a good rapport with them, so there should be no issues. No, Hua Mainyang immediately rejected the idea. What if a nascent soul expert is nearby? What will you have me do then? Yilong pondered for a moment. Let us wait a few days and see. If they still do not leave, we can go out to meet them.
I trust my judgment will not fail me. The three of them had no choice but to nod in agreement. In truth, they didn't regard the two golden core cultivators as a threat, especially since they were now 4 golden core practitioners, completely unafraid of the duo. However, the adage better safe than sorry lingered in their minds. What if the two were merely sent to test the waters? What if there was a nascent soul expert lurking nearby? Thus, they resolved not to take any risks. The 4 refrained from cultivating, fearing that the surge of spiritual energy might reveal their concealed presence beneath the ground. Days passed, and the two remained stationed outside the cave. Yilong could no longer contain himself. If they were merely hiding and cultivating, it wouldn't be so bad after all. With sufficient time, they could elevate their cultivation to the nascent soul stage. Who would fear those nascent soul experts then? However, now, they were unable to cultivate, leaving the 4 of them merely staring at one another. Even if Yilong wished to engage in some intimate activities with Hua Mainyang, the presence of the 2 third wheels made it impossible. They sat in silence, unsure when this would come to an end. Suddenly, Yilong sprang to his feet. Let us go out and meet them. I refuse to believe these 2 ingrates would inform on us. Hua Mainyang could no longer hold back. Previously, they had refrained from interrupting Yilong during his imminent breakthrough. Trapped in this lightless underground for 50 years, they had initially planned to relocate once Yilong awakened, but unexpectedly, he intended to cultivate here until reaching the nascent soul stage. If they could cultivate, it wouldn't matter, but now, with the arrival of 2 disruptors, they were left sitting in silence. None could endure it. Upon hearing Yilong's resolution, the 3 nodded in agreement. Soon, the 4 of them activated their earth escape technique and soared toward the surface. Zhuang Xiushen and Wan Linger were idly chatting outside the cave when they suddenly sensed a surge of spiritual energy from below. Instantly, they leaped onto their flying swords, their gazes fixed intently on the ground. Moments later, they witnessed 4 figures emerge from the earth, and one figure caused them to momentarily lose their composure. Junior brother Yi, Wan Linger exclaimed first. However, before they could ascertain the situation, 2 immense waves of spiritual energy enveloped them from above. Bang, bang, they fell abruptly to the ground, both hands gripping their necks, their dantians sealed. Junior brother Yi, Wan Linger's eyes turned red, filled with an overwhelming sense of grievance as she looked at Yi Long. Zhuang Xiuxian similarly stared at Yi Long, fear etched on his face. Boldly, a thunderous voice echoed from above. "O father, elder." Wan Linger and Zhuang Xiuxian hurriedly called out to the sky. The old eunuch and Tang Diao returned to Yi Long's side, gripping the 2 captives tightly. All eyes turned skyward. To eye in the air, an elder descended, piercing the sky above them. It was Wan Tian. "Hua Mainyang, if you dare harm a single hair on my daughter, I will ensure you suffer endlessly." Hua Mainyang remained silent, merely swaying her fan as she stood next to the visibly distressed Yi Long. "Elder Wan Tian, we only seek a way to survive. If you allow us to leave, I assure you that no harm will come to your beloved daughter. How does that sound?" Wan Tian glanced at Yi Long, a fleeting look of astonishment crossing his eyes. "You are that Jiang Mingyuan's disciple, Yi Long?" Indeed, just as Yi Long finished speaking, countless disciples from the Qingqing sect appeared in the surrounding sky, blocking every possible escape route. Wan Tian frowned as he regarded Yi Long. "There is no way I will let you go, Hua Mainyang. We have been searching for you for 50 years. 50 years, the Cloud Map secret realm is about to open. Do you truly believe you can escape?" The old eunuch's bony, dark hand tightened around Wan Linger's slender neck. Wan Linger cried out in pain, prompting Wan Tian's gaze to sharpen with intensity. "Whether we can escape is irrelevant. Having 2 companions for the grave is not a bad trade. I am in need of a maid, and your daughter can conveniently fill that role, so I won't have to wash myself without someone to scrub my back once I reach the underworld." Hua Mainyang chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed by the hundreds of Qingqing sect disciples surrounding them. Wan Tian glared fiercely at the old eunuch, who merely squinted his eyes defiantly. Unperturbed, Wan Tian remained silent, holding 2 hostages, and likewise refrained from speaking. For a moment, the atmosphere turned profoundly silent. The disciples of the Qingqing sect exchanged glances, uncertain of what to do. "Stand aside." After a lengthy pause, Wan Tian bellowed at the encircling disciples. The disciples of the Qingqing sect immediately retreated behind Wan Tian. Subsequently, Wan Tian's gaze turned icy as he fixed it on Hua Mainyang. "I can let you go, but if my daughter suffers even a scratch, Hua Mainyang, I will skin you alive." In response, Hua Mainyang erupted into a series of melodious laughter. The 4 of them, with Zhuang Xiuxian and Wan Linger in tow, soared into the sky, disappearing from view. "Elder, should we notify the sect master?" Wan Tian glared at the vanishing figures of the 4, his expression dark and menacing as he turned to the speaking disciple. "Are you instructing me on how to act?" The disciple trembled. "I dare not. I have my own plans. Focus on your own duties." With that, he soared into the air, vanishing from sight as well. "Where are we headed, master?" In the air, Yi Long led the way, unaware of any divine consciousness pursuing them, and immediately veered off in a different direction, flying toward one side. To the west, Hua Mainyang looked at Yi Long in confusion. "But the west is the territory of the Danding sect and the Tian'an Palace. Are we not walking straight into a trap?" Yi Long scoffed, speaking mysteriously. "As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Trust me, it will be fine." Junior brother Yi is correct. The Danding sect and Tian'an Palace have already dispatched all their disciples. The patrols from the Wei and Yen kingdoms are not particularly strict. If you disguise yourselves and hide among the mortal realms, you should not be found. As Zhuang Xiuxian, standing beside Tang Diao, immediately concurred. As Yi Long swiftly advanced toward the west, he addressed Zhuang Xiuxian. "I owe much to you and senior sister. Without your reminders and assistance, we would have truly found ourselves with no way out." Chapter 79 At the Trap of the Heavenly Sound Palace. It turns out that their cave was discovered a few months ago by a disciple of the Qing dynasty sect who happened to pass by. At that time, the disciple did not suspect the presence of the 4 individuals, thinking they were merely some fellow brothers or sisters who had hidden themselves away for cultivation. However, shortly after the disciple moved away, he sensed a surge of spiritual energy emanating from the ground and immediately realized something was amiss. Thus, he concealed himself in the shadows for several months and coincidentally witnessed Hua Mainyang stepping out for some fresh air. This was alarming. He promptly notified the nearest Zhuang Xiuxian and Wan Linger. Upon hearing that the 4 might be present, they rushed over. Yet, due to the formation's restrictions surrounding the cave, they were unable to locate Yi Long and the others. Additionally, disciples from the Qing dynasty sect had followed them. Concerned for their safety, the 2 pondered their situation deeply and ultimately decided to wait quietly, believing that as long as Yi Long remained vigilant, he would surely flee at once. However, they misjudged Yi Long's awareness of their presence. Similarly, the Qing dynasty disciple was worried that the daughter of the Alchemy Hall elder might be in danger. He secretly conveyed the information to Wan Tian. When Wan Linger received the hidden message from Wan Tian, she was momentarily stunned. In her anxious heart, she silently prayed that Yi Long had already escaped the area. Little did she expect that upon seeing them, Yi Long not only remained but also prepared to emerge for a chat. In a fit of anxiety, Zhuang Xiuxian had a flash of inspiration and quickly informed Wan Linger, making her understand that Yi Long would not harm them. He then urged Yi Long to take the two with him and flee. Thus, the scene unfolded as it did. Wan Linger, exasperated, rubbed her delicate neck. Yi Shidi, couldn't you be a bit more clever? I thought you would run upon seeing us, but instead, you not only stayed but came out. Truly, Wan Linger reprimanded Yi Long with great dissatisfaction. Hua Meinyang narrowed her phoenix eyes, prompting Yi Long to hastily embrace her. Their speed surged once more as all four utilized a secret technique that sacrificed their lifespan, propelling their cultivation levels to new heights. Consequently, their flying speed doubled. Wan Linger and Zhuang Xiuxian, taken aback by the sudden acceleration brought about by Tang Biao and the old eunuch, were startled. Half an hour later, the group arrived in the Yin Kingdom, but just as they landed outside a village, they were locked onto by two divine senses. Yi Long, not daring to delay, immediately took to the skies again with the others, only to be halted by a voice. "Friend Yi, please take care." This voice made Hua Meinyang cast a fierce glare at the village below. Two graceful figures appeared. Yi Long and Tang Biao exchanged glances, recognizing them as Shan Ningxiang and Yang Feishue, the sister disciples of the Heavenly Sound Palace. "What brings you here?" "The Heavenly Sound Palace and the alchemy sect are patrolling everywhere."
"Why have you walked into a trap?"
The two approached and Shan Ningxiang looked anxiously at Yi Long. Yi Long sighed with a bitter smile. "I thought this was your territory, and the patrols wouldn't be too strict. I never expected to be discovered so soon after arriving." Shan Ningxiang looked at Yi Long in disbelief. Yi Shixiang, the entire Yin Kingdom, Wei Kingdom, and Qi Kingdom, as well as other mortal realms of the immortal sects, have dispatched Golden Core disciples to guard. Once outsiders are detected, they must report immediately. Don't mention you four cultivators, even a mere unfamiliar mortal would warrant close scrutiny.
What does it mean to be too clever for one's own good?
Yi Long felt exactly that at this moment. He clasped his hands in gratitude towards Shan Ningxiang and her sister. "Thank you, fellow Taoists, for the warning. Is it still possible for me to escape?"
Yi Long's expression was one of bitterness and grievance.
He regretted his cleverness. Zhuang Xiuxian chimed in, agreeing, which made him feel overly clever, and now, having dived into a predicament, he was uncertain if he could flee at all. Shan Ningxiang burst into laughter at Yi Long's complex expression. "At least we share a bond through adversity.
We sisters will certainly not report you to our sect. You must leave quickly."
Just as Yi Long was about to express his gratitude, Yang Feishue's expression changed. "This is bad. My sect's elder is patrolling with disciples from the Heavenly Sound Palace, and you cannot leave now." The fan in Hua Meinyang's hand suddenly stilled, her eyes narrowing as she fixed her gaze on the aloof Yang Feishue. The group was taken aback, sensing the tension. Yang Feishue hastily clarified, "You should hide in the village. My sect's elder merely conducts routine inquiries. As long as you conceal your auras, you will be fine." Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, promptly returning to the village and finding an unoccupied house to hide their auras.
Yang Feishue and Shan Ningxiang then went to deal with the sect elder. Hua Meinyang furrowed her brow tightly. "Aren't you afraid these two might secretly capture us?"
Yi Long shook his head. "I believe my judgment is sound.
These sisters would not betray us." Hua Meinyang shot Yi Long a disapproving glance. "Did you not say that the most dangerous place is the safest? What about now?"
Zhuang Xiuxian chuckled bitterly at this, while Yi Long, feeling helpless, replied, "Shopkeeper, every situation has its unexpected twists, does it not?" I had no idea these immortal sects were so astute. Wan Linger frowned in confusion. This shouldn't be. Why hasn't our Qing dynasty sect received such orders, or perhaps they were issued just in the past few days? Zhuang Xiuxian shared his puzzlement, as they had been near Yi Long's cave and had not received any such directives as Shan Ningxiang described. Yi Long recalled Wan Tian's earlier words about the impending opening of the century-old secret realm, which implied that these immortal sects had only recently formulated such policies.
"By the way, Brother Zhuang, what year is it in the new era?"
"The 883rd year. So, there are less than 20 years left until the opening of the Yunta secret realm?"
"Exactly."
Yi Long exchanged a silent glance with Hua Meinyang.
"Brother Zhuang, Sister Wan, once that elder from the Heavenly Sound Palace leaves, you should return.
Thank you for your help today. If fate permits, I shall repay your kindness in the future." Zhuang Xiuxian waved his hand. "You shitty, you are too polite. We have known each other for many years, and this small favor is nothing. However, we have recently sensed something increasingly amiss within our sect. We do not know the reason." Saying this, Zhuang Xiuxian cast a subtle glance at Hua Meinyang. Wan Linger, however, looked at Yi Long with reluctance. "You shitty, I wonder when I will have the chance to taste your cooking again." Yi Long smiled. "Rest assured, I one tea meet my end."
There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Friend Yi, friend Yi? A soft voice called out, belonging to Shan Ningxiang. Yi Long stepped forward to open the door, and Shan Ningxiang and Yang Feishu entered. Upon seeing Yi Long, they both sighed in relief. The sect elder has left. It was merely a routine patrol. However, Chapter 80 Sudden Changes in the Forbidden Land. At the mention of this, Shan Ningxiang's expression darkened. However, what? Yi Long's heart tightened. Yet, you all may not be able to leave the Yin Kingdom. What is going on? Yi Long anxiously gazed at the beautiful sister disciples. Just now, an elder from our sect informed us of a matter. The time until the secret realm opens is drawing near. All the powerful Yuaning elders who have been in seclusion have been dispatched. The other major sects are doing the same, ensuring that the entire Donghua mountain range can be adequately guarded. Presently, in every mortal kingdom, every major city, there are Yuaning experts on constant watch. Yi Long was momentarily stunned, and everyone else was equally taken aback. How many Yuaning experts could that possibly entail? Shan Ningxiang counted on her delicate fingers. I estimate no less than 100, not to mention the disciples from various minor sections. Wherever there are people, there are cultivators on patrol, the numbers surely exceeding 100,000. Everyone inhaled sharply. Have they emptied their nests? Shan Ningxiang hesitantly nodded. Yes, even those old fossils nearing the end of their lifespans have emerged. Just think about it. Yi Long's brows furrowed tightly in an instant. This was troublesome. Zhuang Xiaoxian similarly shook his head helplessly. In such a situation, there truly seemed to be no escape. However, as an ordinary disciple of the Shangqing sect, he could hardly offer any assistance. Thus, he pulled Wan Linger, and with a respectful gesture toward Yi Long, he said to junior brother Yi, take care. My sister and I will depart first. If in the future we can be of any help, we will not hesitate. Yi Long gratefully nodded, returning the gesture. Thank you, senior brother and sister, do take care. Zhuang Xiaoxian and Wan Linger nodded at Yi Long, then bid farewell to the others before leaving the village. If things come to the worst, let us fight them, kill one for one. The old eunuch is furious, think back to the past. Yi Long, with a furrowed brow, waved his hand and turned to the Shan sisters, respectfully saying, thank you both for your concealment. We shall take our leave now to avoid burdening you further. Shan Ningxiang shook her head, indicating it was no trouble. However, Yang Feishu hesitated and said, actually, I have a place where you can stay for a while. Yi Long was taken aback, but still tightly furrowed his brow and refused. We do not wish to trouble the two of you. If you were to be implicated, it would weigh heavily on our conscience. Despite Hua Meinyang's persistent blinking from the side, Yi Long remained resolute in his decision. After all, the guilt of not killing Bo Run, while he perished because of me, would accompany Yi Long throughout his immortal journey. He did not wish to leave any regrets, nor did he want to wrong anyone. But where can you go? The outside world is already a net of heaven and earth. You have nowhere to turn. Although Yang Feishu appeared aloof, her resolve was unwavering. Indeed, Yi Long's expression momentarily faltered. There truly was no route for escape now. Hua Meinyang's eyes seemed to twitch, yet Yi Long remained silent. Yang Feishu lightly bit her lip. A fellow Taoist Yi, do not hesitate. Please remember today's favor. Should we encounter misfortune in the future, I hope you will extend a helping hand in light of today's kindness. Yi Long and the others stared in astonishment at Yang Feishu's obscure expression. Shan Ningxiang was utterly stunned. Sister, why is that? Yang Feishu ignored Shan Ningxiang and instead fixed her serious gaze on Yi Long. Fellow Taoist Yi, there are matters I cannot disclose, and as of now, they remain unverified. However, I have some leads. My sister and I will undoubtedly face tribulations because of this. Fellow Taoist Yi, your talents are extraordinary, surpassing those of ordinary individuals. I believe that with your good fortune, you will surely survive. In the future, if you see us in distress, I hope you will not forget today's kindness. Yi Long solemnly bowed to Yang Feishu. Since you hold me in such esteem, I shall certainly not disappoint your expectations. I shall forever remember today's favor. Yang Feishu smiled radiantly, akin to a blooming garden, causing Hua Meinyang to pinch Yi Long's arm fiercely. Yang Feishu cast a meaningful glance at the feigning Hua Meinyang. Thus, everyone, please follow me. With that, she turned and led the way. Shan Ningxiang wanted to ask something, but Yang Feishu completely disregarded her, leaving her no choice but to follow closely behind. The group exited the village, making their way towards the Donghua mountain range. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Donghua mountain range, they immediately descended to the ground. Hua Meinyang gazed in astonishment at the leading Yang Feishu. She quietly said to Yi Long, this is the direction of the Tianin Hall. They wouldn't be taking us there, would they? That would be akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. There would be no opportunity to resist. Yi Long furrowed his brow, shaking his head firmly. I trust her. Taoist Yang would not do such a thing. This remark made Hua Meinyang click her tongue in irritation. Oh, you trust her, but what if before Hua Meinyang could finish her grievance, Yang Feishu, not far away, seemed to have heard her. Rest assured, I am taking you to the forbidden area of Tianin Hall, where, apart from the sect leader and the elders, no one else can enter. At this time, the sect leader and the elders are taking turns guarding the sect, so there will be no one at the forbidden area. You can safely stay there. As for when you can leave, I will come back to inform you with my sister.
Hua Meinyang was momentarily stunned, pursed her lips, and ceased speaking. The group continued to fly forward in silence. The Tian'an Hall is situated at the far west of the Donghua mountain range, not far from the Danding sect. The entire sect is established atop a towering peak, piercing through clouds and mist, resembling a pillar reaching the heavens. The mountain itself is vast and expansive, accommodating all disciples of the Tian'an Hall. The so-called forbidden area of Tian'an Hall is located halfway up the mountain. Originally, Yilong thought they would need to traverse from the main hall of the sect to reach the forbidden area. However, Yang Feishue led them to a smaller peak adjacent to the giant mountain. There, they found an exceptionally concealed cave and entered it. Yilong and the others advanced with a mix of trepidation and curiosity, unsure of how long they walked. The cave twisted and turned, enveloped in darkness. Everyone remained silent, nearly hurrying along. First, they descended for quite a while, then ascended, climbing upward. Finally, just when Yilong and the others were feeling a bit suffocated, Yang Feishue halted and activated a mechanism beside the cave. A stone wall rose, revealing a bright and open space ahead. The group exhaled heavily in relief. After Yang Feishue checked the surroundings, she beckoned to the people inside the cave. They hurriedly stepped out, and the stone wall fell back into place. The group observed, and the stone wall seemed to merge seamlessly with the mountain, bearing not a single seam. Even upon close inspection, it was impossible to discern that there was actually a stone door here. Chapter 81 The Secrets of the Heavenly Sound. Forbidden Ground. Here lies the forbidden ground of the Heavenly Sound Palace, where the tombs enshrine the remains of past masters and elders of the palace. The chambers over there are devoid of treasures. They typically serve as secluded retreats for the elders of the Heavenly Sound Palace. Each of them is fortified with array formations. I urge you not to trespass. As she spoke, Yang Feishue cast a profound glance at Yilong. He was momentarily taken aback, clicking his tongue in confusion. The door ahead is the gateway to the forbidden ground. Once it is opened, you will be able to sense it. This tomb serves as the mechanism to unlock the underground passage. By applying sufficient pressure, you may escape through it. Yang Feishue then fixed her gaze on Yilong and cautioned. Remember, do not tamper with those array formations. Very well, my junior sister and I shall take our leave. The spiritual energy here is abundant and will not hinder your cultivation. Yilong touched the tip of his nose, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed friends. Yang Feishue waved her hand dismissively. No need for thanks, just remember your own words, ye Taoist. With that, she did not afford Shang Ningsheng an opportunity to speak, pressing down on the tombstone, causing the underground passage to open once more, and the two swiftly entered. The stone wall fell back into place automatically. What on earth does this mean? Why does he keep staring at you? Hua Meinyang inquired eagerly as soon as Yang Feishue departed. Yilong glanced at the equally curious Lao Yan and Tang Biao, and with a knowing expression replied. Back in the day, when Tang Biao and I were captured by the practitioners of the evil path, there were two others who were also seized. Those two. They are aware that I broke free from the restrictions laid upon my Dantian by a Golden Dan practitioner. Hua Meinyang's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, so she pointed incredulously at the array formations outside the chambers on the wall. Yilong nodded. Thus, Yang Feishue's meaning could not be clearer. Hua Meinyang inhaled sharply. Is she truly this rebellious? This is her own sect's forbidden ground. Yilong regarded Hua Meinyang thoughtfully. What do you think she meant by her words about having a difficult time in the future? The three of them suddenly comprehended the implications. However, if Yin Miaoyin were to discover this, would we not be completely at odds with the Heavenly Sound Palace? Lao Yan's face clouded with worry. Yilong shook his head helplessly. Even if we did not act in this manner, do you think Yin Miaoyin would let us go if she knew our whereabouts? Lao Yan chuckled bitterly. True enough. We are now akin to stray dogs, truly the proverbial rats crossing the street. Yilong patted Lao Yan's shoulder reassuringly. It may not be as dire as it seems. I have a general plan in mind, but now is not the time to act. With the abundant spiritual energy here, we must focus on enhancing our cultivation, especially you, Liang Shu and Tang Biao. Both of you are at the late stage of Golden Dan. Only if you two advance to the nascent soul stage can my plan come to fruition. Lao Yan and Tang Biao's expressions grew serious, and Lao Yan immediately clasped his hands. We will certainly strive to cultivate diligently, Master. Yes, for the time being, you need not concern yourselves with anything else. Meinyang, distribute the Qinshin pills to Liang Shu and Tang Biao. They must seize every moment to cultivate, wasting not even a second. Hua Meinyang wasted no time, promptly retrieving the Qinshin pills from her storage bag and dividing them between the two. Her storage bag was procured with Yilong's assistance during their time at the Qingqing sect. Both Lao Yan and Tang Biao possessed one as well. As for why the three of them lacked storage bags, it stemmed from the events when the Yun family royal line was purged. Although they survived, all magical artifacts and storage bags were confiscated, leaving them with only the inferior-grade flying sword that Tang Biao carried. Seeing Lao Yan and Tang Biao immediately enter a state of cultivation, Yilong also settled into a meditative posture on the ground. Hua Meinyang was taken aback. Aren't you going to dismantle those array formations? Yilong chuckled. One must always be wary of others, yet never harbor malicious intent. Who knows what sinister entities await beyond? We need not rush. Let us first enhance our own strength. for that is of paramount importance. Hua Meinyang's eyes sparkled with admiration. Indeed, her man was astute. She then sat down a short distance away from Yi Long, entering a meditative state herself. Yi Long's consciousness entered the space of the eternal pine, where 5 drops of eternal pine essence awaited. Having reached the 3rd level of the ascending dragon technique, he also gained an additional divine ability. Based solely on his own sensations, he believed that once he transformed, his cultivation strength would undoubtedly rival that of a late-stage Golden Dan practitioner. However, he had never put this to the test and could only rely on his intuition. The transformations and influences brought about by the ascending dragon technique had been enormously beneficial to him, not to mention the 10 spirit roots. Just the enhancement concerning techniques and spells had set him far ahead of many gifted individuals. It was clear that the ascending dragon technique was his foundation. The improvement of the ascending dragon technique, aside from absorbing spiritual energy and the essence of sun and moonlight, was significantly bolstered by the growth facilitated by the eternal pine essence. Although 5 drops of the essence had not elevated the technique to the 4th level, it was certainly close. Reflecting on the past, he had consumed 5 drops of the essence to progress from the 1st to the 2nd level. Upon entering the 2nd level, he had formed the Dragon Pearl in his upper dantian. With the Dragon Pearl, he could autonomously operate the ascending dragon technique, absorbing the external spiritual energy and essence, thereby accelerating the technique's advancement and reducing the necessity for the eternal pine essence. In the transition from the 2nd to the 3rd level, he had only required 3 drops of the essence, yet he had also absorbed over a year's worth of spiritual energy from the Qingqing sect. Now, as he sought to progress from the 3rd to the 4th level, the demand for eternal pine essence would certainly increase, as would the need for spiritual essence. However, Yi Long remained undeterred. Through the condensation of the Golden Dan, the Dragon Pearl in his upper dantian provided substantial support. Though his internal constitution was already quite different from that of ordinary practitioners, he was no longer plagued by uncertainty regarding his cultivation path. He believed that the Dragon Pearl in his upper dantian and the ascending dragon technique would undoubtedly assist him in times of peril. Given enough time, he was confident that he could carve out an unparalleled path for himself. After absorbing the 5 drops of eternal pine essence, Yi Long began to take stock of his possessions. Within the eternal pine space, spiritual herbs flourished freely, requiring little maintenance. Occasionally relocating other spiritual herbs would suffice to ensure their continued growth. The Peach of Immortality space had accumulated 77 peaches, each capable of extending one's lifespan by 10,000 years. Previously, he had given 3 to Hua Meinyang and her companions, leaving the remainder untouched for his own preservation. With a lifespan of 500,000 years, he had no immediate concerns regarding longevity, so he opted to keep them. Next came his own skills. He had mastered all foundational spells, array formations, alchemy, artifact crafting, talismans, and other knowledge. Chapter 82: The Nascent Soul's Tribulation and the Condensation Pill. In terms of practice, he possesses the foundational offensive and defensive spells of a 10 spirit root. He is also adept in alchemy and can arrange formations and prohibitions that do not require spirit stones. However, talismans and weapon forging exist solely in theory, as he has yet to practice them. As for formations and prohibitions that necessitate spirit stones and formation flags, they are even more distant from his grasp. Lastly, there are his possessions: a portrait of the Grand Master of Taching, an incense altar, and various pots and utensils for cooking. A mid-grade alchemical furnace and hundreds of low-grade spirit stones complete his meager belongings. It is a pitiable and tragic state. After nearly a century of wandering in the realm of cultivation, it appears he has only acquired the Cloud Ascension true immortal technique and some theoretical knowledge. Yi Long sighed as he gazed at the meditating Hua Meinyang, feeling a sense of comfort within. With this treasure by his side, it outweighs all material possessions. Furthermore, he possesses the ageless pine space, a veritable goldmine. As long as he has a stable environment for cultivation, he is confident that any material need can be met. The foremost priority now is to enhance his strength. Only by doing so can he extricate himself from his current predicament. In the cloud map secret realm, recalling this, Yi Long cast another glance at Hua Meinyang. Sensing his gaze, Hua Meinyang's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. Her beautiful eyes slowly opened, meeting Yi Long's gaze, and her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue.
Master, why do you keep harboring such unwholesome thoughts?
Her delicate voice left Yi Long somewhat speechless.
Am I not your man? Is this how you perceive my character?
What else could it be?
Hua Meinyang blinked innocently. While Yi Long managed a wry smile and continued, I was pondering your connection to the cloud map secret realm.
Hua Meinyang paused slightly, a contemplative look crossing her features. Every time the secret realm opens every century, I develop some fiery red patterns on my body. These patterns are irregular and do not signify anything discernible. Moreover, my body becomes exceedingly hot. If not for my constant use of ice to suppress it, I would likely be reduced to ashes.
Out of curiosity, I once brought Uncle Liang and Tang Biao into the secret realm.
Surprisingly, whenever I pressed my hand against the barrier, it would immediately open a breach, allowing us to enter it. Yi Long nodded. These matters Hua Meinyang had previously shared with him. Yet, he still could not comprehend the underlying reasons. It seems we must enter the secret realm to uncover the truth. Hua Meinyang looked at Yi Long in astonishment. There are less than 17 years until the secret realm opens, and from here to the secret realm, it is filled with disciples from various major sections. How could we possibly reach it? Yi Long smiled mysteriously. Not only can we access the secret realm, but the 6 major sects will personally escort us there. Do you believe it? Hua Meinyang stared at Yi Long in shock. Have you lost your mind? The moment I appear, Zhao Yijian and Wei Zifu will not let me leave. How could they possibly send us to the secret realm? Yi Long shook his head. There is no need to elaborate on this matter. I have my own methods, so for now, the focus must remain on Uncle Liang and Tang Biao. Only when they both ascend to the nascent soul stage can I initiate my next plan. With that, a mischievous glint flashed across Yi Long's face as he approached Hua Meinyang and wrapped his arms tightly around her. Hua Meinyang's body softened, leaning into Yi Long's embrace, inhaling the fragrant scent of her delicate form. Yi Long gazed at the countless tombs scattered around them. When will we finally find peace? Hua Meinyang murmured with hope. Yi Long tightened his embrace and gently kissed her smooth forehead. We will, indeed, that day will surely come. Hua Meinyang nodded blissfully, wrapping her arms around Yi Long's waist tightly for a moment. Neither spoke, savoring the tranquility of the moment. They leaned close, feeling each other's strong yet near heartbeats. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them, as if cloaking them in a golden radiance. Their breaths were clear and harmonious, each inhale and exhale seemingly in sync. The surroundings grew particularly serene, with only the gentle rustle of the breeze through the treetops and the occasional chirping of birds breaking the silence. This tranquility brought a sense of peace, as if all worries and fatigue dissipated in that instant. Time seemed to freeze, everything slowing down to a beautiful rhythm. They felt each other's existence, needing no words. A glance or a smile was enough to convey profound affection. This unspoken understanding was warm and fulfilling, as if they had found a sanctuary for their souls, a realm that belonged solely to them. Yet, time inevitably flows on. The wind blew softly, carrying a hint of coolness and new beginnings. Life would continue, but the serenity of this moment had already etched itself deeply into their hearts, becoming a cherished memory. Regardless of what the future held, this period would remain the most valuable treasure of their lives. The longevity lock, securing eternal life, granting descendants peace and happiness. Yi Long had obtained what others could only dream of: immortality, and he could bestow upon others the ultimate aspiration to defy fate. He had also acquired the stunningly beautiful Hua Meinyang. Life as such, what more could one desire? With a wife like this, what more could one ask for? In that moment, their destinies seemed to intertwine, their spirits melding as one. An inexplicable flutter gripped their hearts. They exchanged glances, a transcendence of souls prompting an irresistible urge. Cough, cough. A few dry coughs broke the spell, causing Hua Meinyang to let out a soft groan as she hurriedly hid in Yi Long's embrace, casually wiping her lips with his sleeve. Yi Long looked in exasperation at the keen-eyed Tang Biao. What does this mean? Tang Biao blinked innocently. I just wanted to say, I have achieved the great perfection of the golden core. Yi Long was taken aback, rolling his eyes as he calculated. Wait, have we really been sitting here for over half a month? And then? Tang Biao blinked, perplexed by Yi Long's question. Exactly. You've reached the great perfection of the golden core, and then what? You're not going to continue cultivating? What do you mean by spying on us, your married couple's affectionate moments? Tang Biao was entirely baffled. I can now attempt to break through to the nascent soul. But I lack the condensation pill, and there will be a small tribulation. Are we really going to face the tribulation here? Yi Long stared at Tang Biao, blinking in astonishment. Does breaking into the nascent soul require a tribulation? And a condensation pill? Tang Biao looked at Yi Long with a knowing expression. Isn't that the case? Yi Long clicked his tongue. You all never mentioned it, how was I supposed to know? Tang Biao winced. You've never formally studied the knowledge of the cultivation realm, have you? And at Shangqing sect, due to your low cultivation level, you didn't even receive the golden core techniques, let alone anything regarding the nascent soul. Chapter 83, The Conception of the Spirit Infant and the Ascension Through Tribulations. Thus, Tang Biao hurriedly imparted some fundamental knowledge of cultivation techniques to Yi Long. The transformation of the golden core into a nascent soul is akin to the placenta nurturing a child, symbolizing rebirth and the essence of life. However, this particular life, evidently contravening the laws of heaven and earth, is a spirit infant. It serves as the foundation for cultivators to vie for the spiritual essence of the universe, and such beings are destined to incur the wrath of the heavens. The tribulation naturally arises in response to their existence. Generally, when a cultivator undergoes the transformation from golden core to nascent soul, they must endure the minor heavenly tribulation of 39 strikes, totaling 27 bolts of thunder. Should they withstand this divine retribution, the spirit infant will emerge from the golden core. Furthermore, upon breaking through to the great ascension stage, they will face another tribulation known as the minor heavenly tribulation of 69 strikes. As for the reasons and nature of these tribulations, Tang Biao was uncertain, only aware that a tribulation is necessary for the breakthrough to the great ascension stage. Ultimately, during the period of tribulation before ascension, one must also endure it, which is referred to as the major heavenly tribulation of 99 strikes, capable of annihilating gods and obliterating paths. Regarding the tribulation faced by scattered immortals, he knew even less, only that it begins with 1 strike and concludes with 99, facilitating their ascension. After grasping the general information regarding the tribulations, Yi Long furrowed his brow and inquired, "Do you have a formula for the congealing infant pill?"
Both Hua Meinyang and Tang Biao shook their heads in unison.
This posed a dilemma. Without the congealing infant pill, how could one advance to the nascent soul stage? Tang Biao gently shook his head. It is not strictly necessary to possess the congealing infant pill. The primary concern is that I have just achieved the great perfection stage and can begin attempting to break through to the nascent soul stage. If I had the congealing infant pill, the success rate would certainly be higher. However, even in its absence, I can still accumulate energy over time and break through on my own, as I cultivate the Supreme Celestial Technique, an exceptional method. Yet, the force of the tribulation will undoubtedly attract the attention of all, exposing our hiding place. Yi Long suddenly understood and, after a moment of contemplation, resolved, "No rush. You should first accumulate your energy. Uncle Liang is likely nearing great perfection as well. When the time comes, you both can undergo the tribulation simultaneously, and I shall find a suitable location for you."
"Do not fear." Tang Biao promptly nodded and closed his eyes.
"Very well, continue your practice." With that, he turned his body, facing away from the two, and resumed his meditation and accumulation of energy. Hua Meinyang playfully tapped Yi Long before rising to find a place to meditate and cultivate, distancing herself from him. Yi Long observed the situation and thought, "I must enhance my strength." Naturally, he felt a curiosity regarding the secret that young Fei Shui had asked him to investigate. However, he also understood that curiosity could lead to peril. Where exactly were they? This was the secluded domain of the Heavenly Sound Palace's leader, Yen Miaoyin, along with a host of formidable nascent soul elders in seclusion. It was not inconceivable for some surviving nascent soul beings to emerge unexpectedly. What then? Even if no such beings appeared, one could not dismiss the possibility of their formations and restrictions being linked to his own consciousness. If he were to inadvertently breach their formations, and they sensed the disturbance, they would undoubtedly return, leading to dire consequences. Therefore, Yi Long remained unhurried. Unless they planned to vacate this place, perhaps then he would assist young Fei Shui in uncovering the truth. Yi Long's golden core was unlike any other. Its purple gold hue denoted nobility and mystery, setting it apart. As the Ascending Dragon Technique and the Supreme Celestial Technique were activated, the purple golden core spun rapidly, so swiftly that a black hole-like point appeared at its center, drawing in an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy. A spiritual energy storm enveloped Yi Long, sweeping the surrounding essence away, until fresh energy from other areas began to replenish it. As the influx of spiritual energy accelerated, the vortex centered around Yi Long gradually calmed, returning to a state of tranquility. However, this surface calm belied the tumultuous energy within. Any cultivator present would feel the surging spiritual energy wildly converging towards Yi Long. As the energy continued to pour in, Yi Long's cultivation techniques progressed steadily. The purple golden core in his lower dantian continued its frenetic rotation, its interior rhythmically pulsing, expanding, and contracting in sync with his heartbeat, as if nurturing an extraordinary life form within. Meanwhile, the dragon pearl of the Ascending Dragon Technique in his upper dantian also spun rapidly at an equal pace. Yet, despite this swift absorption and transformation of spiritual energy, Yi Long felt discontented, occasionally taking a Qian pill and tossing it into his mouth. At this moment, only a few hundred Qian pills remained. Time flew by, slipping away like a fleeting memory. In essence, once one becomes a cultivator, the monthly cycle ceases to exist within a woman's body. It remained a mystery whether it was refined or transformed. Yi Long had incidentally learned of this from a hushed conversation with Hua Meinyang, arousing a profound curiosity within him. He wished to delve deeper into the subject, but despite the affection shared between him and Hua Meinyang, their relationship remained unfulfilled. Hua Meinyang secretly assured him that once they were settled, they would hold a simple wedding, and on their wedding night, Yi Long would find complete satisfaction. This made Yi Long increasingly restless, oscillating between ambition and frustration, ultimately returning to the realization of his insufficient strength, still trapped in a state of mere survival. 13 years passed in the blink of an eye. Tang Dao idly safeguarded the three, while the old eunuch squinted, engrossed in studying spells. Ultimately, they were only slightly more knowledgeable than Yi Long when it came to spells and supernatural abilities. Yi Long was not to be underestimated. While everyone else practiced foundational spells, their exchanges were limited to a few techniques. However, Yi Long was different. Although his spells were also foundational, they were unique variations, wielding power that rivaled supernatural abilities. In truth, Hua Meinyang and the others might not be able to best Yi Long in combat. Tang Dao and the old eunuch had both reached the great perfection stage of the Golden Core, having reached a point where there was no further advancement possible. As long as they could survive the tribulation, they would immediately break through to the nascent soul stage. Hua Meinyang had also progressed to the later stages of the Golden Core, yet a considerable journey remained before achieving great perfection. In contrast, Yi Long remained at the early stage of the Golden Core. His unique circumstances necessitated more time and energy for cultivation than others. Hence, after several years of training, Yi Long abandoned the short-term goal of becoming a nascent soul cultivator and instead dedicated himself to the frenzied production of Qianxian pills. Over the years, Yang Fei Shui and Shan Ning Xiang visited several times. Noticing that Yi Long had yet to unlock the restrictions, they repeatedly hinted at him, leaving Yi Long feeling quite vexed. Finally, he directly told Yang Fei Shui that he would certainly help her uncover the secrets within. Once they departed, only then did he send Yang Fei Shui on her way. Chapter 84. A disrespecting the ancestor invokes heavenly retribution. 13 years have now passed. On this day, Yi Long was about to commence alchemy, but Hua Meinyang and the others could only shake their heads in regret. After all, rules must not be broken. Once they are, the alchemical process would not proceed smoothly. This was the forbidden ground of the Tianyin Hall, devoid of any wild beasts or animals, thus rendering the offering to the Dao ancestor impossible. Consequently, Yi Long found himself ensnared in an exceedingly peculiar cycle of for every 2 furnaces of elixirs he concocted, one would inevitably fail. Despite the precise ratios of the medicinal liquids, the outcome would either be due to a misstep in hand gestures or a mere tremor causing a mistake. In short, a remarkably regular pattern emerged, leading him to succeed in 2 furnaces and fail in 1. Although Hua Meinyang and the others did not comprehend the situation, was Yi Long himself truly oblivious? The notions of a master and a Dao ancestor were mere fabrications of his imagination, yet, due to his failure to pay homage to the Dao ancestor, this bizarre predicament arose, leaving him utterly bewildered and without explanation. Ironically, Hua Meinyang and the others grew increasingly devoted to this fictitious Dao ancestor of Yi Long. Today, he was about to begin the first furnace of elixirs, and Yi Long felt quite confident in his success. However, just as he prepared to ignite the furnace, the stone wall of the underground chamber swung open. Yang Feishua rushed in with a look of urgency, accompanied by Shan Ningxiang. Yi Dao friend, quickly tidy up and help me dismantle those array restrictions. The sect leader is coming to our Tianyin Hall, accompanied by Wei Zifu, the master of the Danding sect, and Shi Zhengde, the leader of the Beast Master Hall. There are also many elders from the 2 great sections. I fear that if the sect leader arrives at the forbidden area, we will have no chance left. Yi Long hastily stowed away the alchemical furnace, gazing at Yang Feishua in confusion. Why is Yan Miaoyin coming to the forbidden ground? Is she planning to enter seclusion? Yang Feishua hesitated for a moment before biting her red lip and replied, Yi Dao friend, at this point, I will not conceal the truth from you. Our sect leader has been injured, reportedly due to a conflict with Zhang Tianjin, the lord of the spirit beasts. Whenever our sect leader is injured, she comes to the forbidden ground to heal. Yi Long's brow furrowed deeper. The lord of the spirit beasts was the king of spirit beasts in the Donghua Mountains, on par with the leaders of the 6 great sects in terms of status, being a Yuanying stage spirit beast. Spirit beasts differed from demon beasts. The distinction lay in the former's ability to transform and possess intelligence on par with humans, whereas demon beasts lacked consciousness and could not transform, merely evolving based on primal instincts. What secrets lay within? Yang Feishua fell silent for a moment before raising her head to look at Yi Long with determination. I suspect that the Tianyin Hall is collecting infants and robust men. Hua Meinyang gasped in astonishment at Yang Feishua's words. Surely not? Although Yan Miaoyin is flamboyant, she wouldn't go as far as to harm mortals, would she? Yang Feishua chuckled bitterly and shook her head. I am merely speculating, the specifics lie with you, Yi Dao friend. Yi Long glanced at Hua Meinyang's astonished expression. What do you mean? I don't quite understand. Hua Meinyang clicked her tongue and waved her fan. Collecting infants likely means Yan Miaoyin has discovered some secret formula for elixirs, using the hearts of infants as medicinal catalysts to concoct longevity potions. Back when the Cloud Kingdom existed, many evil cultivators practiced in this manner, but they vanished after my father drove them from the Yunlan Star. As for those robust men, they were likely intended for Yan Miaoyin to gather yang energy to nourish Yin, thereby enhancing her cultivation, essentially, a furnace.
Yi Long's eyes instantly lit up. Wait! Hua Meinyang gave Yi Long's shoulder a sharp slap, her face turning pale. What kind of look is that? Yi Long smiled wryly. It's nothing, just curiosity, mere curiosity. Hua Meinyang's eyes glinted mischievously. So curious? How about I learn this technique too and use you as a furnace? Yi Long felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly shook his head. Forget it, I'm just curious, not looking for death. He then turned to the two girls who were stifling laughter. Alright, since it's come to this, I will help you uncover what secrets lie hidden here. With that, Yi Long took the lead and approached the wall of the cave. A row of caves stretched before them, numbering about 10. Yi Long casually selected one and observed the flickering array restrictions above the entrance. He placed a hand directly on it, the ascending dragon technique activated, drawing the spiritual energy from the array restrictions continuously. In truth, Yi Long's method of unraveling these restrictions was akin to diverting a small stream into a lake. Once the stream ceased to flow, the lake would eventually dry up. Unlike other masters of array restrictions who identified the flaws within the array and systematically dismantled it like a chess match, Yi Long approached the root of these restrictions. Without spiritual energy, how could the array continue to function? Even if these restrictions could absorb spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, there remained a limit to the speed of such absorption. How rapid was the ascending dragon technique in drawing spiritual energy? It was comparable to an airplane, while the array's replenishment speed was akin to an old man walking no faster, even with a wheelchair, than Yi Long. As the saying goes, speed is invincible. Yi Long understood this principle well. In just a brief moment, the restrictions of the cave before him were dismantled. A horrendous stench wafted from within the cave, accompanied by a cacophony of desperate pleas. The group exchanged astonished glances. Had Yang Feishua's suspicions been correct all along? Indeed, as they entered and brought everyone out, all were left utterly bewildered. Among them were numerous exceptionally strong men, but a few appeared gaunt and emaciated, their faces yellowed and emaciated, a clear sign of malnutrition. Upon inquiry, they discovered that these individuals had all been captured from a street in Yanjingfang. Hearing this, Yi Long inhaled sharply. Tang Biao cast a deep glance at Yi Long. Had he not been cowardly back then, he might have become one of those furnaces by now. Yang Feishue and Shan Ningxiang's expressions turned ashen. Previously, they had only harbored suspicions, but now that it was confirmed, their emotions were a tumult of pain, disappointment, and an overwhelming hatred towards the sect for so cruelly harming mortals. Just as Yi Long was about to dismantle another restriction, an enraged shout echoed through the air. Everyone was startled and hurried toward the entrance of the underground chamber, yet, it was ultimately too late. Yi Long cursed himself internally. He had indeed considered this possibility beforehand, yet at that moment, it had completely slipped his mind. Such a clandestine affair. Yan Miaoyin's array restrictions would surely be imbued with divine consciousness. As he observed a throng of individuals surging into the forbidden ground, including a dozen or so formidable Yuanying beings, all stood frozen in place. Chapter 85. A great enemy approaches, crossing the tribulation. Yan Miaoyin, Wei Zifu, and Qi Zhengde, the three main sect leaders, took the lead, followed closely by a throng of their respective disciples and elders. Upon spotting Hua Miniang and her companions, their faces lit up with unrestrained joy. However, Yan Miaoyin's expression quickly turned grave as she fixed her piercing gaze upon Yang Feishue and Shan Ningxiang. To her astonishment, that vixen dared to intrude upon my sacred ground, and she brought along so many men. Is she not satisfied with her playthings? Yan Miaoyin asserted with an imposing presence, yet, Hua Miniang remained unfazed, instead regarding Yan Miaoyin with a sly smile. Since these men are my companions, I will not dispute that. Tell me, do you dare to open the other caverns? Yan Miaoyin felt a jolt of anxiety and cast a venomous glare at Yang Feishue and Shan Ningxiang. You two wretches actually dare to betray the sect? Yang Feishue and Shan Ningxiang looked upon the beautiful sect leader, their faces etched with anguish. Sect leader, you have been siphoning the yang energy from mortals, using them as vessels, and collecting countless young boys and girls as medicinal ingredients. We, who take pride in guarding the mortals, the cultivators of the six great sects, are dismayed to learn that you have committed such atrocities against humanity. It is not we who wish to betray the sect, but rather, it is you who have betrayed the six great sects. The resounding declaration from Yang Feishue caused an uproar among all the cultivators behind Yan Miaoyin. Yan Miaoyin's face changed drastically. You traitor, how dare you slander the sect and its leader? Today, I shall personally cleanse the ranks. With that, Yan Miaoyin's spiritual energy surged as a pipa appeared in her hand. Stop, a commanding voice intervened, halting Yan Miaoyin. Her beautiful eyes narrowed as she fixed her gaze upon the figure who had leaped into the fray. It was Qi Zhengde. Sect leader Qi, what is the meaning of this? Do you intend for the beast taming hall to interfere in the matters of my Tianyin hall? Qi Zhengde, do not jeopardize the situation. Yan sect leader, this is not the time for you to cleanse the ranks. Hua Miniang is the priority. Your own sect's affairs can be addressed at any time. We will not interfere.
Seeing the tension escalating between the two, Wei Zifu hastily stepped in as a peacemaker, simultaneously signaling Yan Miaoyin with a glance. Upon hearing this, Yan Miaoyin's brow unfurled, and she cast a charming smile at Hua Miniang.
Indeed, what sect leader Wei said makes sense. Let us capture that vixen first. However, unbeknownst to all, Yi Long was discreetly transmitting messages to Qi Zhengde, whose brow furrowed in contemplation. Sect leader Qi, Wei Zifu called out several times as Qi Zhengde remained silent. Caught between the two factions, Hua Miniang shot a glance at Yi Long, and upon seeing the grave expression etched on his face, she instinctively stepped forward, pointing at Wei Zifu.
Brother Wei, do you wish for my demise? Wei Zifu's face was devoid of the kindness and gentleness he had shown during their last encounter. Instead, he shook his head coldly. His sister, it is not that I desire your death, but rather, it is for the sake of the 6 great sects and all cultivators of Yunlan continent. Furthermore, you may not necessarily perish. As long as you can enter the secret realm and discover a way to lift the celestial seal, you may yet survive. Hua Miniang scoffed. Brother, I shall call you brother for the last time. You have protected me for nearly a millennium. I know you are also acting out of necessity, but brother, if you were to speak to me earnestly, would I not agree? Why must you force me into this predicament? Alas, sister, you are well aware that it is not I who insists upon this. I do not seek your gratitude. Hundreds of years ago, I and Zhao Yijin became aware of your connection to the secret realm. Yet, out of consideration for our bond, I continuously urged Zhao Yijin to wait a few more centuries. After all, your lifespan is limited, and we can afford to wait. Otherwise, if I were to disregard our camaraderie, I would have long since taken you to the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Hua Miniang fell silent. Wei Zifu spoke the truth. Had he not protected her all these years, how could she have survived to this day? Yet, would all of this ultimately demand the price of her life? As for the notion that she might not die, if that were truly the case, why was she being held captive? Did Wei Zifu and Zhao Yijin not know who she was? Pain reflected in Hua Miniang's eyes as she gazed at Wei Zifu. Brother, can you truly not spare me? Wei Zifu sighed once more. It is possible, but the skin upon your body must be flayed, and we also require a vial of your essence blood. Upon hearing this, Hua Miniang trembled in terror. Just then, a powerful, warm arm enveloped her tightly. Wei Zifu's eyes glinted coldly as he turned to glare at Yi Long, who met his gaze without flinching. For the sake of your cultivation and your own power, are you willing to allow others to harm your sister? What kind of brother are you? What path do you walk? Such a cultivator can hardly go far. Your inner demons are destined to follow you for life. Who are you? Wei Zifu spoke coldly. I am a Golden Core Grandmaster. Yi Long. Wei Zifu momentarily appeared dazed, as if recalling something. You claim to be a Grandmaster? Ha, a mere Golden Core lackey dares to presume to be a Grandmaster? Yi brother, you cannot claim to be a Grandmaster. Can I not be worthy of such a title? Qi Zhengde observed Wei Zifu with a bemused expression. Instantly, Wei Zifu and Yan Miaoyin stared at Qi Zhengde in astonishment. Sect leader Qi, what do you mean by that? Yan Miaoyin's brows furrowed in confusion. Nothing at all, just taking the words at face value. Am I not worthy of such a title? Of course, sect leader Qi, do return quickly, do not delay. There is not much time left for the into secret realm, and we must prepare swiftly. Wei Zifu hastily resumed his role as mediator. Sensing an odd atmosphere, however, Qi Zhengde stood tall and resolute in the air. Soon after, the disciples and elders of the Beast Taming Hall, who had been behind Wei Zifu, flew over and positioned themselves behind Qi Zhengde. Sect leader Qi, what is the meaning of this? Wei Zifu and Yan Miaoyin were taken aback. Ha, Yi brother, what of your strength? Qi Zhengde did not respond but instead addressed Yi Long with his back turned. Yi Long laughed heartily. Liang Shu, Tang Biao, prepare for the tribulation. Swish, swish, the two flew towards the eastern and western ends of the forbidden ground, then sat cross-legged in mid-air, channeling their entire spiritual energy. Boom! The earth trembled as ominous black clouds gathered in the sky, resembling the end of days. Upon witnessing this, Wei Zifu and Yan Miaoyin were instantly filled with dread. Yin sect leader, quickly, you and I shall each take one to obstruct them. With that, Wei Zifu disregarded everything else and dashed towards the nearest Tang Biao. Chapter 86, The Beast Master Faces Chaos. Yet, Tang Biao remained utterly unmoved. A resounding roar echoed through the air, swiftly followed by a symphony of beastly cries. Yan Miaoyin and Wei Zifu found themselves abruptly halted in midair. Before them, a multitude of ferocious beasts emerged within the forbidden ground, including the crimson flame golden tiger, the Shanbing sparrow, the bloodthirsty demon wolf, and the rampaging demon bear. Hundreds of creatures assembled to protect Tang Biao and Fan Renliang. Among these beasts, 4 were at the nascent soul stage, belonging to Qi Zhengde, the Beast Master Sect's leader, and 3 nascent soul elders. The remainder were golden core beasts, summoned by the disciples of the Beast Master sect. Qi Zhengde, do you truly comprehend the gravity of your actions? Are you prepared to stand against the 5 great sects? Yan Miaoyin's face contorted as she gazed at Qi Zhengde, who hovered serenely above. At that moment, dark clouds gathered ominously, and fierce winds swept through the sky, where serpentine lightning danced amidst thunderous roars. 2 Ominously dark clouds converged directly above Tang Biao and the old eunuch. Ha, the 5 great sects, I believe you are mistaken in the Beastmaster Hall, the Heavenly Talisman Hall, and the Artifact Refining Sect have long been kept in the dark by you. Would you have revealed this secret had you not been unable to locate Hua Meinyang and the others? Qi Zhengde continued with a smirk, and you, Wei Zifu, do refrain from any underhanded tactics. I have already sent word to the Heavenly Talisman Hall and the Artifact Refining Sect. Their leaders will arrive post-haste. With the combined forces of the Beastmaster Hall and the Heavenly Talisman Hall, we shall be more than sufficient to deal with you. Qi Zhengde regarded Yin Miaoyin, Wei Zifu, and the yet-to-appear Zhao Yijin with palpable disdain. Upon hearing his words, Wei Zifu furrowed his brows tightly. He had already discreetly notified Zhao Yijin, hoping he would arrive swiftly. Qi Zhengde, do you not fear that Sect Master Zhao will annihilate your entire clan for such treachery? Observing Wei Zifu's frantic expression, Qi Zhengde merely smiled faintly. Annihilate my clan? Can Zhao Yijin accomplish such a feat? You know well the caliber of foes he has faced in the past. Were it not for the efforts of our respective sect's ancestors, would Zhao Yijin have been capable of such slaughter? Annihilate my clan, I dare him to try. He crack. The long-anticipated heavenly tribulation descended, 2 bolts of orange-yellow lightning striking fiercely upon the old eunuch and Tang Biao. In an instant, all the beasts within the forbidden ground were retracted. Even the nearby cultivators hastily retreated. Wei Zifu and Yin Miaoyin led their disciples back to the entrance of the forbidden area. This was due to the fact that once the tribulation lightning formed, any living being daring to enter its vicinity would be targeted as part of the calamity. Once marked by the lightning, escape would be impossible, no matter how far one fled. Yi Long stood agape, clutching Hua Meinyang, as he beheld this celestial spectacle. The tribulation, struck by lightning, was something he had never before heard of or witnessed. What the hell? Alas, Yi Long, lacking any refinement or talent, relied solely on his exclamation to navigate the world. Hua Meinyang, perplexed, glanced at Yi Long and murmured, what the hell? A strange thrill coursed through her. Crack, the lightning fell once more, their faces flushed as they raised their hands, as if to support the heavens. The lightning coursed through their palms, enveloping their bodies in arcs of electricity. Meinyang, what if Uncle Liang and Tang Biao cannot endure? Hua Meinyang hesitated before responding with a sorrowful expression. If they cannot endure, then their soul shall scatter. At that moment, Qi Zhengde approached with an amiable smile, bowing to Hua Meinyang. I am honored to meet you, Princess Yulin. Hua Meinyang quickly returned the gesture. Sect Master Qi, you flatter me. I am but a wandering cultivator, devoid of any princely title. Qi Zhengde chuckled, turning to Yi Long. Brother Yi, are your words truly to be taken at face value? Hua Meinyang looked at Yi Long with curiosity. Indeed, my words are true. I can dismantle any array or restriction, and though I am uncertain about the nature of this heavenly seal, we shall certainly venture into the secret realm in due time. Additionally, the promised millennial lifespan fruit is a guarantee. Qi Zhengde's expression was one of excitement. In truth, he was not particularly drawn to the heavenly seal. He preferred the current environment rich in spiritual energy, with control over his own territory, able to summon wind and rain at will. His only dilemma lay in the matter of longevity. Thus, upon hearing Yi Long's promise of the millennial lifespan fruit, Qi Zhengde readily acquiesced. He had considered directly capturing Yi Long to extract the information through soul searching. However, Yi Long's threat of self-detonation extinguished any thoughts of enmity. A millennial lifespan fruit, such a treasure, even 1,000-year lifespan would compel Qi Zhengde to court favor with Yi Long. Though Qi Zhengde's expression was one of exhilaration, anxiety soon crept in. I have no concerns on my end, but I fear for the leaders of the Heavenly Talisman Hall and the Artifact Refining Sect, Han Jinqing and Chu Tianxiong. They may be. Yi Long, calm as he observed the celestial spectacle, replied, then it is up to Sect Master Qi to demonstrate your prowess. How you persuade those two to assist us is your affair. I shall provide 3 millennial fruits, and the rest is at your discretion. Whether to give them or not is your decision. Qi Zhengde was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of elation. Very well, it is settled. Yi Long, feeling Hua Meinyang's firm grip on his hand, turned to her, noting her profound gratitude, and responded with a reassuring smile, it is settled. Here, this is 1 fruit, consume it first, the other 2 will be discussed once we are completely safe. A palm-sized, pink longevity peach appeared before Qi Zhengde, just sensing its essence revealed the vitality it contained. Qi Zhengde hastily reached out, swallowing it without delay. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of vitality coursing through his body. Truly, a millennial lifespan without a hint of doubt. Soon after, Qi Zhengde opened his bright eyes, trembling with excitement. Then, Brother Yi, you need only follow closely behind me. Should anyone dare to seize Brother Yi, they shall be deemed enemies of the Beastmaster Hall. All disciples, heed my command. Protect Brother Yi at all costs. Yes, Sect Master. The 3 elders surrounding Qi Zhengde looked upon Yi Long with equal fervor. The moment the fruit of boundless vitality appeared, they sensed its power. Especially upon witnessing Qi Zhengde's consumption and the subsequent surge of vitality, they grew increasingly exhilarated, even trembling with anticipation. Qi Zhengde treated his subordinates well. Had he more such fruits, he would certainly bestow them generously.
In Chapter 87, facing a multitude of adversaries, all those within the Beastmaster Hall elevated Yi Long to a status surpassing even that of Qi Zhengde. They vowed to safeguard him at all costs, resolutely declaring that this precious treasure must not fall into the hands of others, no one shall have him. The Calamity Thunder continued to rage, its hues varying, from the earlier orange-yellow to the later brilliant white. The third tier of heavenly tribulation left Yi Long in a state of trepidation and dread. Heavenly thunder, an entity that instills profound fear in all living beings, this celestial phenomenon is often shrouded in countless superstitious legends passed down through generations. These tales ultimately became symbols of divine wrath, embodying supreme power in the terrifying doctrine of causality. Even as a modern individual, Yi Long comprehended the scientific basis of thunder's formation, yet, witnessing the tribulation thunder summoned by human actions shattered his long-held beliefs of the thunder, resplendent and seemingly apocalyptic, bore down as a celestial punishment, targeting an individual's very existence with an inescapable sense of helplessness that rendered him trembling uncontrollably. His body shivered, and even his soul quaked in fear. It was a despair so profound that resistance, confrontation, and even escape felt utterly impossible. He could only speculate on the emotional turmoil experienced by the old eunuch in Tangbiao beneath the wrath of the thunder. As a mere observer, the sight before him was so terrifying that he nearly lost control of his faculties. Had it not been for the gentle yet firm grasp of Hua Meinyang's hand intertwined with his own, Yi Long would have longed to flee from the imminent celestial retribution looming ever closer.